Rain hammered against the tent, sounding like countless pebbles rolling over a sheet of iron. Sumu sat on the edge of the damp camp cot, slowly wiping the war blade in his hand. The blade's edge was notched in 3 places, the deepest near the tip wide enough to fit half a fingernail. A dim battery lamp hung from the central pole, its light swaying. Within the light, specks of dust floated in the air along with the fishy, humid chill seeping in through the seams of the tent. A muffled murmur rose from the cot beside him. It was the veteran sharing the tent with him, surnamed Wong, in his 40s, missing his left ear. Curled in a moldy blanket, his brows were tightly knotted, slabs of flesh on his face twitching. No one in the death squad used their real name. Just like Sumu was now called Number 17, the 17th piece of cannon fodder assigned to the 3rd Death Squad on the Eastern Front. A bestial roar suddenly rose from outside the tent. Even through the curtain of rain and the camp walls, the sound still bored its way in like a dull saw gnawing on bone. From deep within the camp came a few stifled coughs, quickly swallowed by the rain. Sumu's hand did not stop wiping the blade. 3 years. It had been 3 full years since he crossed into this high martial world, falling from an honor student about to receive direct admission to a top martial high school down to the 3rd Death Squad on the Eastern Front. All because his parents had vanished 3 years ago while exploring the Agrade ruin known as the Dark Abyss Corridor. All because that guaranteed spot at Qinglong Martial Arts Academy was too alluring. All because Chuan Haoshan, the vice principal, had a son named Chuan Hao who needed that stepping stone. Memories surged beneath the roar of the rain. The redwood office desk in the academic affairs office, the dean of students sliding over a voluntary forfeiture of admission statement. On the auditorium stage, Chuan Hao held the admission notice that should have been his, smiling radiantly. That afternoon when he stood up in public, the sunlight had been blinding. He had said the records were forged, the test footage was edited. My combat evaluation score is 2.7 higher than Chen Hao's. Then came the all-school assembly a week later. In the same auditorium, the dean of students with feigned anguish read out the disciplinary decision, student Sumu, for stealing the incomplete manual of the wind-breaking blade technique from the martial arts archive and slandering his teachers in view of the severity of the circumstances, is hereby expelled. Below the stage, a sea of heads stretched out. The eyes that had once held envy or jealousy had all turned into pity or disdain. He remembered his fist clenching, nails biting deep into his palm. He also remembered after the assembly Chuan Hao blocking his path at the turn of the corridor, leaning close to whisper in his ear, a dog that has lost its home should crawl back to where it belongs. Your parents are dead. No one's shielding you anymore. Sumu stopped wiping the blade. The steel reflected his present face, 17 years old, yet the lines at the corners of his eyes looked more like 27 or 28. His skin was rough, his lips cracked, and only his eyes in the dim light were as deep and still as 2 bottomless wells. He raised his hand and lightly tapped at the empty air in front of him with his fingertip. A faint blue interface that only he could see unfurled before his eyes. Myriad Worlds Extraction System activated. Current host Sumu bound item Shadow Mask from Jackie Chan Adventures. Item status fused. Basic ability may summon basic Shadow Ninjas. Maximum number 3. Note the power of the mask will unlock more unit types and increase control scale as the host's mental strength grows. This system had awakened 3 days ago. Behind the Death Squad barracks, beside a stinking garbage heap, he had been cornered by 2 veterans who skimmed off supplies of fists and boots were pounding into him when the blue light screen suddenly exploded before his eyes. His first extraction opportunity. When his fingers reached into the rippling void, the sensation was cold and slick as though grasping the scales of some living creature. What he dragged out was a chitinous mask, jet black with dark red patterns, its eye sockets 2 empty hollows. The instant the mask pressed against his face, searing pain blazed from the facial nerves straight into the depths of his brain. Countless fragmented whispers erupted by his ears like tens of thousands of voices screaming, muttering, and wailing all at once. His vision was stained blood-red as he saw innumerable black figures kneeling in an endless dark hall, lifting their heads in unison. The eyes of those shadows were all scarlet points of light. Then the entire scene shattered. The mask fused into his face, leaving only a faint fingernail-sized dark mark at the center of his brow, shaped like a curled, shadowy specter. The tent flap was suddenly yanked open. Icy rain and wind poured in. A tall, gaunt figure in a tattered rain poncho stood at the entrance, a hissing gas lamp dangling from his hand. It was Scarface the Night Watch, a centipede-like scar running from the corner of his right eye to his chin. Emergency muster. His voice was as hoarse as sandpaper grinding on iron. Anyone who can still move, be at the drill ground within 30 seconds. Night patrol recon mission. Old Wong on the cot jolted upright, the blanket sliding off to reveal his wiry torso and the ridges of his ribs. Damn it, he cursed under his breath. Another job sent straight to the chopping block. But his hands did not pause as he snatched up the filthy coat by the bed and shrugged into it. Sumu slid the blade back into the crude leather scabbard at his waist and rose to his feet. From the other two cots came the rustling of movement. A lame old man and a scrawny youth whose face still carried the softness of a boy. The four of them dressed in silence and grabbed their respective weapons. As they stepped out of the tent, the rain came crashing down on their heads. The camp was already in chaos. The glow of gas lamps bloomed into hazy yellow halos in the rain-curtained human shadows, shoving, stumbling, and cursing within them. From the distant walls, searchlights swept across their beams, slicing through the rain to illuminate dark, dried bloodstains on the fortifications. The drill ground was a patch of rammed earth hastily flattened, now churned into a morass of mud. Around 20 men stood in 3 ragged ranks. The death squad captain stood on a broken wooden crate wearing the standard-issue officer's rain poncho, though the collar was already frayed. He had only one eye. His left was covered by a black leather patch, and his remaining right eye gleamed viciously in the rainy night. "Listen up." His voice cut through the rain. "There's abnormal energy fluctuation coming from the direction of Black Mist Gorge. The higher-ups ordered our 3rd squad to send out 2 recon teams to slip in and see what's going on." Silence fell below. Only the patter of rain on plastic ponchos crackled in the air. Black Mist, it was one of the deadliest places in the frontline buffer zone, shrouded year-round in poisonous black mists, with no one knowing how many aberrant beasts lurked within. Last month, the 4th Death Squad had sent in 12 men, and only 3 returned, 2 of them driven mad. First team Scarface leads 5 men with him. Second team, the one-eyed captain's remaining eye swept over the crowd and finally came to rest on Sumu. Number 17, you take 5 men. Several gazes immediately turned towards Sumu. Some sympathetic, some gloating, most simply numb. His face showed little expression. He gave a small nod. The teams were quickly formed. Assigned to Sumu were Old Wong, the lame old man, the young soldier, and a bald, thick-set brute with a face full of coarse flesh. The bald man had been assigned 10 days ago, reportedly exiled here from the logistics unit for stealing. The 6 of them drew their equipment. Each received a low-grade war blade, 3 blocks of compressed rations, a canteen, and a small bottle of so-called antidote, a pale green liquid that smelled like urine laced with mint. The one-eyed captain delivered his final words. "Remember, your mission is reconnaissance, not a heat-and fight. At the first sign of anything unusual, retreat immediately and send up a signal. Only if you bring back intelligence alive do you have value." His mouth twitched slightly as he uttered the words "have value." No one responded. The 2 teams departed at 2 in the morning. The rain had eased, thinning into fine threads. They left through a small side gate of the camp, the iron door screeching sharply as it opened. Beyond lay endless dark wasteland, the wind heavy with the mixed stench of rotting earth and a cloying metallic tang. Scarface's team headed east, Sumu's team went west. Before they parted, Scarface glanced at Sumu, his lips moving as if to speak, but in the end he said nothing, only patted a battered tin whistle at his waist. The meaning was clear: if you cannot hold on, blow the whistle, though the odds were high no one would come. Sumu nodded. Then, leading 5 men, he stepped into the dark. Black Mist Gorge lay to the northwest, roughly 8 kilometers away. The first 5 kilometers were relatively safe, following a narrow track worn in by frontline patrols. Along the way, they occasionally passed abandoned pit traps, scattered shell casings, and beast bones gnawed as clean as white jade. The lame old man's breathing grew heavier and heavier. The young soldier gripped his blade so tightly his knuckles had turned white. Old Wong walked on Sumu's left and suddenly spoke in a low voice. "Number 17, you used to be a Marshall High School student, didn't you?" Sumu did not deny it. How'd you end up here?" "I offended someone." Old Wong bared his yellowed teeth in a grin. "In times like these, offending the powerful is worse than offending a beast." The bald man snorted from the rear. "Save your breath. Might need it to run later." After 6 kilometers, the terrain began to change. The gentle wasteland slowly rose into rolling hills, and the vegetation turned strange. Stunted trees with twisted trunks, shrubs whose leaves ended in serrated edges, and patches of sticky moss on the ground faintly glowing dark green. The cloying metallic tang in the air grew stronger. Sumu raised his hand, and the team halted. He crouched, wiped a smear of moss from the ground with his finger, and lifted it to his nose. Beneath the reek of rot, there was a faint trace of something akin to sulfur. "We're close," he said, straightening. "Up ahead is the fringe of the black mist zone. Check your gear and stay tight." As the words left his mouth, a rustling suddenly came from the bushes on the right. "On guard." The bald man growled, his blade already leveled before him. The bushes shook, but what hopped out was not a beast, only a gray-furred wild rabbit. Its eyes red, one ear ragged, its hind leg limping. The young soldier let out a breath, his grip on the blade loosening slightly. But Su Mu's pupils suddenly, because in the rabbit's red eyes the reflection was not of 6 figures, but 7. The extra shadow clung close behind the young soldier's back, its outline long and indistinct. For a first level being the quota increased by 1, for a second level by 2, third level by 10, fourth level by 100, fifth level by 500, sixth level by 1,000, and seventh level by 10,000. Those he killed that did not increase the quota were simply too insignificant, their energy insufficient to be. The red eyes of the gray rabbit gleamed with an eerie light in the darkness. The 7th shadow reflected within them clung closely to the young soldier's back, its outline unnaturally long and thin, narrow shoulders, a small head, and limbs whose joints bent at grotesque angles. Su Mu's breathing halted for half a second. "Shadow, don't move." His voice was pressed extremely low, yet each word was bitten out with crystalline clarity. The young soldier called Xiao Dou froze, the hand gripping his knife beginning to tremble once more. "Say 17, what is it?" Old Wang and the bald man sidestepped almost simultaneously, the three of them vaguely forming a triangular stance, shielding the young soldier in the center. The lame old man backed toward a tree, pressing his spine against the trunk as a rasping wheeze rattled in his throat. In the shrubbery, the gray rabbit suddenly began to convulse. Its torn ears stood erect, hind legs frantically kicking at the ground. Within its red eyes, that 7th reflected shadow moved. The shadow peeled away from the outline at the young soldier's back like a drop of ink rising off the surface of water, stretching and warping in midair before finally falling onto the mossy ground, melting into the shadows beneath their feet. It vanished. At the same moment, the gray rabbit darted abruptly into the depths of the shrubs. What was that just now? Cold sweat beaded on the bald man's forehead as he swept the tip of his blade back and forth over the shadow on the ground. Old Wang licked his cracked lips. The shadow came alive. Su Mu did not answer. He closed his eyes for half a second, the dark mark at the center of his brow faintly heating. His consciousness sank inward, establishing contact with the mask fused into his very flesh and blood. His field of vision shifted. He was no longer seeing with his eyes, but through a kind of shadow sense permeating the air. Through it he saw, in the tree shadow of a twisted dwarf tree 3 meters to the left, a clump of darkness so dense it seemed almost solid crouched low. Its outline was human, yet its posture was grotesque, like a leopard coiled to spring. It watched, laden with a cold, inhuman hunger. "Keep moving." Su Mu opened his eyes, his voice once more calm. "Maintain formation. Don't fall behind." Xiao Dou's voice quavered. "But that shadow just now." Likely an illusion caused by the fog, Su Mu cut him off. "At the edge of the black fog gorge there's nothing strange that can't happen. Remember the mission recon, then get back alive." As he spoke, his gaze swept over Old Wang and the bald man. The two exchanged a glance, seeing the same doubt in each other's eyes, yet no one asked further. Those who survived in a suicide squad all knew when to keep their mouths shut. The team moved again, but the atmosphere had utterly changed. Each step was placed with extreme caution, blades always angled outward, their breathing deliberately suppressed. The surrounding darkness seemed to gain weight, pressing down across every back. After another kilometer or so, the terrain grew steep. The moss-covered ground gave way to bare black rock from whose cracks seeped dark green slime reeking of a stench like rotting eggs. This was the outer rim of the Black Fog Gorge. The true Black Fog still lay 100 meters ahead, a heaving semi-transparent gray wall slowly writhing with the occasional flash of pallid light flitting within. Su Mu raised a hand signaling a halt. "We stop here." He swept his gaze around. "Record this fog density at the gorge's edge is increasing visibility below 5 meters. Acidic secretions on the ground, suspected traces of corrosive lizard activity." He pulled a palm-sized record board from his breast and swiftly scribbled with a charcoal pen. The bald man leaned closer to a rock, crouching as he smeared some of the slime onto his fingertips and brought it to his nose. His face changed abruptly. "It's fresh, less than 2 hours old." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a squelching sound of compressed slime came from the black fog to their left. A second, then a third followed, emanating from 3 different directions. "Damn!" Old Wang cursed, his blade already horizontal before him. Xiao Dou's legs buckled, nearly dropping him to his knees before Su Mu yanked him upright by the arm. "Stand firm, back to back." The 5 of them instantly shrank into a tight knot, backs against one another, blades pointing outward. The lame old man was enclosed at the very center, clutching the tree trunk in a death grip, his nails digging into the bark. The black fog surged. 3 silhouettes slowly floated out from the wall of mist. Corrosive lizards. First-rank aberrant beasts nearly 2 meters long, their dark green skin covered in lumps and slime. Their heads were flat, jaws split back to the ears, revealing densely packed needle-like teeth. Most lethal of all were their tails. the ends swollen into hammer-like clubs, the surface layered with porous bone plates from which smoking acid dripped continuously. The 3 lizards fanned out in an arc as they encircled them. Their eyes gleamed dark yellow in the gloom, fixing on the humans as a gurgling, swallowing sound rose from their throats. Damn it, 3 of them. The bald man's voice went dry. 17, how do we fight this? Sumu's mind raced. Corrosive lizards, among the most troublesome of all first-rank aberrant beasts. Their skin was as tough as military-grade leather armor. Their acid could easily eat through steel. Their strength was enough to shatter an adult's ribs. In a frontal clash, at least half of their ragtag squad would die. Old Wong, Baldy, you 2 pinned down the ones on the left, and right. Sumu rattled off rapidly. Xiaodo, you and I take the one in the middle. Old man, you stay here. If we can't hold them, you run. If even one survives, that's enough. Are you insane? The bald man growled low. The 2 of us pinned down 2 of them. One mouthful of that acid, and it'll burn straight through my face. Then don't let it spit, Sumu said, eyes fixed on the approaching lizards. Aim for the eyes and the inner lining of the mouth. That's their weak point. The acid sacs in the tail are located at about 1/3 from the base. Pierce them, and the acid will burn through their own hide first. His tone was so calm it sounded as though he were explaining a textbook. Old Wong shot him a startled look. This 17. He was too calm. So calm he no longer seemed like a 17-year-old student. There was no time left to hesitate. The lizard on the far left suddenly lunged, its 4 limbs scraping, an ear-piercing shriek from the rock as it dashed forward, jaws gaping toward Old Wong. Do it. Old Wong roared, and instead of backing away, he twisted his body forward, his war blade carving an arc as he struck precisely at the lizard's left eye. Blade met eyelid with a ringing clash of metal carving, only a shallow gash. The lizard shrieked in pain, jerking its head with a violent flick that sent Old Wong staggering backward. Seizing the opening, the lizard yawned, its jaws wide, a dark green light blooming deep in its throat. Acid was about to be unleashed. At almost the same instant, Sumu moved. He did not charge the lizard assigned to him. Instead, he slipped sideways like a wraith, crossing 2 steps as his warblade flared into a streak of cold light, slashing upward from below. His target was not his own lizard, but the throat of the one about to spit acid at Old Wong. The tip of his blade pierced the soft membrane of its lower jaw, driving through the upper palate and bursting out above the nasal cavity. The dark green acid exploded within its throat, surging back through the wound to burn through its own esophagus and windpipe. It let out a piercing screech, rolling madly as its tail lashed, wild acid spraying everywhere. Move. Sumu dragged Old Wong sharply backward. A few drops of acid splashed onto Old Wong's left sleeve, instantly corroding several charred holes as a searing pain tore into his skin. By then, the other 2 lizards had already closed in. The one in the middle charged straight at Xiaodo. Terrified, the young soldier squeezed his eyes shut and flailed wildly with his blade, striking the lizard's shoulder blade without even breaking the skin. The lizard's tail swept sideways, smashing heavily into Xiaodo's chest. A wet spurt of blood burst from his lips as he was hurled backward, slamming into a rock before sliding down limply. Xiaodo! The lame old man screamed, trying to rush to him, only to be blocked by the lizard facing the bald man. The bald man himself was scrambling awkwardly to dodge spurts of acid. A large patch of flesh on his left shoulder had already been eaten away, blood pouring down. In an instant, the situation collapsed. Sumu glanced once at Xiaodo lying motionless, then at Old Wong and the bald man, who were barely holding on. He drew in a deep breath. The mark at his brow began to burn. His mind plunged into that dark hall. Countless blood-red eyes opened in the void, turning toward him in unison. He issued his first command. Come forth. 3. In the real world, the bald man had been driven to the edge. Acid splashed past his cheek, scorching off half his beard. He shut his eyes in despair, ready to embrace death. But the expected pain never came. When he opened them again, he saw 3 pitch-black figures standing between him and the lizard, their appearance unnoticed until now. They were human-shaped. No, not entirely human. They wore garments reminiscent of ancient ninja attire, bodies wrapped in tight black cloth, only the eye region emitting a dim red glow. They had no features, no sound of breath, not even a true sense of substance. Their edges slightly blurred, as though they might dissolve into the surrounding darkness at any moment. Ghost Shadow Ninja. 3 of them. The foremost ninja moved. It did not draw a blade. Instead, it extended its right hand, 5 fingers pressed together like a knife, stabbing toward the lizard's acid-spewing throat. Its motion was so fast that only afterimages remained. The lizard had no time to react before its throat was pierced. The ninja withdrew its hand, bringing with it a spray of dark green blood and shards of shattered soft cartilage. The second ninja appeared at the lizard's flank, both hands pressing onto the acid sac along the tail, then yanking fiercely. With a tearing rip, the tough sac split, like paper, acid gushing out to drench the lizard's own hind legs, stripping them to exposed gleaming white bone in an instant. The third ninja surfaced from the shadow above the lizard's head, dropping down, inverted, both knees crashing hard into either side of its skull. A dull crack sounded as the skull shattered. The entire process took no more than 3 seconds. A first-rank corrosive lizard, dead. The bald man stood frozen in place, mouth agape. Old Wang even forgot to breathe. Only Su Mu moved, walking slowly to Xiao Dou's side. He crouched and checked for breath. The boy still lived, but at least 3 ribs were broken and his internal organs were likely bleeding. He lifted his head, looking toward the other 2 lizards. One of the ninjas turned its head, its dark red eyes settling on him. Su Mu gave a slight nod. Kill them all. 3 shadowy ninja figures stirred. They made no sound. No footsteps, no breath, as they moved like flowing darkness. Their crimson eyes left slender trails of light in the gloom. The lizard lunging toward Lao Wang sensed danger. Abandoning its near-certain prey, it ignited a sickly green luminescence deep within its throat and unleashed a torrent of corrosive acid, aimed squarely at the lead ninja. The acid sliced through the air with a searing hiss. The ninja did not evade. It let the viscous stream strike its chest. Then something uncanny occurred. The acid failed to burn through fabric or scorch flesh. Instead, it vaporized instantly upon contact, like water striking white-hot iron, rising as emerald green mist before dissipating into the air. The shadow phantoms possessed no corporeal form. Born of pure shadow, they were all but impervious to conventional physical assault and energetic erosion. A flicker of something akin to bewilderment crossed the lizard's amber eyes. In the next instant, the foremost ninja had closed the distance, right hand drawn taut as a blade, and struck again. This time the target was its eye. Fingers pierced the orb, plunged deep into the brain, and twisted violently. The lizard emitted half a shriek, raw and agonized, its body convulsing wildly, its tail lashing the ground with such force that rocks shattered and acid spattered in all directions. Yet the ninja withdrew its hand and turned toward the final target, before the corpse even hit the ground. That lizard was attacking Guangtou. It was more cunning than the others. Rather than recklessly expelling acid, it wielded its tail in relentless sweeping strikes, forcing Guangtou into desperate evasion and leaving fresh gashes across his body. When it registered the instantaneous deaths of its 2 companions, primal instinct overrode hunger. It sought escape. Claws dug into earth, it pivoted, ready to vanish into the black fog. But shadows moved faster. 2 ninja materialized simultaneously, one to its left, one to its right, and seized its forelimb joints with unyielding grip. Crack! A sharp, brittle snap of bone. The lizard howled in torment, its forelimbs collapsing limply. The third ninja coalesced from the darkness above its head, gripped both sides of its skull, and twisted. A muffled, sickening crunch, the severing of the neck. The massive body crashed to the ground, twitched thrice, and lay still. The battle ended. From the ninja's first appearance to the last lizard's death, less than 15 seconds. Only 3 reptilian corpses remained on the stony ground, along with the coppery tang of blood and the acrid sting of evaporated acid. Guangtou slumped onto the earth, gasping raggedly, blood still seeped from the wound on his left shoulder. Lao Wang leaned against a boulder, eyes locked on the 3 motionless pitch-black figures, his throat working silently, unable to speak. From behind a tree, the limping elder staggered forward, knelt beside Xiao Dou, and trembled as he pressed fingers to the boy's wrist. Still alive. His voice broke into sobs. Su Mu approached the nearest lizard. He knelt, slit open the chest of the largest beast with his knife, and extracted a thumb-sized dark green crystal core from beside its heart. A grade 1 aberrant beast's energy core worth a modest amount of military merit. He repeated the process with the other 2. 3 cores rolled in his palm, still faintly warm with residual heat. At that moment, a cold mechanical voice echoed solely within his mind. Eliminated 3 grade 1 life forms. Shadow Legion quota 3. Current summoning limit 6. Su Mu paused mid-motion. He lifted his gaze toward the 3 silent, unmoving shadow phantoms. With a subtle shift of will, all 3 dissolved into wisps of black smoke, vanishing as though they had never existed. Yet simultaneously he felt it clearly, deep within the mark upon his brow, inside that void-like obsidian hall. 3 new pairs of scarlet eyes now knelt among the others. They could be summoned again, anytime, and now he could command up to 6 at once. Number 17. Lao Wang's voice cut through his thoughts. The grizzled veteran limped forward, wounded arm dangling, his gaze upon Sumu layered with complexity. What were those just now? A family heirloom. Sumu rose, tucking the cores into his coat. Left to me by my parents. He offered no further explanation. In the suicide squad, every soul bore secrets. Ask too much, and you die sooner. Lao Wang asked no more, merely nodded. Thank you. You say. Guangtou struggled upright, attempting a grin, only to wince as pain flared across his face. Those shadows, damn, they're fierce. Sumu said nothing. He knelt beside Xiao Dou and assessed his injuries: 4 fractured ribs, one likely puncturing the lung, already causing bloody froth with each breath. Internal hemorrhaging. A broken left forearm. Without intervention, he would not survive another half hour. We must get him back, the limping elder pleaded, gripping Sumu's arm, his aged eyes brimming with desperation. 17, you have a way. You must have one. Can those shadows carry him? Sumu hesitated for 2 seconds, then shook his head. They cannot bear living weight. It was truth. The shadow phantoms excelled at slaughter, stealth, and executing simple commands, but lacked substance. They could not lift heavy objects, not yet, not in this nascent form. The elder's eyes dimmed. Yet Sumu's next words rekindled hope. Then we carry him ourselves. He turned to Lao Wang and Guangtou. Can you still walk? Won't die yet, Lao Wang gritted out. Guangtou spat a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva. One arm's useless, but my legs still work. Good. Sumu tore the hem from his coat and sliced it into strips with his knife. We'll secure Xiao Dou to a stretcher, carry him in shifts. It is 7 kilometers to base, and we must arrive before dawn. The makeshift stretcher was assembled swiftly, 2 straight branches lashed tightly into a well shape with cloth strips, then Xiao Dou secured atop it unconscious. Lao Wang and Guangtou bore the front poles, Sumu the rear. The limping elder walked alongside, steadying the frame. Their return began. The night remained deep. Rain had ceased, but the wind grew colder. Each step jostled the stretcher. Xiao Dou groaned softly in pain. Sumu, bearing the rear pole, swept his gaze across the surrounding darkness. The battle had been loud. Blood scent had spread far, likely drawing other predators. He willed it. His brow mark warmed faintly. 2 shadow phantoms manifested soundlessly, 10 meters left and right within adjacent pools of shadow, their crimson eyes scanning the blackness with silent vigilance. Patrolling. The return journey was slower than the advance. They paused thrice, each rest under 5 minutes. Guangtou's face paled further, blood loss began clouding his vision. Lao Wang wheezed, 17. Can that family technique be used endlessly? Is there a cost? This question mattered deeply. If such formidable summoning power were limitless, Sumu's value would shift irrevocably. He had prepared his answer long ago. There is a cost, Sumu replied, calm and measured. It drains mental energy. Overuse brings migraines. And each summoning consumes a fragment of lifespan. The last clause was a lie, but it had to be. To possess treasure without peril is to invite ruin. In the Suicide Squad, anyone who displayed overwhelming power, without consequence, would either be burned as a monster or captured for dissection. Only by making his ability appear dangerously costly could he suppress greed in others. As expected, Lao Wang's gaze dulled. Some fierce, calculating light extinguished within it. Lifespan, he murmured. Then use it sparingly. At 400 m. Searchlights atop the camp's perimeter wall finally pierced the horizon. The 4 quickened their pace, hearts lifting. When the iron gate groaned open, the scar-faced night watchman, who stood sentinel with one milky eye, flinched with surprise at their arrival. His astonishment sharpened when he saw Sumu, scarcely marked, while Guangtou and Lao Wang bled openly. What did you run into? The scarred man asked. 3 corrosive lizards, Sumu answered tersely. Xiao Dou is critically injured. He needs medical aid. The watchman glanced at the boy, barely breathing on the stretcher, and clicked his tongue. Take him to the med tent, but don't expect miracles. Our supplies go only to those still deemed valuable. The words were brutal, yet everyone had grown accustomed to them. The medical tent reeked, a nauseating blend of cheap antiseptic and old blood. A gaunt army medic, spectacles cracked, and Askew examined Xiao Dou, then shook his head. Perforated lung. Internal bleeding. No chance. Give him a painkiller. Let him pass gently. The limping elder collapsed beside the cot, clutching the boy's hand, tears streaming down his weathered cheeks. Guangtou sat on a stool nearby, letting the medic tend his shoulder wound. Lao Wang leaned against a tent post, eyes closed in exhausted repose. Sumu stood at the tent's entrance, watching the eastern sky slowly brighten. Within his mind, the system's voice resonated once more. Detected first, live combat elimination. Novice guidance concluded. Full system functionality activated. Next extraction cooldown 30 days. Achievement system unlocked. Available achievements now accessible. He closed his eyes and sank his consciousness into the Azure interface. New text shimmered into being. A pale blue interface unfolded deep within the consciousness. No longer a simplistic text prompt, but a complete structure appeared. Universal extraction system. Host Sumu Realm Martial Apprentice Level 5 Mental Strength 1720 Slight Fatigue Bound Item Shadow Mask Initial Fusion Summonable Shadow Ninja 6 Summoning Cost. Each ninja persists, consuming 0.1 mental strength per minute. Current summon 06. Sumu carefully read each piece of information. Martial Apprentice Level 5. This was the result of the original Bodis 3 years of arduous training combined with recent battle feedback. In the power system of the high martial world, a martial apprentice is merely the entry level above, which are martial artists, martial masters, grandmasters, and great grandmasters. The road ahead is still long. The mental strength limit is 20 points, and now only 17 remains, likely due to the cost of summoning ninjas for battle and maintaining perception. Each minute costs 0.1. This cost means that if he summons the full 6 ninjas, he can last a maximum of 33 minutes. He must use it sparingly, or quickly increase his mental strength limit. The interface scrolled down. Achievement system. Current achievements: first kill, slay the first creature completed 1 against 3, slay 3 enemies of the same level or higher in a single battle completed. Squad survival: lead a team to survive more than 50 in a dangerous mission in progress. Current survivors 46. Each completed achievement has a claim reward button. Sumu focused his mind on first kill. Reward: mental strength 1. Click to claim. A cool stream of air surged into his brain from the mark on his forehead, instantly alleviating some of his fatigue. Looking back at the interface, the mental strength limit changed to 21, and the current value restored to 1821. The reward for 1 against 3 was also mental strength 1. Claiming again. The limit became 22, current 1922. The increase from the 2 achievements was minimal, but little by little it adds up. Moreover, this clarified his direction. More battles, more achievement triggers, and he could quickly grow strong. At the bottom of the interface, there were several gray unlocked sections. Item slot requires extraction of storage items. To unlock skill library requires extraction of skill items. To unlock Legion interface unlocks when troop size exceeds 100. Number 17. Old Wong's voice pulled Sumu back to reality. He opened his eyes to see the veteran had finished treating his wounds and was wrapping a relatively clean cloth around his burned left arm. It's almost dawn. Old Wong looked at the lightning sky outside the tent. The captain will definitely want to report. What are you planning to say? This is a crucial question. 3 corrosive lizards. Under normal circumstances, our ragtag team should have been wiped out. Not only did 4 survive, but we also brought back 3 crystal cores, which is inexplicable. Especially those shadows that appeared and disappeared suddenly. Sumu had already thought of what to say. To tell the truth, I will calmly say my parents left me a life-saving item that can summon several shadow helpers, but each use shortens my lifespan. I used it just now to survive. Old Wong frowned. Will the captain believe it? He doesn't need to believe it all. Sumu walked to the water bucket in the corner of the tent and scooped half a ladle of water to drink. He just needs to know that I am useful, but the cost is high, so I won't use it lightly. This way he will see me as a valuable piece on the chessboard, not a monster that could backfire at any moment. The bald man beside him hissed, "You kid have quite the depth of thought." Sumu did not respond. He walked to Xiao Dou's bedside. The youth had already received a painkiller and had fallen into a deep sleep, yet his breathing was still weak, each inhalation accompanied by the gurgling sound of blood pooling in his lungs. The limping old man was still holding the boy's hand, his gaze vacant. The military doctor was beside him, organizing rudimentary instruments, whispering, "He can last at most 2 more hours." The tent flap was lifted. The one-eyed captain walked in wearing a somewhat worn officer's uniform, the black patch over his left eye particularly glaring in the morning light. His gaze swept across the tent before finally resting on Sumu. "I heard you encountered 3 corrosive lizards." "Yes." Sumu stood straight. "How did you survive?" "I used a family heirloom." Sumu pulled out the 3 dark green crystal cores from his bosom and handed them over. "I summoned 3 shadows to kill the lizards. But using the heirloom burns my lifespan each time, and now I already feel at least 5 years shorter." He deliberately made his voice sound weak, and his face appeared pale in the morning light. The one-eyed captain took the crystal cores, weighing them in his hand. Then he looked up, his lone eye fixated on Sumu for a full 10 seconds. "What type of heirloom?" "A one-time summoning talisman." Sumu had already fabricated the story. "It's a life-saving card my parents left me, and there are only 3 in total. I just used the last one. So it's gone now." "Gone." The one-eyed captain fell silent again. He tucked the crystal cores into his pocket, turned, and walked out. Pausing at the door, he said, "After breakfast, come to my tent for a detailed report on the mission. As for you," he glanced back at Xiao Dou's sickbed, "I will apply for this child's compensation. Your team will receive a basic military merit for bringing back the intelligence." After finishing, he lifted the flap and left. The tent fell silent for a few seconds. The bald man exhaled. "We passed." Old Wang shook his head. "The captain isn't that easy to fool. He definitely still has doubts." "Doubts are irrelevant." Sumu returned to the bedside and sat down. "As long as he thinks I'm still valuable, he won't act against me for now." He closed his eyes, starting to circulate the thin qi and blood within him. With a cultivation level of martial apprentice level 5 in this high martial world, he was not even considered cannon fodder. He must break through quickly. Moreover, he focused his mind on the system interface. Next extraction, cooldown 29 days, 23 hours. A full month still remained. Before that, he had to rely on the 6 existing ninjas to survive on this cannibalistic front line and become stronger. When the morning light fully illuminated the camp, the kitchen announced the meal. The bland smell of thin porridge wafted over. The bald man struggled to stand up. "Damn it, I'm starving, let's eat." Old Wang also got up, glancing at Sumu together. "You go first." Sumu did not move. "I'll stay here for a bit longer." The two exchanged a glance, said no more, and walked out of the tent one after the other. The limping old man was still sitting by the bed like a statue. The military doctor finished packing up and also left. In the tent, only Sumu remained along with 2 people on the verge of death. Sumu opened his eyes. He walked to the tent entrance, parting the flaps slightly to look outside. The camp was already bustling. Dozens of daredevil soldiers were lined up in a crooked line to receive their porridge, some still bearing the injuries from last night's mission. In the distance, the one-eyed captain was conversing with several squad leaders, occasionally glancing toward the medical tent. Sumu lowered the flap. He returned to Xiao Dou's bedside, pulling out a small piece of compressed food wrapped in oil paper from his bosom. This was what he had secretly hidden before the mission last night. Breaking off a small piece, he stuffed it into the youth's mouth. "Swallow it down," he whispered. "Every bit counts." The boy's Adam's apple bobbed. Then those tightly closed eyes slowly opened. Xiao Dou's eyes opened a crack. His pupils were unfocused, struggling to align. After several attempts, he finally recognized the person in front of him as Sumu. 17. 17. His voice was weak, like the sound of wind tearing through paper. Sumu broke off a small piece of hardtack, attempting to feed it to him, but the boy shook his head. "No, I can't." Xiao Dou gasped. Blood phlegm surged up from his lungs, causing him to cough a few times, dark red blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. I know." The old man with a limp suddenly lunged to the bedside. "Xiao Dou, you're awake. Hold on, the team will send someone to take you to the rear hospital soon." The boy forced out a smile, which looked especially striking against his pale face. "Grandpa Chun, don't lie to me." Each word he spoke required a gasp for breath. I can feel cold." The old man grasped his hand, tears streaming down his face. Xiao Dou's gaze shifted towards Sumu. 17. "Thank you for saving me last night." Sumu remained silent, holding the boy's other hand. I have a sister." Xiao Dou's eyes suddenly brightened with a flicker of energy. "In Qinglan City, West District, the slums. 27, on 3rd Street. He spoke slowly, pausing to catch his breath after every few words. "Her name is Xiaoyu, 10 years old. Our parents died in the beast tide." He continued, "If I die, no one will take care of her." Tears welled up in the boy's eyes, mixing with the blood at the corner of his mouth. Sumu tightened his grip on his hand. "What do you want me to do?" "I beg you." Xiao Dou stared intently at Sumu. If you can survive and return, help me. Take a look at her. Give her some food." His words trailed off. His last breath faded away. His eyes remained open, but his pupils were completely unfocused, and he released his grip on Sumu's hand. The old man with a limp let out a suppressed wail, collapsing onto the boy's body, his shoulders trembling violently. Sumu slowly released his hand. He stood up and walked to the corner of the tent where a bucket of water was. He scooped some water to wash the blood off his hands. Then he returned, bent down, and gently closed Xiao Dou's eyelids with his fingers. "I've memorized the address," he whispered to the lifeless boy. "If I survive and return, I will go see her." The tent flap was lifted again. The military doctor walked and glanced at the corpse on the bedside and pulled out a yellowed shroud from a nearby cabinet. "Take him to the body tent," he said flatly. "We'll cremate him this afternoon." The old man was unwilling to let go. Sumu pressed down on his shoulder. "Old Chun, let him go." The old man looked up, his face streaked with tears. He glanced at Sumu, then at Xiao Dou's peaceful face, and finally released his hand. The two of them helped the doctor wrap the body in the shroud and placed it on a stretcher. As they exited the medical tent, the morning light was bright. Many people in the camp turned to look. In the suicide squad, deaths occurred daily, and everyone had long become numb. However, seeing that the one being carried out was a half-grown child, some turned their faces away. The body tent was located in the westernmost corner of the camp, a makeshift canvas shelter. Inside, 3 bodies wrapped in shrouds were already lying there, all belonging to other teams that had suffered losses last night. After placing Xiao Dou in the corner, the military doctor left. The old man with a limp knelt beside the body, murmuring something like a prayer. Sumu stood for a while before turning to leave. He needed to eat breakfast, regain his strength, and think about the next step. The line in front of the kitchen was already short. The cook was a one-armed old man. When he saw Sumu coming, he generously scooped an extra half bowl of porridge into his broken bowl. "I heard you took down 3 corrosive lizards last night." The one-armed old man lowered his voice. "Kid, you've got some skills." Sumu said nothing, took the porridge bowl, and sat down on a nearby wooden box. The porridge was thin, the rice grains were countable, but at least it was warm. He sipped slowly, scanning the camp with his gaze. The one-eyed captain had returned to his tent, where 2 guards were stationed. The Scarface group had also returned and was organizing their equipment in an open area on the other side. Counting the numbers, there were 2 less. Old Wong and the bald man squatted nearby drinking porridge. They nodded when they saw Sumu looking over. After finishing a bowl of porridge, warmth spread in his stomach. Sumu returned the bowl, and just as he turned around, he saw the one-eyed captain's guard approaching. 17, the captain wants to see you. The expected had finally arrived. The captain's tent was twice the size of an ordinary soldier's, and surprisingly had a simple desk and a folding bed. The one-eyed captain sat behind the desk, toying with 3 dark green crystal cores in his hand. "Sit." He gestured to the stool opposite. Sumu sat down, keeping his back straight. "Tell me in detail what happened last night." The one-eyed captain's gaze bore into him. "From the moment you discovered the lizards to how you killed them, not a single word should be missed." Sumu had prepared his recounting well. He began to narrate, his tone calm, rich in details, but avoiding heavy emphasis. He focused on describing the lizards' habits, their counter-strategies, and how the family heirloom summoned 3 shadows to assist at a critical moment. When he mentioned the shadows, he deliberately emphasized, those shadows have no physical form, they are unaffected by acid, but their movements are somewhat rigid and can only carry out simple instructions. Moreover, after summoning them, I felt like my brain was being pricked with needles and my whole body turned cold. My parents said this was a side effect of burning lifespan. The one-eyed captain listened quietly, his fingers lightly tapping on the table. After Sumu finished, he remained silent for a while. "What did your parents do?" "They were relic scholars," Sumu replied. "They went missing 3 years ago while exploring the 11 relic Dark Abyss corridor." "Relic scholars." The one-eyed captain seemed to ponder. "No wonder there are such peculiar treasures. But you said the treasure is used up." "Yes, the last talisman." "What a pity," the captain sighed. "If it could be mass-produced, many lives could be saved on the front lines." He paused, suddenly shifting the topic. "Do you think the shadows summoned by your treasure could win against a 2nd-level mutated beast?" The tent fell into silence. Sumu's heart raced slightly, but his face remained calm. "I'm not sure, I haven't tried. However, based on their performance last night, those shadows dealt easily with 1st-level mutated beasts, but for 2nd level it might depend on the type." He was testing. The one-eyed captain was also testing. The 2 locked eyes for a few seconds, and the captain suddenly smiled. His single eye crinkled, but the amusement didn't reach his eyes. "There's a new mission this afternoon," he said. 5 kilometers southwest of the camp, an ironback ant nest has been discovered. These ants are weak individually, but in large numbers they often harass our supply lines. The higher-ups have ordered our 3rd team to exterminate them. Ironback ants. Sumu frowned. They are the weakest in the 1st-level mutated beasts, with individual strength not even reaching the 1st level of martial disciples, yet a single nest often has tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands. "Exactly." The one-eyed captain pushed 3 crystal cores towards Sumu. "You will lead this mission. Old Wong and the bald man are under your command, and I'll assign you 7 new recruits. So what do you say? Are you willing to take it?" Sumu looked at the crystal cores on the table. He then raised his head to look at the one-eyed captain. He understood. This was a test. A test of how much strength he still had left, a test of whether he really had used up the treasure. If he accepted the mission and performed mediocrely, the previous doubts might be laid to rest. If he performed exceptionally. "I accept." Sumu reached out to take the crystal cores, "but I have one condition." "Speak." After the mission is completed, I want to share half of the military merits with the family of Xiao Do, who died last night. Sumu looked directly at the one-eyed captain. He has a sister in the rear who needs money to survive. The one-eyed captain was taken aback for a moment. Then the scrutiny in his single eye lessened a bit, replaced by something else. Okay, he nodded. At 2 in the afternoon, we will gather at the training ground. Now go prepare. Sumu stood up and exited the tent. The sunlight was blinding. He clenched the 3 crystal cores in his pocket, his eyes cold. The ironback ant nest. Tens of thousands of first-level creatures. If each kill could add 1 to the Shadow Legion quota. The afternoon sun scorched the ground of the camp. Old Wong and the bald man stood on either side of him, both having changed into relatively complete gear. Old Wong found a broken shield, while the bald man switched to a thicker machete. The other 7 were all new faces. Judging by their ages, the oldest was barely 25 or 6, and the youngest might only be 16 or 17. Wearing ill-fitting military uniforms, they held the worst standard-issue tin knives in their hands, their faces a mix of fear, confusion, and a hint of hope. They were all newly recruited cannon fodder. Everyone is here. Scarface walked over, handing Sumu a crude map, southwest direction 5 km. The red mark indicates the position of the ant nest, estimated to have 50 to 80,000 iron-backed ants. He emphasized the 50 to 80,000 significantly. The faces of the new soldiers turned pale instantly. I know what you're thinking. Sumu took the map, scanning the crowd. You think this is a suicide mission. No one dared to respond. But I need to tell you it's not. Sumu unfolded the map, pointing at the markings. The iron-backed ants are weak individually and move slowly. Their only threat lies in their numbers. We don't need to wipe out the entire nest. The order from above is to clear out, which means to inflict enough damage to prevent them from harassing the supply line in the short term. He paused, looking at Old Wong. Old Wong, take 3 people and be responsible for the left flank distraction. Bald man, you take 3 people and handle the right flank. I'll take the remaining 2 and feign an attack from the front to draw attention. Remember, our tactic is to hit and run, consuming them in batches. Every 10 minutes is 1 round of attack, then retreat to a safe distance to regroup. If anyone gets greedy and advances recklessly, dying inside, no one will save you. Sumu's voice was calm, yet powerful. This clear directive eased the new soldiers' nerves somewhat. At least this leader seemed to know what he was doing. Set off. The 10-man team left the camp, following the trampled path toward the southwest. Sumu walked at the forefront, observing the surrounding terrain as they went. They were far from the main operational area, now the vegetation becoming denser, the trees twisted and bizarre, the moss on the ground changing from dark green to purplish black, and a faint sweet fishy smell lingered in the air. A new soldier, named Ahu, closely followed Sumu, a sturdy boy about 17 or 18, gripping his knife with white knuckles. Number 17. Did you really kill 3 corrosive lizards last night? Ahu asked quietly. Yeah. Then, those shadows. Family heirloom, it's used up. Sumu interrupted him, so don't expect a miracle today. If you want to survive, do as I say. Ahu shrank his neck, not daring to ask further. After walking about 4 kilometers, the sweet fishy smell grew stronger. Ahead appeared a bare soil slope, gnawed clean, covered with fist-sized holes densely packed like a beehive. They had reached the iron-backed ant nest. Sumu raised his hand, and the team halted. He crouched behind a rock, carefully observing. Ants were continuously entering and exiting the holes. Each ant was the size of an adult's palm, with a dark brown shell that glimmered in the sunlight. This was the origin of the name, iron-backed. Their mandibles were large, making a clack-clack sound when they opened and closed. Individually, they were weak and indeed slow. But in terms of numbers, Sumu roughly estimated that there were over 1,000 just within his line of sight. And deeper inside the nest, there were even more. Execute the plan. Sumu lowered his voice. Old Wong, take your team through the left thicket. When you are 30 meters from the edge of the nest, throw the Molotov cocktails. I had the supply officer give you 3 last night. Old Wong nodded and led 3 people into the left woods. Bald man, do the same on the right side. Remember, after throwing the Molotov cocktails, retreat immediately, don't look back. Understood. The 3 on the right also set off. Sumu looked at the 2 remaining beside him. Ahu and another lean young man named Shoho. You 2 follow me, but keep a distance of 20 meters. My task is to attract attention from the front, and once the ant swarm charges out, you run back. Don't worry about me. Ahu exclaimed, what about you? I have my ways to get out. Sumu patted a cloth bag at his waist, which contained several glands he had cut from the lizards last night, with a pungent smell. Get ready. Oh, once the fires ignite on both sides, we'll move. In the few waiting minutes, Sumu closed his eyes. His consciousness sank into the system interface. His mental power had recovered to 2,222 full value. 6 shadow ninjas were on standby in the darkness. Iron-backed ants were level 1 creatures individually weak. But if killing one could increase a troop quota, this nest was a gold mine. Suddenly, an explosion sounded from the left, followed immediately by flames shooting high into the sky. Old Wong and the others had succeeded. Flames quickly ignited on the right side too. The nest was thrown into chaos. Countless iron-backed ants surged out from the holes, a dark mass spreading rapidly like ink spilled on the ground. They split into 2 streams, rushing toward the fire sources on the left and right. The front line was left vulnerable. Now was the time. Sumu suddenly stood up, pulling out a lizard gland from the bag and throwing it with all his strength toward the center of the nest. The gland arced through the air, crashing next to a hole, exploding and releasing a nauseating stench. More ants were attracted out. Thick and numerous, hundreds and thousands rushed towards Sumu's direction. "Run!" Sumu shouted at Ahu and Shoho. The two turned and ran. But Sumu himself stood still. He watched the approaching swarm of ants, took a deep breath. The mark on his forehead burned hot. Summon. Not 1, not 3, but 6. All 6 pitch-black figures emerged simultaneously from the shadows beneath Sumu's feet, their dark red eyes appearing particularly eerie in the sunlight. They did not charge toward the ant swarm. Instead, they split into 2 groups of 3, heading for the holes on the left and right sides of a nest that had not yet been flooded with ants. Then they burrowed inside. Sumu turned and ran. The swarm of ants chased closely behind, but the iron-backed ants were indeed slow, and he quickly created a distance. After running 200 meters, he stopped, leaning against a tree to catch his breath. He closed his eyes and switched his view. Through the shared perception of the ninjas, he saw the situation inside the nest. Narrow, damp passages crisscrossed, filled with countless ants scurrying about. The 6 ninjas were killing frantically in the passages. Their hands were sharper than blades, and each swing could slice through several ants. Without a physical body, they feared not the bites or acidic fluids of the ants. In the narrow space, this advantage was maximized. Kill level 1 creature 1 shadow troop, quota 1 kill, level 1 creature 111. The notification sounds connected in his mind, like a torrential rain beating on metal. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Sumu's mouth. Yes, just like this. The more he killed, the larger his troop would become. As dusk fell, the squad returned to the camp. 10 individuals, all intact. Only 2 new recruits were injured with scraped knees during the retreat, but neither was fatal. Old Wong and the bald man were exhausted but unscathed. This was considered a rare perfect mission in the death squad. The one-eyed captain stood in the training ground waiting. He first asked everyone to hand over their spoils of war. Each member had brought back a small pouch of the ironback ant's mandible exoskeleton, which could be ground into powder for medicinal use, earning them a meager military merit. Then he began to count heads. 10. All present, his single eye swept over the crowd, finally resting on Sumu. What are the casualties? 2 minor injuries, no fatalities, Sumu replied. The surrounding veteran soldiers displayed expressions of surprise. The ironback ant nest mission usually resulted in at least a 30% casualty rate. 0 fatalities this time. The one-eyed captain said nothing, merely stared at Sumu for several seconds. What is the mission completion rate? 3 openings were burned on the left side, 4 on the right, and at least 2,000 ants were lured out for attrition, Sumu reported according to the pre-planned script. Based on my observation, the nest has about 60,000 ants, and this operation caused at least 15% casualties. They should be unable to disturb the supply line in the short term. The numbers were improvised, but it sounded professional. The one-eyed captain nodded. Well done. Each person will receive 2 basic military merits, and the injured will receive an additional treatment ointment. Sumu, stay behind, the others are dismissed. The crowd dispersed. Before leaving, Old Wong and the bald man glanced at Sumu, their expressions complex. Only 2 people remained in the training ground. The sunset stretched their shadows long. Your performance tonight does not resemble that of someone whose treasure has run out. The one-eyed captain got straight to the point. Sumu had anticipated that he would ask. The treasure has indeed run out, he answered calmly. But commanding a battle does not rely on treasures, it relies on wit. I have studied the ironback ants' habits and know how to fight them most safely. Is that so? The captain pulled out a metal cigarette case from his pocket, lit a homemade cigarette, and said, but the sentry I arranged to observe from a distance reported seeing several shadowy figures darting into the ant nest entrance. Smoke wafted between the two. Sumu's heart tightened slightly, but his face remained impassive. Shadowy figures? Yes, shadowy figures. The captain inhaled deeply. They moved quickly and vanished inside. Then, the commotion inside the ant nest was far more intense than expected. Could it be some kind of mutated ant? Or perhaps other creatures underground were disturbed? Perhaps the captain exhaled a smoke ring. Or it could be that you have other hidden cards. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Sumu fell silent for a few seconds. Then he looked up, staring directly into that single eye. Captain, if I have other hidden cards, is that a good thing or a bad thing for you? The question was thrown back. The one-eyed captain was taken aback for a moment, then laughed. Interesting. The death rate of the death squad exceeds 70%, and less than 30% of the new recruits who are supplemented survive past 3 months. As the captain, you need someone who can complete missions and reduce casualties. As for the means by which this person accomplishes the task, does it matter? It matters. The captain flicked off the ash from his cigarette. If this means is uncontrollable, it could become a hidden danger. So you need to confirm whether this means is controllable, Sumu continued. Then let me tell you now, it is controllable. Moreover, I can make it useful for you. The smoke rose slowly in the sunset. After a long while, the one-eyed captain extinguished the cigarette. Tomorrow morning, a transport team will pass through here, heading to the front line's 3rd Regiment base. They need escorts, and I've recommended you. The task is simple: escort them for 30 kilometers, and as long as they arrive safely, it will be considered complete. Upon completion, you will obtain the official identity of a battle soldier, no longer serving as cannon fodder for the death squad. Sumu frowned. Why me? Because you are more useful than those fools. The captain turned to leave, but paused halfway. By the way, there is a supply officer in the transport team with the surname Chun. He might ask you some questions about your parents. After saying this, he walked away without looking back. Sumu stood in place, watching the captain's back disappear around the corner of the barracks. A transport team, a supply officer, with the surname Chun. He even mentioned his parents. Things were starting to get complicated. By the time he returned to his tent, it was already dark. There was no one in the tent. Old Wang and the bald man must have gone to fetch dinner. Sumu sat on the bed, closed his eyes, and sank into the system interface. Current summon limit 441 in the afternoon. At the ant nest, 6 ninja killed over 400 ants. The number was not large due to the short time and narrow passages. Only a few could be encountered at once. But this was just the beginning. As long as he was given enough time and suitable targets, the number of troops could grow exponentially. He attempted a new summon. With a slight shift of thought, a shadow ninja emerged from the darkness, kneeling on one knee before him. Its dark red eyes glowed in the darkness. Sumu sensed carefully. Summoning this ninja consumed 0.1 mental energy. Maintaining its existence consumed 0.1 per minute. If he simultaneously summoned 6, it would be 0.6 per minute. With his current mental energy limit of 22 points, summoning to the maximum could only last under 37 minutes. He needed to increase his mental energy or find a way to reduce consumption. He had the ninja rise and perform a few simple actions, swinging a blade, hiding, jumping. The movements were smooth, completely obeying the commands. He then attempted to summon the 2nd, 3rd, all the way to the 6th. 6 ninjas crowded in the small tent, their dark red eyes lined up in the darkness. Sumu began to experiment with new ideas. Fusion. He focused his thoughts on 2 of the ninjas. The 2 ninjas simultaneously transformed into black smoke, entwining and merging in the air, finally reconstituting into a slightly larger, more powerful ninja. The dark red eyes had deepened in color. System prompt: 2 shadow ninjas fused into shadow elite ninja. Strength increased to martial disciple level 7. Consumption increased to 0.25 mental energy per minute. Strength was increased, but consumption only rose by 0.05, making it very cost-effective. Sumu continued experimenting. 3 fused into martial disciple level 8. Consumption 0.4 per minute. For fused martial disciple level 9. Consumption 0.6 per minute. 5 fused martial artist level 1. Consumption 0.9 per minute. All 6 fused martial artist level 3. Consumption 1.5 per minute. He had this martial artist level 3 elite ninja move around in the tent. Speed, strength, and reflexes were all significantly better than the basic ninja. Moreover, it had higher intelligence, able to understand more complex commands. What if I fused all 400 ninjas? Sumu calculated in his mind. 441 basic ninjas. If they were all fused into one, what level of power would that reach? Martial Master, or even Grandmaster. But he did not dare to try rashly. On one hand, while the fused unit was stronger, the quantity would be lost, making it unsuitable for large-scale battles. On the other hand, consumption could spike to an unbearable level. He had to explore this slowly. The tent flap was lifted. Old Wang entered with 2 bowls of porridge and was taken aback upon seeing a dark ninja standing in the tent. This What is this? Sumu moved his thoughts, and the ninja dissipated into black smoke. Just a little experiment. He took the porridge bowl. The captain assigned a new task: escort the transport team tomorrow. Old Wang sat down across from him. I've heard. That supply officer is surnamed Chun, named Chun Wenyuan, and is Chun Hao's cousin. Sumu paused in his actions of drinking porridge. The Chun family has quite a reach. Old Wang lowered his voice. On the 17th, I advise you to be cautious. The Chun family was the mastermind behind your past incident. Now suddenly someone from the Chun family wants to see you. It's not good news. Sumu slowly swallowed the porridge in his mouth. I know, he said, but this is also an opportunity. An opportunity. The official identity of a battle soldier allows me to leave the death squad. Moreover, Sumu raised his eyes. I want to see what the Chun family really wants from me. Old Wang looked at him for a while, sighed. As long as you know what you're doing. If you need help, just let me know. The two finished their dinner in silence. After Old Wang cleaned up the bowls and left, Sumu lay on his bed staring at the top of the tent. The system interface unfolded in his consciousness. Next extraction, cooldown 29 days. There were still 29 days left. Before that, he had to rely on himself and these over 400 shadow ninjas. On this cannibalistic frontline, survive and take the first step towards revenge. At dawn the next day, mist still clung to the ground. With Lao Wang's assistance, Sumu received a relatively complete set of standard-issue gear, a half-leather cuirass, a sheathed long saber, and a small backpack. Remember, never show fear before the transport squad, Lao Wang murmured as he fastened the leather straps of Sumu's cuirass. Those regular troops regard us suicide team members like vermin. You must project strength. Only then will they dare not bully you. Sumu nodded. Understood. And that Qin Wenyuan. Lao Wang lowered his voice. I've made discreet inquiries. He's a collateral line member of the Chun family, holding the rank of lieutenant in the Eastern Theater Logistics Department, overseeing military supply distribution. This man is deeply corrupt. Corruption implies vulnerability. Sumu filed it away in his memory. At the camp's eastern gate, the transport squad had already assembled. 5 heavily modified armored trucks stood ready, their hoods reinforced with welded steel plates, machine guns mounted atop their roofs. Each vehicle carried 2 drivers and 2 armed escorts. 15 soldiers in all, regulars in crisp ink green uniforms, each bearing the insignia of the 7th Corps on their chests. As Sumu approached, he felt their gazes settle upon him, appraising, disdainful, edged with faint curiosity. You're the guide sent by the suicide team. A sergeant in his 30s stepped forward, 3 silver bars gleaming on his shoulder epaulets. He scanned Sumu up and down. So young. Can you even navigate this route? Yes. Sumu replied calmly. I've traversed this road 7 times over the past month. The sergeant raised an eyebrow. Fine then. Take the 3rd truck. Ride with squad leader Li and his men. Remember, obey all orders en route. No wandering off. Yes, sir. Inside the 3rd truck's cargo bed, wooden crates were stacked high and covered with waterproof tarpaulins. 2 escort soldiers sat near the rear, whispering softly. Spotting Sumu climbing aboard, the taller, leaner one gave a curt nod. New recruit. Sit over there. He pointed to an empty ammunition crate tucked into a corner. Sumu sat, placing his backpack beside his feet. The engine roared to life. The convoy rumbled out of camp, jolting eastward along the rutted dirt road. The journey was silent, save for the drone of engines and the crunch of tires over gravel. Sumu closed his eyes to rest, yet his ears remained attuned to every shift in the surrounding soundscape. Some 10 kilometers in, the tall soldier suddenly spoke. Heard you cleared the ironback ant nest last night. 0 casualties. Word traveled fast. Lucky break, Sumu said, opening his eyes. More than luck, surely, interjected the round-faced escort, leaning closer. One Eye's notorious for stinginess, yet he personally recommended you for this escort mission. You must possess rare skill. Squad leader One Eye values talent, Sumu replied evasively. Values talent. The tall soldier scoffed. In the suicide team, there are only 2 kinds: those about to die, and those already dead. If he sent you out, it's either because you truly hold value, or because someone specifically requested you. The implication hung heavy in the air. Sumu said nothing, merely gazing out the window at the desolate landscape flashing past. Half an hour later, the convoy halted for rest on a stretch of relatively flat wasteland. Soldiers disembarked to stretch their legs, smoke, and inspect their vehicles. Sumu also climbed down, settling onto a roadside boulder and taking a sip from his canteen. Sumu. A gentle voice sounded beside him. He looked up. A middle-aged man in quartermaster uniform stood there, 40-odd years old, gold-rimmed spectacles perched neatly upon his nose, hair combed with meticulous precision, a practiced smile gracing his lips. Chun Wenyuan. Quartermaster Chun, Sumu rose to his feet. Please sit. No need for formality, Chun Wen-yuan said, seating himself beside him and producing an elegant metal canteen. Tiring journey, isn't it? Conditions in the suicide team, truly austere. One grows accustomed. Ah, youth, that resilience. Chun Wen-yuan took a sip, his gaze lingering thoughtfully behind his lenses. Incidentally, I knew your parents. Sumu's fingers tightened almost imperceptibly. 3 years ago, when they applied to explore the Dark Abyss corridor, I helped coordinate their supplies. Chun Wen-yuan's tone grew wistful. Su Zhe and Lin Yu, both exceptional relic scholars. Tragic though, after that mission, they vanished without trace. He sighed softly. Quartermaster Chun, did you seek me out for a reason? Sumu asked directly. Chun Wen-yuan blinked, then smiled. Straightforward, aren't you? Good. Then let me be equally direct. Leaning forward, he lowered his voice. I'm aware of what transpired at Qinglan Martial Academy. How Chun Hao behaved. That boy did go too far. But he's young, still unformed. His family has already disciplined him. As for your expulsion, on that matter I can intervene, reinstate your enrollment. Even arrange a transfer to a more prestigious martial academy, with guaranteed admission to the Eastern Theater Officer Academy upon graduation. The offer was laid bare. Sumu's expression remained impassive. And the price? Price? Chun Wen-yuan adjusted his spectacles. Hardly a price, merely a request. I'd like you to hand over the research notes your parents left you. Research notes. Precisely, Chun Wen-yuan's eyes gleamed with sudden intensity. On the Dark Abyss corridor. Before their disappearance, your parents' final transmission indicated they discovered something extraordinary deep within the ruins. Something monumental. Those notes may record its exact location and the means to enter. Sumu fell silent. So that was it. The Chun family wasn't interested in him. They coveted the legacy his parents might have left behind. I don't possess those notes, he said. After my parents vanished, the academy and relevant authorities searched our home 3 times. Nothing was found. Perhaps they concealed them somewhere unknown to you. Chun Wen-yuan pressed urgency, sharpening his tone. Think again, carefully. Hand them over, and the Chun family guarantees your future, unlimited ascent. Even, help uncover the truth behind your parents' disappearance. An alluring proposition, yet not a single word held weight for Sumu. I truly do not have them, he said, rising. Unless Quartermaster Chun has further business, I'll return to the truck. Chun Wen-yuan's smile faded. He watched Sumu's retreating back for several seconds, his gaze behind those polished lenses turning glacial. Then he withdrew a miniature comm link from his coat, tapped a sequence, and murmured quietly. He refuses cooperation. Proceed with Plan 2. When Sumu reboarded the truck, the 2 escorts' eyes followed him. Not casually now, but with sharp scrutiny and quiet wariness. The convoy resumed its journey, but the atmosphere had shifted palpably. The tall soldier ceased conversing, his hand resting deliberately near his holstered sidearm. The round-faced escort kept glancing into the rearview mirror as if verifying some unseen presence. Sumu leaned back against the truck's corrugated wall, eyes closed, his brow mark faintly warm. With a subtle shift of will, a spectral shinobi materialized silently beneath the truck's chassis, adhering to the shadow like a sliver of cold iron. Shared vision activated. Through the shinobi's eyes he saw, 500 meters behind the convoy, 2 unmarked black SUVs trailed at a measured, unwavering distance. The convoy continued to drive for about 5 kilometers. Ahead, the dirt road turned into an abandoned mining area, collapsed scaffolding, rusty rail cars, and several dark cave entrances resembling the open mouths of giant beasts. This is an excellent ambush point. Sumu opened his eyes. He gently tapped on the partition between the cockpit and the rear compartment. Squad leader, the situation in the mining area ahead seems off. What's wrong? We've driven this road dozens of times, nothing's ever happened. The tall, thin man turned back impatiently. It's too quiet. Sumu pointed out of the window. There aren't even any birds chirping. The tall, thin man exchanged glances with the round-faced guard. Both finally sensed the anomaly. In the past, passing through here, they would at least see a few vultures circling around the scaffolding or mutated rats scurrying through the ruins. But today there was nothing. Silence. Stop the vehicle. The tall, thin man shouted into the cockpit. The convoy slowly came to a halt. The 5 vehicles spread out into a defensive formation, and the soldiers got out, guns drawn, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Chun Wen-yuan also got out from the front passenger seat of the first vehicle, his eyes scanning the ruins behind his golden-rimmed glasses, his expression neutral. A sergeant hurried over. Commander Chun, there may be a problem ahead. Taking a detour would add 3 hours to our journey. Chun Wen-yuan glanced at his watch. The front line is urgently waiting for this batch of supplies. We can't delay. But send 2 people to scout ahead first. Chun Wenyuan interrupted him, then looked at Sumu. Sumu, you and your daring squad have rich experience. You take someone with you. This is clearly a trap. Sending Sumu to scout regardless of whether there are ambushes ahead, he would be the first to die. But Sumu did not refuse. All right. He drew his long knife. Who will come with me? The soldiers exchanged glances, and no one responded. Finally, it was the round-faced guard who gritted his teeth. He'll go. The two of them carefully made their way into the ruins of the mining area, one in front of the other. Beneath their feet were gravel and rusty metal scraps, and the air was thick with the smell of rust and some bloody scent. Sumu slowed his pace. He closed his eyes for half a second, and through the shared vision hidden beneath the vehicle already saw 3 figures crouching in the left cave. Behind the collapsed scaffolding on the right, there were 4 more. In the underground rail car directly ahead, there were a total of 9 ambushers, all dressed in black combat gear, wearing makeshift gas masks, armed with standard submachine guns and shotguns. They were not beasts. They were human. Be careful, the round-faced guard said, his voice trembling. I have a feeling. Something is watching us. Indeed there is. Sumu suddenly stopped, lowering his voice. Listen, when I count to 3, you run to the right behind that abandoned car, and don't look back. What? What about you? Just do as I say. Sumu tightened his grip on the knife and began counting down. 1. The round-faced guard was sweating profusely. 2. A faint sound of metal scraping came from the left cave. 3. Sumu suddenly lunged to the left front. Almost simultaneously, a flash of fire lit up in the left cave. Bang! 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 3 bullets zipped past the spot where he had just stood, striking the gravel and sparking. The round-faced guard screamed and rolled toward the abandoned car. The gunfire exposed their position. The 9 ambushers opened fire simultaneously. Bullets poured down like a torrential rain, striking the ruins, sending shards flying and filling the air with dust. Sumu moved quickly between cover, evading the bullets with precision with every roll. His movements were unnaturally fast, as if he could predict where the bullets would land. In reality, he could. Through the shared vision of the ninjas, he saw the direction each gun was aimed. But that was not enough. Passive evasion would eventually lead to being hit. He needed an opportunity. The opportunity came. One ambusher emptied his magazine, and just as he bent down to reload, Sumu burst from behind cover like a ghost, closing the 10-meter distance in the blink of an eye. The long knife sliced through the neck beneath the gas mask, blood spraying. The ambusher clutched his throat and fell. Kill level 1 creature, 1 Shadow Legion quota 1. Indeed, humans also count as creatures. He's over there. Focus fire. The remaining 8 ambushers turned their guns. But Sumu had already vanished into the smoke. He leaned against a half-buried car, panting. With a flicker of his mind, he summoned, not 1 but 10. All 10 slots he had just filled summoned. 10 shadows emerged from the shadows of the ruins. Underneath vehicles, inside cave walls, behind rusted metal sheets. They had no physical form and were not afraid of bullets. The moment they appeared, they lunged at the nearest ambusher. Screams erupted one after another. One ambusher had just raised his gun when a ninja emerged from behind and pierced his heart. Another tried to flee, only to be pinned down by 3 ninjas, at once his throat slashed. The third attempted to throw a hand grenade, but his arm was severed before he could lift it. A massacre. A one-sided massacre. 10 ninjas against 8 armed ambushers. In close quarters, the outcome was inevitable. Sumu didn't even need to take action again. He merely leaned against the wreckage of the mine cart, listening to the system's notifications echoing in his mind. Kill level 1 creature, 111. 30 seconds later, the gunfire ceased. The screams also stopped. As the dust settled, 9 corpses lay in the ruins, blood slowly seeping into the black soil. 10 ninjas stood silently beside the bodies, their dark red eyes flickering in the smoke. Sumu stood up. He walked over to one of the corpses, crouched down, and pulled off the gas mask. Beneath was a strange face in his 30s with a scar across it. There was no identification, and the weapon was a model circulating in the black market. But Sumu noticed a small black tattoo on the web of the man's right hand. A coiled snake. Are you all right? The round-faced guard peeked out from behind the abandoned vehicle, his face pale. I'm fine, Sumu replied, standing up. The ambushers have all been dealt with. Dealt with? The round-faced guard's eyes widened as he looked at the bodies strewn all around, and then at the standing black shadows. These are my helpers. Sumu did not hide it. Now we should head back. With a flick of his mind, the 10 ninjas simultaneously transformed into black smoke and dissipated. But just then a system notification rang out. Detected special kill, trained combat personnel, achievement, unlock professional killer, kill more than 10 organized hostile humans, reward mental power 5, current mental power 2727. Very good. Sumu took a deep breath, gripping the still dripping long knife. and turned to walk back toward the convoy. The round-faced guard blinked in astonishment and hurried to catch up. As the two emerged from the ruins, the soldiers from the convoy had already gathered, guns raised. Upon seeing Sumu covered in blood, yet unharmed, and only the round-faced guard behind him, everyone wore expressions of shock. Chun Wenyuan stood beside the vehicle, his eyes behind the golden-rimmed glasses fixed intently on Sumu. Then his gaze fell upon the bloodied knife in Sumu's hand. "What happened to the ambushers?" the sergeant asked nervously. "They're all dead," Sumu replied, sheathing the knife. "9 of them, all dead." Silence. Everyone stared at him as if looking at a monster. After a long moment, Chun Wenyuan slowly spoke. "How did they die?" Sumu turned his head, meeting his gaze. The corners of his mouth curled into a faint arc. "I killed them." When the convoy set off again, the atmosphere was so oppressive that it felt as if it could be wrung out for water. No one spoke to Sumu anymore. The soldiers' gazes toward him had shifted from disdain to fear. One person, one blade, killing 9 fully armed ambushers in 30 seconds. This was something no human could achieve. Sumu sat in the corner of the carriage with his eyes closed, appearing to rest. In reality, he was organizing the gains from earlier. 9 ambushers plus the previous 441 slots brought the total number of the Shadow Legion to 450. The achievement reward of 5 points of mental energy had caused his upper limit to soar to 27 points. Moreover, the mental energy consumed in the recent battle had mostly recovered, currently standing at 2,427. More importantly, he had validated a hypothesis: humans are also living beings, and killing them could equally increase his slots. This meant, if he wanted to rapidly expand his legion, the enemies could also be humans. This thought flashed through his mind, but was quickly suppressed. Not yet. The timing was not ripe and his strength was insufficient. Finally, the convoy stopped in front of the gate of the 3rd Legion's base at the front lines. This was a military fortress built against the mountains with walls towering 10 meters high, equipped with heavy machine guns and energy turrets. Soldiers in dark green uniforms patrolled the walls, creating a tense atmosphere. Compared to the reckless camp of the Suicide Squad, this place felt like another world. "Get out, submit to inspection." The sergeant jumped out of the vehicle, signaling everyone to line up. The soldiers placed their weapons in the designated area and queued to pass through the security check. Sumu also handed over his long knife and followed the line forward. Next to the security check, a screen displayed everyone's basic information. When it was Sumu's turn, the screen flickered several times, displaying a red warning: identity, Eastern Front, 3rd Suicide Squad, temporary rank, none, permission restricted. The security soldier frowned and glanced at him from the Suicide Squad. "What are you doing here?" "Escorting a transport team." Sumu presented the proof issued by the one-eyed cat. The soldier glanced at the proof, then looked at Sumu's youthful face, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. "You're the one who killed 9 ambushers." "News travels fast." "Just lucky," Sumu repeated. "Lucky." The soldier scoffed. "All right, go in. Remember, don't run around in the camp. You can only move in designated areas." Passing through the gate, the view opened up. On the spacious training ground, hundreds of soldiers were training. Shouts, gunfire, and the sounds of combat clashed together, the air thick with the scent of sweat and machine oil. On either side of the road were neatly arranged barracks, some made of brick and stone, others of prefabricated panels. In the distance, one could see garages, armories, medical stations, and even a small training area. Everything here was orderly, brimming with a sense of power. In stark contrast to the unpredictable hellhole of the Suicide Squad, the supplies from the transport team were quickly unloaded and moved into the warehouse. As Chun Wenyuan got out of the vehicle, he was surrounded by several officers, seemingly handing over documents. He stole a glance at Sumu, his expression complex, but did not approach. The sergeant walked over and handed Sumu a metal badge. "This is a temporary pass valid for 3 days. You will be accommodated in Barracks 7 of Zone C, and meals are taken in the cafeteria. After 3 days, a vehicle will take you back to the Suicide Squad." "Thank you," Sumu replied as he accepted the badge. "Also," the sergeant hesitated, lowering his voice, "you'd better keep a low profile. What happened earlier has already reached the camp commander's ears. In the military camp, they frown upon those who exhibit excessive personal heroism." This was a kind reminder. Sumu nodded. "I understand." Zone C was located on the west side of the camp, designated for temporary personnel. Barracks 7 was a simple prefabricated structure containing 6 bunk beds with 5 available spots. The only other occupant was a gray-haired veteran lying on the bed reading. Upon seeing Sumu enter, the veteran raised his eyes. "New here. How long are you staying?" 3 days. "Oh." The veteran lowered his head to read again. "The lower bunk on the left is available. Make yourself comfortable. Lights out at 10. Wake up call at 6. Don't be late." A very concise briefing. Sumu placed his backpack on the bed and tidied up his bedding a bit. Then he sat on the edge of the bed and closed his eyes. His mind sank into the system. 450 slots. If he summoned them all, what kind of scene would it create? He wanted to try. Of course not here. He needed to find a place without people. At dinner time, Sumu followed the flow of people to the cafeteria. The food in the 3rd Legion was far better than that of the Suicide Squad. Large pieces of stewed meat, fresh vegetables, and even fruit. Soldiers queued for their meals, noisy yet orderly. Sumu found a corner to sit down with his tray, and after taking a couple of bites, someone sat down across from him. It was the security soldier from the morning. Zhao Tai. The soldier took a bite of food and spoke indistinctly about this morning. Sorry, my attitude wasn't so good. It's fine. Sumu continued eating. Actually, I'm curious. Zhao Tai leaned in a bit. Did you really kill 9 by yourself? Yeah. Those guys are all veterans, well equipped. Sumu looked up at him. Why are you asking this? Just want to learn a few. Zhao Tai grinned. I've been doing security here for 3 years. It's so boring. If I could learn some real skills, maybe I could apply for a transfer to the combat unit. A very straightforward reason. Sumu thought for a moment. Just be quick on your feet and have some luck. This statement was essentially meaningless. Zhao Tai was not angry, shrugging. All right, if you don't want to share, that's fine. But be careful tonight. News travels fast in the military camp. Zhao Tai lowered his voice about what happened this morning. Someone has already set their sights on you. The Bloodwolves love to seek out newcomers like you for some sparring. Bloodwolves. Sumu noted this name. After dinner, the sky was not yet dark. Sumu strolled slowly in the camp, familiarizing himself with the surroundings. When he reached the training ground at the edge of the camp, he stopped. The training ground was large, divided into several areas: shooting range, wrestling platform, obstacle course, and a space dedicated to practicing melee weapons. At that moment, a crowd had gathered around the wrestling platform, cheering. On the platform, 2 muscular men were grappling, their muscles bulging, sweat flying. One of them suddenly exerted strength, throwing his opponent off the platform, raising both hands in triumph. The crowd erupted in cheers. Who else? The victorious warrior scanned the crowd, his gaze landing on Sumu. He grinned. A new face, huh? From the Suicide Squad. Why not come up and have a go? All eyes instantly focused on Sumu. The crowd surrounding the fighting platform automatically parted to clear a path. All eyes were fixated on Sumu. Some with curiosity, some with mockery, and most with excitement, eager to see the spectacle unfold. The burly man on the stage stood at least 6'3", his muscles bulging like iron block scars, marring his chest and arms. He flexed his thick neck, producing a cracking sound, his gaze filled with unmasked provocation. Sumu stood still, evaluating. The strength of this burly man seemed to be around the 2nd level of a martial artist, and his physical power alone could easily crush most martial disciples. Moreover, the scars on his body indicated a wealth of combat experience. Fighting him head-on was not a wise choice. What's wrong, scared? The burly man scoffed. Even the daredevils are this timid. Laughter erupted around them. Sumu raised his gaze and calmly asked, what are the rules? Rules. The burly man was taken aback for a moment before laughing even louder. What rules could there be on the fighting platform? Fight until you're knocked down. But don't worry, I'll be gentle. You'll only be lying down for 3 days. Sumu nodded slightly. Then he turned and walked away. Hey, where are you going? The burly man shouted from the stage. To change clothes, Sumu replied without looking back. It's inconvenient to fight in this outfit. 5 minutes later, Sumu returned to the training ground. He had changed into the simple training outfit issued by the Daredevil squad, a coarse short-sleeved shirt and long pants with severely worn military boots. As he ascended the wooden steps to the fighting platform, there was a moment of silence from the crowd. It was because he was too thin. Compared to the burly man who resembled a tower, Sumu's figure looked like a mere stick. Although his arms were sturdy, they lacked the explosive muscle definition. The contrast was strikingly absurd. Kid, it's still not too late to admit defeat, the burly man grinned. Otherwise, when I break your bones later, don't come crying. Sumu said nothing, simply stepping to the center of the stage, his feet shoulder-width apart, assuming a very basic starting stance. Trying to put on a show. The burly man huffed and suddenly charged forward. His speed was incredible. Weighing over 200 pounds, his steps made the wooden platform creak, and his right fist swung towards Sumu's face like a hammer. If that punch landed, it would surely crack his skull. Gasps erupted from the crowd. Yet Sumu did not. He stepped back with his left foot slightly, turned his body, raised his right hand. Not to block, but to whip it out like a whip, his palm striking precisely at the inner side of the burly man's wrist. Smack! The crisp sound resonated. The burly man's punch was deflected, whizzing past Sumu's ear, the force of the punch stinging his cheek. At the same time, Sumu's left hand shot out, fingers together like a knife, stabbing toward the burly man's ribs. That was a weak point on the human body, lacking thick muscle protection, only skin and ribs. The burly man reacted quickly, pressing his left arm down to block. But at the last moment, Sumu's thrust changed direction. Transforming into a slap, his palm landed on the burly man's left bicep, using the force to retreat and create distance. The entire process took less than 2 seconds. Silence fell over the crowd. Outsiders watched the spectacle while insiders observed the skill. In those few exchanges, Sumu displayed astonishing technique, precise judgment, cunning angles, and fluid transitions. More importantly, there was that calmness. Facing a heavy punch, he didn't even blink. The burly man's expression darkened. He no longer underestimated Sumu, beginning to circle around him, his steps cautious. Sumu stood his ground, body slightly bent, eyes fixed on the opponent's shoulder. That was key to judging the direction of an attack. "You've got some skill. Then I'll get serious," the burly man declared. Before his words faded, he lunged again. But this time it wasn't a straight punch, but a combination attack. His left hook feinted, his right leg sweeping low, while his left hand reached for Sumu's collar. 3 attacks came at once. Sumu narrowed his eyes. He stepped back half a step to evade the low sweep, parried the hook with his left hand, and then, instead of retreating, he advanced. At the moment the burly man grabbed his collar, Sumu twisted his body like an eel, slipping under the opponent's armpit, while his right elbow struck fiercely against the burly man's lower back. Ugh! The burly man grunted the sharp pain in his lower back, causing his movements to slow. Seizing the moment, Sumu's right leg shot up like lightning, his heel kicking against the burly man's knee joint, one of the most fragile joints in the human body. The burly man dropped to one knee, his left hand bracing against the ground to prevent completely falling. But Sumu's follow-up was already upon him. He locked the burly man's neck from behind, wrapping his legs around the opponent's waist, his entire body sticking to him like an octopus. A rear naked choke. "Let go!" the burly man roared, struggling desperately. But once the rear naked choke was in place, unless there was a vast difference in strength, it was extremely difficult to escape. Moreover, Sumu's lock was exceptionally precise, pressing against the carotid artery, rapidly diminishing blood flow to the brain. The burly man's face began to flush, and his struggling strength waned. 10 seconds. 20 seconds. After 30 seconds, his hands weakly dropped from the wooden platform, and he slumped down. Sumu immediately released him and stepped back 2 paces. A deathly silence enveloped the crowd. Everyone stared at the stage. The burly man lay on the ground, gasping for breath, while Sumu stood nearby, slightly out of breath, yet unscathed. "Did he win?" someone murmured. Then a thunderous cheer erupted. In the military camp where strength was revered, Sumu had proven himself in the most direct way. "Well done," a voice called from the crowd. Sumu turned to see a lieutenant around 30 years old standing there with 2 stripes and a star on his shoulder, Lieutenant Jokai. The officer was tall and lean, with a stern face and sharp eyes like an eagle. He stepped onto the stage, glancing at the still prone burly man before turning to Sumu. "Are you from the Daredevil squad?" "Yes." "What's your name?" "Sumu." The officer nodded. "I'm the deputy commander of the reconnaissance platoon in the 3rd Army Corps, Jokai. Are you interested in joining the reconnaissance platoon?" As soon as he said this, the crowd erupted in chatter. The reconnaissance platoon was the elite of the 3rd Army Corps, with extremely strict selection criteria and treatment more than double that of regular troops. A newcomer from the Daredevil squad was directly invited by the deputy commander. Sumu did not answer immediately. He was deep in thought. The Daredevil squad was only a temporary stepping stone. He would eventually need to enter the regular army system. The reconnaissance platoon sounded like a good choice. But was the timing right? "I need time to consider," Sumu replied. Jokai did not press further. "Take 3 days. When you've made up your mind, come find me at the reconnaissance platoon's base." After saying this, he turned and left the crowd, parting to make way for him. Sumu jumped off the stage and headed towards the barracks. Behind him, various discussions arose, but he paid them no mind. Upon returning to Barrack 7 in Zone C, the soldier reading a book looked up and glanced at him. "I heard you took down the Iron Bear. So that burly man is called Iron Bear." "Just luck," Sumu replied, sticking to his words. The veteran chuckled and resumed reading, not saying anything more. Sumu lay on his bed, closing his eyes. The system interface unfolded in his consciousness. Although he hadn't used the shadow troops in that battle, he could feel his body was adapting, his reactions were quickening, and his combat instincts were awakening. Moreover, his mental strength had recovered a bit more, now at 2,527. Very good. He turned over, preparing to rest. At that moment, the Barrack door was gently knocked upon. The knocking on the door was light, yet rhythmic. 3 knocks, a pause, followed by 2 more. Sumu sat up and glanced towards the door. The old soldier reading a book also lifted his head, and the 2 exchanged a glance. "Looking for you?" the old soldier asked. "I don't know," Sumu replied as he got off the bed and walked to the door without immediately opening it. Who is it? A hushed voice came from outside. Sumu. It's Zhao Tai, the one from the morning security check. Sumu cracked the door open. Zhao Tai stood outside, changed into casual clothes, holding a small cloth bag. He looked around to ensure no one was watching before squeezing inside. What's up? Sumu closed the door. Zhao Tai placed the cloth bag on the table and opened it, revealing several pieces of jerky, 2 apples, and a small bottle of alcohol. Brought you some food, he grinned. The food at the military canteen fills you up, but doesn't taste good. These are private goods collected by the old soldiers. Give them a try. It was clearly a gesture of goodwill. Sumu did not refuse, saying, thank you. No need to be polite. Zhao Tai pulled up a stool and lowered his voice. Actually, I came to remind you about the fight on the platform during the day. You've stirred up trouble. Tai Xiong. Not just him, Zhao Tai shook his head. Tai Xiong is part of the Blood Wolf. Blood Wolf isn't a single person, it's a small group with some power in the 3rd Army Corps. You publicly knock Tai Xiong down, slap their face, they will definitely come back for revenge. Sumu picked up a piece of jerky and chewed slowly, asking, how will they come for me? It's hard to say, Zhao Tai replied seriously. It could be a spar, or they might set you up. In any case, be careful these 3 days, it's best not to be alone. Understood. Zhao Tai was surprised to see him so calm. Aren't you afraid? Is being afraid useful, eh? True enough. By the way, what do you think about Deputy Company Commander Zhou? Still considering it. I advise you to agree. Zhao Tai spoke even lower. Though the reconnaissance company is dangerous, the benefits are good, and Deputy Company Commander Zhou is protective. If you join his company, those from Blood Wolf won't dare to act openly against you. Sumu glanced at him. Why are you helping me? I think you're not a bad person, Zhao Tai replied frankly, and I can see that you're different from those reckless daredevils. You have skills, you just lack an opportunity. His words were sincere. Sumu remained silent for a few seconds, then said thanks. You're welcome. Zhao Tai stood up. I have to get back. I have another shift tonight. Remember my words, be careful. He walked to the door and turned back. If you really run into trouble, feel free to find me. I'm in Block B, Room 3. You can find it, right? I can find it. Zhao Tai nodded and pushed the door open to leave. The barracks fell silent once more. The old soldier closed his book and looked at Sumu. Zhao Tai is a decent guy. He has good relations in the military. It's a good thing he wants to help you. Sumu did not respond, continuing to eat the jerky. The apple was sweet and the alcohol was a cheap, spicy liquor that burned the throat but warmed the body. After finishing, he lay back down on the bed but did not sleep. He was waiting for the night to deepen. At 1 o'clock in the morning, the camp fell completely silent. Only the distant watchtower still had a light, and occasional footsteps of the patrol could be heard. Sumu rose silently, put on his training uniform, opened the window, and climbed out. Block C was close to the edge of the camp, and beyond the wall was the wilderness. He moved like a shadow among the barracks, avoiding the patrol routes, and 10 minutes later arrived at the base. There was a relatively low section of the wall with several footprints indicating that he was not the only one who had climbed over here. Sumu easily scaled the wall, landing almost soundlessly. 30 meters beyond the wall was a forest. He slipped into the woods, walked another 100 meters, confirmed the area was safe, and stopped. It was time. He closed his eyes, his mind sinking into the dark hall. 450 pairs of crimson eyes opened simultaneously in the void, silently awaiting commands. Come out. First 10 of you. 10 dark shadows emerged from the various shadows within the woods, their dark red eyes glimmering under the moonlight. They knelt on one knee before Sumu like the most loyal guards. Sumu could clearly sense the state of each ninja and could take control of their vision at any time. This feeling of control was intoxicating. Form ranks. The 10 ninjas quickly arranged themselves into 2 rows. Attack that tree. The ninja at the front instantly moved, bringing his right hand together like a blade, stabbing towards the side of a tree trunk as thick as a bowl. Thud. His fingers penetrated the bark and delved deep into the wood. The force was stronger than before. Perhaps due to his enhanced mental strength, the entire corps had gained a slight boost. Merge. Sumu focused his mind on 2 ninjas. The 2 ninjas transformed into black smoke, merging into a slightly larger entity known as a ghost shadow jonin. Strength Martial Disciple Level 7. Consumption 0. 25 mental strength per minute. Sumu instructed the jonin to demonstrate its abilities. Faster speed, greater strength, and capable of executing more complex commands such as infiltrate that position and attack after 3 seconds. Very good. Continue to merge. He merged the other 8 basic ninjas in pairs, resulting in 4 jonin. Now there were a total of 5 jonin. Keep merging. He attempted to merge 2 jonin. 2 clusters of black smoke intertwined and compressed, finally solidifying into a larger ninja, nearly 2 meters tall with strong limbs and even deeper dark red eyes. System notification 2 Ghost Shadow Jonin merged into Ghost Shadow General Strength upgraded to Martial Artist Level 1 consumption increased to 0. 6 mental strength per minute. Martial Artist level. Su Mu's eyes lit up. He had the general move about for a moment, its strength, speed, and reaction far exceeded that of the Jonin. Moreover, it seemed to possess a faint intelligence capable of understanding commands on a tactical level. Attack that tree but avoid the trunk, and only peel the bark. The general nodded slightly, and then transformed into a shadow rushing towards the trunk. It did not use its hands, but instead drew 2 shadow blades from its waist, short knives formed from condensed shadows incredibly sharp. The blade flashed repeatedly, neatly stripping a circle of bark from the tree, leaving the trunk unscathed. Precise control. Su Mu continued to experiment. He merged the remaining 3 Jonin to form a second general. Then he attempted to merge 2 generals. However, it failed. System notification merging failed. Current mental strength is insufficient to support higher-tier units. It seemed there was a threshold. However, it didn't matter. 2 martial artist level generals were already formidable combat strength. Su Mu had them return to their basic form and began testing numerical advantages. He summoned 50 basic ninjas all at once. 50 pairs of crimson eyes lit up in the woods, dense and silent. The pressure was so intense that even Su Mu felt his heart race. He commanded them to disperse, hide, and encircle. The 50 ninjas instantly scattered like ink droplets, merging into the water, disappearing into the shadows of the forest. But Su Mu could clearly sense their locations. On trees, in the grass behind rocks, and even in the shallow gaps underground. Perfect concealment. If those 9 ambushers had faced these 50 ninjas, the outcome would have been a foregone conclusion. The testing lasted for an hour. Su Mu tried various combinations and grasped the general patterns: basic ninja, martial disciple level, 3 consumption 0. 1 per minute suitable for swarm tactics. Jonin martial disciple level 7-0. 25 per minute suitable for squad combat. General martial artist level 10. 6 per minute suitable for elite raids. Currently, the maximum fusion can only reach general level. Higher tiers require increased mental strength or system unlocking. The more units in the core, the broader the overall sensing range. Currently 450 units with a maximum sensing radius of about 500 meters. That was sufficient. At least on the level of the Daredevils and the 3rd Army Corps, it was enough. At 3 o'clock in the morning, Su Mu recalled all the ninjas and climbed back over the wall into the camp. He stealthily snuck back into the barracks. When he lay down on the bed, the old soldier turned over and mumbled, "Did you go out?" "Yeah. Youth is great, full of energy," the old soldier said, no more soon, beginning to snore lightly. Su Mu closed his eyes. The system interface unfolded in his consciousness. Next extraction, cooldown 28 days. There were 28 days left. Before that, he needed to establish his footing in the military while continuing to expand his core. The ironback ant nest was a good target, but it wasn't enough. He needed more efficient killing. Outside the window, the moonlight shone like water. A cold arc formed at the corner of Su Mu's mouth. The next morning, as the wake-up call rang out, Su Mu awoke. The military camp followed a strict schedule: wake up at 6, morning exercises at 6:30, and breakfast at 7. He followed the crowd to the cafeteria, and while waiting in line for food, he could distinctly feel the gazes directed at him. More than yesterday, and far more complex. The news of the fighting platform had spread. "Is that the one from the suicide squad? Did you hear? He took down Iron Bear with a naked choke." "Really? Is it possible for Iron Bear to be taken down like that?" The murmurs were low, but Su Mu heard them clearly. He held his tray and found a seat by the window. Just as he took a couple of bites, 2 people sat down across from him. They were not Zhao Tai. They were 2 unfamiliar soldiers, one with a scarred face and the other bald, both clad in training uniforms, muscular with unfriendly expressions. "You are Su Mu, right?" The scarred face slammed his tray down. "How did you sleep last night?" "Not bad," Su Mu replied, continuing to eat. "Our boss wants to have a word with you." The bald man grinned, revealing a gold tooth. "Over there." Su Mu followed his gaze. In the corner of the cafeteria, a long table was occupied by 5 people. The one in the middle, around 30, with a buzz cut and a chunk missing from his left ear, was leisurely eating, not looking this way. It was a member of the Blood Wolf. "No time," Su Mu replied, picking up a piece of pickled vegetable. The scarred face's expression darkened. "Kid, don't be disrespectful when we are being nice to you. Our boss is inviting you, and that is a sign of respect." "I said no time." Su Mu's tone was calm, but the indifference in his calmness stunned both the scarred face and the bald man. They did not expect this seemingly frail young man to be so tough. The bald man slammed the table and stood up. "You're asking for trouble." With that slam, the entire cafeteria fell silent. Everyone looked over. In the corner, the man with the missing ear finally raised his head and glanced this way, then continued to eat. Not stopping him was a tacit approval. The bald man, sensing the signal, grew bolder and reached to grab Sumu by the collar. "Come with us." His hand had just reached halfway when Sumu moved. He did not stand up. Instead, his left hand shot out like lightning, fingers gripping the bald man's wrist, twisting it. Crack! A clear sound of bones breaking. "Halt!" The bald man screamed and knelt on the ground, his right wrist contorted at a strange angle. It was too fast. Fast enough that everyone failed to see what had happened. The scarred face reacted, roaring in fury, and swung his fist at Sumu's face. Sumu still did not rise. He held chopsticks in his right hand, released the bald man's wrist with his left, and met the scarred man's fist with an open palm. Smack. The fist hit the palm, producing a dull thud. Then it stopped. The scarred man's powerful fist, capable of breaking bricks, was caught by Sumu with one hand, unmoving. "What a—" The scarred man's pupils constricted. He tried to retract his fist, but Sumu's hand gripped it like a vice, unyielding. "What does your boss want to talk about?" Sumu finally looked up at the man in the corner with the missing ear. "Tell him to come here himself." His voice was not loud, but the entire cafeteria heard him clearly. The man with the missing ear put down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth, and stood up. As he walked over, the surrounding soldiers automatically cleared a path. This man walked steadily, his gaze sinister, emanating the aura of a third-level martial artist, much stronger than Iron Bear. "Not bad," the man with the missing ear said as he stood before Sumu, looking down at him. "No wonder you managed to take down Iron Bear." Sumu released the scarred man's fist, who staggered back, clutching his wrist, his face pale. "You are the Blood Wolf?" Sumu asked. "I am the Lone Wolf, the leader of the Blood Wolf." The man with the missing ear leaned forward, resting his hands on the table, staring into Sumu's eyes. "Kid, there are rules in the military camp. When newcomers arrive, they have to pay their respects, understand?" "I don't understand." "I will teach you. First, you must hand over 30% of your military achievements every month as tribute to us. Second, be available at all times no matter what we ask you to do. Third," he paused, his smile turning sinister. "Third, you owe compensation for hitting my man yesterday. An arm or 500 military achievements." A collective gasp filled the air. 500 military achievements would take an ordinary soldier half a year to accumulate. An arm would be ruined. This is not a negotiation, it is extortion. Sumu put down his chopsticks. Finally, he stood up and locked eyes with the Lone Wolf. The two were of similar height, but the Lone Wolf was bulkier and exuded a fiercer aura. "What if I refuse?" Sumu asked. "Refuse?" The Lone Wolf laughed. "Then, according to military camp regulations, on the fighting platform, a life-and-death battle. Are you brave enough?" The Lone Wolf was a third-level martial artist, while Sumu only appeared to be a fifth-level martial apprentice. In reality, he was a first-level martial artist, making the power disparity evident. Everyone thought Sumu would back down, but he did not. "All right," Sumu nodded. When Oi. The cafeteria fell completely silent. Even the Lone Wolf was taken aback. He did not expect Sumu to agree so readily. "Are you serious? Did you not want the rules?" Sumu's gaze was calm. "I will follow your rules. A life-and-death battle, I accept it. The time and place you decide." This composure made the Lone Wolf feel uneasy. This kid, why is he so confident? Had he hidden his strength? Impossible. The aura of a fifth-level martial apprentice was unmistakable. So was he just bluffing? The Lone Wolf squinted his eyes, scrutinizing Sumu, trying to find a flaw in his expression. But Sumu's face revealed nothing, only a deep tranquility. After a long while, the Lone Wolf suddenly laughed. "All right, you have guts." He straightened up. "Tonight at 8 o'clock at the fighting platform. Sign the life-and-death contract and may fate decide." With that, he turned and left. The scarred face helped the still screaming bald man up and shot Sumu a fierce glare before following. Once the Blood Wolf members left, the atmosphere in the cafeteria eased slightly. The soldiers' gazes towards Sumu had shifted from curiosity to the eyes of someone watching a dead man. A life-and-death battle with the Lone Wolf. A fifth-level martial apprentice against a third-level martial artist. There were easier ways to seek death. Sumu sat down again and continued to eat, as if nothing had happened. Zhao Tai rushed over with his tray, pale-faced. "Sumu, are you crazy? A life-and-death battle with the Lone Wolf." "He was the one who proposed it," Sumu said, chewing on a bun. "But you could refuse." Zhao Tai stomped his foot in anxiety. "The Lone Wolf is a third-level martial artist. He ranks in the top 50 of the 3rd Brigade. You can't defeat him." "If I can't defeat him, then we'll see." "What do you mean, we'll see?" Zhao Tai lowered his voice. "A life-and-death battle means someone can really die. The Lone Wolf has killed 3 people, all in the fighting platform." Sumu finally looked up at him. "So what?" "So hurry and find Deputy Platoon Leader Zhou." Let him mediate, or perhaps it can still be salvaged. Sumu shook his head. He swallowed his last bite of bun, picked up his soup bowl, took a sip, then set it down, and stood up. No need. He patted Zhao Tai's shoulder. Come watch the show tonight. With that, he carried his tray to the return area, his back straight like a gun. Zhao Tai stood frozen, watching his retreating figure, unable to speak for a long while. In the corner of the cafeteria, Zhou Kai sat at another table, having witnessed everything. He raised his teacup, took a sip, and a faint smile crept onto his lips. Interesting. The entire day, Su Mu went nowhere. He returned to Barracks 7 in Zone C, sat cross-legged on the bed, and closed his eyes to recuperate. The old soldier who had been reading went out for a while and returned with some news. The old soldier said with a hint of glee in his tone, "A gambling match has started in the military camp. Your odds are 10 to 1. On the Lone Wolf side, it's 1.1. Sumu opened his eyes and asked, "Can I bet on myself?" The old soldier was momentarily taken aback, then laughed. In theory, yes. But how much military merit do you have right now? The military merits of the Suicide Squad do not apply to regular troops and must be exchanged at a specific place. Sumu calculated that last night's escort mission and the extermination of the ant's nest would roughly earn him 50 points of regular military merit. About 50, he said. That's not enough, the old soldier shook his head. The total bets in the gambling match have already exceeded 5,000 military merits, all played by those veteran soldiers. 5,000 military merits would allow an ordinary soldier to live comfortably in the camp for 2 years. Sumu thought for a moment. Where can I take on tasks that quickly earn military merit? Are you trying to sharpen your sword at the last moment? The old soldier shook his head. There's not enough time. Besides, the lone wolf at the 3rd level of martial arts can't be dealt with just by studying hard at the last minute. I'm not trying to deal with him. Sumu closed his eyes again. I just want to earn some pocket money. The old soldier looked at him for a while and sighed. There is a task board next to the training ground with some scattered tasks listed. But those tasks are either too dangerous or too time-consuming, making them unsuitable. Sumu said nothing further. He was waiting for nightfall. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the barracks door was knocked. This time it was Zhou Kai. He was dressed in tidy military attire, and the stars on his shoulder epaulets shimmered faintly in the dim barracks. I heard you accepted the death match with the lone wolf. Zhou Kai got straight to the point. Reason? He was looking for trouble, I responded. It's that simple. Zhou Kai sat down by the bed and stared at Sumu for a few seconds. You are at the 5th level of martial arts while the lone wolf is at the 3rd level, a difference of 2 major realms. What makes you think you can win? Sumu countered. Does Vice Squad leader Zhou think him bound to lose? By common sense, yes, Zhou Kai admitted honestly, but you don't look like someone who's going to die easily. Sumu smiled. This was the first time he smiled today. Then that's enough, he said. Zhou Kai was silent for a moment and suddenly said, if you regret it now, I can mediate. The lone wolf will give me this face. No need, Sumu shook his head. I will handle my own matters. Stubborn. It's a principle. The two looked at each other for a few seconds, and Zhou Kai stood up. All right, he said. If you win, the reconnaissance battalion's door will always be open for you. If you lose. He didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning was clear. If you die, you lose everything. After Zhou Kai left, the old soldier put down his book and looked at Sumu. Aren't you afraid at all? Is being afraid useful, eh? Sumu replied as usual. At least, it can avoid unnecessary death, the old soldier said with a complex tone. Young man, sometimes taking a step back is not shameful. Sumu opened his eyes and looked at the sun gradually setting outside the window. Taking a step back will only let them take more. His voice was soft, but every word was like a nail. I don't want to step back, so I can only strike. The old soldier shook his head and did not persuade further. In the evening at 6 o'clock, Sumu left the barracks and went to the training ground. He needed to familiarize himself with the combat environment for the night. The fighting platform was in the center of the training ground, a wooden stage 10 meters square, surrounded by hemp ropes. The surface had already been trampled shiny with some areas still stained with dark red blood, left over from previous death matches. At this moment, quite a few people had gathered below the stage. They had come early to secure their spots. Upon seeing Sumu approach, the crowd automatically parted, casting various glances. Sympathy, regret, schadenfreude. He really dares to come. What a pity, I heard he's a good seedling. What use is a good seedling? If he doesn't know how to adapt, he deserves it. The discussions were unrestrained. Sumu ignored them and walked onto the fighting platform, circling its edges. He was assessing the hardness, elasticity, and light angles of each corner of the stage. At 8 o'clock, the sky was completely dark with only a few gas lamps illuminating the area. The contrast between light and dark could affect vision and judgment. He had to remember every detail. Hey! A voice came from below the stage. Sumu turned his head and saw Tai Xiong standing there, his right arm still bandaged. "What's the matter?" Sumu asked. Tai Xiong stepped onto the platform, standing in front of Sumu. This tower-like man wore a complex expression, looked at Sumu for a moment, and whispered, "Be careful of the lone wolf's left hand tonight. He practices a hidden force with his left hand." Tai Xiong lowered his voice even further. "He appears to attack with his right hand, but the lethal move comes from his left. Many people have been deceived by him, not even knowing how they died." This was a kind reminder. Sumu nodded. "No need to thank me." Tai Xiong turned to leave, but paused. "If you can win, help me break his 2 legs. He owes me that." After saying this, he jumped off the stage and disappeared into the crowd. At 7:30, the sky was completely dark. The gas lamps were lit, and the dim yellow light illuminated the fighting platform as bright as day. The area below the stage was already packed with people, at least 200 to 300. Death matches are rare in the military camp, and everyone came to watch the excitement. The gambling continued, and Sumu's odds had dropped to 8-1, but the majority still bet on the lone wolf. Sumu found a corner to sit down and closed his eyes to rest. At 7:50, the lone wolf arrived. He had changed into a tight black training outfit, and the muscles on his exposed arms were bulging with veins. The missing piece of his left ear appeared particularly ferocious under the lights. Behind him followed a dozen men from the Blood Wolf, including the scar-faced man and that bald man with a broken wrist. The lone wolf jumped onto the stage, moving his neck with crackling sounds. He looked at Sumu and grinned. "Kid, it's not too late to admit defeat now. Sign a contract of servitude to be my lackey for 3 years, and he'll spare your life." Sumu stood up without saying a word. He walked to the center of the stage, facing the lone wolf. The crowd instantly fell silent. Everyone held their breath. At 8 o'clock sharp, an officer resembling a referee walked onto the stage holding 2 sheets of paper. "The death contract, sign it, and you take responsibility for your life or death." Sumu took the pen and signed his name on the paper. The lone wolf signed as well. The officer collected the papers and stepped back to the audience. "The rules are simple," he announced loudly. "Until one side dies or admits defeat. To admit defeat, one must verbally say, 'I admit defeat,' and the other side must accept. Now, begin." The moment the words fell, the lone wolf moved. He wasted no time and charged straight at Sumu, his right fist launched like a cannonball. The full power of the 3rd level of martial arts erupted, tearing through the air with a piercing shriek. This punch was enough to punch through steel. Gasps erupted from the crowd. But Sumu did not dodge. He stood his ground, raised his right hand, fingers spread wide. Smack! The collision of fists produced a thunderous sound. The shockwave exploded outward from the two, causing people's hair to fly. Sumu caught it. He remained unmoved. Silence. The entire training ground was filled only with the hissing sound of the burning gas lamp. Everyone's eyes widened as they watched the incredible scene on stage. Sumu, the boy deemed a 5th-level martial apprentice, caught a full-force punch from the 3rd-level warrior lone wolf with just one hand. And he didn't budge an inch, not even taking half a step back. "Impossible," someone in the audience gasped. Lone wolf himself was stunned. He had unleashed 70% of his strength in that punch, which should have been enough to break the arm of a 5th-level martial apprentice or even pierce through the chest. But Sumu not only caught it, but the rebound force felt as hard as an iron plate. "You?" Lone wolf's pupils constricted. "You were hiding your strength." Sumu did not answer. He simply twisted his wrist, his fingers gripping Lone wolf's fist, and then he yanked hard. Lone wolf felt a tremendous force tugging him forward, causing him to stagger. At the same time, Sumu's left fist had already launched forward swift as lightning, aimed directly at Lone wolf's face. This punch was plain and unadorned, yet its speed, angle, and timing were terrifyingly precise. Lone wolf, being an experienced fighter, tilted his head to dodge in a rush. But Sumu's fist changed direction mid-flight, transforming into a palm that slammed heavily against Lone wolf's left shoulder. Bang! With a muffled thud, Lone wolf was sent flying sideways, sliding 3 meters on the stage before barely regaining his footing. The intense pain radiating from his left shoulder drained the color from his face. That palm had at least the power of a 1st-level warrior. "You are also a warrior." Lone wolf stared intently at Sumu, doubt creeping into his voice for the first time. Sumu shook his wrist and finally spoke, "1st-level warrior." These 4 words clearly resonated throughout the training ground. The audience erupted in an uproar. 1st-level warrior. Isn't he a martial apprentice? A 17-year-old 1st-level warrior. Such talent. No wonder he dared to accept a life-or-death battle. Amidst the shock, more people began to re-evaluate the boy on stage. At 17, a 1st-level warrior. This talent is top-notch even in the 3rd Brigade. Most soldiers consider it an achievement to break through to warrior status before the age of 25. Lone Wolf's face turned ashen. He finally understood that he had been played. This kid had been hiding his strength from the very beginning, deliberately luring him in. Good, very good. Lone Wolf gritted his teeth, moving his left shoulder, his gaze turning vicious. So what if you are a first-level warrior? I've killed more than one warrior. He no longer held back, unleashing the full aura of a third-level warrior. Waves of energy surged from him, causing his clothes to whip in the wind. His muscles bulged, veins protruded, and he resembled a fierce beast awakening. Let me show you the true gap. Lone Wolf lunged again. But this time his movement changed. No longer a straight advance, but rather a serpentine motion, swaying left and right, making it hard to predict. At the same time, his hands assumed a peculiar stance, the right hand in front, claw-like, the left hand behind, palm down, fingers trembling slightly. Iron Bear was right, the killing move was in the left hand. Sumu stood still, his gaze calm. The moment Lone Wolf lunged at him, he moved. No complicated footwork, no flashy moves, just a simple straight punch aimed at Lone Wolf's chest. A direct attack against an attack. Lone Wolf sneered, using his right hand to block, while his left hand silently emerged from beneath his ribs, fingers together like a blade stabbing towards Sumu's dantian. In-force piercing hand. If that hit, even a first-level warrior would suffer internal injuries. But Sumu's fist suddenly accelerated mid-flight. Fast. At least 30% quicker than Lone Wolf had anticipated. What a... Lone Wolf was shocked. He had no time to change his move and could only take it heat in. Bang! Sumu's fist landed solidly on Lone Wolf's chest. The sound of cracking bones was clearly audible. Lone Wolf was sent flying, his ribcage at least 3 bones broken. He spat out a mouthful of blood in midair, crashing heavily onto the stage and sliding to the edge before coming to a stop. Cough, cough. Cough. Lone Wolf struggled to get up, but the intense pain in his chest made his vision darken. That punch had at least the power of a second-level warrior. This kid was still hiding. The audience fell silent. Everyone was stunned by this punch. A third-level warrior sent flying by a first-level warrior. This completely defied common sense. Impossible. This can't be happening. Lone Wolf mumbled to himself, propping himself up and looking at Sumu with fear in his eyes. What exactly is your level? Sumu did not answer. He stepped forward, towering over Lone Wolf. Do you surrender, or shall you die? His voice was calm, but the icy killing intent made Lone Wolf shudder. He recalled the people he had killed in the fighting arena. Those people had looked at him with the same gaze just before. So this was the terrifying feeling of being stared down by death. Lone Wolf opened his mouth, wanting to surrender. But just as the words were on his lips, he swallowed them back. With so many underlings watching and so many bets placed on him, if he surrendered, he wouldn't be able to survive in the 3rd Brigade anymore. Face mattered more than life. I will not surrender. Lone Wolf roared, suddenly pulling a dagger from his boot. The cold light flashed as he aimed it straight at Sumu's calf. A sneak attack. Gasps erupted from the crowd. But Sumu seemed to have anticipated it. He didn't even look, simply lifting his right foot and stomping down hard. Crack. His foot landed precisely on Lone Wolf's wrist where he held the dagger. The wrist bone shattered. Oh! Lone Wolf let out a piercing scream as the dagger flew from his hand. Sumu bent down, picked up the dagger, and weighed it in his hand. Then he squatted down, looking at Lone Wolf's face twisted in pain. Iron Bear wants me to break your legs. His voice was low, audible only to the two of them. I think that's too light. He raised the dagger, the tip aimed at Lone Wolf's left knee. No. Please. I surrender. I surrender. Lone Wolf finally broke down, shouting hoarsely, I surrender. Let me go? Please. Sumu paused his action. He looked up at the referee officer below the stage. He surrenders. The officer was taken aback for a moment, then quickly reacted and rushed onto the stage. The outcome is decided. Sumu wins. The announcement echoed. However, below the stage there was still silence. Everyone stared at the stage. Lone Wolf lay there, bloody and twisted at the wrist. Sumu stood up, tossed the dagger aside, and brushed off the dust from his hands. That composure, that overwhelming presence, that invincible stance, deeply etched in the eyes of everyone present. Sumu jumped off the stage. The crowd parted automatically, no one daring to stop him. Zhao Tai squeezed through, mouth agape, taking a while to finally stammer out, You. Are you really a first-level warrior? Sumu glanced at him. I am now. After saying this, he walked through the crowd towards the barracks. Behind him, the bookmaker was on the verge of tears. Though not many bet on Sumu at the 8-to odds, it still amounted to several hundred military merits. And those who bet on Lone Wolf were all dumbfounded. When he returned to Barrack 7 in Zone C, it was already completely dark. The old soldier who had been reading was still there, and upon seeing Sumu enter, he put down his book and nodded. Well done, he said, but the trouble has just begun. Sumu took off his bloodied jacket. What trouble? Blood Wolf has two deputies, both second-level warriors. Lone Wolf is merely the figurehead, the real leader. Is Blood Wolf himself a fourth-level warrior? The old soldier paused and looked at Sumu. You've attacked the dog. The owner will soon come knocking. The next morning, as Sumu just got out of bed, Zhao Tai rushed over in a hurry. Sumu, the military merits from the betting have been settled. His face was a mix of excitement and pain. Your odds last night were 8-1. There weren't many bets placed on yourself, but the house still lost. 640 points of military merit. 640. Adding the original 50, Sumu now had 690 points of official military merit. This was already a significant sum in the military camp. Ordinary soldiers only received 20 points monthly, and accumulating 50 points in a month was considered good. Sumu took the metallic military merit card handed to him by Zhao Tai, which bore his name and number displaying the number 690. There's one more thing. Zhao Tai lowered his voice on the Blood Wolf side. They sent the Lone Wolf to the medical station last night. For ribs were broken and his wrist was shattered. He won't recover for 3 months. So the Blood Wolf himself might come looking for you. Zhao Tai said, his expression serious. That guy is at the 4th level of martial arts and a reserve member of the reconnaissance team, much stronger than the Lone Wolf. Moreover, he has someone backing him. Who? Unclear, but supposedly it's a school-level officer. Zhao Tai shook his head. In any case, be careful. It's best not to leave the camp these days. They wouldn't dare to act recklessly inside the camp. Sumu nodded and put away the military merit card. In the morning, Sumu went to the exchange center in the military camp. It was a 2-story small building displaying various supplies, weaponry, cultivation resources, daily necessities, and even some rare potions. The prices were not cheap. A standard combat knife cost 30 military merits. A set of standard armor cost 80 military merits. A bottle of low-grade chi blood pill aids in cultivation cost 50 military merits. Sumu looked around and ultimately bought only 2 bottles of chi blood pill, spending 100 military merits. He kept the remaining 590 for now. According to the system prompt, further withdrawals required absorption of high-energy substances or achieving specific accomplishments. High-energy substances might be higher-grade exotic beast cores or certain energy ores. Those items are all very expensive. As he exited the exchange center and approached the training ground, someone stopped him. It was Zhou Kai. He wasn't in military uniform today, but wore a black training suit, appearing sharp and capable. Awake. Zhou Kai glanced at Sumu. Come with me, I have something to discuss with you. They walked into a resting room next to the training ground. Zhou Kai closed the door and got straight to the point. The Blood Wolf contacted me. Sumu raised an eyebrow. He wants me to persuade you to compensate him with 1,000 military merits, and this matter will be considered settled. Zhou Kai poured a glass of water and handed it to Sumu. The medical expenses for the Lone Wolf and the Blood Wolf's face fee add up to that amount. What if I refuse to pay? Then he'll come looking for you personally. Zhou Kai stared at Sumu. He's at the 4th level of martial arts with ample combat experience, having killed more exotic beasts than you've encountered. Although you've hidden your strength, you probably aren't at the 4th level yet. Sumu did not deny it. He was indeed at the 1st level of martial arts, and with the Shadow Legion and various skills, he could challenge those at the 3rd level, but the 4th level. The gap was too vast. So what do you suggest? Sumu asked. 2 options. Zhou Kai held up 2 fingers. First, join the reconnaissance team. As long as you are one of my people, the Blood Wolf wouldn't dare to act against you openly. It's against military rules to engage in infighting, especially against comrades. And the second, I can lend you 1,000 military merits. You can compensate him first to pacify him. Then, find an opportunity to deal with him outside. Zhou Kai said this with a calm expression, as if discussing something quite ordinary. Sumu looked at him. Why are you helping me? Because you have value, Zhou Kai said straightforwardly. At 17, a 1st-level martial artist who can crush those at the 3rd level in combat. Such talent is worth investing in. Moreover, I've disliked the Blood Wolf for a long time. His reasons were quite practical. Sumu thought for a moment. I choose the first option. Wise choice. Zhou Kai nodded. The reconnaissance team has a selection assessment this afternoon. You can participate directly. If you pass, you'll be an official member of the reconnaissance team protected by military regulations. What's the assessment about? Field survival, hunting exotic beasts, gathering intelligence. Zhou Kai stood up. The specific details will be announced during the gathering this afternoon. Now go back and prepare. Gather at the reconnaissance team station at 2 o'clock. After leaving the resting room, Sumu returned to the barracks. The old soldier reading a book was not there, probably out on a mission. Sumu sat cross-legged on his bed and swallowed a chi blood pill. As the pill entered his abdomen, it transformed into a warm flow surging through his limbs. He operated the basic cultivation method, guiding the qi and blood to circulate in his meridians. To progress from the first to the second level of martial arts, he needed to open up 8 main meridians. He had only opened 2 so far, making slow progress. However, with the aid of the qi blood pill, his speed had noticeably increased. An hour later, the medicinal effect was fully absorbed. The 3rd meridian was 1/3 opened. At this rate, with 4 or 5 more qi blood pills, he could break through to the second level of martial arts within 3 days. At 1:30 in the afternoon, Su Mu set off for the reconnaissance team station. The reconnaissance team was located at the deepest part of the camp, close to the mountain wall, with its own independent area, training ground equipment storage, and even a small research room. There were guards at the entrance who checked identities before allowing entry. When Su Mu walked into the gathering point, more than 20 people were already waiting there. They were all between 20 and 30 years old, with steady breaths and sharp gazes, all martial artists above the first level. The weakest was at the first level, while the strongest. Su Mu saw a bald man at least at the 3rd level. These people cast scrutinizing gazes at Su Mu as he entered. "Newcomer." The bald man spoke, his voice booming. "What level are you?" "First level of martial arts," Su Mu replied. "A first level dares to come to the reconnaissance team." Someone scoffed. "Kid, the reconnaissance team isn't a suicide squad. We need elite members, not cannon fodder." Su Mu ignored them and found a corner to stand in. At 1:50, Zhou Kai walked in. He had changed into military uniform, and the stars on his shoulder epaulets sparkled. "Everyone is here." Zhou Kai scanned the crowd. "This assessment has a total of 27 participants with 5 slots available." The crowd erupted in an uproar. 27 for 5 spots, an elimination rate of over 80%. "The assessment is quite simple," Zhou Kai continued. 50 kilometers north of the camp, there is a mist marsh. Each of you will receive a locator. Your task is to survive in the marsh for 24 hours and bring back at least 3 first-level exotic beast cores or 1 second-level core. The time starts at 3 o'clock this afternoon and ends at 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. During that time, life and death are your own responsibility. Now collect your equipment and locators. The equipment was simple: a military dagger, a water bottle, 3 compressed rations, a signal flare for emergency rescue, and a palm-sized locator. The locator had a red button. Pressing it indicated withdrawal, and a helicopter would come for extraction, but it also meant failure in the assessment. One last reminder, Zhou Kai looked at everyone. In the mist marsh, besides exotic beasts, there are also poisonous insects, miasma, and other assessors. Competition among you is allowed. The implication was clear: stealing was allowed. In the afternoon at 3 o'clock, the 27 people split into 3 transport vehicles and left the camp. Su Mu sat in the cabin, watching the wilderness rush by outside the window, his gaze calm. The mist marsh. It sounded like a great place to train. The transport vehicle arrived at the edge of the misty marsh at 4 in the afternoon. The temperature here had noticeably dropped, and a damp, putrid smell filled the air. As far as the eye could see, the entire marsh was shrouded in a grayish-white mist with visibility reduced to less than 50 meters. Twisted, dead trees protruded from the muddy water, their branches pointing skyward like ghostly claws. "Everyone get off the vehicle." Zhou Kai stood beside the car, pointing deeper into the marsh. "The assessment starts now. I will be waiting for you here in 24 hours. Remember, the most important thing is to come back alive." 27 people got off the vehicle one after another, distancing themselves from each other and scanning their surroundings cautiously. The competition began at this moment. Su Mu did not rush into the marsh. He observed his surroundings and glanced at the locator in his hand. On the screen, there was a green dot himself and 26 red dots, the other participants. The dots were scattered, with the nearest one over 200 meters away. This locator allowed them to see each other's positions. Zhou Kai did not mention it, but it was clearly a trap, encouraging mutual hunting. Su Mu stuffed the locator deep into his backpack, then chose a direction with the least people and slipped into the mist. The marsh was worse than it appeared from the outside. The ground was soft and muddy, and every step would sink him down to halfway to his foot. The murky water reached his calves, chilling to the bone. The mist pressed down, low visibility decreasing, and he could not see clearly beyond 10 meters. Su Mu moved slowly, each step taken with caution. He was listening. The marsh was very quiet, with only the occasional sound of bubbles bursting and the distant calls of unknown insects. But it was precisely this silence that was the most dangerous. After walking about a kilometer, Su Mu stopped. He heard another sound, a faint hissing coming from the muddy pit on his left. Was it a snake? He crouched down, picked up a piece of rubble, and threw it in the direction of the sound. Splash! The stone fell into the water. In the next moment, the muddy pit erupted. A dark green giant python leaped out of the water, opening its massive maw to pounce at Sumu. It was a first-level exotic beast, the corrupted marsh python, over 4 meters long, covered in slippery scales, its breath releasing a noxious acrid mist. Sumu did not dodge. At the instant the giant python lunged at him, he shifted his body half a step to the side, and his right hand shot out like lightning, grasping the python's lower jaw. Then he forcefully pressed down. Bang! The python's head was slammed into the muddy ground, splashing mud and water. At the same time, Sumu's left hand had already drawn out a dagger, stabbing it into the 7-inch mark of the python, twisting and slicing. Hiss! The giant python let out a piercing scream, its body thrashing wildly, its tail smashing through a dead tree. But Sumu held its head firmly, the dagger stirring inside, severing its spine. Moments later, the giant python lay still. Kill level 1 creature 1 Shadow Legion quota 1. Sumu released his grip, washed the dagger in the muddy water, then split open the python's head, retrieving a thumb-sized dark green crystal core. A level 1 crystal core, completing 1/3 of the assessment. He placed the crystal core into his backpack and continued onward. Over the next 2 hours, he encountered 3 more level 1 exotic beasts, 2 poisonous dart frogs, and an armored crocodile. All were easily dealt with. The Legion quota increased to 454, and his backpack now contained 4 level 1 crystal cores, exceeding the assessment requirements. But he did not plan to return. The density of exotic beasts in the Misty Marsh was high, making it an excellent grinding spot. Moreover, he needed more stronger prey. The sky gradually darkened. The mist in the marsh thickened, visibility dropping to less than 5 meters. The temperature plummeted, and the breath he exhaled turned into white mist. Sumu found a relatively dry dirt slope, used his dagger to dig a shallow pit, and prepared to rest for a while. Just as he sat down, he heard the sounds of fighting in the distance. There were also human screams. He stood up and stealthily made his way over. 200 meters away, a scene of hunting was unfolding on a patch of open muddy ground. 5 participants surrounded 2 people. The 2 stood back to back, bloodied, one of them with his right arm hanging limply, clearly fractured. Among the 5 hunters, the leader was a scar-faced man whom Sumu recognized. He was the one who had provoked him in the cafeteria that morning, a subordinate of the lone wolf. Hand over the crystal cores, and well, spare your lives, the scar-faced man sneered, gripping a bloodied cleaver. Dream on. The injured man yelled, if you have the guts, kill me. You think I won't? The scar-faced man glared fiercely. In this hellhole, it's perfectly normal for a few people to die. He waved his hand, and the other 4 slowly closed in. Sumu hid behind a dead tree, watching quietly. He did not want to meddle. But the scar-faced man's next words changed his mind. By the way, let me tell you something. The scar-faced man grinned. The Blood Wolf's boss has spoken during this assessment. Anyone who dares to help that guy named Sumu is going against us. If you know what's good for you, stay away from him. The 2 injured men exchanged glances. One of them gritted his teeth and said, we don't even know who Sumu. Then that's your bad luck. The scar-faced man raised his cleaver. In your next life, keep your eyes open. The blade swung down. But this strike did not land. Because the scar-faced man's arm suddenly broke. From the elbow, it was severed cleanly. The severed arm fell into the muddy water, blood gushing forth. Ah! The scar-faced man was stunned for a second before letting out a heart-wrenching scream. He looked down at his bare right arm, then looked up ahead. Sumu had somehow already stood in the middle of the muddy ground, holding a bloody dagger. You? The scar-faced man stared wide-eyed, barely able to speak. Sumu. The other 4 also took a few steps back in fright. They had not even seen how Sumu had appeared, nor how he had severed the scar-faced man's arm. It was too fast. Like a ghost. Did the Blood Wolf send you to find me, eh? Sumu flicked the blood off the dagger. Perfect, I want to find him too. He stepped forward. The 4 men were on high alert, raising their weapons. But Sumu did not look at them. He turned to the 2 injured participants. You can leave now. The 2 men were taken aback for a moment, then quickly reacted, scrambling into the mist, disappearing from sight. Now only Sumu and the 5 of the Blood Wolf were left in the muddy ground. Do you want to attack together or one by one? Sumu asked, his tone as calm as if he were asking, what to eat today? The scar-faced man, clutching his severed arm, turned pale, gritting his teeth. Kill him. The 4 of them charged at once. Blades, sticks, and fists came at him from 4 directions. Sumu stood still, not moving. Until the moment the attacks were about to land, he vanished. Not just moving, he truly disappeared, as if he had merged into the mist. The 4 of them missed their target and looked at each other in confusion. Above, someone exclaimed. Sumu dropped down from a branch of a dead tree, his feet landing on one person's shoulder. Crack! The shoulder blade shattered. That person screamed and fell to his knees. At the same time, Sumu leaped up, the dagger slicing through the air, cutting the throat of the second person. Blood sprayed like a fountain. The remaining two were scared out of their wits and turned to flee. But Sumu was faster. Like a shadow, he caught up with the third person, stabbing the dagger into his back and twisting it. The fourth person had just taken 3 steps when he was pinned down by the dagger, Sumu through falling into the muddy water. The battle was over. It took less than 10 seconds. The scar-faced man sat slumped on the ground, staring at the 4 corpses around him, trembling all over. What kind of monster are you? Sumu walked up to him, bent down to pick up his dagger, and wiped off the blood on the scar-faced man's clothes. Go back and tell the Blood Wolf, he said calmly. I will be waiting for him here. If he dares to come, I will send him to accompany the lone wolf. With that, he turned and walked into the thick mist. Nightfall had completely descended. The night in the misty swamp was 10 times more perilous than during the day. Poisonous insects crawled out from the muddy waters, making rustling sounds as they moved. In the distance, the low growl of an unknown beast resonated, echoing through the dense fog, making it impossible to discern its direction. Sumu found a tree hollow to hide in. The tree hollow was small, barely accommodating him, but it was dry and the entrance was concealed. He leaned against the cave wall, closed his eyes to rest, yet his ears remained alert, listening to the sounds outside. In the middle of the night, the rain began. This was no ordinary rain. It was an acidic, corrosive rain. The raindrops struck the muddy ground with a sizzling sound, rising white smoke. Sumu blocked the entrance with dry branches, leaving just a gap to observe. Through the rain curtain, he saw lights moving in the distance. It was the beam of a flashlight. Someone was still active at night, and there was more than one. There were 3 light spots arranged in a triangular formation, slowly approaching his direction. Sumu held his breath, his hand resting on the hilt of his dagger. The 3 light spots stopped 30 meters outside the tree hollow. Damn this cursed weather, a rough voice complained. The Blood Wolf is really something, insisting we search for that kid in the middle of the night. Stop the chatter, a colder voice interrupted. That kid killed 4 of us and Scarface lost an arm. This grudge must be avenged. But that kid is eerie. The third voice trembled slightly. Scarface said he kills like chopping vegetables in 10 seconds. Shut up, the cold-voiced man interjected. All 3 of us are 2nd-level warriors. With good coordination, we have nothing to fear from a 1st-level one. Find him first, cripple his limbs, and take him back for the boss to deal with. The 3 continued forward, heading straight for the tree hollow where Sumu was hiding. Sumu calculated the distance. 20 meters, 15 meters, 10 meters. He focused his mind. In the darkness, 3 shadowy ninjas emerged silently from the muddy shadows, moving like water snakes, stealthily approaching from behind the 3. At the same time, Sumu pushed aside the dry branches blocking the entrance and stepped out. Hua! The 3 immediately raised their flashlights to shine over. The beam broke through the rain curtain, illuminating Sumu's face. It's you. The cold-voiced man narrowed his eyes. Sumu. Didn't expect you to come to us. Sumu stood in the rain, letting the acidic rain sting his face. Did the Blood Wolf send you? He asked. Good that you know. The cold-voiced man grinned maliciously. Surrender quietly, and you might suffer less. Sumu shook his head. I'm giving you a chance, he said. Turn around and leave now, and I'll pretend. The 3 were momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. Kid, have you gone stupid with fear? The rough voice guy grinned. 3 of us are 2nd-level warriors, and you are a 1st-level one. You want us to leave? Then there's no choice. Sumu's words had just fallen. The 3 ninjas lurking in the muddy water suddenly surged forward. They pounced on the 3 from behind, their dark red eyes leaving streaks in the darkness. What is that? The cold-voiced man exclaimed in shock, swinging a knife behind him. But the blade passed through the ninja's body, as if cutting through air, offering no resistance. The ninja had no physical form, and its palm had already pierced the cold-voiced man's back. Puff! The heart was crushed. The man's eyes widened, looking down at the black hand protruding from his chest. He opened his mouth, but emitted no sound, collapsing weakly. Kill level 1 being X1 core quota 1. The other 2 were stunned. They watched helplessly as their companion was killed by a shadow, which didn't even have a physical form. Monster! The rough-voiced man turned to flee. But another ninja had already blocked his path, gripping his head with both hands and twisting. Crack! The neck snapped. The corpse fell. The last person's legs gave out, collapsing into the muddy waters. Don't kill me. I was wrong. I'll leave right now. He desperately knocked his head on the ground, tears and snot mixing together. Sumu approached him. Where is the Blood Wolf? He asked. 2 don't know. The man stuttered. The boss only said to find you. He's waiting for news at the camp. Camps. Sumu frowned. He didn't enter the swamp. And no. The man stammered. The boss said the assessment was too dangerous. He didn't want to take risks. Just wait at the camp for us to bring you back. So that's how it is. The blood wolf was smarter than a lone wolf and more cautious. He did not take risks personally, but sent subordinates to act as cannon fodder. Sumu looked at the kneeling man and remained silent for a few seconds. Then he turned and walked back to the tree hollow. Scram. Just one word. The man, as if granted amnesty, crawled away into the rain, disappearing into the darkness. Sumu did not kill him, because he needed someone to return with news. He wanted to know what actions the blood wolf would take next. Returning to the tree hollow, Sumu leaned against the cave wall and opened the system interface. Current summon limit 458, 3 more quotas had just been added. But it wasn't enough. He needed more. Before dawn, the rain stopped. The fog thickened, visibility dropping to less than 3 meters. Sumu left the tree hollow and began to actively hunt in the swamp. He no longer concealed his strength, nor did he hold back. When encountering beasts, he directly summoned ninjas to encircle and kill. First level corrosive swamp python, poison arrow frog, iron armored crocodile. He would kill as many as he encountered. For second level swamp giant lizard, man-eating leech. It took a bit more effort, but with numbers and tactics they could be taken down. The efficiency of the slaughter sword. Kill level 1 being X11, kill level 2 being X12, the system prompt echoed continuously in his mind. The core quota surged rapidly. 458, 470, 500, 550. By 10 in the morning it had already surpassed 600. And in Sumu's backpack the crystal cores had piled up, over 20 first level ones and 5 second level ones. He had exceeded the task, but he had no plans to return. The assessment wouldn't end until 3 in the afternoon, and there were still 5 hours left. How many could he kill in those 5 hours? At noon, Sumu rested on a relatively dry high ground. He counted his gains: core quota 723. Crystal cores 31 first level, 8 second level. His own realm peak, a first level warrior on the verge of breaking through to the second level. Very good. He took a sip of water, preparing to continue, when suddenly he heard fighting sounds from afar. Also, the roars of beasts and the shouts of humans. The sounds were intense. At least second-level beasts were involved, and there was more than one. Sumu hesitated for a moment, but decided to take a look. Following the sounds, he passed through a patch of reeds, and before him lay a broad, shallow water area. At that moment, a fierce battle was unfolding on the shallow water. 5 humans were besieging a third-level beast. It was a swamp dragon crocodile over 8 meters long, covered in thick, dark green scales, its tail as thick as a siege hammer, able to stir up huge waves of mud with each sweep. A third-level beast had the strength equivalent to human warriors at the 4th to 5th levels. The 5 were all assessors, 3 were second-level warriors, and 2 were first-level warriors working well together, yet still faced grave danger. 2 of them had already been injured, one with a gash in the abdomen from the dragon crocodile's claws, nearly spilling his intestines. Hang in there. The leading strong man roared, it's almost done for. But Sumu could tell that the dragon crocodile was only lightly injured while the 5 were barely holding on. He hid behind the reeds, quietly watching. He had no intention of intervening. They were strangers, and there was no need to take risks. But at that moment, the dragon crocodile suddenly let out a deafening roar, sweeping its tail and forcing 3 of them back, then opened its massive jaws and pounced on the injured man. The man could no longer dodge, closing his eyes in despair. The leading strong man's eyes widened in horror. Xiao Lu. At that critical moment, Sumu sighed. He focused his mind. 10 shadowy ninjas emerged simultaneously from the shadows beneath the dragon crocodile, 20 hands pinning down the crocodile's limbs, head, and tail. The swamp dragon crocodile was pinned down in the muddy water by 10 ninjas, struggling wildly. But it was of no use. The ninjas had no physical forms and were unafraid of its bites and tail swipes. They merely held it down tightly, like 10 iron stakes driven into the ground. The 5 examiners were stunned. They looked at the 10 suddenly appearing shadows, and then at Sumu stepping out of the reeds, momentarily unable to react. What are you waiting for? Sumu said calmly. Attack its eyes and throat. The leading strong man was the first to regain his senses and shouted, go. The 5 of them lunged again with knives and swords aimed at the dragon crocodile's vital spots. The dragon crocodile was pinned down and could only let out furious roars, helplessly watching the attacks land on it. Its eyes were pierced blind. Its throat was slashed open. Its scales were pried off piece by piece, revealing the fragile flesh beneath. 5 minutes later, the dragon crocodile stopped moving. Its massive body lay limp in the muddy water, blood staining the entire shallow area. Kill level 3 entity 1 Shadow Legion quota 10 achievement unlocked over level kill, killing an enemy 2 major realms above oneself, reward mental power 10, extraction cooldown 5 days. A series of prompts echoed in his mind. Sumu's eyes brightened. The quota for the Legion increased by 10 at once, which was much more efficient than killing a level 1 beast. Moreover, the achievement rewards were generous, 10 points of mental power and a 5-day cooldown reduction. Now his mental power limit had become 37 points, and the next extraction cooldown was shortened to 23 days. Very good. Thank you. The injured person was helped up by his companions, his face pale, but he still bowed to. The leading strong man walked over to the dragon crocodile's corpse, pried open its skull with a knife, and dug out a fist-sized dark golden crystal core. Level 3 crystal core, worth at least 1,000 military merits. He held the crystal core, hesitated for a moment, and still walked up to Su Mu. Brother, this dragon crocodile was subdued by you. The crystal core should belong to you. You all took it down and you can keep it. Su Mu glanced at the crystal core. It was dark golden with energy flowing on its surface, indeed very tempting. But he shook his head. The strong man was stunned. The other 4 were also taken aback. A level 3 crystal core was a huge fortune for them ordinary soldiers, who would be willing to let it go. But the strong man wanted to say something. No need, Su Mu interrupted him. I don't lack this little bit. What he said was the truth. His Legion quota was already at 733, and adding one more level 3 crystal core would have limited improvement for him. It was better to do a favor. Moreover, he found these 5 people somewhat agreeable. At least they did not abandon their companions in a crisis. The strong man looked at Su Mu deeply, put away the crystal core, and then extended his right hand. My name is Lei Meng, Reconnaissance Unit Reserve. These are my brothers. Su Mu shook his hand. Su Mu. Brother Su, we remember your life-saving grace. Lei Meng said solemnly. If there's anything in the future, just speak up. The other 4 also nodded. Su Mu said nothing, just asked, do you have enough crystal cores? Enough. Lei Meng patted his backpack. We killed a few level 2 ones before, and with this level 3, we exceeded the quota. Then let's prepare to go back. The assessment is almost over. All right. The 6 of them walked together out of the swamp. On the way, Lei Meng couldn't help but ask, Brother Su, those shadows just now, was that your ability? Yes, a family heirloom. Su Mu maintained this line. Impressive, Lei Meng praised sincerely, controlling shadows in battle. I've never seen that before. Su Mu smiled and said nothing further. At 2:30 p.m. the 6 of them walked out of the swamp. Zhou Kai was already waiting at the assembly point, and when he saw them come out, his gaze lingered on Su Mu for a few seconds. You all came back pretty early, he said. Other examiners came out one after another, some covered in injuries, some looking despondent, and a few had not come out. At exactly 3 p.m., Zhou Kai began counting heads. 27 entered, 19 came out. 8 had died. The elimination rate was close to 30%. Hand over the crystal cores and register your scores, Zhou Kai ordered. The examiners stepped forward one by one, pouring their collected crystal cores onto the table. Most people only had 1 or 2 level 1 crystal cores, barely passing. A few had level 2 crystal cores, achieving excellent results. When it was Lei Meng's turn, he poured out 3 level 2 crystal cores along with that dark golden level 3 crystal core. The crowd was in an uproar. A level 3 crystal core. He killed it. Impossible, a level 2 warrior killing a level 3 beast. Zhou Kai raised an eyebrow. Lei Meng, explain yourself. Lei Meng pointed at Su Mu. It was Brother Su Mu who helped us. That's how we killed it. All eyes instantly focused on Su Mu. Su Mu stepped forward, pouring out the crystal cores from his backpack. 31 level 1, 8 level 2, piled into a small mountain. The whole place fell silent. Even Zhou Kai was stunned. All these? Did you kill them all by yourself? He asked. Yes, Su Mu nodded. Zhou Kai looked at him deeply, didn't ask further, just recorded in his notebook. Su Mu exceeded expectations, score outstanding. The score registration was completed. Zhou Kai announced the results. In this assessment, 5 were admitted: Su Mu, Lei Meng, Zhao Hu, Lu Qing, Wang Hai. The other people were eliminated. The 5 who were named breathed a sigh of relief. Those who were not named felt dejected, some unwilling, but no one dared to question. The 5 admitted come with me to report to the reconnaissance unit. Zhou Kai turned around. The others wait here. A vehicle will take you back to your original troops. On the way back to the camp, Lei Meng and the other 3 admitted ones gathered around Su Mu. Brother Su, we are comrades from now on. Lei Meng grinned. Once in the reconnaissance unit, we'll look out for each other. The other 3 nodded as well. They had witnessed Su Mu's strength and knew the importance of having a strong ally. Su Mu did not refuse. Having a few reliable teammates in the military camp was not a bad thing. Upon returning to the reconnaissance unit's base, Zhou Kai helped them complete the onboarding procedures. Each person received a set of reconnaissance unit specialized gear: black combat uniform, tactical vest, multifunctional dagger communicator, and a silver wolf head badge. This is the emblem of the reconnaissance unit. Zhou Kai pointed at the badge. Wearing it means you are official members of the 3rd Legion's reconnaissance unit. Rights: double military pay, priority allocation of training resources, and the right to choose tasks. Obligations to undertake the most dangerous missions and always be at the forefront. Understood, the 5 replied in unison. Now go to the barracks to rest. Official training starts tomorrow. Zhou Kai paused and looked at Su Mu. Su Mu stayed back for a moment. After Lei Meng and the others left, Zhou Kai closed the door. Bloodwolf contacted me. He got straight to the point. He is willing to offer 2,000 military merits for your leg. Su Mu raised an eyebrow, and then, I refused. Zhou Kai leaned against the table, but I can only ensure your safety in the military camp. Once you leave the military camp, you'll have to be careful yourself. Thank you. No need to thank me. This is an investment. Zhou Kai was very straightforward. I see your potential and don't want you to be ruined by someone like Bloodwolf. But, he looked at Su Mu. You need to get stronger quickly. Strong enough that Bloodwolf won't dare to touch you, strong enough that everyone won't dare to touch you. Su Mu nodded. I will. After leaving Zhou Kai's office, Su Mu returned to his assigned barracks. The reconnaissance unit's barracks were double rooms, much better than the suicide squad's. His roommate was Lei Meng, who was currently lying on the bed soundly asleep. Su Mu lay down on his own bed and closed his eyes. His mind sank into the system. Current summoning limit 733 ghostly shadow ninjas. If all summoned. He tried summoning 10 at once. Consumption 1 point of mental power minute. Summoning 100 simultaneously 10 points minute. If summoning all 733, it would consume 73. 3 points of mental power per minute, while his limit was only 37 points, enough to support half a minute at most. Still not enough. He needed to continue increasing his mental power or find a way to reduce He turned over, preparing to rest. Suddenly, the communicator vibrated. It was an encrypted message from an unknown number. Su Mu, I know the whereabouts of your parents. Meet at the north gate of the camp at 10 o'clock tomorrow night. Come alone, don't tell anyone. Su Mu stared at the communicator screen for 3 seconds. The message was encrypted and the sender's number displayed a string of garbled characters clearly processed. Do you know the whereabouts of your parents? It could be a trap, or it could be true. Their disappearance for 3 years was a thorn in his heart. Although he had crossed over, the lingering emotions of this body and the memories of the original owner made it impossible for him to ignore. Tomorrow night at 10 o'clock, north gate of the camp. One person. It was clearly a trap. Yet Su Mu decided to go. Because regardless of its authenticity, this was an opportunity, either to lure out hidden enemies or perhaps truly find a clue. The next day, the reconnaissance team's training officially began. The training was far more brutal than that of the Suicide Squad and ordinary troops. A 5-kilometer weighted run in the early morning, combat training in the morning, weapon usage and tactical coordination in the afternoon, and cultural classes in the evening, identifying exotic beasts, terrain analysis, cryptography, etc. The intensity was great, but the resources were abundant. Each person was issued a bottle of nutritional fluid daily to quickly recover their strength. Additionally, there was a medicinal bath once a week infused with specially formulated herbs to strengthen their bones. Su Mu adapted quickly. His physical condition far surpassed that of his peers, and with the system's enhancement, training felt more like a warm-up for him. When Lei Meng was sprawled on the ground exhausted, Su Mu was still doing his 100th pull-up. What are you made of? Aren't you tired? Lei Meng panted. Not really, Su Mu replied as he jumped down from the bar, wiping the sweat from his brow. His mind was elsewhere. He was waiting for the night. After dinner, Su Mu made an excuse to go to the training ground for extra practice and left the barracks. Instead of going to the training ground, he headed to the northern district of the camp. The north gate was the most secluded exit of the camp, usually only frequented by patrols, and even less so at night. Outside the walls was a rocky beach beyond which lay the wilderness, perfect for murder and silencing. Su Mu found a hidden corner, leaned against the wall, and closed his eyes to rest. At the same time, he subtly moved his thoughts. 10 shadowy ninjas silently appeared in the shadows outside the wall, lurking among the rocks. 50 ninjas were dispersed throughout the camp, monitoring the movements around the north gate. 100 ninjas were on standby, ready to be summoned at any moment. Once the arrangements were complete, he quietly waited. At 9:50, a figure appeared outside the north gate. Dressed in a regular soldier's uniform and wearing a hood, his face was obscured. He stood in the center of the rocky beach, looking around as if waiting for someone. Su Mu did not move. He was waiting for the hidden person to reveal themselves. At 10 o'clock sharp, another figure approached from the direction of the camp. This time there were 2 people, a front one in an officer's uniform followed by a soldier. The officer approached the hooded man and whispered a few words. The hooded man nodded and took out a small box from his pocket, handing it over. The officer took the box, opened it to take a glance, and smiled with satisfaction. Then he waved his hand. The soldier suddenly drew his gun, aiming at the hooded man. Bang! The gunshot echoed sharply in the quiet night. The hooded man's chest exploded with blood staggering back, pointing at the officer. You. Sorry, you know too much. The officer sneered, and keeping you alive is a risk. The hooded man fell motionless. The officer bent down and rummaged through the hooded man's pocket, pulling out a palm-sized recording device. He pressed a few buttons, and the recording device's screen displayed an image. Through the shared vision of the ninjas, Su-mu saw the content on the screen, a video recording. In a dim cave, two people lay on the ground covered in blood, but their chests were still faintly rising and falling. Those two faces were his parents from the original owner's memory, Su-je and Lin Yu. They were still alive. The officer looked at the video and grinned. Indeed, they are still alive. This time I can negotiate a good price with the Chin family. Put away the recording device, he told the soldier. The soldier nodded, preparing to drag away the body. Su-mu moved. He stepped out from his hiding place, his footsteps echoing clearly in the silent night. The officer and the soldier turned their heads simultaneously, their expressions changing. Who are you? The officer asked sharply, his hand resting on his gun holster. Su-mu stopped 10 meters in front of them, his gaze fixed on the recording device in the officer's hand. Give that to me. The officer's pupils constricted. You are Su-mu. He sized Su-mu up and suddenly laughed just in time. Saves me the trouble of looking for you. He waved his hand. The soldier aimed his gun at Su-mu. At the same time, 6 more figures emerged from the shadows around the rocky beach, all dressed in black combat uniforms, wearing masks and holding submachine guns. An ambush. A total of 8 people surrounded Su-mu. How much is the Chun family offering for my life? Su-mu asked calmly. The officer was taken aback for a moment, then sneered. Clever. Unfortunately, clever people often die quickly. You have news about my parents, why not directly hand it over to the Chun family instead of killing the messenger? Su-mu continued to ask, do you want to take all the credit for yourself? Or do you want to extort more? The officer's expression darkened. Dead men don't need to know so much. He raised his hand, preparing to give the order to fire. But Su-mu was quicker. Kill. One word. Cold clear. Suddenly from the shadows of the rocky beach, countless dark figures surged forth. Like ink spilled into water, they spread instantly. 100 shadow ninjas appeared simultaneously, their dark red eyes merging into a sea of crimson light under the moonlight. They were silent, without breath, like spirits crawling out from hell, pouncing on the 8 enemies. What the hell are these things? The officer was startled and pulled the trigger. The bullet passed through the ninja's body, having no effect. Meanwhile, the ninja's hand had already gripped his throat. Crack! The officer's throat shattered. His eyes widened, and the recording device fell from his hand. Su-mu caught the recording device without even glancing at him. The other 7 were subdued in an instant. 6 had their necks snapped, and 1 was left alive, limbs broken and tossed on the ground. The entire process took less than 5 seconds. Su-mu pressed the play button on the recording device. The video restarted. In the dim cave, his parents lay on the ground, their chests faintly rising and falling. In the background, there were dripping sounds and the sound of chains dragging. They were imprisoned. Where? The video was short, only 10 seconds, with no more information. Su-mu turned off the recording device and walked up to the surviving enemy. Where did the recording come from? He asked. The man trembled, looking at the dense crimson eyes around him, scared to the point of wetting his pants. "Tu don't know." It was the captain. The captain bought the clue from the black market. Who was the seller? "Tu am not sure. I only heard it's a ruins hunter who discovered it on the outskirts of the Dark Abyss Corridor." The Dark Abyss Corridor. The place where his parents went missing. Su-mu noted it down. Who else knows about this recording? He asked again. No one. The captain wanted to take all the credit, didn't tell anyone. Su-mu nodded. Then he turned and left. He had just taken 2 steps when a muffled sound came from behind. The ninjas had dealt with the last person. When Su-mu returned to the barracks, it was already 11 o'clock at night. Lei Meng was fast asleep, snoring like thunder. Su-mu quietly washed up and got into bed, but he couldn't sleep. He leaned against the headboard and opened the palm-sized recorder. He watched the video again. In the dim cave, the sound of dripping water and chains, the faint rise and fall of his parents' chests. The image was very blurry, clearly a covert recording, and the angle was poor, making it difficult to discern faces. But Su-mu was certain that it was Su-je and Lin Yu. In the memories of the original body, his parents' images were very clear. His father Su-je, around 40, wearing glasses, refined and elegant. His mother Lin Yu, gentle yet resilient, with a tiny tear mole at the corner of her eye. The 2 people in the video, although covered in blood and looking haggard, matched the features. They were still alive. They were imprisoned somewhere. Su-mu turned off the recorder and closed his eyes. He began to organize the information. 1. His parents were still alive, but in a dangerous situation. Those who imprisoned them could be the Chin family or another force. 2. The video came from the black market, and the seller was a relic hunter who found it near the Dark Abyss corridor. This meant that the place of imprisonment might be inside or near the Dark Abyss corridor. 3. The officer tonight wanted to monopolize the information, indicating that this video had not yet reached the upper echelons of the Chin family. This was an opportunity. 4. The Dark Abyss corridor was an 11 relic, extremely dangerous. With his current strength, entering would be tantamount to seeking death. Strength. His strength was still insufficient. If he were a master, or even a grandmaster now, he could directly storm into the Dark Abyss corridor and rescue his parents. But he was only at the first level of a martial artist. He was far from enough. He needed to accelerate his growth. Sumu opened his eyes, his thoughts sinking into the system. Current summon limit 743. He had just killed 8 people, increasing the quota by 8. Together with the previous gains in the swamp, the total was 743. If summoned all at once, it could form a terrifying force. But the consumption was too great to be sustained for long. He needed a more efficient method of utilization. Attempt to fuse. If 743 basic ninjas were fully fused, what would happen? He decided to experiment with 2. 2 fused into a Jounin 7th level martial artist, consuming 0.25 per minute. 10 fused into a general 1st level martial artist, consuming 0.6 per minute. What about 100? Sumu attempted to fuse 100 basic ninjas. 100 clouds of black smoke gathered and compressed in the air, finally coalescing into a massive shadow over 3 meters tall. Its dark red eyes glowed like lanterns, exuding a dense aura of darkness. System prompt: 100 Ghost Shadow Ninjas fused into Ghost Shadow Commander. Strength increased to 5th level. Martial Artist consumption increased to 5 points of spiritual energy per minute. 5th level Martial Artist. Moreover, the consumption was 5 points per minute, and with his limit of 37 points, it could last for over 7 minutes. If all 700 were fused, Sumu didn't dare to try. The consumption might soar to an unbearable level, and after fusion the quantity would be lost, which was not suitable for dealing with various situations. He needed to maintain balance. He recalled all the ninjas and began to plan retain 500 basic ninjas for crowd tactics and reconnaissance. Fuse 200 into 20 generals, 1st level martial artist, to form an elite squad. Fuse 43 into 4 commanders, 5th level martial artist, as ace combat power. With this configuration, he could handle large-scale battles while also executing decapitation missions, and the total consumption would be controllable. Basic ninjas cost 50 points per minute, generals 12 points per minute, commanders 20 points per minute, totaling 82 points per minute, exceeding the limit. But in actual combat, he would not summon them all at once. He could adjust according to the situation. Planning complete, Sumu let out a sigh of relief. Now he had a decent trump card. Next, he needed to enhance his own strength. The next day during training, Sumu found Zhou Kai. Deputy Company Commander, I want to apply for an external mission. Zhou Kai was reading the training report and looked up at him. Reason: I need practical experience and military achievements. Sumu was very direct. I want to quickly enhance my strength. Zhou Kai put down the report. I've heard about the Blood Wolf incident. Are you trying to hide? Not hiding, Sumu shook his head, but to grow stronger and then come back to deal with him. Zhou Kai stared at him for a few seconds and suddenly smiled. Ambitious. All right, I happen to have a task that suits you. He opened a drawer and took out a document. 80 kilometers southeast of the camp, there's an abandoned mining town. Recently, intelligence shows that a group of bandits, about 30 people, are holed up there, led by a 3rd level martial artist. They have robbed passing merchant caravans and even attacked our patrol teams. Task: extermination. Requirements: kill or capture all bandits and bring back the head of the leader as proof. Reward: 500 military merits plus a consolidation pill. The consolidation pill. Sumu's eyes lit up. It was a pill that assisted in breakthroughs, and taking it during the martial artist stage could significantly increase the success rate of breakthroughs. Its market price was at least 300 military merits, and it was in high demand, but low supply. They'll take it, Sumu said without hesitation. Not so fast, Zhou Kai closed the document. This task was originally meant for a squad to go. But you alone. The risk is too great. I can handle it. I know you can. Zhou Kai tapped the table, but I can't let you go alone. How about this? Take Lei Meng and the other 3 with you. It will also serve to bond the team. Sumu thought for a moment and nodded. All right. Task duration: 3 days. Leave tomorrow and report back in 3 days. Zhou Kai handed him the document. Remember, come back alive. Sumu took the document back to the barracks and gathered Lei Meng and the other 3. There's a mission. He placed the document on the table Exterminate the bandits, about 30 people led by a third-level martial artist. Reward 500 military merits, plus a consolidation pill. The eyes of the four brightened. Let's do it. Lei Ming slammed the table. I was just worried about having no place to practice. The other three also rolled up their sleeves. Sumu spread out the map and pointed to the mark. The target is here, the abandoned mining town. The terrain is complex, easy to defend, and hard to attack. We need to devise a plan. The five gathered together and began to discuss. Meanwhile, in another corner of the military camp in Bloodwolf's barracks, a tall, thin man stood before Bloodwolf, reporting in a low voice. Boss, I found out. Sumu has taken the task of the southeastern mining town and will depart tomorrow. Bloodwolf sat in a chair playing with a dagger, his eyes cold. The mining town. A good place. He grinned. In the wilderness, it's completely normal for a few people to die. Boss, should we take action? Of course. Bloodwolf stood up. Gather the brothers, and we are also heading to the mining town. This time, I want him to never return. In the early morning before dawn, 5 members of the reconnaissance team were already fully equipped and ready to depart at the entrance of their station. Each person carried a tactical backpack with a dagger and a pistol at their waists. Lei Ming even shouldered a shotgun, grinning. This thing is great for dealing with bandits. Sumu checked his equipment again, confirming everything was in order, and looked at Zhou Kai. Zhou Kai stood at the door and nodded. Remember, the mission is to eliminate threats, not to slaughter. If they surrender, leave them alive. But if they resist, kill without mercy. Understood, the 5 replied in unison. Let's set off. They'll be waiting for your good news in 3 days. 5 military motorcycles roared out of the camp, heading southeast along the bumpy dirt road. 80 kilometers away, if the road conditions were good, they could arrive in 2 hours. However, there wasn't a single good road in the frontline area. Potholes, gravel, and occasionally the corpses of exotic beasts blocked their way. After an hour of riding, Sumu raised his hand, signaling to stop. Rest for 10 minutes. He jumped off the bike, walked over to a rock by the roadside, and took out his binoculars to observe the terrain ahead. In front lay a hilly area with the road winding between several small hills flanked by sparse trees. It was perfect for an ambush. Is there a problem? Lei Ming approached, also raising his binoculars. It's too quiet, Sumu replied. At this season, there should be a lot of birds. Lei Ming listened carefully. Indeed, apart from the sound of the wind, there was almost no bird song. Should we take a detour, he asked. A detour would add 20 kilometers. We won't make it in time. Sumu put away the binoculars. Continue forward, but stay alert. The 5 got back on their bikes, slowing their speed. As they entered the hilly area, the road became narrower. The slopes on either side were overgrown with bushes and loose rocks, limiting visibility. Sumu led the way, suddenly raising his left hand, his signal to stop. The 4 vehicles behind immediately halted. What's wrong? Zhao Hu asked in a low voice. Sumu said nothing, merely pointed to the ground 50 meters ahead. There were several fresh tire tracks on the ground. They were not from military motorcycles, but from off-road vehicles. Someone is ahead of us. Sumu whispered, and they just passed by not long ago. Lei Ming furrowed his brow. Other troops? Not necessarily. Sumu jumped off the bike and squatted beside the tire tracks, touching the soil with his hand. The tread pattern is deep, indicating a heavy load. At least 2 vehicles, each carrying 4 or 5 people. In total, about 10 people. In this direction, apart from the abandoned mining town, there are no other strongholds. Are they also heading towards the bandits? Or? Sumu stood up and looked at the slopes on either side. It was too quiet. Unnaturally quiet. Fall back, he suddenly ordered. Turn around and head back the way we came. Although the 4 were confused, they trusted Sumu and immediately complied. The 5 vehicles began to turn around. Just then, bang. The sound of gunfire erupted. A bullet struck the spot where Sumu had just been standing, sending shards of rock flying. Enemy attack. Lei Ming shouted, rolling behind the vehicle and returning fire. The other 3 quickly sought cover. Sumu did not hide. He stood his ground, scanning the direction from which the gunfire had come. On the left slope, 200 meters away, behind a large rock. There was more than one. There were also some on the right. At least 4 gunmen. Sumu, get down, Lei Ming shouted urgently. But Sumu remained still. He merely raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. Snap! The sound was faint. But in the next second, a short cry of agony came from behind the large rock on the left slope. Then came the second and third cries. The gunfire ceased. Similar noises emerged from the right slope. Dull thuds, cries of pain, and then silence. Lei Ming and the others were stunned. They stood with their guns raised, staring at the slopes, bewildered. What had just happened? Sumu walked to the base of the left slope and shouted up, come down. 2 shadowy figures descended from the slope, each dragging 2 bodies. Their dark red eyes appeared particularly eerie in the morning light. What? What are these? Zhao stammered. My assistants, Sumu simply explained, then began to inspect the bodies. The 4 gunmen wore camouflage clothing with no insignia. Their weapons were standard rifles, but the serial numbers had been ground off. Professional. They were not bandits. Bloodwolf's men. Sumu stood up and brushed off the dirt from his hands. He really did follow us. Bloodwolf. Lei Ming's expression changed. He dares to attack the reconnaissance team. In the wilderness, no one would know if they died. Sumu looked ahead. There should be more ambushes ahead. Let's go meet them. The 5 got back on their bikes, but this time, they didn't take the main road. Instead, they veered into the nearby woods and circled around. 2 kilometers away in a hollow of the mountains, Bloodwolf sat on the hood of an off-road vehicle, glancing at his watch, his brow furrowed. Why is there still no movement? He asked the scar-faced man beside him. The scar-faced man had his amputated arm reattached, but it was still bandaged, and his expression was grim. Perhaps. They failed. 4 gunmen against 5 novices. How could they fail? Bloodwolf scoffed. Unless. Before he could finish, the roar of motorcycles echoed from the woods. 5 vehicles charged out from the side, stopping 30 meters away from them. Sumu jumped off and looked at Bloodwolf. I've been waiting for you for a long time, he said. Bloodwolf froze for a moment, then smiled. He jumped off the vehicle, stretching his neck, the aura of a 4th-level martial artist emanating unabashedly. Kid, you have some guts. He stared at Sumu, daring to come to me voluntarily. To save you the trouble of searching for me. Sumu took a step forward. Let's settle this right here. Just what I wanted. Bloodwolf grinned, revealing his pearly white teeth. Brothers, come out. 6 more men emerged from either side of the hollow. They were all martial artists, the lowest at 1st level, the highest at 2nd. Including Bloodwolf and the scar-faced man, there were a total of 8 people. 8 against 5. They had the advantage in number and strength. Bloodwolf was confident of victory. Yet Sumu showed no signs of tension on his face. He simply turned to Lei Ming and the others and said, "Step back and protect yourselves." Sumu, you alone. Step back, Sumu interrupted Lei Ming. This is between him and me. Lei Ming gritted his teeth, but still led the others back behind the motorcycles, raising their guns in caution. Seeing this, Bloodwolf laughed heartily. You have spirit, but unfortunately spirit doesn't fill your stomach. He took a step forward, clenching his fists, the sound of cracking bones echoing. Today I'll let you know the difference between a 1st level and a 4th level martial artist. As the words fell, he lunged forward fiercely. Like a furious beast, he charged at Sumu with a scream that tore through the air. The moment the Bloodwolf pounced, Sumu moved. Not to retreat, nor to block, but to summon. 100 shadow ninjas emerged simultaneously from the shadows of the mountain dip. Dense and dark, like a tide of black, instantly filled the entire space. Dark red eyes formed a cluster, locking onto the Bloodwolf and his 7 subordinates. What a... The Bloodwolf's pupils constricted sharply, abruptly halting his charge. The 7 behind him turned pale, some even dropping their weapons in fright. The scene was horrifying. 100 black shadows, silent and ghostly, like an army of the undead crawling out of hell. Moreover, each presence rivaled that of a 3rd-layer martial disciple. You? What exactly are you? The Bloodwolf's voice trembled as he felt fear for the first time. Sumu did not respond. He merely raised his hand and made a gesture. The 100 ninjas moved simultaneously. Like a black torrent, they engulfed the 7. Cries of agony, cracking bones, and the sound of blades piercing flesh merged into one. The 7 had no chance to resist and were torn to pieces. Blood splattered across the ground of the mountain dip. Kill, level 1, life form 1-1. The system notification rang 7 times in succession. The troop quota increased to 750. But Sumu paid no mind. He focused on the Bloodwolf walking towards him step by step. The Bloodwolf retreated, his back hitting the off-road vehicle with nowhere left to run. I was wrong, he shouted hoarsely. Sumu, spare me. I won't trouble you again. All my military achievements will be yours. The sentence was left unfinished. Sumu had already reached him. Too late. 2 words. Cold, devoid of any emotion. A glint of madness flashed in the Bloodwolf's eyes. He knew pleading was futile, so he decided to fight back desperately. He'll fight you. He roared, unleashing the full power of a 4th-layer martial artist, his fists crashing forward with all his might towards Sumu's chest. This was a move for mutual destruction, but Sumu did not dodge. He simply raised his right hand, fingers spread wide. In his palm, a shadow materialized. It was the ghostly commander of the 5th-layer martial artist. The commander emerged from his palm, swelling in size, instantly transforming into a giant shadow 3 meters tall, striking out with a punch. Bang! The fists collided. The shockwave exploded, sending debris flying around. The blood wolf's fist along with his entire right arm shattered inch by inch. Bones, muscles, blood vessels, all crushed to dust by the violent force. Oh! The blood wolf screamed as he was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, his right arm barely hanging on by a strip of flesh. Blood and gore splattered everywhere. Sumu approached him, looking down at him. Fourth layer martial artist. He shook his head, too weak. The blood wolf was covered in blood, his gaze unfocused, mumbling, "Monster. You are a monster." Sumu ignored him. He crouched down, retrieving the military merit card from the blood wolf's waist, then searched his body, finding several bottles of pills and a dagger. He then stood up, looking at the commander. "Clean it up." The commander nodded, extending a massive hand to grasp the blood wolf's head. Wait. The blood wolf suddenly struggled. "I can tell you a secret. About your parents." Sumu raised his hand. The commander halted his actions. "Speak." "The Chun family. They not only want your parents' notes." The blood wolf spoke urgently. "They discovered something deep in the abyss corridor. Your parents didn't go missing. They were captured to research that thing." Sumu's pupils constricted. "What thing?" "I don't know. I only heard a branch of the Chun family mention that it could change the world." The blood wolf coughed. "Blood. Let me go. I can help you investigate. I have informants in the Chun family." Sumu was silent for 2 seconds. Then he shook his head. "No need." "What? I will investigate myself," Sumu said blandly. "And you deserve to die." He waved his hand. The commander's fingers tightened. Crack. The blood wolf's head was crushed like a watermelon. Red and white splattered everywhere. "Kill level 2 life form 1 troop, quota 2. Sumu turned around, looking at Lei Meng and the others. The 4 were completely stunned. They stared at the corpses strewn across the ground, at the terrifying 3-meter-tall shadow, at Sumu's calm face, feeling a chill run down their spines. This was not a battle. It was a massacre. A one-sided, overwhelming slaughter. Sumu. Lei Meng swallowed hard. "Those shadows. My ability." Sumu did not hide it. "It's a family heirloom capable of controlling shadows for combat." He said it casually. But in the hearts of Lei Meng and the others, waves of shock surged. Controlling shadows. Summoning over 100 third-layer martial disciple shadow warriors. Even a massive shadow of a 5th-layer martial artist. This was beyond what could be described as ability. This was a miracle. "Today's events must remain confidential." Sumu looked at the 4. "If it leaks, you know the consequences." The 4 nodded simultaneously, like chicks pecking at rice. They were not foolish. Such a secret, if leaked, would either lead to being captured by the military for research or hunted down by various factions. The best choice was to keep it buried. Sumu instructed the commander and other ninjas to clean the scene. The bodies were dragged deep into the woods for burial, the bloodstains covered with dirt, and the vehicles pushed into the ravine. 10 minutes later, the mountain dip returned to its original state, as if nothing had happened. Only a faint smell of blood lingered in the air. "Continue the mission." Sumu mounted his motorcycle. "The mine town has 30 more bandits waiting for us." The 5 set off again. But the atmosphere had completely changed. Lei Meng and the others looked at Sumu with eyes that had transformed from comrade to awe. It was the instinctive reaction of the weak towards the strong. Sumu paid no mind. He believed in the supremacy of strength. Exposing part of his power in exchange for absolute obedience from the team was worth it. 2 hours later, the abandoned mine town came into view. It was a cluster of buildings built against the mountain, most of which had collapsed, with only a few structures still standing amidst the ruins. At the entrance of the town, 2 bandits were dozing against the wall. Sumu parked and raised his binoculars to observe. In the town, about 20 people were active. Some were transporting supplies, others repairing weapons, while a few were gathered around a fire roasting meat. The overall strength was not high, mostly martial disciples, with only 3 martial artists. 1 at the 1st layer and 2 at the 2nd layer. They should be the bandit leader and his subordinates mentioned in the intel. "How do we attack?" Lei Meng asked in a low voice. Sumu lowered his binoculars. "You 4 block the rear exit of the town. Don't let anyone escape." "What about you?" "I'll go in." Sumu jumped out of the vehicle, stretching his wrists. His gaze was cold as a blade. Sumu walked towards the entrance of the mining town. The 2 guards, finally awake, lazily raised their guns upon seeing someone approach. "Stop. What do you want?" Sumu did not stop his steps. He continued walking forward, closing the distance to 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. "Damn it, can't you understand human speech?" One of the guards pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet flew out. But Sumu merely tilted his body slightly, allowing the bullet to graze the edge of his clothing and hit the stone behind him, sparking a shower of sparks. The 2 guards were stunned. Can someone actually dodge a bullet at such a close distance? "Enemy attack." One of them reacted and shouted. But the sound abruptly ceased. for a shadow blade had already pierced through his throat. Another ninja emerged from the shadows of the corner, snapping the neck of the second guard. Clean and swift, Sumu stepped into the town. The gunfire and shouting had already alarmed the bandits inside. More than 20 of them rushed out from various places armed with an array of weapons, machetes, axes, and homemade shotguns. Just one person, a burly man with a face full of flesh, stepped forward, holding a bloodied machete, his aura that of a second-level warrior. "Kid, are you tired of living?" Sumu glanced at him. "Are you the leader?" "I'm the second in command." The burly man grinned. "The boss is enjoying himself inside. But to deal with you, I'm enough." He strode forward, swinging his machete with a whistling sound. The power of a second-level warrior is enough to cleave a cow in two. But the blade halted in midair. A pitch-black hand grasped the blade's edge. The burly man stared wide-eyed at the shadow that suddenly appeared before him. 3 meters tall, with dark red eyes like lanterns, exuding a suffocating aura of oppression. "The shadow leader. What are you?" The burly man's voice trembled. The leader's 5 fingers tightened. Crack. The steel-craft machete was crushed into fragments. Then another hand reached out, grabbing the burly man's head. "Wait. I surrender." Puff. His head was crushed like an egg. The body slumped down limply. Kill level 2 being 1 troop quota. 2 The remaining bandits were left in a daze. They looked at the terrifying 3-meter-tall shadow, and then at the headless corpse of the second-in-command on the ground, unsure of who yelled first. "Run." More than 20 people scattered in panic. But from the shadows around the town, 50 shadow ninjas had already emerged. They formed a black wall blocking all escape routes. The massacre began. The ninjas charged into the crowd using hand-blade shadow blades, and even directly colliding with their bodies. The bandits' weapons were ineffective against them, while each attack they made took a life. Screams, pleas for mercy, and the sound of bones cracking merged into one. Sumu stood still, watching expressionlessly. He was counting. 1, 2, 3. The troop quota steadily increased. 5 minutes later, the town fell silent. 25 corpses lay on the ground, blood pooling into streams flowing through the cracks of the stone road. Sumu looked toward the relatively intact 3-story building in the center of the town. The last one. He walked up to the building and pushed the door open. In the first-floor hall, a tall, slender, middle-aged man sat on a sofa, holding a glass of red wine, savoring it slowly. Upon seeing Sumu enter, he put down his glass and smiled. "You've come." His tone was calm, as if he had expected it all along. "A third-level warrior. He must be the boss. Aren't you running away?" "Can I escape?" The man stood up, stretching his wrist. "I heard the commotion outside. Your shadows are quite formidable." He walked to the window, glanced at the carnage outside, and shook his head. "My brothers have followed me for 3 years, and they died just like that." "Murderers are always killed by others," Sumu said flatly. "True enough." The man turned around, staring at Sumu. "But before I die, can I ask a question?" "Speak. Are you from the military, or from the Chin family?" Sumu raised an eyebrow. "Chin family? Looks like not." The man smirked. "Then you're doomed." As soon as the words left his mouth, he suddenly raised his hand, and a cold light shot out from his sleeve. It was a poisoned hidden arrow. It was incredibly fast, at an awkward angle, targeting Sumu's throat. But Sumu didn't even blink. A shadow blade flew in from the side, accurately knocking the hidden arrow away. At the same time, 2 ninjas emerged from the shadows behind the man, one on the left and one on the right, seizing his arms. Crack. Both arms were broken simultaneously. "Ugh!" The man screamed in agony as he knelt on the ground. Sumu approached him, squatting down. "Why did you mention the Chin family?" The man was drenched in cold sweat from the pain, but his gaze remained fierce. "Because the Chin family is also looking for that thing." "What thing?" "I don't know." The man grinned, revealing bloody teeth. "I only know that 3 months ago the Chun family sent a team into the Dark Abyss corridor, seemingly looking for something. A key. A key." Sumu recalled the blood-colored token left by his parents. It had been feeling warm recently. "Continue speaking." "That's all I know." The man gasped for breath. "The Chun family promised me that if I could find the key, they would give me a formal identity and let me leave this hellish place. Unfortunately, I have no more chances." He looked up at Sumu. "Give me a quick death." Sumu stood up, nodded to the leader. The leader reached out and crushed the man's heart. Kill level 2 being 1 troop quota. 2 Sumu searched the hall thoroughly. In the safe of the second-floor bedroom, he found quite a few items. A military merit card with over 300 military merits, several bottles of pills, some gold and silver jewelry, and a letter. The envelope had no signature, but the contents made Sumu's eyes narrow. It was a hand-drawn map marking several entrances and danger zones around the Dark Abyss corridor. On the back of the map, there was a line of small text. The key is deep within the altar, requiring bloodline activation. Chun bloodline activation. Could it be that it requires the blood of the Su family? Sumu put away the map and found the target of this mission, the head of the bandit leader, placing it in a cloth bag. Then he walked out of the small building. Lei Meng and the others had already entered. Upon seeing the corpses strewn across the ground, their faces turned pale. Have you finished cleaning up? Lei Meng asked. Yeah. Sumu tossed the cloth bag to him. Mission accomplished, prepare to return. The 5 of them tidied up the battlefield, collecting all valuable spoils, weapons, ammunition, and some food and medicine. Over 800 military merits were collected. Sumu divided 400 among Lei Meng and the others, keeping 400 for himself. Adding the 500 from the mission reward and the gains from Bloodwolf's side, his total military merit now exceeded 1,500. Enough to buy quite a few good things. On the way back to the camp, the atmosphere lightened considerably. Although Lei Meng and the others were still apprehensive about Sumu's abilities, they could at least communicate normally. Brother Su, can you teach that ability of yours? Zhao Hu asked cautiously. It's family heritage. I can't teach it. Sumu shook his head. The 4 were somewhat disappointed, but understood. Such an extraordinary ability could not possibly be taught easily. In the evening, the 5 returned to the reconnaissance team station. Zhou Kai was already waiting. Upon seeing them return safely, he nodded. Mission completed. Yes, Sumu replied, handing over the cloth bag. Zhou Kai opened it for a glance, confirmed it was the target's head, and smiled in satisfaction. Well done. The reward has already been credited to your cards. He took out a small jade bottle and handed it to Sumu. This is a chi condensing pill. Take good care of it. Sumu received it, uncorked the bottle, and inhaled the aroma. The rich medicinal scent made him feel his vital energy surge just from the smell. A good item. Also, one more thing, Zhou Kai said, his smile fading. When you returned, did you encounter Bloodwolf? Sumu's face remained unchanged. No. Strange, Zhou Kai frowned. Bloodwolf and the 8 men under him disappeared after leaving the camp this morning. Someone saw them heading southeast, the same direction as you. Perhaps. They encountered a strange beast, Sumu said indifferently. Zhou Kai glanced at him and did not pursue the matter further. All right, go rest. Tomorrow new training tasks will begin. Back in his quarters, Sumu closed the door and took out the chi condensing pill. The chi gathering pill dissolved upon entry. A surge of scorching energy rushed from his throat into his stomach, then exploded, flooding his limbs and bones. Sumu sat cross-legged on the bed, closing his eyes in concentration, guiding the medicinal power through his cultivation method. To advance from the first to the second level of a martial artist, one must open up 8 main meridians. He had already opened up 3.5, and under the violent impact of the chi gathering pill's power, he began to connect the remaining 4.5 one by one. 4th meridian. Connected. 5th meridian. Connected. His blood and chi surged through the meridians like a flood, breaching a dam, unstoppable. With each meridian that was opened, his body felt lighter and his strength surged. Sumu could clearly feel his muscles tightening, bones strengthening, and senses sharpening. The sound of wind outside, the footsteps of the patrolling team in the distance, and even the thunderous snoring from the neighboring barracks were all crystal clear. But the medicinal power was too overwhelming. As he opened the 6th meridian, blood trickled from the corner of Sumu's mouth. The meridians tore apart, only to be restructured by the medicinal power. The pain felt like countless needles darting wildly within him. He gritted his teeth and persevered. Veins bulged on his forehead, and sweat soaked through his clothes. 7th meridian. Connected. Only one left. The medicinal power had already been depleted by more than half, but the last meridian was particularly tough, as hard to breach as cowhide. Sumu took a deep breath, mobilizing all his mental energy to guide the remaining medicinal power in a concentrated assault. Once, twice, thrice. Boom. It felt as if something within his mind had exploded. The 8th meridian was connected. Sumu opened his eyes, and a flash of brilliance flickered within. He clenched his fists, feeling his strength had at least doubled. His speed, reaction, and endurance had all undergone a qualitative leap. Now, relying solely on his physical strength, he could easily crush his former self. Moreover, he delved into the system. Current summon limit 752. The number of troops had increased again, likely due to the growth in spiritual power brought about by his recent breakthrough. But the more important changes were: host has broken through to the 2nd level of martial artist. Shadow mass fusion level increased to intermediate. New troop type unlocked. Shadow sorcerer. Ranged energy type. New ability unlocked. Shadow domain. Within a radius of 10 meters, can sense all shadow-covered areas. Shadow sorcerer. Shadow domain. Sumu immediately attempted to summon. A slight movement of his mind. A new shadow emerged from the corner of the wall. It was slightly stronger than a basic ninja, wearing a robe similar to that of a mage with hands tucked into its sleeves, a mask covering its face, and eyes that were a haunting blue. System prompt: Shadow Sorcerer, Strength, Martial Disciple, Level 5. Abilities: Shadow Arrow, Shadow Shield, Low Level Illusion. Consumption 0. 3 Spiritual Power Minute, Range Troop. Moreover, it has defensive and control abilities. Sumu was overjoyed. He had always felt the troop lacked ranged attack means, and now it was filled. He tested the shadow domain again. Closing his eyes, he spread his spirit. Centered on himself within a radius of 10 meters, all places covered by shadows. The space under the bed, the corners behind the cabinets, and even the shadows cast by branches outside, were all clearly visible. It was like having full map visibility. Within this range, any ambush or sneak attack would be utterly exposed. Yet it was still not enough. Sumu continued to examine the system and discovered an even more important change: Shadow Mask Fusion Level. Increased kill feedback mechanism activated for each being killed. In addition to increasing troop numbers, a portion of life energy will be extracted as feedback to the host. Feedback ratio: Level 1 beings 0. 1 a Level 2 beings 1 a Level 3 beings 10. Life energy feedback. Sumu immediately understood. This meant that for each enemy he killed, he could not only increase the number of troops, but also directly enhance his own strength. Although the ratio was very low, with Level 1 only at 0. 1 a small amounts would accumulate to a significant total. If he killed 10,000 Level 1 beings, he would obtain an energy feedback equivalent to the total of 10 Level 1 beings. This was the true core of the system. Previously, he had focused too much on troop numbers, neglecting his own enhancement. Now both paths could be pursued in parallel, expanding the troop and strengthening himself. Sumu stood up and stretched his body. The sense of power from the breakthrough made him a bit intoxicated, but he soon calmed down. Being at the second level of martial artist was not bad in the military camp, but in the vast high martial world, he was still an ant. The Chun family could send out master-level combatants, and there were likely king-level or even emperor-level beasts lurking in the abyssal corridor. He still had a long way to go. I need to improve quickly. Sumu's gaze turned cold. The kill feedback mechanism provided him with a shortcut. The more he kills, the stronger he becomes. So, where to kill? The military camp was definitely not an option. The frontline battlefield was a choice, but it was too chaotic and easily exposed his abilities. The best targets were still something like the ironback ant's nest, numerous weak individuals, and located in remote areas. He needed intelligence. The next day, Sumu went to find Zhou Kai. Deputy Company Commander, are there any extermination missions? He asked, preferably ones with many weak beasts. You just broke through to the second level and already want to kill everywhere. Zhou Kai glanced up at him as he was reviewing documents. There is indeed a mission. Zhou Kai pulled out a report from his drawer. 120 kilometers northwest of the camp, there is a place called Bone Wasteland. Recently, reconnaissance aircraft discovered that a large number of bone-corroding insects had appeared there, estimated to be over 100,000. Bone-corroding insects are the weakest of the first-level beasts, with individual strength even less than that of a martial disciple level 1, but they like to live in groups, and a nest can have tens of thousands of them. Their shells can be refined into a special metal, which is quite valuable. Mission requirement: exterminate at least 50,000 and bring back the shells as proof. Reward: 1,000 military merits plus a bottle of body-strengthening liquid. The body-strengthening liquid is a more precious cultivation resource than cheap blood pills, capable of enhancing the physical body, worth over 500 military merits. He'll take it, Sumu said without hesitation. By yourself. Zhou Kai frowned. Although the bone-corroding insects are weak, there are too many of them. If surrounded, even a martial artist level 4 won't be able to withstand it. I have my ways, Sumu replied. Zhou Kai stared at him for a few seconds before finally nodding. Fine, the mission is yours. But remember, act within your capabilities. Returning alive is more important than any reward. Understood. Sumu left with the mission document. Instead of setting off immediately, he first went to the exchange point and used 500 military merits to buy a bottle of invisibility potion. This potion can mask his aura for a short time, making it difficult for beasts to detect him. He spent another 300 military merits to buy a set of lightweight protective gear, not for defense, but for easier movement among the insect swarm. With over 700 military merits left, he saved them for when he would need them. Back in the barracks, Lei Meng and the others were training. Seeing Sumu return, Lei Meng approached. Brother Su, I heard you took another mission. Yeah, Bone Wasteland. Bone-corroding insects. Bone-corroding insects. Zhao Hu clicked his tongue. Although those things are weak, their numbers are overwhelming. Last time the 3rd troop sent a company to exterminate them, but over half were killed or injured, only bringing back 20,000 shells. I know what I'm doing. Sumu started organizing his gear. Do you want us to go with you? Lei Ming asked. More people means more support. No need. Sumu shook his head. This mission is better suited for me alone. The four exchanged glances and did not insist further. They were aware of Sumu's strength and had seen those terrifying shadows. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Sumu set off alone. Riding a motorcycle, he covered 120 kilometers in 2 hours. The Bone Wasteland lived up to its name. Stretching as far as the eye could see, it was filled with grayish-white sand and bare rocks with hardly any vegetation. When the wind blew, it kicked up clouds of dust resembling white ashes. A faint sour smell hung in the air, the scent of the corrosive fluids secreted by the bone-corroding insects. Sumu parked his motorcycle and took out binoculars to observe. In the distance, he could see countless black dots moving. Those were the swarms of bone-corroding insects. The numbers were indeed terrifying. Like a tide of black, they covered the entire wasteland. 100,000. Probably more. He found a concealed depression, hid his motorcycle, then changed into his protective gear and drank the invisibility potion. As the potion took effect, his aura rapidly diminished, eventually becoming almost non-existent. Now to the beast's perception, he was like a stone. Sumu began to approach the swarm. When he was 500 meters away, he stopped and closed his eyes, his mind sinking into the dark hall. 752 pairs of crimson eyes opened simultaneously. Come forth, all of you. Blackness poured from the shadows beneath Sumu's feet, like ink dripping into clear water spreading outward. 100, 200, 500. Ultimately, the entire shadow army of 752 emerged. Basic ninjas, shadow elite ninjas, shadow general, shadow leaders, and the newly unlocked shadow sorcerers. They stood in a dense, orderly formation on the wasteland. The dark red eyes formed a sea of scarlet light, starkly contrasting against the grayish-white wasteland. Sumu opened his eyes, gazing at his army. Then he raised his hand and pointed toward the distant insect swarm. Kill. Leave none alive. The army surged forward like a black torrent, charging towards the swarm. The slaughter began. The desolate land of withered bones had turned into a meat grinder. The shadowy battalion struck like a black scythe, cutting into the swarm of bone-eating insects. Where they passed, insect corpses lay scattered. The basic ninjas engaged in close combat, slicing through the insect shells with their hands, as if cutting tofu. The shadow mages lined up at the back, unleashing a rain of ghostly blue arrows, each capable of piercing through multiple insects. The general and commander charged through the swarm, like a sharp blade, unstoppable. Kill. Level 1 Creature 1. Battalion Quota 1. Life Energy Feedback 0. 1. Kill. Level 1 Creature 1. 101. The notification sound echoed in his mind like the sound of incessant rain. Sumu stood at the back, eyes closed, feeling the surging warmth within his body. With each notification, a faint energy flowed from the void, merging into his limbs. It was very weak. A level 1 creature only provided 0. 1, but the sheer number made it count. 100 insects providing a 10 feedback equated to the energy of one level 1 creature. 1,000 meant 10 times that. 10,000. He opened his eyes and looked ahead. His field of vision was filled with combat. Shadows collided with the tide of black insects like two torrents crashing against each other. Yet the shadowy battalion held an absolute advantage. They had no physical form, unafraid of the corrosive acid of the insects. They felt no fear, never fatigued. They obeyed only one command: kill. The swarm began to collapse. The instinct of the animals made them realize that these black entities were invincible. Some insects started to scatter, but the battalion was faster, closing in on them. Sumu raised his hand, summoning the commander of the 5th level warrior. Go clear the perimeter, don't let a single one escape. The commander nodded and took heavy steps, each footfall crushing countless insects. It moved like a wall, driving the fleeing insects back to the center. The slaughter continued for a full 3 hours. When the last bone-eating insect was pinned to the ground by the shadow mage's arrow, the wasteland finally quieted. The grayish-white sand was stained a dark red. Insect corpses piled up like mountains, some places even half a meter high. The air was filled with a strong, acrid, and bloody smell mixed together, making one feel nauseous. Sumu slowly exhaled. The system notification finally ceased. He opened the interface. Total kills, this time 127583. Battalion quota increased 127583. Current summon limit 128335. Total life energy feedback 12758. 3 equivalent to 127. 58 level 1 creatures. Over 127,000 kills. The battalion number surpassed 120,000. The life energy feedback was equivalent to the total of over 100 level 1 creatures. Sumu closed his eyes, beginning to absorb this energy. The warm flow surged from the void 100 times stronger than before. It surged into his meridians, integrating into his flesh and blood, reinforcing his bones, nourishing his internal organs. The realm of the second-level warrior was rapidly consolidating and steadily advancing towards the third level. An hour later, Sumu opened his eyes, his gaze sparkling with brilliance. Peak of the second-level warrior, just a step away from the third level. Meanwhile, his mental strength, under the nourishment of a large amount of feedback, surged to the upper limit of 50 points. Not enough. He looked at the insect corpses scattered around, then at the system interface. 1,200,000 battalion members sounded like a lot, but against real powerhouses, like masters or even kings, it was still not enough. He needed a qualitative change. Fusion. Sumu concentrated, starting with the basic ninjas. 100 merged into one commander, 5th-level warrior. Another 100 merged into a second commander. He operated continuously, consuming 10,000 basic ninjas, resulting in 100 commanders. 100 5th-level warrior shadows. They stood there, exuding an aura that made the air feel heavy. But the consumption was terrifying. Each commander consumed 5 mental points per minute, and 100 meant 500 points per minute. Yet his current limit was only 50 points, enough to sustain for a maximum of 6 seconds. Continue merging. Sumu gritted his teeth. 10 commanders merged. 10 massive shadows converged, compressing, solidifying. Finally, they transformed into a terrifying entity over 5 meters tall, covered in dark golden patterns. System notification: 10 commander shadows merged into Shadow King. Strength elevated to the first level of master. Consumption increased to 50 mental points per minute, master level. Sumu's eyes lit up. Although the consumption also skyrocketed to 50 points per minute, exactly his limit, it could only be maintained for 1 minute. But in that 1 minute, he could possess the combat power of a master-level warrior. He continued to merge. He consumed 9,000 basic ninjas, resulting in 9 kings. Now he possessed basic ninjas, approximately 110 shadow mages, 100 capable of ranged attacks, commanders 0, all merged into kings. 10 first level of master. This configuration was much more reasonable than before. The large number of basic ninjas was suitable for swarm tactics and reconnaissance. The shadow mages provided ranged firepower. The kings served as trump cards, capable of turning the tide at critical moments. Moreover, the intelligence of the kings was higher. Sumu tested them and found that they could understand complex tactical commands and even execute simple tactical coordination. Form ranks. The 10 kings immediately lined up in 2 rows, their dark golden eyes quietly watching him. Conceal. The kings transformed into black smoke, merging into the surrounding shadows, vanishing from sight. But Sumu could clearly sense their locations, within 10 meters around him, ready to be summoned at any moment. Perfect. Next was to collect the spoils. The shells of the bone-eating insects needed to be manually peeled off, a tedious task. But Sumu had a battalion of 1,200,000. He ordered the basic ninjas to begin. With 11,000 ninjas working simultaneously, the efficiency was astonishing. In less than half an hour, 5,000 intact shells piled up into small mountains. Sumu packed them into prepared sacks and tied them to his motorcycle. Task completed. However, he did not rush to leave. Deep within the wasteland, there was more to find. Through the perception of the shadow realm, he saw a massive hollow 30 meters underground, 300 meters away, where a stronger life form resided. At least level 3, possibly even level 4. Let's take a look. Sumu took 2 kings and headed in that direction. The ground had an inconspicuous entrance, less than a meter in diameter, but unfathomably deep. Sumu sent 1 king down to scout. A few minutes later, the king relayed the information safe. He jumped into the entrance. The cave walls were smooth, as if worn down by something over time. After falling about 30 meters, his feet landed. Before him was a massive underground cavern about 10 meters high, spanning the size of 2 basketball courts. In the center of the cave lay a queen insect, over 15 meters long, bloated and nearly immobile. Its abdomen squirmed continuously, laying white eggs. A level 4 exotic beast, the bone-eating queen. Surrounding it were over 100 guardian insects, all level 3. The queen sensed the intruders and emitted a piercing screech. The guardian insects immediately lunged for Sumu. Sumu remained motionless. He merely raised his hand. 2 kings emerged from the shadows and stood before him. Then they simultaneously struck. Boom! The force of their punch tore through the air, carrying the terrifying might of a master, crashing into the swarm. The guardian insects were crushed like paper in an instant. The queen, in panic, tried to retreat, but its bloated body rendered it immobile. Sumu approached it. The queen looked at him pleadingly, emitting a low whimper. But Sumu's gaze was cold. Sorry, I need your energy. The king struck down with a punch. The queen's head exploded. Kill level 4 creature 1. Battalion quota 100. Life energy feedback 1000. Achievement unlocked insect swarm terminator. Reward mental strength 20 new ability unlocked. Insect swarm summoning can control the corpses of killed insect-type exotic beasts for 10 minutes. The warm flow surged again. This time it was even stronger, like a volcanic eruption. Su Mu let out a muffled groan, sitting cross-legged and absorbing with all his might. The barrier of the second-level warrior shattered under the impact of this energy. Third-level warrior. Moreover, it didn't stop there. The energy continued to surge, pushing his realm upward. Early stage, mid-stage, late stage. Finally, it settled at the peak of the third level, just a step away from the fourth level. Su Mu stood up, feeling the surging power within him. Now, with just his physical body, he could contend with a fifth-level warrior, adding the Shadow Battalion, unmatched below the master level. He glanced at the queen's corpse, then at the insect eggs. Then he activated his new ability, Insect Swarm Summoning. The corpse of the queen trembled and then stood up. Though its head was shattered, it could still move. The corpses of over 100 guardian insects also stood back up, following the queen like a legion of undead insects. Go bring out all the resources from the cave, Su Mu commanded. The insect swarm began to work. They brought out a pile of items from deep within the cave. Exotic beast cores, rare minerals, and even some equipment left behind by humans. Among them, the most concerning to Su Mu was a palm-sized black stone tablet. The tablet was engraved with densely packed runes exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. He picked it up, examining it closely. He didn't recognize the runes, but the material of the tablet was very similar to the blood-red token left by his parents. Moreover, on the back of the tablet, there was a line of small text: Dark Abyss Altar, only a king may enter. Knight. A king. Does it refer to a king-level powerhouse, or something else? Su Mu put away the tablet, searched the cave again to ensure nothing was missed, and then turned to leave. The duration of the insect swarm summoning ended, and the corpses fell back down, turning to ashes. He climbed out of the cave and returned to the surface. The setting sun cast a blood-red hue over the wasteland. Su Mu gazed into the distance, his expression deep. Dark Abyss Corridor. Altar. Key. And parents. He needed to go there. But before that, he needed stronger strength and more preparation. The motorcycle roared to life, speeding toward the military camp. Behind him lay a mountain of insect corpses and a silent wasteland. Little did Su Mu know, not long after he left, a figure in a black robe appeared in the cave where the queen had died. The robed figure crouched down, feeling the residual energy traces on the ground, murmuring a fluctuation of master-level power and a dark aura. Could it be that the inheritor of that one has appeared? At dusk, Su Mu returned to the reconnaissance unit station. 5 bulging sacks were tied to the back of his motorcycle, filled with the shells of bone-eating insects, their acrid and sour stench discernible from afar. The guard at the door looked at him, momentarily stunned. Su Mu. You completed the mission. Su Mu parked his motorcycle. Is Deputy Commander Zhou here? In the office. Zhou Kai was looking at a map in the office when he heard a knock on the door. Not lifting his head, come in. Su Mu pushed the door open, throwing down the 5 sacks with a dull thud. Zhou Kai looked up, seeing the sacks, and then glancing at Su Mu, his expression somewhat astonished. This is only a day. Did you kill them all? 50,000, no more no less. Su Mu untied one of the sack mouths, revealing the densely packed black shells inside. Zhou Kai approached and crouched down to inspect them. The shells were intact, with neatly trimmed edges, clearly removed by professional techniques. Moreover, in terms of quantity, he estimated there were at least 60,000. You alone in one day killed 60,000 bone-eating insects. Zhou Kai stood up, staring at Su Mu as if he were a monster. I used some special methods, Su Mu said vaguely. Zhou Kai did not press further. Everyone had their own secrets, especially on the front lines. Asking too much could make the relationship awkward. Mission completed, the reward remains the same. He signed a document. 1,000 military merit points, plus a bottle of body-tempering liquid. The military merit has been credited to your card. Su Mu's military merit card buzzed, the number jumping to 2005. Additionally, Zhou Kai paused. Have you broken through to the 3rd level? Just broke through. Su Mu did not hide his aura. The fluctuation of blood energy from the peak of a 3rd-level warrior could not be concealed. Zhou Kai took a deep breath. 2 days ago, Su Mu was still at the 1st level. 2 days later, he was at the peak of the 3rd level. This speed was simply astounding. You should stay out of the camp for a while. Zhou Kai suddenly said seriously, advancing your realm too quickly may draw attention from certain people, especially those above. He pointed to the ceiling, meaning the military higher-ups or even the imperial side. Su Mu nodded. I understand. And there's Zhou Kai walked to the window looking at the darkening sky. In 3 days, the 7th Legion will organize a large-scale extermination operation targeting the beast horde in Blackwind Canyon. The reconnaissance unit needs to send elite members to participate. Are you going? How big is the scale, eh? An entire regiment, 3,000 men. The estimated number of beasts is around 50,000 with the highest level possibly reaching level 5. A level 5 beast is equivalent to a 5th to 6th level human master. Su Mu's eyes brightened. A large-scale battle meant numerous opportunities for slaughter. I'm going. Good. Zhou Kai turned. Go back and prepare. We set off in 3 days. Returning to the barracks, Lei Meng and the others were having dinner. Seeing Su Mu enter, Lei Meng immediately came over. Brother Su, I heard you finished the bone-eating insect mission in 1 day. News travels fast. Su Mu sat down and took a bite of the steamed bun. Awesome. Zhao Hu gave a thumbs up. That damn place took our squad 3 days to kill 20,000 and we lost 3 brothers. Su Mu did not respond, merely focusing on his meal. What occupied his mind now was Blackwind Canyon and those 50,000 beasts. If he could kill them all, how many more troops could the Legion gain? How many levels could he break through with the life energy feedback? After dinner, Su Mu went to the training room in the military camp. It was a place specifically for officers and elite soldiers equipped with gravity adjustment devices, energy testers, and various auxiliary training equipment. Time needed to be exchanged using military merit 10 points per hour. Su Mu exchanged for 3 hours. He needed to test his current strength. Entering a single-person training room, he closed the door. The room was simple, containing only a force measurement tablet, a speed testing track, and several targets. Su Mu approached the force measurement tablet. Taking a deep breath without using any martial skills, relying purely on his physical strength, he threw a punch. Bang! The numbers on the force measurement tablet fluctuated wildly: 5,000 kilograms, 8,000 kilograms, 12,000 kilograms, finally stopping at 15,800 kilograms. The standard strength for a peak 3rd-level warrior is 10,000 kilograms. Su Mu exceeded the standard by 58, which was already close to the early stage of a 4th-level warrior. Moreover, this was just physical strength. If he added blood energy bursts and martial skills, he activated the shadow mask and mobilized his blood energy. His fist struck out again. This time a layer of faint black energy surrounded his fist. But the force measurement tablet shook violently, the numbers skyrocketing: 20,000 kilograms, 30,000 kilograms, 50,000 kilograms, finally stopping at 72,300 kilograms, 72,300 kilograms. This had already reached the standard of a 6th-level warrior. Speed testing. Su Mu stood on the track and activated. His figure transformed into a blur covering 100 meters in the blink of an eye. The device displayed 0.87 seconds. The standard speed for a 3rd-level warrior is 1.5 seconds. He was twice as fast. If he used shadow traversal, Su Mu thought, and his body melded into the shadows, appearing at the other end of the track the next second. The device didn't even have time to record 0.01 seconds. Almost instantaneous. Next were the endurance test, reaction test, and mental strength test. All exceeded the standards. Especially mental strength, the tester displayed 72 points. Far surpassing warriors of the same level. Typically, 3rd-level warriors have around 20 points of mental strength. This should be the enhancement brought by the shadow mask and the system. After 3 hours, Su Mu walked out of the training room. He now had a clear understanding of his strength: physical realm peak 3rd-level warrior, close to 4th-level true combat power, able to contend with 6th-level warriors, combined with the Shadow Legion, invincible against masters below the 1st level. Mental strength 72 points, able to support 1 king to fight for 1 for minutes, or 10 leaders for 14 minutes, or 700 basic ninjas for 100 minutes. Legion scale 1 to 0. Hidden cards 10 master-level kings, high consumption, short duration. That's enough. At least in this Blackwind Canyon operation, self-preservation is more than sufficient. Even he could rampage. Returning to the barracks, Su Mu began organizing his equipment. Daggers, handguns, ammunition, potions, rations. And that black stone slab he found in the insect's cave. He took out the stone slab and the blood-red token left by his parents. The token was still warm and the temperature was even higher than before. When he pressed the token against the stone slab, the token vibrated and blood light surged. The runes on the stone slab began to glow as if coming to life, swimming and reorganizing on the slab. In the end, they formed a 3-dimensional map hologram floating in midair. The map marked a red dot next to which was a line of small text: Dark Abyss, altar entrance deep within Blackwind Canyon, opens on Blood Moon night. Blackwind Canyon. Su Mu's pupils constricted. What a coincidence. The place he was going to in 3 days was precisely Blackwind Canyon. Moreover, Blood Moon Night. He calculated the time. 3 days later was exactly the night of the full moon. But what is the blood moon? At that moment, hurried footsteps came from outside the barracks. Lei Ming burst in pale-faced. Brother Su. Something happened. What's wrong? We just received news that the beasts in Blackwind Canyon have gone berserk. Lei Ming gasped for breath. They have charged out of the canyon and are attacking the nearby No. 3 outpost. There are over 300 stationed troops and more than 200 civilians. All are family members of nearby miners. Su Mu stood up abruptly. What about the 7th Legion? They have already gathered urgently, but it will take at least 2 hours to arrive. Lei Ming urged the outpost can't hold out that long. The reconnaissance unit has received orders to head out for support. Save as many as you can. Let's go. Su Mu grabbed his gear and rushed out of the barracks. The reconnaissance unit station was already in chaos. Soldiers were urgently assembling, and Zhou Kai stood on the steps, his face grim. The situation is urgent, no time for nonsense. The outpost is 40 kilometers from here. We ride motorcycles at full speed, and we must arrive within half an hour. The mission is rescue, not a fight to the death. Rescue the civilians and retreat immediately. Understood. Understood. Set off. 20 military motorcycles surged out of the camp like a black arrow piercing through the night. Su Mu rode at the front, his gaze icy. The outpost. Civilians. Slaughter. And Blackwind Canyon. Everything crashed. In the distance, he could already see the rising flames and thick smoke. The outpost was burning. PS1. Martial disciples, 19 levels, tempering the body, accumulating blood energy. Warriors, 19 levels, blood energy projection, mastering martial skills 3. Martial masters, 19 levels, condensing true essence, flying with chi 4. Masters, 19 levels, true essence takes shape, domain begins to manifest 5. Grandmasters, 19 levels, domain perfected, extended lifespan 6. Martial kings, king level, mastering the rules, beginning to glimpse the world 7. Martial emperors, emperor level, rules materialized, suppressing a nation 8. Martial sovereigns, emperor level, domain transforms into reality, pressuring the continent. Note the highest combat power in Blue Star currently is martial sovereign, but it has not appeared for 1,000 years. 40 kilometers, full speed ahead. The engine of the military motorcycle roared across the wilderness like 20 furious iron beasts. Su Mu charged at the forefront, the night wind slicing across his face like a blade. The flames ahead grew ever closer, and faint sounds of explosions and screams could be heard. Faster. Go faster. Zhou Kai shouted from behind. 5 minutes later, the outpost appeared in sight. It was a small fortress built of concrete and steel, currently surrounded by a dark tide of monstrous beasts. The types of beasts were varied. There were spike wolves with limbs on the ground and spikes all over their bodies, decayed winged birds flying in the air, and massive rock-armored beasts that resembled moving fortresses. The number? At least 3,000. The fortress walls had collapsed in multiple places, and the defending soldiers were firing heavy machine guns and energy cannons frantically, but there were too many beasts, and the defense line was on the verge of collapse. Inside the fortress, terrified civilians could be seen running, mostly women and children. Prepare for battle. Zhou Kai shouted. Su Mu, Lei Ming, you take a team to flank from the left and cover the civilians' evacuation. Everyone else will draw fire from the front. Understood. The motorcycle squad split into 2 groups. Su Mu, Lei Ming, Zhao Hu, and 8 others circled around to the back entrance of the fortress. There were relatively fewer beasts near the back door, but still over 100, all wildly banging against the iron gate. Open fire. Lei Ming raised his shotgun. Bang, bang, bang. The gunshots rang out, and several spike wolves were turned into Swiss cheese. Yet more beasts were alarmed, turning to pounce. Damn it, too many. Zhao Hu's hands shook as he changed magazines. 10 people faced off against hundreds of beasts. The disparity in strength was overwhelming. But Su Mu did not stop. He jumped off the motorcycle, drew his dagger, and charged into the beast horde. Su Gu, you're on your own. Lei Ming gasped. Before he could finish his sentence, shadows surged around Su Mu. 100 ghostly ninja emerged from the darkness. Following them were 50 shadow mages, their eerie blue eyes flickering in the firelight. Finally, 3 five-turtle ghostly kings stood like 3 black mountains, blocking the way of the beasts. Silence. The 9 men of Lei Ming gaped, staring at this suddenly appeared shadow army, their minds blank. The beasts also halted, instinctively sensing a deadly threat. Su Mu raised his hand, pointing at the beast horde. Kill them all. The shadow troops moved. Like a black tide, they crashed into the beasts. The basic ninjas weaved like phantoms, their hand blades precisely slicing through the throats of the beasts. The shadow mages in the back row unleashed a volley, shadow arrows raining down. The three kings were like slaughtering machines, each punch capable of shattering a rock-armored beast. Crushing. Absolute crushing. Hundreds of beasts were reduced to a pile of corpses within 30 seconds. The 9 men of Lei Meng collapsed on the ground, drenched in cold sweat. They finally understood what Sumu meant when he said, "I am more suited alone." This was not a battle. It was a massacre. "What are you dawdling for?" Sumu turned back, his voice cold. "Go open the back door and rescue people." "Ah, yes." The 9 men scrambled toward the back door. Sumu, meanwhile, led the troop forward. Everywhere they passed, the beasts were annihilated. Kill count of level 2 beings 1, troop 2. Energy feedback 1. Kill count of level 3 beings 1, troop 10. Energy feedback 10. The notifications were continuous. Sumu could feel the heat flow within him growing stronger. The barrier from the 3rd to the 4th layer of the warrior was loosening. At the main gate of the fortress, Zhou Kai's side was under immense pressure. Their 20 people had attracted most of the beast's attention and were now surrounded, ammunition nearly depleted. "Deputy Company Commander, we can't hold on," a soldier screamed, his left arm clawed by a decayed winged bird, the wound rotting. Zhou Kai gritted his teeth, slicing a spike wolf in half and looking around. Of the 26 had already fallen. The rest were all injured. And the beasts still numbered over 2,000. Damn it. He tightened his grip on the knife, preparing for a desperate fight. At that moment, a commotion suddenly arose from the back of the beast horde. Sounds of screams, bones cracking, and some dark, ominous presence. Zhou Kai looked up. Then he witnessed a scene he would never forget. 3 5-meter black giants, like 3 demonic gods, forcefully carved a bloody path through the beast horde. Behind the giants was a dense mass of black humanoids, silently slaughtering, with beasts falling in droves wherever they passed. And in front of the giants, Sumu walked forward slowly. He held a shadow blade in his hand, dripping with black blood. Wherever he went, the beasts parted, not to make way, but because they were slaughtered. One man, a legion. "Is that Sumu?" a soldier murmured. Zhou Kai said nothing. He just stared intently at Sumu, at those shadows, at this unbelievable scene. Then he smiled. Tears streamed from his eyes as he laughed. "This kid is really hiding his strength." Sumu walked up to Zhou Kai. "Deputy Company Commander, take people inside to rescue the civilians. Leave the perimeter to me." His voice was calm, but the absolute confidence within it made everyone breathe a sigh of relief. "Do you think you can handle it?" Zhou Kai asked. Sumu did not answer. He simply turned around, looking towards the dark horde of beasts. Then he raised his hand. "Summon all." This time it was not 100 nor 1,000. It was 50,000. 50,000 basic ninjas, 5,000 shadow mages, 100 commanders, and 10 kings. The shadow troop revealed its full fangs for the first time before the world. A black tide instantly engulfed the battlefield. The sky was covered by the shadow mages' rain of arrows, the ground was cut by the ninjas' blades, and the kings moved like mountains, each step crushing countless beasts. 3,000 beasts. Not enough to kill. Inside the fortress, the surviving soldiers and civilians crouched by the broken windows, staring blankly outside. They saw the black shadows surge like a tide, devouring the beasts. They saw the 3 giants smash the heavy armor of the rock-armored beasts with a punch. They saw a young boy standing at the center of the battlefield like a general commanding thousands of armies, raising his hand, and all beasts perished. "Is that a deity?" a child murmured. The slaughter continued for 20 minutes. When the last decayed winged bird was shot through the head by a shadow mage and fell from the sky, the battlefield fell silent. A ground littered with corpses, those of the beasts and a few humans. But more were those black shadows. They stood silently amidst the sea of corpses and blood, their dark red eyes looking at Sumu, awaiting the next command. Sumu stood in the center of the battlefield, closing his eyes. Within him, the heat flow surged. Total kills this time 3127 troop, 4129, including extra bonuses for above level 3 beasts. Total life energy feedback 587. 3. Absorb. The heat flow exploded, rushing into his limbs. The barrier from the 3rd to the 4th layer of the warrior shattered. 4th layer, and it was still rising. Early, mid, late stages of the 4th layer. Ultimately, it stopped at the peak of the 4th layer, just a line away from the 5th layer. Sumu opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of turbid air. His aura was at least 3 times stronger than before. He looked at his own hands, clenching his fists. Power surged immensely. Now he could stand toe-to-toe with the 7th layer warrior just with his physical body. If he included the shadow troop. Beneath the Grandmaster, he was invincible. Even Could he challenge a first-layer grandmaster? Su Mu. Zhou Kai walked over followed by Lei Meng and others along with rescued civilians. Everyone looked at him, their expressions complex. Awe, gratitude, fear, and a hint of alienation. Su Mu understood. When you display power far beyond the ordinary, people will naturally regard you as an outlier. But he did not care. Were the civilians rescued, he asked. They were rescued casualties. Were minimal. Zhou Kai glanced at the ground littered with beast corpses this time. Thanks to you. It's my duty. Su Mu turned around, clean up the battlefield, and prepare to retreat. But at that moment, from afar the direction of the Black Wind Gorge a thunderous roar resounded. The sound was like the roar of an ancient beast carrying terrifying pressure sweeping over. Everyone's faces changed drastically. Even Su Mu felt a hint of trepidation. That was the aura of a beast far exceeding level 5. At least level 6. Perhaps level 7. Run! Zhou Kai shouted, it's a big guy. Retreat. Everyone retreat. But it was already too late. A massive shadow rose from the gorge blocking out the moonlight. It was a dragon. No, it was a creature resembling a western dragon over 50 meters in length, its wings spread blocking the sun, covered in dark red scales, with eyes like two burning blood moons. A level 7 beast, Bloodwing Dragon. A Grandmaster level existence. The Bloodwing Dragon swooped down targeting Su Mu. It sensed the presence of those shadows, the dark power it loathed. Thus it aimed to kill this human first. Su Mu, dodge. Zhou Kai's eyes widened in horror. But Su Mu did not dodge. He stared at the descending giant dragon, his gaze icy. Then he raised his right hand. 10 kings simultaneously appeared blocking in front of him. Just right. He murmured to himself. Let's test the power of a grandmaster. The Bloodwing Dragon plunged downward, its colossal 50-meter frame casting a shadow of death across the night sky. It opened its maw wide and deep crimson flames coalesced deep within its throat, warping the air with searing heat. The overwhelming aura of a grandmaster sent everyone collapsing to the ground, except Su Mu. He stood before 10 sovereigns gazing upward at the great dragon with eyes as calm and detached as if observing nothing more than an oversized flying insect. Scatter and execute the kill. And the command rang out. 10 towering black figures, each 5 meters tall, surged forward simultaneously, like 10 obsidian arrows loosed from different directions toward the Bloodwing Dragon. Their speed left only afterimages in their wake. Each footfall cratered the earth. Sensing mortal threat, the dragon abandoned its flame breath, instead beating its massive wings violently to unleash a gale force wind, seeking to blow these tiny insects from the sky. But the sovereigns had no physical substance, and the gale passed straight through them, utterly ineffective, while their fists already slammed into the dragon's wings. Boom! Muffled, thunderous impact echoed like 10 war drums struck in unison. The Bloodwing Dragon roared in agony as a broad swath of scales shattered on its left wing, blood spraying forth in crimson arcs. Yet it remained a level 7 abyssal beast, equivalent in strength to a human grandmaster at the 3rd or 4th tier. An excruciating pain ignited its primal ferocity. With a violent twist, it lashed out its tail. Thick as an ancient tree, the tail sliced through the air with a shrieking vacuumtear aimed squarely at 3 sovereigns. In crack, 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 the 3 sovereigns were hurled away, dissolving midair into wisps of black smoke. Not destroyed, but deliberately recalled by Su Mu to conserve energy. Yet the remaining 7 had already scaled the dragon's back. Clutching tightly between its armored scales with one pair of hands, they raised the other fists, hammering down relentlessly. Roar! And the Bloodwing Dragon thrashed wildly, diving, rolling, climbing, desperate to dislodge the creatures clinging to its spine. Yet the sovereigns clung like malignant bonoparasites, unmoving, unshaken. Each descending fist shattered several dragon scales, sending up sprays of scarlet rain. In below, Zhou Kai and the others stood utterly transfixed. They had witnessed Grandmasters battle before, but never anything like this. 10 black titans encircling and pummeling a legendary dragon. And those titans seemed indestructible. When struck apart, they simply recoalesced from the surrounding shadows. How many has Su Mu summoned? Lei Meng murmured. Zhou Kai said nothing. His gaze remained locked upon the battlefield, and upon the youth standing below, eyes closed, orchestrating everything with silent mastery. In that instant, he knew one truth beyond doubt: Su Mu's future would extend far beyond this place. Far beyond even Blue Planet itself. At the heart of the battlefield, Su Mu stood with eyes shut, observing the fray through the shared vision of his sovereigns. The Bloodwing Dragon was formidable. its hide impenetrable, its strength terrifying, its breath a torrent of incinerating flame. Yet the sovereigns were no less fearsome. Each possessed the might of a first-tier grandmaster, and bore no corporeal form immune to physical assault untouched by flame. For shadow inherently devours both light and heat. Their sole weakness lay in their immense energy cost. Sustaining all 10 sovereigns consumed 500 points of spiritual energy per minute. His current capacity stood at only 72, supplemented slightly by recent combat feedback, granting him a maximum endurance of merely 6 seconds. In truth, he had already endured 30 seconds by burning his own life energy. The vitality harvested from slain beasts could be temporarily converted into spiritual energy, not only for breakthroughs, but also for emergency reinforcement. Yet the conversion was inefficient and wasteful. Victory must be swift. Sumu opened his eyes. His gaze hardened as it fell upon the struggling dragon. All merge, and the command issued. The 7 sovereigns mid-assault abruptly halted, dissolving into 7 serpentine plumes of black smoke that hurtled toward one another. The smoke converged, compressed, solidified, until it formed a single monstrous entity over 10 meters tall, its body etched with writhing dark golden sigils. System alert: 7 Shadow Sovereigns fused into Shadow Sovereign Emperor. Power elevated to Grandmaster 7th tier. Spiritual energy consumption increased to 350 points per minute. In Grandmaster 7th tier, though consumption now surged to 350 points per minute, it was enough. The Shadow Sovereign Emperor opened its eyes, pure black voids devoid of pupils holding only infinite darkness. It tilted its head upward, toward the blood-winged dragon, then slowly raised its right hand. In midair it clenched its fist. A colossal sword forged entirely from condensed shadow materialized within its grip. 20 meters long, 3 meters wide, the blade flowed with crimson veins and radiated an aura of absolute annihilation. The blood-winged dragon sensed a threat that spelled certain death. It attempted to flee, but the Emperor moved faster. One step shattered the earth beneath it, its form vanished, then reappeared directly above the dragon's skull. The great sword descended. No cataclysmic explosion followed. Only a soft, chilling whisper, like a paper cutter slicing through parchment. The dragon froze mid-motion. Then, its massive head slid silently from its neck along a flawless incision. Its colossal body crashed to the earth with a deafening thud. The ground trembled violently. Slain Level 7 Abyssal Creature 1 In-Core Recruitment Quota 1 Life Energy Feedback 1 Achievement Unlocked Dragon Slayer Reward 50 Spiritual Energy New Ability Unlocked. Dragon's Aura grants Grandmaster tier oppressive aura capable of intimidating foes of lower cultivation tiers. Torrent of blazing warmth surged through him, like a tidal wave. This time the influx dwarfed all previous surges. Sumu grunted, sharply dropping to one knee as he channeled every ounce of focus into absorption. The barrier of Warrior 5th tier crumbled before this onslaught, fragile as rice paper. Warrior 5th tier. Still, his ascent did not cease. In early, middle, then late stage, finally settling at the apex of 5th tier. Only one step now separated him from 6th tier. Meanwhile, his spiritual energy, bolstered by the achievement reward, soared to 122 points. The Shadow Sovereign Emperor dissolved, reverting to 7 sovereigns, then 10, before vanishing entirely. Silence descended upon the battlefield, broken only by the scattered corpses of abyssal beasts and the headless carcass of the dragon. Sumu rose, wiped a thin trace of blood from his lip, spilled by the violent energy surge, and turned toward Jokai. Secure the battlefield. As for the dragon's corpse, I claim half. Ni's voice remained calm, but beneath it ran an ironclad authority that made every soul present flinch inwardly. Jokai nodded. It is only right. Without Sumu they would all have perished. Half the spoils was modest, claiming it all would have been justified. What followed was laborious. Collecting beast cores, harvesting rare materials, tallying casualties, escorting civilians back to camp. Sumu took no part. Instead, he found a relatively clean patch of ground, settled into lotus position, and began consolidating his newly attained realm. Warrior 5th tier, peak. With his Shadow Legion, his true combat prowess could challenge even a 2nd tier Grandmaster. Should he assume the Sovereign Emperor form, 7th tier strength, he might even threaten a 5th tier Grandmaster. Yet the cost remained prohibitive, reserved only for moments of absolute necessity. 2 hours later the battlefield was fully secured. The dragon's corpse was divided, half loaded onto military vehicles bound for base camp. The remainder, dragon blood, dragon scales, dragon core, and a pair of intact wings, was granted to Sumu. These materials alone held a value of no less than 5,000 military merits. Combined with spoils from other beasts, Su Mu's total haul exceeded 8,000 merits. An overnight fortune. On the ride back to camp, silence reigned. All remained immersed in the awe of that staggering battle, still unable to fully process what they had witnessed. Su Mu sat astride his motorcycle, eyes closed in quiet repose. His mind turned inward, to the path ahead. His strength was sufficient. Warrior 5th tier, coupled with the Shadow Legion, granted him unchallenged dominance within the camp. Yet it was not enough to assert true dominance. What he sought was not quiet growth, but bold, undeniable ascension. He intended for all to know Su Mu had returned. And he had returned, not merely restored, but wielding power that crushed all opposition beneath its heel. In returning to the reconnaissance company's outpost, it was already past midnight. Zhou Kai dismissed the others to rest, but detained Su Mu. "Come with me to my office." Inside the office, Zhou Kai closed the door and turned to face Su Mu. "Your performance today was extraordinary." He chose his words carefully. "Too extraordinary. There are no secrets in the camp. Soon higher command will take notice." "I know," Su Mu replied calmly. "What are your plans?" "To grow stronger, then reclaim what is mine." Su Mu glanced out the academy. "The Qin family." "Yes." Zhou Kai paused, thoughtful. 3 days from now, the 7th Corps launches a cleansing operation in Blackwind Gorge. Will you participate?" "I will," Su Mu affirmed. "More abyssal beasts await there. More opportunities to fight, more fuel for growth." "Very well." Zhou Kai retrieved a document from his drawer. "For this operation, the reconnaissance company will field a special task force, with you as commander and Lei Meng and the other 3 as your deputies. Authority granted, equal to that of a company commander. Such appointment broke precedent. A company commander held at minimum the rank of major, whereas Su Mu was currently only a staff sergeant. "Afraid I'll fail?" he asked. "Yes," Zhou Kai smiled. "But I fear wasting your talent even more. And besides, this directive came from above." "Above?" "The 7th Corps commander himself personally designated you." Zhou Kai slid the file forward. "He wishes to meet you." "Na Corps commander." "A Grandmaster tier figure." Su Mu accepted the file and skimmed its contents: an official appointment and an invitation letter. 3 days hence, prior to the operation, the commander will convene a tactical briefing at headquarters, mandatory for all officers ranked company commander and above. You will attend as well. This was formal introduction to the spotlight. Su Mu closed the file. "I will be there." Leaving the office, he returned to the barracks. Lei Meng and the other 3 were still awake. At his entrance, they immediately surrounded him. "Brother Su, what did Deputy Commander Zhou want?" Su Mu tossed the file onto the table. "Appointment order. I'm commanding the special task force. You 4 serve as my deputies." The 4 stared stunned, then erupted in unrestrained elation. "Holy hell, Commander, Brother Su is unstoppable." Su Mu offered no smile. He sat on the edge of his cot and fixed his gaze upon them. "Following me carries grave risk. In 3 days' operation, we strike first. The casualty rate may run extremely high." Lei Meng grinned. "Who's afraid? Dying beside Brother Su would be an honor." The others nodded vigorously. They had witnessed Su Mu's power firsthand, and knew following such a leader promised limitless prospects. Risk. Naviri frontline post carried peril. "Very well." Su Mu rose. "Starting tomorrow, intensive training. Within 3 days, I demand each of you break through to the next cultivation tier." Fail, and you're replaced." With that, he lay back on his bunk and closed his eyes, leaving the 4 men staring at one another speechless. 3 days, break through 1 tier. Impossible. Yet, gazing upon Su Mu's serene profile, they gritted their teeth. We'll do it. The night deepened. Su Mu's consciousness sank into his system. Current summoning capacity 132464. Host cultivation realm warrior 5th tier. Peaking spiritual energy 122122. Next extraction cooldown 22 days. Almost there. After the Blackwind Gorge operation concludes, his strength should reach warrior 7th or even 8th tier. Then Qinglan City awaits. The academy and the Qin family. The humiliation of 3 years, now due for reckoning. Outside, moonlight fell cold and silver. At the corner of Su Mu's lips curled a faint glacial smile. On the morning of the next day before dawn, the reconnaissance team's training ground was already occupied by Lei Meng and 3 others standing straight. Su Mu stood before them, his gaze sweeping across each face. The realm of a martial artist is not merely the accumulation of vitality and blood, but is honed through the life and death battles. His voice was cold. "From today onwards, your training will focus on one thing: Real combat. Fight me. Before the four could react, Su Mu had already moved. He did not summon the Shadow Legion, nor did he use all his strength, only the power and speed of a first-level martial artist. Yet even so, for Lei Meng and the others, it was a crushing defeat. Bang! Lei Meng was the first to be kicked away, rolling 5 meters. Your movements are too slow, and there are too many openings. Su Mu retracted his leg and looked at Zhao Hu. You go next. Zhao Hu gritted his teeth and charged forward, his fist cutting through the air. Su Mu sidestepped, locking Zhao Hu's wrist with his left hand, while his right hand struck firmly against his chest. Puff! Zhao Hu spat out blood and was sent flying. Your power is dispersed and lacks focus. Then came Lu Qing and Wang Hai. They too were defeated in one move. The four of them got back up, their expressions devoid of the previous lightness. They knew Su Mu was powerful, but they didn't expect him to be this strong. Using only the strength of a first-level martial artist to render 4 second-level martial artists completely defenseless. Continue. Su Mu's expression was devoid of emotion. That day, the only sounds echoing in the training ground were the collisions of fists and feet and the muffled groans. Lei Meng and his 3 companions were knocked down time and again, only to rise again each time. Su Mu struck hard, targeting their weak points, yet he did not cause any permanent damage. He was forcing them to break through their limits. By noon, the 4 lay on the ground, lacking even the strength to move a finger. Su Mu tossed them 4 bottles of nutrient liquid. Drink up, we continue in half an hour. With great difficulty, Lei Meng sat up, took a sip of the nutrient liquid, and said with a wry smile, Su Gu, are you trying to push us to our limits? Afraid of dying? Su Mu asked. Not afraid, Lei Meng shook his head, but breaking through a level in 3 days. Is that really possible? It is possible. Su Mu looked into the distance. As long as you dare to fight with all your might. In the afternoon, the training became even harsher. Su Mu began pressure training, having 10 basic ninjas launch an attack on them. The ninjas wouldn't hold back, but their angles of attack were tricky, and their speed was lightning fast, leaving the 4 battered and bruised. Yet the results were evident. Under the pressure of life and death, their battle instincts were quickly activated, their cooperation grew increasingly harmonious, and their reactions became faster. By evening, Su Mu called a halt. That's enough for today. Go back for a medicinal bath practice in the evening, and we continue tomorrow. The 4 of them helped each other leave the training ground, their backs appearing disheveled, but their eyes held a glint of sharpness. The 2nd day and the 3rd day, the training intensity increased day by day. By the 4th day, each of the 4 had new injuries, but their aura was visibly strengthening. Lei Meng was the first to break through, 3rd-level martial artist. Following him were Zhao Hu, Lu Qing, and Wang Hai, all breaking through to the 3rd level. In 3 days, 2 levels were shattered. Such speed was nothing short of a miracle within the military camp. Even Zhou Kai was astonished, coming to observe once before, silently leaving, saying only one sentence, this kid. Not only is he a freak himself, but he can also turn others into freaks. On the 3rd evening, the Special Operations Team was officially formed. In addition to Su Mu and the 4, Zhou Kai assigned them 10 elite veterans, all martial artists from the 1st to 2nd levels. A total of 15 individuals. Su Mu stood at the front of the group, looking at these 15 faces. Tomorrow we will lead the charge into the Black Wind Gorge. His voice wasn't loud, but each word was like a nail hammered into the ground. The mission is simple. Eliminate all the beasts blocking our path and clear the way for the following troops. There's a chance of death. If you're afraid of dying, feel free to withdraw now, or I won't hold it against you. No one moved. 15 pairs of eyes were all fixed on him, their expressions resolute. Good. Su Mu nodded, then remember one thing. Follow me, kill the enemy, achieve merit, and grow stronger. Yes. After the meeting, they dispersed, and Su Mu returned to the barracks. Lei Meng followed him and hesitating to speak. Speak, Su Mu said while cleaning his dagger. Su Gu, the combat meeting tomorrow. Are you really going? Lei Meng lowered his voice. I heard that there are people from the Chun family among the high ranks of the 7th Legion. I know, Su Mu replied without lifting his head. Then why are you still? I want them to know. Su Mu stopped his actions, looked up, his gaze icy. I, Su Mu, have returned. On the 4th morning at the 7th Legion Command Center, the conference room. Over 20 people were seated on either side of the long table. All were officers at the company level or above, the lowest being a captain, and at the head of the table sat a middle-aged man, the commander of the 7th Legion, Lin Zhan, a 3rd-level master. Zhou Kai sat in a position towards the left and back, the major insignia on his shoulder gleaming under the light. The atmosphere in the conference room was solemn. Everyone was waiting for one person. The door was pushed open. Su Mu walked in wearing the reconnaissance team's black combat uniform with the insignia of a sergeant standing out among the officers. Yet the moment he stepped in, all eyes turned to him. There was curiosity, scrutiny, disdain, and even Sumu remained unfazed as he walked over to an empty seat beside Zhou Kai. Everyone is here, Lin Zhan said, his voice deep. Let's begin. The operations officer began explaining the plan. A topographical map of the Black Wind Gorge was projected onto the wall with red and blue arrows marking the attack routes and defense deployments. According to reconnaissance, there are approximately 50,000 beasts within the gorge, including about 500 at the 3rd level and around 50 at the 5th level. There may also be a level 7 leader. The Bloodwing Dragon has been killed by Sergeant Su Mu, leaving the leader position vacant. When mentioning Su Mu, the officer paused, slightly glancing at Su Mu. A subtle commotion arose in the conference room. The Bloodwing Dragon, a level 7 beast, was master level, killed by a sergeant. Although the news had spread, seeing the person involved still left many officers in disbelief. Silence. Lin Zhan rapped the table. Continue. The officer resumed his explanation. The plan was quite conventional. 3 main battalions would launch a frontal assault, 2 mobile battalions would flank from the sides, and the reconnaissance team would be responsible for infiltration and decapitation. The Special Operations Team, led by Sergeant Su Mu, has the mission to penetrate deep into the gorge before the main force attacks and disrupt the command nodes of the beasts. The officer looked towards Su Mu. Any questions? None, Su Mu replied shortly. Good then. I have a question. A voice interrupted him. Everyone turned to look. The speaker was a middle-aged lieutenant colonel, around 40 years old, sitting third on Lin Zhan's right, wearing gold-rimmed glasses with a sinister gaze. Deputy Chief Chen, please speak, Lin Zhan said indifferently. Deputy Chief Chen. Su Mu's eyes flickered. The surname Chen. The Special Operations Team only has 15 members, and to delve into the gorge for a decapitation mission is too risky. Deputy Chief Chen adjusted his glasses. I believe we should increase manpower, or replace it with a more experienced captain. His words were pointed. The atmosphere in the conference room grew tense. Everyone looked at Su Mu. Su Mu remained silent. He merely stared at Deputy Chief Chen, his gaze as calm as looking at a dead person. So Deputy Chief Chen means? Lin Zhan asked. I suggest that Major Zhou Kai from the reconnaissance team lead the operation himself. Deputy Chief Chen turned to Zhou Kai. Major Zhou has rich experience and greater strength, making him more suitable for this mission. Deputy Chief Chen frowned, about to speak, but Su Mu spoke first. Deputy Chief Chen thinks. I lack strength. His voice was calm, but the chill within it made the temperature in the conference room plummet. Deputy Chief Chen sneered. Sergeant Su Mu, I know you killed the Bloodwing Dragon, but that was thanks to certain special means, right? True strength still depends on realm. You are a 5th-level martial artist. Leading 15 people deep behind enemy lines is too reckless. 5th-level martial artist. Everyone looked at Su Mu again. 3 days ago he was a 3rd level. 3 days later 5th level. This speed. So Deputy Chief Chen wants to test my strength. Su Mu stood up. An uproar erupted in the conference room. Su Mu, sit down. Zhou Kai shouted lowly. But Lin Zhan raised his hand, stopping him. Young man, having a sharp edge is good. Lin Zhan looked at Su Mu, but this is a combat meeting, not a martial arts competition. 3 moves. Su Mu looked at Deputy Chief Chen. If within 3 moves I make you leave your seat, you will shut up. If I fail, I will withdraw from the Special Operations Team. Silence. Everyone was stunned. Deputy Chief Chen was a 7th-level martial artist. Moreover, he was a seasoned officer with 20 years in the army, rich and practical experience. Su Mu, a 5th level, wanting to force him out of his seat in 3 moves. Delusional. Deputy Chief Chen's expression darkened. Young man, don't be too arrogant. Not afraid. Su Mu raised an eyebrow. All right. Deputy Chief Chen stood up abruptly. Let me see what you can do. Lin Zhan was silent for a moment before finally nodding. Outside the conference room, in the open area, keep it light. Everyone surged out of the conference room. In the open area, Su Mu and Deputy Chief Chen faced each other. Deputy Chief Chen took off his outer coat, revealing his lean physique, and the aura of a 7th-level martial artist was unabashedly released. Kid, don't say I bullied you. They'll let you strike first. Su Mu didn't move. He simply raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. Snap. The sound was light. But in the next second, a 5-meter-tall Shadow King erupted from the shadows beneath Deputy Chief Chen's feet, shooting skyward. The massive palm, carrying the terrifying pressure of a master, came crashing down. Deputy Chief Chen's expression changed drastically. He tried to evade, but that pressure made his movements a beat too slow. Boom! The palm stopped just an inch above his head. The gust of wind ruffled his hair and blew his glasses away. Yet his body had already lost control, stepping back uncontrollably. 3 steps away from his original position. 1 move. In fact, Su Mu himself hadn't even moved. The entire place fell silent. Deputy Chief Chen's face was pale, his lips trembling, unable to utter a word. Su Mu retracted the king and looked at Lin Zhan. Commander, can we continue the meeting now? The stillness in the open space lasted a full 10 seconds. Then a commotion erupted. What? What is that? It's the aura of a master. It must be a master level. Can Su-mu summon a master level shadow? The officer's gazes towards Su-mu had completely changed. From previous scrutiny and suspicion, it transformed into shock, reverence, and even fear. What kind of strength does one possess if they can effortlessly summon master-level combat power? No one dared to think further. Chen, the deputy chief of staff, remained standing in place, his face alternating between green and white. He looked down at the footprints he had left after retreating 3 steps, and then at Su-mu's calm face, finally glancing at Lin Zhan at the head of the table. Commander, that's enough. Lin Zhan interrupted him, his voice devoid of emotion. Deputy Chief, Chen, return to your position. Deputy Chief Chen gritted his teeth, picked up his glasses that had fallen on the ground, and silently walked back to the conference room. Others also returned one by one. Su-mu walked last, and as he passed by Zhou Kai lowered his voice. You were too impulsive. If I wasn't impulsive, how could I establish authority? Su-mu replied lightly. Zhou Kai was taken aback and then smiled wryly. This kid was doing it on purpose. He wanted everyone to know that Su-mu was not to be trifled with. The meeting resumed. But the atmosphere had completely changed. Deputy Chief Chen kept his head down, silent. The other officers sat upright. No one dared to question Su-mu anymore. The operations officer continued explaining the plan, speaking slightly faster than before. Special Operations Team, the mission remains unchanged. Lin Zhan concluded. Corporal Su-mu, what support do you need? None. Su-mu shook his head. But I want battlefield autonomy. Once we enter the canyon, all actions will be decided by me. This was an excessive demand. In the military, obeying orders is a duty. Autonomy is usually only granted to senior officers above the rank of commander. But Lin Zhan was silent for a few seconds before nodding. All right. Thank you, Commander. After the meeting adjourned, Lin Zhan kept Su-mu behind. Only the two of them were left in the conference room. Lin Zhan leaned back in his chair, scrutinizing Su-mu. Martial artist at the 5th level, able to summon master-level combat power. You have quite a secret. It's a family heirloom. Su-mu continued with this line. Family heirloom. Lin Zhan laughed. The son of Su Zhe and Lin Yu. It does make sense. Your parents were also remarkable figures back in the day. Su-mu's eyes flickered slightly. Commander, do you know my parents? I met them a few times. Lin Zhan stood up and walked to the window. 3 years ago, they went missing in the Dark Abyss corridor. The military sent 3 search teams, but no clues were found. No living or dead body was found. He turned around, looking at Su-mu. Do you want to look for them? Yes, Su-mu answered straightforwardly, but not now. Smart. Lin Zhan nodded. The Dark Abyss corridor is an A-class relic fraught with danger. Even a master could fall inside. If you go now, it's tantamount to seeking death. He returned to the desk and took out a document. In this operation at Black Wind Canyon, if you perform well, I will recommend you to the district command for an exceptional promotion to 2nd lieutenant and entry into the Seed Plan. The Seed Plan. Su-mu had heard of it. It is the military's program for nurturing future stars, and those selected receive the highest quality resources and training. What's the condition, he asked. The condition is that you must prove your worth. Lin Zhan pushed the document over. This time the Special Operations Team's achievements must rank first in the entire brigade. First in the entire brigade. Out of 3,000 main force personnel, a 15-person Special Operations Team is supposed to take first place. It sounded like a fantasy, but Su-mu merely glanced at the document and nodded. All right. Leaving the command center, Su-mu walked on the path back to the barracks. Deputy Chief Chen walked over from the side and blocked his path. The two exchanged glances. Kid, you're impressive. Deputy Chief Chen's voice was grim, but remember, in the military, it's not just about relying on fists to get by. Are you threatening me, Deputy Chief Chen? Su-mu raised an eyebrow. It's a reminder. Deputy Chief Chen sneered. Young man, being too ostentatious can lead to an early demise. After saying that, he turned to leave. Su-mu watched his retreating figure, his eyes cold. The Chen family. They were indeed starting to move. Returning to the reconnaissance battalion station, Lei Meng and the others immediately surrounded him. Brother Su, how was it? Did they make things difficult for you? No problem. Su-mu tossed the appointment document to them. Prepare yourselves, we depart at 4 o'clock tomorrow morning. Yes. Late at night, Su-mu sat on the bed polishing his dagger. He was waiting for the Chen family's next move. Sure enough, at 1 o'clock in the morning, the communicator vibrated. A message arrived. Su-mu, be careful of the Poison Tooth team during tomorrow's canyon operation. They are Deputy Chief Chen's private soldiers ordered to accidentally kill you in the canyon. The sender's number was garbled, but Su-mu could roughly guess who it was. Zhou Kai or perhaps Lin Zhan. He replied with one word, thanks. Then he closed his eyes. His consciousness sank into the system. Current summon limit 132464. Host realm martial artist 5th level peak. Next extraction cooldown 21 days. 21 days. It was soon. After this operation, he should be able to break through to martial artist 7th level or even 8th level. By then the extraction cooldown would also be over. He could choose a third ability. What should he choose? Attack, defense, or support? He opened the system interface, browsing the extraction list. Naruto Sharingan Single Tomo. Insight Copying Illusion, One Piece, Observation Hockey Beginner. Perceived Danger Anticipate Attacks, World of Warcraft, Basic Rune Strength. Permanently increases physical strength by 10, Dragon Ball Scouter. View target's power level, Bleach, Shurkai Awakening Not Yet. A growth type, Zanpakuto. There were many choices, but what he needed most right now was a survival ability. Although the Shadow Legion was strong, it consumed a lot, and the main body remained vulnerable. If a master-level expert sneaked up on him, he might not be able to summon in time before being killed. Thus, for the third ability, it was best to choose one that could enhance the survival capacity of his main body. Observation Hockey. He made his choice. Foreseeing danger and dodging in advance was the best means of self-preservation. Moreover, Observation Hockey could evolve into higher stages, such as predicting the future and reading thoughts, holding immense potential. Once the cooldown is over, I will extract this. At 3 o'clock in the morning, Sumu got up and checked his gear. Dagger, pistol, ammunition, potions, rations. And that black stone tablet. He kept the stone tablet close. This item might be related to the Dark Abyss altar and couldn't be discarded. At exactly 4 o'clock, the Special Operations team assembled. 15 members fully armed. Sumu stood at the front of the team, scanning each person's face. Let's go. Meanwhile, in another corner of the military camp, in a separate building, Deputy Chief Chen stood by the window watching the direction the Special Operations team had left. His eyes cold. Behind him stood 5 men in black. Each exuded a repressed aura, but their eyes were sharp as blades. Poison Tooth Team, do you understand the mission? Deputy Chief Chen inquired. Understood, the leader of the men replied hoarsely. In the canyon, create an accident, letting Sumu die at the jaws of a beast. Remember, it must be clean, leaving no trace. Don't worry, we are professionals. The 5 men in black left silently. Deputy Chief Chen picked up a teacup, took a sip, and the corner of his mouth curled into a cold smile. Sumu, oh Sumu. If you have to blame someone, blame yourself for offending the wrong people. In the wilderness, the Special Operations team advanced at full speed. The motorcycles roared through the night like a black arrow. Sumu rode at the front when suddenly his brows furrowed. A feeling of being watched. It was faint, but it definitely existed. Although he hadn't extracted Observation Hockey, yet his own senses were quite sharp. Someone is tracking us, he whispered to Lei Meng beside him. Lei Meng's expression changed too. Sumu shook his head, but the visitor does not mean well. He slowed down, letting the others go ahead, while he fell back to the last position. Then he closed his eyes. The shadow domain unfolded. Within a 10-meter radius, all shadow-covered areas were within his perception. There was no one. The stalker was at a farther distance, at least 50 meters away. An expert. Sumu opened his eyes, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Wanna play? Then let's play? He accelerated, catching up to the team. But as they passed a rocky area, he suddenly turned a corner and darted into the stone forest. Brother Su. Lei Meng turned back. You all continue ahead and wait for me at the canyon entrance. Sumu's voice came through the communicator. I have some personal matters to attend to. In the depths of the rocky area, Sumu parked his motorcycle, turned off the engine, leaned against a rock, and lit a cigarette. He was waiting for the stalker to bite. 5 minutes later, 5 dark figures silently appeared around the stone forest. They formed a surrounding position. Come out. Sumu exhaled a puff of smoke. You've been following us for a while, aren't you tired? The 5 dark figures revealed themselves. All were dressed in black combat gear, wearing gas masks and holding silenced pistols. Corporal Sumu, quite alert, the leader remarked hoarsely. Were you sent by Deputy Chief Chen? Sumu asked. Dead men don't need to know too much. The man raised his hand. Fire. 5 pistols fired simultaneously. Bullets tore through the air, targeting Sumu's vital points. In the instant the bullet was fired, Sumu did not dodge. He didn't even move. He merely raised his right hand, fingers spread wide. Buzz! A shadowy shield unfolded before him like a black water curtain, swallowing all the bullets. Not even a ripple was stirred. The 5 men in black were stunned. What kind of ability is this? Is that all? Sumu extinguished his cigarette, flicking it aside. Did Deputy Chief Chen send you here to die, seeking death? The leader of the group roared in fury, throwing away his handgun and drawing 2 military daggers from his waist. Charge! Get close and take him down. The 5 men lunged at once. Their speed was astonishing, all possessing strength above the 5th level of martial arts, attacking in perfect coordination with cunning angles. An average 5th level martial artist would already be dead. But Su Mu was no ordinary 5th level martial artist. He didn't even use his own power. He simply snapped his fingers. Snap! 5 ghostly figures surged forth from the shadows of the stone forest. The 5 maternal black giants loomed like 5 mountains before the men in black. Their dark red eyes looked down upon them, as if observing 5 ants. Master level. The leader's voice trembled. He wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. The leaders moved. 5 giant hands came crashing down simultaneously. Boom! The ground shattered, debris flying everywhere. The 4 men in black didn't even have time to scream before they were smashed into mush. Only the leader remained held in the hand of a leader like a chick. Kill level 1 being 4 troop 4, energy feedback 0. 4. Su Mu stepped in front of the man. The leader released his grip, and the man fell to the ground, half of his bones broken, blood pouring from his mouth. What orders did Deputy Chief Chen give you? Su Mu squatted down, his voice calm. I said. The man stammered in fear. He told us. To create an accident in the canyon. To make you die at the hands of alien beasts. What else? Also, if possible, frame Lei Meng and the others. Say it was their command error. Su Mu's gaze turned cold. So ruthless. Not only did they want to kill him, but they also aimed to ruin his reputation and implicate his comrades. What relationship does Deputy Chief Chen have with the Chen family? He is a cousin of the Chun family's patriarch. Arranged to enter the army 3 years ago. To supervise your parents. As expected. Su Mu stood up. Thanks. You are going to let me go. The man's eyes sparked with hope. Su Mu did not answer. He merely nodded at the leader. The leader reached out and crushed the man's head. Kill level 2 being 1 troop 2, energy feedback 1. Su Mu looked at the 5 corpses on the ground, his eyes icy. The Chen family. They were already eager to make a move. Then let them not blame him for settling accounts in advance. Clean up. The leaders began to handle the bodies, burying them in the stone crevices and covering them with debris. 10 minutes later, the scene returned to its original state, as if nothing had happened. Su Mu mounted his motorcycle and drove out of the stone forest. At the canyon entrance, Lei Meng and the others were anxiously waiting. Upon seeing Su Mu return, they immediately surrounded him. Su Gu, are you alright? I'm fine, just dealt with a few flies. Su Mu got off the bike, looking ahead. The Black Wind Canyon resembled the open maw of a giant beast, with steep rock walls on both sides and a narrow passage in the middle. Inside, mist hung thickly, obscuring the depths. In the air, a strong stench wafted. The reconnaissance team's report states there are at least 50,000 alien beasts in the canyon. Lei Meng lowered his voice. Su Gu, are we really going to take the lead here? Are you scared? Su Mu asked. Scared of what? Lei Meng grinned. It's just. With only 15 of us, isn't it a bit of a sacrifice to go in? 15 people. Su Mu laughed. He raised his hand and made a gesture. The next second, shadows swarmed into view from both sides of the canyon entrance. 100, 1,000, 10,000. Ultimately, 50,000 basic ninjas, 5,000 shadow masters, 100 leaders, and 10 monarchs all appeared. A dark mass covered the entire canyon entrance. The dark red eyes merged into a sea of light, shimmering in the morning mist. The terrifying, oppressive force made the air feel thick. Lei Meng and the other 3, along with 10 veteran soldiers, were all dumbfounded. They knew Su Mu could summon shadows, but they never expected he could summon so many. 50,000. No, at least 100,000. This was a damn army. Now do you still think it's a sacrifice? Su Mu looked at Lei Meng. Lei Meng swallowed hard, shaking his head. Sacrifice. With this formation, they could take on the 7th Troop Hedon. Special Operations Team, listen up. Su Mu turned to face the canyon. Our mission is to kill all the alien beasts and clear a path for the subsequent troops. But I think this is too slow. So, I will modify the mission. He raised his hand, pointing towards the depths of the canyon. Annihilate them. Not a single one left. As his voice fell, the shadow army moved. Like a black tsunami, they surged into the canyon. Deep in the canyon, the alien beasts were sleeping. Suddenly, the ground trembled. They awoke and looked up. Then they witnessed an unforgettable scene. Black tides surged from the canyon entrance, engulfing the earth, the cliffs, and the sky. In the tide were countless scarlet eyes and cold, killing intent. Roar! The alien beasts cried out in panic, attempting to resist. But it was futile. The number of the shadow army was 10 times theirs, and they were even stronger. Basic ninjas swept through like locusts. Where they passed, alien beasts fell in droves. Shadow masters unleashed a rain of shadow arrows from behind, like the scythes of death, reaping lives. The leaders and monarchs specifically sought out alien beasts above level 3 to kill. Especially the monarchs. Master-level strength was invincible in the canyon. With a single punch, they shattered a rock-armored beast. With a single kick, they crushed a pack of thorn wolves. They swept everything before them. Sumu walked leisurely at the center of the army, as if taking a stroll. He didn't need to lift a finger. The army would handle everything. He only needed to enjoy the feedback from the slaughter. Kill level 1 being 1 troop, 1, energy feedback 0. 1. Kill level 2 being 1 troop 2, energy feedback 1. Kill level 3 being 1 troop 10, energy feedback 10. The notifications in his mind melded into one. Heat surged continuously, propelling his boundaries steadily upward. The barrier of the peak, 5th level martial artist began to loosen. On the other side of the canyon, the main force of the 7th troop was gathering. Lin Zhan stood on the command vehicle observing the direction of the canyon through binoculars. How long has the special operations team been in? He asked the aide. Half an hour. The aide glanced at his watch. According to plan, they should have infiltrated deep and started destroying command nodes by now. Is there any signal? No, the interference in the canyon is too strong. Communication is cut off. Lin Zhan frowned. He felt a bit worried. Although Sumu was very strong, there were too many alien beasts in the canyon. 15 people were still too risky. Notify the vanguard camp to prepare for support. Yes. Just then a thunderous roar suddenly erupted from deep within the canyon. Not one but thousands of alien beasts let out a simultaneous fear-filled howl. Then came the sounds of intense explosions, collisions, and some strange noise as if shadows were rubbing against each other. What's going on? Lin Zhan's face changed. The aide was also stunned. I don't know. It sounds like a large-scale battle. How is that possible? The special operations team has only 15 people. But before he could finish his sentence, suddenly a large group of alien beasts burst out from the canyon entrance. It was not an attack, but a retreat. They ran out as if mad, their eyes filled with fear, as if something terrifying was chasing them. Prepare for battle, Lin Zhan shouted. But the alien beasts completely ignored them, bypassing the main force and fleeing deep into the wilderness. Immediately after the second group, the third group. All were fleeing alien beasts. Lin Zhan was stunned. He had fought for 20 years and had never seen such a scene. Alien beasts, running away, driven off by 15 people. An hour later, the sounds in the canyon gradually ceased. The last fleeing alien beast disappeared at the edge of the wilderness. The entire canyon fell into a deathly silence. Lin Zhan hesitated for a moment and ordered, "Vanguard camp, go in and take a look." A company of soldiers cautiously entered the canyon. Then they saw hell. The ground was littered with alien beast corpses. Piled high like a mountain, rivers of blood flowed. And amidst this sea of corpses, 15 people were resting on a high ground. Sumu stood at the front leisurely cleaning a dagger with a cloth. Seeing the vanguard camp come in, he lifted his head and grinned. Report to the commander, mission accomplished. The canyon has been cleared. The whole place fell silent. 500 soldiers stared at the sea of corpses, gazing at those 15 bloodied, yet bright-eyed individuals unable to utter a word. Lin Zhan jumped down from the command vehicle and walked in front of Sumu. He glanced at Sumu and then at the towering alien beast bodies, taking a deep breath. How many did you kill? Sumu thought for a moment. About 50,000, I didn't count in detail. His tone was as calm as if he were saying, I had a meal. Lin Zhan fell silent. After a long time, he patted Sumu on the shoulder. From today on, you are a second lieutenant. Additionally, he leaned in closer, lowering his voice. They'll help you deal with the Chen family. But you yourself be careful. Sumu nodded. Thank you, Commander. That night, the military camp was shaken. The Special Operations Team, 15 men, annihilated 50,000 alien beasts in the Black Wind Canyon. Sumu's name spread throughout the entire 7th Troop overnight. It even reached the district command. At this moment, Sumu sat in his new barracks. Second lieutenants had their own private rooms. He looked at the rising moon outside the window, his gaze cold. Power had been attained. Status had been gained. Next, it was time for revenge. The commendation order of the 7th Legion was posted all over the camp the following morning. Captain Sumu of the Special Operations Team led his team deep into the Black Wind Gorge, annihilating over 50,000 alien beasts, achieving remarkable merit. He was promoted to the rank of second lieutenant by special exception, awarded the Iron Blood Medal, and rewarded with 5,000 merit points. Team members Lei Meng, Zhao Hu, Lu Qing, and Wang Hai were each promoted to sergeant, awarded the Courage Medal, and rewarded with 1,000 merit points. The other 10 team members were all promoted to corporal, awarded the Combat Medal, and rewarded with 500 merit points. The bulletin board was surrounded by soldiers. Everyone stared at those few lines of text, their eyes filled with shock and envy. Annihilating 50,000 alien beasts. With just 15 people. Lieutenant Sumu. Wasn't he a corporal just 3 days ago? Is that a 2-rank jump? The Iron Blood Medal. That can only be earned by killing master-level alien beasts or achieving extraordinary merit. The discussions rose and fell. At that moment, Sumu was sitting in his newly assigned independent quarters looking at the silver Iron Blood Medal on the table. The medal was shaped like a blood-dripping battle knife with the number A077 engraved on the back. This was the 77th Iron Blood Medal awarded this year. Its value was extremely high. Lei Ming and the others knocked on the door and entered, their faces still flushed with excitement. Brother Su, look at this. Lei Ming shook the sergeant's insignia in his hand. We've all been promoted. Sumu nodded and pointed to the chair beside him. Sit down. They all sat down, but their postures remained straight. After this battle, their respect for Sumu had penetrated to the bone. What are your plans next? Sumu asked. Listen to Brother Su. Zhao Hu exclaimed. Sumu looked out the window. This time we have made a big impression. Some people will not be able to sit still. The Chun family. Lei Ming's expression darkened. Not just them, Sumu stood up, but also those in the Legion who do not like me. A 17-year-old second lieutenant who climbed up solely by merit will not be accepted by many. What should we do? Simple. Sumu turned around, his gaze icy. Beat them into submission. That afternoon, Sumu went to the training area of the military camp. As a second lieutenant, he had the authority to use the advanced training room, which was equipped with gravity adjustment devices, energy testers, and specialized training puppets. But he did not go to those places. Instead, he went to the public martial arts arena. In the arena, dozens of soldiers were sparring, their shouts echoing loudly. As Sumu walked in, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. It's Second Lieutenant Sumu. What is he doing here? Sumu ignored the gazes and walked straight to the central ring. Then he took off the dagger from his waist and threw it onto the stage. I Sumu, the newly appointed second lieutenant. He scanned the crowd, his voice not loud, but clearly reaching everyone's ears. I know many of you are not convinced. You think I am too young, that I achieved merit through special means, that I do not deserve this rank. That's fine. He raised his hand, pointing at everyone below. Today I stand on this stage. Anyone who can make me take a step back, I will immediately resign from my position as second lieutenant and surrender all my merit. But if you lose... He paused, a cold smile appearing on his lips. From now on, when you see me, you must salute and say, "Good day, Commander." Do you dare? The entire arena fell silent. Everyone was stunned. This was too arrogant, publicly challenging the entire camp. A warrior at the 5th level, what gave him the confidence? But thinking of the corpses of the 50,000 alien beasts in the Black Wind Gorge, no one dared to be the first to step onto the stage. I will. A rough voice rang out. The crowd parted, and a tall, muscular man, nearly 2 meters tall, stepped onto the stage. It's Iron Tower, a warrior at the 6th level. Iron Tower ranks among the top 20 in our camp. This will be a good show. Iron Tower walked up to Sumu, grinning. Second Lieutenant Sumu, I am sorry. Saying this, he stomped the ground hard, launching himself like a cannonball. The strength of a 6th level warrior exploded, his fist slicing through the air as it smashed towards Sumu's chest. This punch could break through steel. But Sumu did not dodge. He didn't even move. He simply raised his right hand, fingers splayed to meet the incoming fist. Bang! The collision of fist and palm produced a deafening sound. The shockwave sent the hair of the spectators flying. Yet Sumu remained unmoved. Iron Tower's fist was caught by him with one hand. What a... Iron Tower's face changed drastically. He tried to withdraw his fist, but Sumu's hand held it tightly like a vice. Good strength, Sumu said lightly. But unfortunately your speed is too slow. He twisted his wrist. Crack! Iron Tower's wrist bone snapped. Ugh! Iron Tower screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground. Sumu released his grip. Next! The crowd erupted in commotion. A 6th level warrior was incapacitated in one move. His strength. At least 7th level. No, possibly 8th level. I will. Another person jumped onto the stage. This time it was a tall, thin person moving extremely fast, like a gust of wind circling around Sumu at high speed, looking for flaws. It's Gale, a warrior at the 7th level, skilled in speed. Now Sumu is in trouble. He is strong, but his speed may not keep up. The words were barely out. Sumu moved. He stepped with his left foot, and his figure vanished. When he reappeared, he was already behind Gale. His right hand came together like a blade resting against Gale's neck. Too slow. Gale's body stiffened, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. He didn't even see how Sumu moved. I concede. Next, the 3rd, 4th, 5th. All were skilled warriors at the 6th to 7th levels. But without exception, they were all defeated by Su Mu in one move. Some had their arms broken, some were kicked off the stage, and some didn't even have the chance to strike before being subdued. A total crush. An absolute domination. On the stage, Su Mu hadn't even changed his position. He said that he would lose if he took a step back, and he truly hadn't taken a step back. Below the stage, no one dared to step up anymore. Everyone looked at the young man on the stage, their eyes filled with awe. A warrior at the 5th level. Nonsense. This strength was at least the 8th level, or even the 9th. A 17-year-old warrior at the 8th level. A monster. Is there anyone else? Su Mu scanned the surroundings. No one responded. Then remember my words. He jumped off the stage, picked up his dagger. From now on, when you see me, salute, and say good day, Commander. Yes, Commander. A sparse response came from below. Su Mu frowned. Louder. Yes, Commander. This time it was a unified response. Su Mu then felt satisfied and turned to leave. Outside the martial arts arena, Zhou Kai leaned against the wall watching him walk out. You made quite an impression. Zhou Kai smiled, but you also offended many people. It doesn't matter. Su Mu wiped the dagger. Sooner or later, I will have to confront them. There have been movements from Deputy Chief of Staff Chen's side. Zhou Kai lowered his voice. He has a cousin at the War Zone Command, a Major General. He has already spoken to investigate whether you used prohibited means. Prohibited means? Su Mu raised an eyebrow. That means those shadows of yours. Could be some kind of evil technique or forbidden art. Zhou Kai's expression was serious. If you are classified, you will be forcibly discharged, even sent to a research facility. Su Mu's gaze turned cold. What does he want to investigate? 3 days later, the War Zone Command will send down an investigation team specifically targeting you. Zhou Kai looked at him. You better be prepared. Prepared? Su Mu laughed. He sheathed the dagger and looked into the distance. Then he'll let them investigate to their heart's content. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Su Mu did not take on any missions, but instead consolidated his realm in his quarters. The energy feedback from the battle in the Black Wind Gorge had not yet been fully absorbed. He spent 3 days digesting it all. The barrier of the peak 5th level warrior was finally broken. He became a 6th level warrior. Moreover, he was at the peak of the 6th level, just one step away from the 7th level. His true combat power combined with the Shadow Army could already contend with a 3rd level master. If he used the Emperor form's 7th level master, he could even threaten a 5th level master. In the afternoon of the 3rd day, the investigation team arrived. A group of 5, all dressed in black uniforms, wore the insignia of the War Zone Command on their chests. Leading them was a bald man in his 50s wearing gold-rimmed glasses and possessing sharp eyes. Second Lieutenant Su Mu, we are the Special Investigation Team from the War Zone Command. He displayed his credentials. Now please cooperate with our investigation. Outside the barracks, a crowd had already gathered. Lei Meng and the others stood at the front, their expressions tense. But Su Mu remained calm. How to cooperate? We need to conduct an ability assessment on you. The bald man adjusted his glasses, including, but not limited to, energy analysis, mental scanning, practical testing. Practical testing? Su Mu raised an eyebrow. Yes, the bald man nodded. We need to confirm whether your abilities fall within the controllable range and whether there is a risk of going berserk. In other words, they wanted to know Su Mu's limits. Sure, Su Mu nodded. Where will the test take place? At the military camp's martial arts arena, right now? The martial arts arena had already been cleared. Only the 5 members of the investigation team and senior officers like Lin Zhan and Zhou Kai, who had rushed over after hearing the news, remained. Su Mu stood at the center of the arena. The bald man held a clipboard standing at the side. First item, energy analysis. He signaled for his subordinates to bring over a device. The device pointed at Su Mu and emitted a buzzing sound. A few seconds later, the screen displayed energy intensity, peak 6th level warrior energy, attribute shadow type, rare mental fluctuation, stable, no abnormalities. The bald man frowned. The energy attribute was shadow type, which was rare, but not prohibited. The stable mental fluctuation indicated that the ability was controllable. Second item, mental scanning. A female investigator approached holding a disc-shaped device. She placed the disc against Su Mu's forehead and closed her eyes. Moments later, she opened her eyes and shook her head at the bald man. The mental sea is stable with no signs of external consciousness invasion. The bald man's expression grew even graver. The first 2 items had no issues. That left only the practical testing. Third item, practical testing. He looked at a burly man who had been silent behind him. Master Lu, thank you. The burly man stepped forward. He took off his outer jacket, revealing a well-defined physique with a golden tiger head tattoo on his chest. His aura was unabashedly released, a first-level master. Second Lieutenant Su Mu, I am Lu Ming, a first-level master. The burly man's voice was loud. According to the regulations, you need to last 3 minutes against me, proving that your abilities are controllable and that you will not go berserk in battle. Lasting 3 minutes. Below lay Ming, and the others' faces changed. A master against a warrior, let alone 3 minutes 3 seconds, could be lethal. This was not a test at all, it was a setup. But Su Mu just laughed. Lasting 3 minutes. He turned to the bald man. If I knock him down, will that count as passing? Su Mu's words plunged the entire venue into silence. To knock down. A martial artist of the 6th stage claiming to knock down a master of the 1st stage. Arrogant. Utterly boundless arrogance. Even Lin Zhan frowned. He knew Su Mu had a trump card, but the gap between a master and a martial artist was a qualitative difference that could not be bridged by mere numbers. Lu Ming was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. Kid, you have guts. He stretched his neck, producing cracking sounds. All right, if you can knock me down, not only will I let you pass, but I'll also kneel and call you Grandpa. It's a deal. Su Mu nodded. The battle began. Lu Ming did not rush to attack. He was a master, and he possessed the pride of one. To deal with a martial artist, if he rushed in first, it would be embarrassing if word got out. You can strike first, he said, standing still with his arms crossed. Su Mu was not polite. He stepped forward with his right foot vanishing from his spot. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Lu Ming. A punch unleashed. Simple and unadorned, without any frills. But the speed of the punch was extraordinarily fast, so quick that many in the audience failed to catch it. Lu Ming's gaze sharpened. This speed. It was already close to a master. He dared not underestimate it any longer and raised his left arm to block. Bang! The fists collided with a dull thud. Lu Ming's expression changed. The force transmitted through the punch far exceeded his expectations. At least, a martial artist of the 9th stage. No, possibly even higher. He stumbled back, forced to retreat a step. This one step caused an uproar in the audience. A master being pushed back by a martial artist. Interesting. Lu Ming ceased his disdain, his gaze turning serious. It seems I must get serious. He took a deep breath, the aura of a master bursting forth, and a faint golden glow enveloped him. That was the mark of a master. True Yuan protecting the body. Kid, catch this. He charged forward, his right fist imbued with golden, true Yuan, crashing towards Su Mu. This punch utilized 70% of his strength. It was enough to obliterate any martial artist at the 9th stage. But Su Mu did not dodge. He too clenched his fist and met it heat. A layer of faint black energy surfaced around his fist. Boom! Their fists collided. The shockwave erupted and the ground cracked. Both retreated simultaneously. Su Mu took 3 steps back, while Lu Ming retreated 2 steps. It was a draw. Impossible! Lu Ming exclaimed. He was a master. With true Yuan enhancing him, his strength was more than 10 times that of a martial artist. How could this kid stand up to him, Heaton? There's nothing impossible. Su Mu shook his tingling right hand. A master is just that much. Seeking death. Lu Ming was enraged. He no longer held back and unleashed his full power. Tiger Roar Fist. Both fists struck out, true Yuan morphing into 2 golden tigers, roaring as they pounced towards Su Mu. This was his signature martial skill, a mid-grade Xian skill, which had once killed a 3rd-tier exotic beast with a single punch. The audience held their breath. Could Su Mu withstand this punch? Su Mu did not respond. He closed his eyes. Then he opened them again. A glimmer of dark golden light flashed in his pupils. Emperor, merge with me, he whispered softly. In the next moment, a massive shadow erupted from behind. The shadow instantly merged into his body. His physique swelled, muscles bulged, and dark golden patterns emerged on his skin. His aura surged wildly. Martial artist 7th stage, 8th stage, 9th stage. Master. And still rising. Master 1st stage, 2nd stage, 3rd stage. Finally, it settled at Master 4th stage. What a... Lu Ming's pupils contracted. This aura. Master 4th stage. How could this be? But there was no time for him to think. Su Mu moved. He stepped forward, and the ground exploded. His right hand clenched into a fist devoid of any frills, simply the most straightforward straight punch. Yet this punch was as fast as lightning and heavy as a mountain. Bang! The golden tiger was obliterated by a punch. The fist continued unabated, crashing into Lu Ming's chest. Lu Ming spat blood and flew backward like a kite, with a severed string crashing into the wall at the edge of the training ground. The wall cracked, and he was embedded into it. Then he slid down, kneeling on the ground. The entire venue fell into silence. Not even a sound of breathing could be heard. Everyone, including the investigation team, Lin Zhan, and the soldiers watching, were all dumbfounded. In one move, one punch, a master knelt. Su Mu's dark golden patterns gradually faded, and his aura fell back to martial artists. He walked up to Lu Meng and looked down at him. 3 minutes, he said lightly, too long. Lu Meng raised his head, bloodied and filled with terror. You? What kind of monster are you? Su Mu. Su Mu turned to the bald man. So can I pass now? The bald man opened his mouth, but couldn't speak for a long time. The female investigator behind him trembled, and the record board read combat power rating SSS level. That was a rating only achievable by masters of the 5th stage or above, or those with special abilities. Yet Su Mu was only 17. Pass. The bald man finally managed to squeeze out 2 words. That's good, Su Mu nodded. Also, Master Lu just said that if he loses, he must call me Grandpa. He turned to Lu Meng. Go ahead and call me. Lu Meng's face turned red, gritting his teeth. But he dared not refuse. That punch just now made him feel the threat of death. This young man truly dared to kill him. Grandpa. His voice was as soft as a mosquito. Louder. Su Mu frowned. Grandpa. Lu Meng almost shouted it out. Only then was Su Mu satisfied and turned to leave, leaving the 5 members of the investigation team and the stunned audience behind. That night, the investigation team left in defeat. Before departing, the bald man found Lin Zhan. Captain Lin, we will classify Lieutenant Su Mu's file as SS level confidential and report it directly to the theater commander. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. Additionally, we'll send a warning to the Chen family telling them not to act rashly. Lin Zhan nodded. Thank you for your efforts. After seeing off the investigation team, Lin Zhan returned to his office, closed the door, and let out a long breath. Then he smiled. He laughed loudly. Good boy. You really made me proud. On the other side, Su Mu returned to the barracks where Lei Meng and the others immediately surrounded him. Brother Su. Awesome. Zhao Hu was so excited that his face turned red. You knocked down a master with a single punch. If this gets out, our 7th army will shake the world. Su Mu did not smile. He sat on the bed, eyes closed, sensing the changes within his body. That punch had taken a massive toll. Though the Emperor's fusion allowed him to temporarily boost his strength to master 4th stage, the consumption of spiritual energy was astronomical. Just that one punch consumed 80 points of spiritual energy. Adding in the previous battles, he was now left with only 30 points. Moreover, his body bore the burden. His muscles were slightly torn and his meridians ached. This was the price of forcibly enhancing his strength. Still too weak, he muttered to himself. If he already had master-level strength, why go through so much trouble? Brother Su, what should we do next? Lei Meng asked. Training. Su Mu opened his eyes. 3 days from now, I will return to Qinglan City. The 4 were taken aback. Returning to Qinglan City. For what? To collect debts. Su Mu's voice was icy. The debts from 3 years ago are due. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Su Mu's name had spread throughout the entire Eastern Theater. 17 years old martial artist, 6th stage, knocking down a master with a single punch. SS level combat rating. A recipient of the Iron Blood Medal. Each title was enough to inspire awe. Meanwhile, Su Mu himself was fervently training. He exchanged all his military merits for training resources, blood-boosting pills, body-tempering liquid, and a breakthrough pill. The breakthrough pill, a top-grade Huang pill, could increase the success rate of a martial artist breakthrough by 30%. Market price, 3,000 military merits. Su Mu did not even blink and directly purchased it. The evening of the 3rd day, Su Mu stood at the entrance of the military camp, flanked by Lei Meng and the others, as well as Zhou Kai. Are you sure you don't want us to go with you? Zhou Kai frowned. No need. Su Mu shook his head. This is my personal matter. The Chen family might act out of desperation, Zhou Kai warned. Then let them act out. Su Mu smiled, just in time for a cleanup. He climbed into the military off-road vehicle and started the engine. Let's go. The vehicle drove out of the camp, disappearing into the night. Qinglan City, 300 kilometers from the front line. It was the capital of the 3rd province of the Eastern Theater and home to the Qinglong Martial Arts Academy. 3 years ago, Su Mu had been expelled from here. 3 years later, he returned. This time with power to crush everything. Late at night at the east gate of Qinglan City, the guard soldiers stopped the vehicle. Identification. Su Mu handed over his officer's certificate. The soldier took it, and his expression changed. Lieutenant. He scrutinized the photo and then looked at Su Mu. Su Mu. Lieutenant. Is there a problem? Su Mu asked. And no. The soldier hurriedly allowed them through. The vehicle entered the city. The streets were brightly lit. 3 years had passed, and Qinglan City had not changed much. But Su Mu had changed. He drove directly to a dilapidated building in the west of the city. Xiaodo's sister Xiaoyu lived here. Following the address, he found No. 27, 3rd Street. He knocked on the door. After a long while, the door opened a crack. A small, timid girl peeked out, looking at him nervously. Who are you looking for? Xiao Yu. Sumu crouched down, trying to soften his voice. I am Xiao Yu. Who are you? I am your brother's friend. Sumu took out a bag from his pocket containing military merit cards, nutrient solutions, and some candy. Your brother sent me to see you. Xiao Yu's eyes lit up. Brother. Is he okay? Sumu paused for a moment. He is well on a mission far away and cannot return for now. At 3 in the morning, Qinglong Martial Academy lay in utter silence. This venerable martial sanctuary spanning 1,000 mu and 3 centuries of history was wrapped in sleep. Only a few training rooms still glowed with light, students bent over arduous midnight practice. At the main gate, 2 night guards slumped in their chairs dozing. Suddenly, harsh headlights cut through the dark. A military SUV braked violently before the gate, tires shrieking on pavement. The guards startled awake. One frowned and rose. This is Academy property. No. His words were cut short as a car door swung open. Sumu stepped out clad in a dark green second lieutenant's uniform, the epaulets glinting coldly under the lights. Behind him, 4 fully armed reconnaissance soldiers descended at once and fell into formation, their presence radiating lethal intent. The guards froze. Military personnel, what business had they here? Open the gate. Sumu's voice was ice. Sir, the Academy has rules. Night entry is prohibited. The guard began trying to protest. Sumu raised his hand and tossed a silver token into the man's chest. The guard looked down. On the token was a dripping battle blade, and on its back a serial number, A077. The Iron Blood token. To see the token is to see the commander. Open the gate. The guard stammered, pale with dread, fumbling at the switch. The heavy alloy gate began to part. Sumu did not climb back into the vehicle. He walked on foot into the academy, 4 soldiers trailing him. Their boots echoed through the sleeping campus and roused a nearby dormitory supervisor. The supervisor pushed open a window and, aghast at the scene, cried, "Who are you?" Sumu ignored him and strode straight toward the heart of the academy, the administration building. There on the top floor were the deans and academic offices chambers. Dean Li Chongfeng sat bent over. A martial artist of 9th tier, Li Chongfeng was a figure of some repute in Qinglong City. Yet his brow was knotted. He had just received word. The Qin family intended to inspect the academy tomorrow. The inspection was thinly veiled coercion. Ever since the incident with Sumu 3 years ago, the Chun family had feared any reversal. Now rumors of Sumu's rise at the front had set their nerves alight. They wanted to erase the past completely. Li sighed. He had long known Sumu had been wronged, but the Chun family was powerful. A lone dean could not afford to offend them. So he had turned a blind eye. Now fate returned to claim its due. With a thunderous kick, the office door flew open. Li jerked his head up and saw a young man in a second lieutenant's uniform. 4 fierce soldiers stood behind him. Who are you? Li slammed his palm on the desk. Sumu walked to the desk, dragged over a chair, sat, and crossed his legs. Dean Li, 3 years have passed. Don't you recognize me? Li stared closely, his pupils contracted. Sumu. Sumu nodded. It's me. I did not die on the front lines. Sorry to disappoint you. You are a second lieutenant now. Li's face darkened. Thanks to you, Sumu said lightly. I killed a few beasts at the front and earned a rank. He produced a document from his chest and tossed it onto the desk. This is an order from the Eastern Theater Command. Effective immediately, the 3rd Battalion of Qinglong City's garrison is temporarily under my command. Li took the order with trembling hands. The seal of the theater command was authentic. Authority period. Reason: execution of a special military operation. What do you intend to do? Li's voice quavered. Collect what is owed, Sumu replied. He rose and moved to the window, staring down at the campus below. 3 years ago, I was expelled here, falsely accused and driven from Qinglong City. He turned his gaze ice cold. Now I have returned. Everyone who took part in that affair, none of you will. Li slumped back into his chair, cold sweat beating his temples. Sumu, that matter. It was the Chun family's doing. I only took money and looked the other way. Sumu interrupted. He gave Li 2 choices. First, immediately notify everyone who participated 3 years ago. Vice Principal Chun Hongshan, Academic Director Zhang Da, and those students and teachers who falsified evidence, to assemble at the school gate within half an hour. Second, I mobilize my troops, surround the academy, and seize them one by one. Li's face drained of color. Sumu, this is an academy, protected by the Imperial Ministry of Education. You, a mere second lieutenant, have no authority. No authority? Sumu smiled. He produced a communicator and dialed a number. Captain Wang of the 3rd Battalion. This is Second Lieutenant Sumu carrying an order from the theater command. I now order you mobilize the entire battalion and surround Qinglong Martial Academy. Remember, surround it. Not a single fly is to be let out. He ended the call. 10 minutes later, the first engines thundered. Outside the academy, the roar of motors filled the night. 20 armored personnel carriers and 300 armed soldiers ringed the compound. Heavy machine guns were mounted, searchlights pierced the sky. The academy alarm wailed a keening cry. In the dormitories, cadets were roused. They threw open windows and stared at the tableau below in stunned disbelief. The army? Why surround our academy? What is going on? Dean Lee sat slumped, ashen-faced. He understood the gravity. Military authority in frontier regions trumped all. These men staked their lives on the border. Their powers superseded ordinary law. If they chose to shell an academy and afterward file a report alleging it sheltered beasts or enemy agents, the theater command would likely look the other way. This privilege was bought with blood. Sumu stood at the window and watched the campus convulse into chaos with unnerving calm. Dean Lee, 20 minutes. If they are not all assembled, he paused. I will order the soldiers to search every dormitory room. When that happens, the academy's reputation will be utterly ruined. Gritting his teeth, Lee snatched up the communicator. Notify all school leadership and every teacher and student involved in the Sumu case 3 years ago. Report to the main gate immediately. News spread like contagion. Vice Principal Chun Hongshan, roused from sleep at home by the call, went pale when he heard the report. Sumu, he's back, and brought troops to surround the academy. He scrambled into clothes, and while rushing out, dialed the Chin family at once. Family head, something's happened. That brat Sumu is back. He's brought soldiers to the academy. He's reopening the old case. Silence answered for a moment on the other end, then a cold voice replied, Hold him. They'll send people immediately. Academic Director Zhang De was engaged elsewhere, ensconced with a lover, when the call found him. He went weak at the knees upon hearing the news. What? Sumu? That expelled nobody. He became a second lieutenant, and with troops. He scrambled into clothes and fled the house. Those students who had perjured themselves were likewise thrown into panic. Some had graduated and found work in the city, others remained at the academy as senior cadets. All were summoned by phone to the gate. Half an hour later, the gate was brilliantly lit. 300 armed soldiers stood shoulder to shoulder, turning the square into an impenetrable ring. 20 searchlights made the plaza as bright as day. In the center stood more than 30 people: Vice Principal Chun Hongshan, Academic Director Zhang De, a dozen staff members complicit 3 years ago, and 7 or 8 students. All of them were deathly pale and trembling. Facing down the cold barrels and the soldiers' murderous stares, they finally realized one truth. The army was truly willing to kill. Sumu emerged from the administration building. 4 soldiers flanked him, and beside them stood the hollow-eyed Dean Lee. He walked to the center of the square and surveyed the assembled 30-odd people. Then he smiled. Everyone's here. Very good. He dragged over a chair, sat, and crossed one leg over the other. Now we begin. We will settle every account from 3 years ago, item by item. Chun Hongshan gritted his teeth and stepped forward. Sumu, do not be insolent. This is an academy, under the protection of the Imperial Ministry of Education. A shot cut the air. A bullet zipped past Chin's ear and embedded itself in the wall behind. The shot came from Captain Wang of the 3rd Battalion, a burly, weathered man. Lieutenant Su speaks. Oh, what has your interruption to do? Captain Wang sneered. Another word, and the next shot goes through your head. Terrified, Chun collapsed to the ground, his shame absolute. Sumu turned his attention to Zhang De. Director Zhang, 3 years ago you fabricated a theft record, did you not? Zhang trembled violently. I was forced. Who forced you is irrelevant. Sumu waved him off. What matters is that you did it. He looked toward Captain Wang. To forge military documents and slander a frontline soldier. Under martial law, how is such a crime disposed of? Wang's mouth twisted into a grin. At light measure, one's cultivation is stripped, and one is expelled from the city, at the harshest summary execution on the spot. Zhang's legs gave out, and he fell to his knees. Sumu? No, Lieutenant Su. I was wrong. I beg your mercy. He'll testify. He'll expose Chin Hongshan. He'll expose the Chin family. Sumu paid him no heed. He turned to the students who had given false testimony. And you? The students were already trembling with terror and fell to their knees in a heap. We were wrong. We took Chin Hao's money. He told us to say he saw Sumu stealing martial techniques. Lieutenant Su, spare us. We will never do it again. The plaza filled with sobs and pleas for mercy. Sumu's face remained impassive. He fixed his gaze on Chun Hongshan. Vice Principal Chin, do you have anything to say? Chin lifted his head, eyes full of rancor. Sumu, don't be jubilant. The Chin family will be here any moment. When they arrive, distantly the roar of engines answered him. A convoy of black cars broke through the soldiers' cordon and forced its way into the plaza. Doors flung open, and dozens of black-clad men spilled out. At their head was a man of around 50 dressed in sumptuous silk, his eyes cold as a blade. Chun Tianxiong, head of the Qin family. A ninth-tier master at his peak, he was flanked by 3 elders whose auras ran deep and solemn, true grandmasters. Chun Tianxiong strolled to the center of the plaza and cast a disdainful glance at the soldiers. Sumu, quite the ostentation, surrounding an academy with troops. Do you imagine that with military backing you can do as you please? Sumu rose and brushed a speck of dust from his uniform. Family head Chun, at last you show your face. I had thought you'd live the rest of your days a cowardly hermit. Chun Tianxiong's eyes went cold. Young man, do not be arrogant. Today I shall teach you that there are always men above you and heavens beyond your sight. He waved his hand. Behind him, the 3 grandmasters simultaneously unleashed their presences. A terrifying pressure rolled across the plaza. The soldiers' faces paled, and their hands began to tremble on their triggers. Yet Sumu smiled and met Chun Tianxiong's gaze. Only these 3, eh? He raised a hand and snapped his fingers. Snap! In the next instant, shadows along the edges of the plaza seethed and coalesced into black forms. 100, 1,000, 10,000, until finally an army of 100,000 shadowed soldiers emerged, hemming the entire square in. Behind Sumu, 10 towering phantoms, each 5 meters high, slowly rose. Their dark golden eyes loomed over Chun Tianxiong and his 3 grandmasters, as if they were mere ants. Chun Tianxiong's face drained of blood. This is... Sumu stepped before him and with a light, mocking hand patted his cheek. The touch was slight, but dripping with insult. Family head Chen, Sumu said, now who is teaching? In the square there was a deathly silence. 100,000 shadowy figures with dark red eyes enveloped the entire square like a sea of crimson light. 10 ghostly monarchs towering 5 meters high like 10 black mountains exuded a terrifying, oppressive aura of mastery. The 3 masters brought by Chun Tianxiong had pale faces and trembled all over. They could sense that each of those black giants possessed a breath no weaker than theirs. 10 masters? No, perhaps even stronger. Now who teaches whom to be a person? Sumu's voice was light, yet it struck like a hammer in everyone's heart. Chun Tianxiong's lips trembled, unable to utter a word for a long time. The 3 masters behind him dared not even move. Locked in by the auras of 10 masters, they knew that any slight movement would result in them being torn to shreds in the next moment. Sumu. Chun Tianxiong finally squeezed out a few words. We can talk. Talk, hey. Sumu laughed. 3 years ago when you framed me, expelled me, and threw me into the death squad, why didn't you talk to me then? He walked in front of Chen Hongshan. Chen Hongshan collapsed on the ground, a large wet patch forming in his pants, his eyes filled with terror. Vice Principal Chen, did you ever think about today when you accused me of stealing martial arts and defaming my superiors? I was wrong. Chen Hongshan cried out. I am willing to compensate. I will give you all my possessions. Just spare my life. Spare your life? Sumu squatted down, looking at him. Back then you never thought of sparing my life. He stood up and looked at Zhangde. Zhang Director, what about you? Zhangde was already so frightened that he was dumbfounded, mechanically bowing his head. Spare my life. Spare my life. Sumu then looked at the students who had testified falsely. What about you? The several students cried and sobbed. Young Lieutenant Su. We were young and ignorant back then. We want dare again. Young and ignorant. Sumu repeated, then laughed. His smile was icy. What a good excuse of being young and ignorant. He turned around, looking at Chun Tianxiong. Patriarch, Chun, do you think I should spare them? Chun Tianxiong gritted his teeth. Sumu, one should show mercy when possible. You have already mobilized troops to surround the academy and flaunted your power. Why not? Why not what? Sumu interrupted him. Why not just stop here and shake hands in peace? He shook his head. Patriarch Chen, you are too naive. I didn't come today to flaunt my power. I came to. He paused, emphasizing each word. Kill them. The moment the words fell, the 10 monarchs moved simultaneously. They rushed towards the 3 masters brought by Chun Tianxiong like 10 bolts of black lightning. Stop! Chun Tianxiong roared. But it was useless. The monarchs were too fast. The 3 masters didn't even have time to resist before being seized by giant hands. Crack, crack, crack. 3 crisp sounds of bones breaking echoed. 3 heads were violently twisted off. The bodies fell limply. Blood stained the ground of the square. Kill Master Level 1-3 Troop. 3,000 life energy feedback. 3,000. A surge of warmth flowed in. Sumu's aura began to rise again. The barrier of the peak of Martial Artist Level 6 collapsed with a roar. Martial Artist Level 7. And it was still rising. Initial stage of Level 7 mid-stage. Finally, it stopped at mid-stage of level 7. Chun Tianxiong was dumbfounded. The 3 masters he brought the Chun family's foundation just died, like killing chickens. You. He pointed at Su Mu, his hand trembling. Su Mu ignored him. He looked at Chun Hongshan Zhangda and those who testified falsely. Now it's your turn. No, please don't. Chen Hongshan screamed. Su Mu, I am from the Chen family. You dare to kill me, the Chen family won't let you go. The Chen family. Su Mu raised an eyebrow. Do you think the Chun family can still exist today? Chen Tianxiang's face changed drastically. What do you mean? Su Mu did not answer. He simply looked at Captain Wang. Captain Wang, take a company and go to the Chun family's residence. Leave no member of the Chun family alive. Confiscate all their assets. Captain Wang stood at attention. Yes. He waved his hand, and 100 soldiers turned around and charged toward the Chun family's direction. Chen Tianxiong went mad. Su Mu, you dare? The Chun family is a prestigious family in Qinglan City, protected by imperial law. You have no right. Law. Su Mu laughed. Patriarch, Chen, have you forgotten that I am now a frontline soldier, holding a command order from the war zone headquarters? In frontline areas, military law supersedes national law. The Chun family colluded with alien beast spies with solid evidence to be eradicated on the spot. Is that reason sufficient? Colluding with alien beast spies. This is a grave crime of extermination. Chun Tianxiang's eyes bulged with rage. You are framing me. Yes, I am framing you. Su Mu nodded, just like how you framed me back then. This is called retribution. He no longer wasted words. He raised his hand. The 10 monarchs moved simultaneously. Chun Hongshan Zhangda and the 10 or so faculty members didn't even have time to scream before being torn to shreds. The few students who testified falsely wanted to run, but were stopped by the shadowy troops and hacked to death. In the center of the square, only Chun Tianxiong remained. Covered in blood, his gaze was vacant. Su Mu walked up to him. Patriarch, Chen, do you have any last words? Chun Tianxiong raised his head, staring at Su Mu fiercely. I just want to know what realm you are at. Su Mu pondered for a moment. Martial artist level 7. But killing you is enough. He raised his hand and pointed. At his fingertip, shadows gathered, transforming into a black light that pierced through Chun Tianxiong's forehead. Kill martial artist level 9, 1 troop, 900 life energy feedback, 900 A warmth surged again. Mid-stage of level 7, breaking through to late stage. Just a hair's breadth away from level 8. Su Mu withdrew his hand, looking at the corpses strewn about, his gaze calm. There was no joy nor any pity, only cold indifference. The debt from 3 years ago was settled, but it was not over yet. There was still one person, Chen Hao, the son of the vice principal who took his recommendation spot and mocked him in the hallway. Su Mu looked at Li Changfeng. Li Changfeng was already so scared that he was dumbfounded, trembling on the ground. Director Li, where is Chen Hao? Chen Hao. Li Changfeng stammered. He was recommended to the headquarters of Qinglong Martial Arts Academy 3 years ago. Now, he should be in the imperial capital. The imperial capital, the headquarters of Qinglong Martial Arts Academy. That place was not like a small town like Qinglan City. Masters were everywhere, and even grand masters were stationed. With Su Mu's current strength, going to the imperial capital was still not enough. Got it, Su Mu nodded. He turned and looked at Captain Wang. Captain Wang, clean up the battlefield. Yes. The soldiers began to clear the corpses and wash away the blood. Su Mu walked to the edge of the square, looking at the students who peeked out from the dormitory, building their faces pale with fear. He picked up the loudspeaker. Everyone listen. His voice spread throughout the academy. 3 years ago, Su Mu was framed and expelled here. Today I return to settle the score. Chen Hongshan Zhangda, Chun Tianxiong, and all those involved in that incident are already dead. The Chen family has been exterminated today. This is the consequence of framing a frontline soldier. He paused, his voice cold. From now on, anyone who dares to touch my people or has thoughts against those around me, the Chun family, is a lesson to be learned. After saying that, he threw down the loudspeaker and turned to leave. 10 minutes later, the army withdrew. The academy returned to calm. Yet the bloodstains on the square had not dried, and the smell of blood in the air had not dissipated. All the students remembered the young man in the lieutenant's uniform who wiped out a family with a single word. They also remembered that phrase, the Chun family is a lesson to be learned. That day, Qinglan City was shaken. The Chun family was exterminated overnight. Their assets were confiscated and their residence was sealed. The city lord's mansion didn't dare to say a word. The military directly presented evidence of colluding with alien beast spies. Although that evidence was forged, who dared to question it? The privileges of frontline soldiers were that vast. The next morning, Su Mu stood under Xiao Yes building. He changed into casual clothes and knocked on the door. Xiao Yu rubbed her eyes and opened the door. Upon seeing him, her eyes brightened. Big brother. Sumu squatted down, taking out a military merit card. This has 10,000 military merits in it, enough for you until adulthood. Every month someone from the military will deliver living expenses to you. Xiao Yu took the card, her eyes turning red. Brother, are you leaving? I'm back to the front lines. Sumu patted her head. Live well and wait for your brother to come back. Will he really come back? He will. Sumu nodded. I promise. After leaving Xiao Ye's house, Sumu drove out of the city. At the city gate, he saw someone. Zhou Kai, why are you here? Sumu parked the car. Team leader Lin was worried, so he sent me to check on you. Zhou Kai looked at him. Is everything resolved? Resolved. Did you kill them all? Killed them all. Zhou Kai fell silent for a moment, patting his shoulder. Well done. But there may be a reaction from the imperial capital. Although the Chun family is nothing in Qinglan City, they still have some connections in the imperial capital. I know, Sumu nodded, so I need to become stronger quickly. How strong? Sumu thought for a moment. At least a grandmaster. Zhou Kai laughed. Good'll wait for you. As the vehicle drove out of the city gate and toward the front lines, Sumu stared at the gradually fading Qinglan City. In the rearview mirror, his gaze deep. The Chen family was just the beginning. The imperial capital, Qinglong Academy headquarters, Qinhao, and the whereabouts of his parents. Everything awaited him to uncover. But before that, he needed stronger power. A master? Not enough. A grandmaster? Not enough. He wanted to become a king, even to become an emperor. As he returned to the 7th Army Corps base, dawn was just breaking. At the entrance of the military camp, the soldiers on duty stood at attention and saluted 2nd Lieutenant Su. Their voices carried a tone of reverence, even fear. The events in Qinglan City had already spread. A clan was annihilated overnight, blood flooding the academy. Such methods in the eyes of the iron-blooded frontline soldiers were not only not cruel, but rather satisfying. The soldiers despised the treacherous backstabbers the most. The Chun family falsely accused the frontline soldiers they deserved to die. However, Sumu's methods were too ruthless, chillingly so. Sumu paid no mind to the looks directed at him. He drove directly to the reconnaissance company's location and entered his own independent barrack. He closed the door and locked it, then sat cross-legged on the bed. He began to digest the gains from last night, killing 3 masters, 1 9th level warrior, and over a dozen miscellaneous warriors at levels 5 and 6. The feedback from the life energy exceeded 4,000. This energy had been stored within him, yet he had not had the chance to fully absorb it. Now it was time. He closed his eyes and began to operate his cultivation method. A warm current surged from his limbs and bones like a rushing river, flooding into his meridians. The barrier of the late stage of the 7th level warrior was as fragile as paper under the violent impact of the energy. 8th level warrior. And it was still rising. Early stage, mid stage, late stage. Ultimately stopping at the peak of the 8th level. Only 1 step away from the 9th level. Meanwhile, his mental strength, nourished by the abundant feedback, surged to 150 points. Sumu opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. His aura was more than doubled compared to before. Now, with just his physical strength, he could contend against a 9th level warrior. If he deployed the Shadow Army, he would be invincible against any masters below the 3rd level. If he utilized the Emperor form, he could even fight against 5th level masters. But it was still not enough. He needed to improve his speed of enhancement. He opened the system interface. Current summon limit 136264, host realm peak of the 8th level warrior, mental strength 150. Next extraction cooldown 18 days. It was getting closer. What ability should I choose? He browsed the extractable list. The previously selected observation hockey was indeed good, with strong life-saving capabilities. However, after the battle in Qinglan City, he realized a problem. His offensive methods were too singular. The Shadow Army excelled in numbers and coordination, but the individual attack power, aside from the King form and Emperor form, was relatively weak. Faced with true powerhouses such as Grandmasters, or even Martial Kings, the Shadow Army might struggle to even breach their defenses. He needed a killing move that could erupt instantly and ignore defenses. There were several options on the list: Sharingan Single Tomo, Insight Copy Illusion, Armament Hockey Beginner, Strengthen Attack and Defense, can strike elemental type abilities, Zanpakuto Shurikai Unawakened. A weapon with growth potential, immense power upon awakening, Kamehameha Beginner. Energy attack power increases with strength, Rune Frenzy. Greatly increases attack power for a short time, but causes loss of sanity, Sumu pondered carefully. The Sharingan was good, but the functions of a single Tomo were limited and required evolution to the Mangekyo for a qualitative change. Armament Hockey could enhance attacks and defenses, and could attack elemental enemies, but there were no elemental-type ability users in Blue Star. The Zanpakuto had immense potential, but awakening required opportunity and time with too many uncertain factors. Kamehameha was a long-range energy attack with power increasing with strength, but it consumed a lot of energy and required charging. Rune Frenzy was simple and brutal, but the side effects were too severe. Armament Haki. He ultimately made his choice. The reasons were simple. First, Armament Haki could enhance physical attacks and defenses, compensating for his bonus weaknesses. Second, Armament Haki could be applied to weapons, turning ordinary weapons into divine implements. Third, Armament Haki could evolve to advanced stages, Flowing Cherry, Internal Destruction, and even Conqueror's Haki. Fourth, and most importantly, Armament Haki could strike spiritual entities or energy bodies. Although the Shadow Army was strong, they could suffer against certain special enemies such as ghosts or energy-type beasts. Armament Haki precisely compensated for this shortcoming. It was decided. After 18 days, once the cooldown ended, he would extract Armament Haki. In the following days, Sumu did not take on any missions. He locked himself in the barracks, consolidating his realm and practicing martial skills. He bought a few basic martial techniques: Wind-Breaking Blade Technique, Chasing Wind Step, and Iron Mountain Lean. These were intermediate yellow-grade martial techniques, not profound, but very practical. Combined with his current strength, their power was astonishing. 7 days later, Sumu stepped out of the barracks and headed to Zhokai's office. "I want to participate in the Eastern Theater Youth Championship." He got straight to the point. Zhokai was drinking tea and almost choked when he heard this. "Youth Championship? What is it not allowed?" "It's not that it's not allowed." Zhokai put down his teacup. "The problem is that competition is for warriors under 25. You're a frontline soldier, why would you want to join?" "I need resources," Sumu said. "The rewards for the championship are quite generous." The Eastern Theater Youth Championship was held once every 3 years. The rewards were indeed generous. The champion would receive a Breaking Clan pill, which could increase the probability of a 9th-level warrior breaking through to master by 50%. There was also 1 million military merits and an opportunity to enter the theater armory to select treasures. What Sumu wanted was that Breaking Clan pill. Although he was still far from becoming a master, he could prepare in advance. Moreover, there might be things he needed. "Do you think you can win the championship?" Zhokai looked at him. "Do you know who participates?" "Who?" "Top students from major martial arts academies, direct descendants of prominent families, and even heirs from some hidden sects." Zhokai held up his fingers. Last year's champion was Chu Kwanga from the headquarters of the Qinglong Martial Arts Academy, 21 years old, a 7th-level warrior. A 7th-level warrior? That's a whole major realm above Sumu. What about this year? This year? Zhokai thought for a moment. There are rumors that Qinglong Academy has produced another prodigy, named Yi Qingqing, 19 years old, a 5th-level warrior, but his combat strength is comparable to a 7th-level warrior. And then there's Chuan Hao from the Chen family. He stopped halfway, looking at Sumu. Sumu's eyes turned cold. Chuan Hao is participating too. He was originally going to participate, but now that the Chuan family has fallen, he will probably withdraw from the competition. Zhokai shook his head. "However, even if he participates, he is not your opponent." Sumu nodded. Chuan Hao was already a 3rd-level warrior 3 years ago. 3 years later, even with the resources of the Chen family, he would at most be a 6th or 7th-level warrior. In his eyes, he was already an ant. "I want to participate," Sumu repeated. "Help me sign up." Zhokai looked at him for a while and finally nodded. "All right, I will help you sign up. But remember, the championship is held in Zhanwu City, where the military's power is not as strong as on the front line. Moreover, many participants have deep backgrounds, so you should restrain yourself." "I will try not to kill anyone," Sumu replied. Zhokai breathed a sigh of relief. But Sumu's next sentence made him tense again. "Unless they seek death." Leaving the office, Sumu headed to the training ground. He wanted to test his current strength. In front of the strength measurement stone, Sumu stood still and took a deep breath. He did not use blood energy nor martial skills, relying purely on physical strength. He threw a punch. Bang! The numbers jumped wildly: 20,000 kilograms, 30,000 kilograms, 50,000 kilograms, ultimately stopping at 88,000 kilograms. The standard strength for a peak 8th-level warrior is 80,000 kilograms. Sumu exceeded the standard by 10, which was already at the level of an early 9th-level warrior. Utilizing blood energy, he activated the shadow mask. He punched again. This time a faint layer of black energy enveloped his fist. Boom! The strength measurement stone shook violently: 100,000 kilograms, 150,000 kilograms, 200,000 kilograms, ultimately stopping at 253,000 kilograms, 253,000 kilograms. This had already reached the level of a second-level martial master. Speed test. Activate shadow shifting. The instrument barely had time to record 0.001 seconds. Almost instantaneous. Endurance, reaction, mental strength. All exceeded the standard. Especially mental strength. The testing device showed 162 points, far exceeding the mental strength of warriors at the same level. The average mental strength of an 8th level warrior is around 50 points. After finishing the test, Su Mu gained a clear understanding of his current strength. Physical realm peak of the 8th level warrior, close to 9th level real combat power, able to contend against 2nd level martial masters, invincible against 3rd level masters, and below with the Shadow Army. Mental strength 162 points can support a king's combat for 2 minutes, or 10 captains for 16 minutes, or 1,000 basic ninjas for 100 minutes. Army size 13600. Hidden cards 10 master level kings. Emperor form 7th level martial master consumes massive energy. Still not enough. Su Mu looked at the test data and shook his head. The combat power of a 2nd level martial master could only be considered slightly above average in the youth championship. To win the championship, he needed at least the strength of a 5th or even 6th level martial master. There was 1 month left. In 1 month, he had to break through to martial master. How to break through? Slaughter. A massive amount of slaughter. But on the frontline battlefield, large-scale battles were not a daily occurrence. Moreover, he needed a more efficient way to kill. Captain Wang, Su Mu dialed the communicator. Help me check where there is a large-scale beast tide. A few minutes later, Captain Wang replied, Second Lieutenant Su, according to intelligence, in 3 days the Bloodwolf Wilderness will erupt with the decennial blood moon beast tide, with an estimated beast count exceeding 500,000. 500,000. Su Mu's eyes lit up. Got it. Hanging up the communication, he returned to the barracks and began to prepare. 3 days later. Bloodwolf Wilderness. He was ready to unleash a massacre. The Bloodwolf Wasteland is located at the northernmost end of the eastern battle zone. It is shrouded in dark red mist year-round, with cracked red earth beneath, twisted thorns, and man-eating flowers growing. A strong smell of blood permeates the air, a trace of countless beasts having fought to the death. The decadal blood moon beast tide is the most terrifying disaster of the wasteland. On this day, the beasts deep in the wasteland will collectively revolt, surging out like a tide to attack human strongholds. It is said that the last beast tide lasted for 3 full days, destroying 3 outposts and resulting in over 5,000 casualties. This time the scale is even larger. The 7th Brigade received orders from the Battle Zone Command and mobilized the entire brigade to establish a defensive line in the wasteland. In the early morning, 3,000 soldiers lined up outside the camp. Armored vehicles, tanks, and self-propelled artillery formed a steel dragon exuding a murderous aura. Lin Zhan stood on the command vehicle holding a telescope and gazing northward. Where is Su Mu? He asked the nearby Zhou Kai. He went ahead, Zhou Kai replied with a bitter smile. He said he wanted to warm up in advance. Lin Zhan's lips twitched. Warm up? Facing an army of 500,000 beasts, warm up? That kid is really getting crazier. Deep in the Bloodwolf Wasteland, Su Mu stood atop a solitary peak over 100 meters high, overlooking the vast expanse of red earth below. In the distance, smoke and dust billowed. That was the vanguard of the beast tide. One could see dense black dots approaching like ants. The number? At least 100,000. But this was just an appetizer. The real beast tide was still behind. Just in time. Su Mu sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. His consciousness sank into the system. Current summoning limit 136264, all summon. In the shadows centered around the solitary peak, a 10-kilometer radius began to boil. Black tides surged from the ground, cracks and thorny bushes quickly converging and taking shape. Basic ninjas, shadow mages, commanders, kings. The entire army of 13600 black shadows appeared. They spread out like a silent army on the red earth, their dark red eyes fixed on Su Mu, waiting for orders. Su Mu opened his eyes and stood up. He looked at the approaching beast tide with cold eyes. Kill. Leave not a single one alive. The brigade moved. Like a black torrent, they rushed towards the beast tide. The 2 waves crashed violently in the center of the wasteland. Roar! The beast tide unleashed a thunderous roar as the beasts frantically lunged at the black shadows. But the black shadow army was even more terrifying. Basic ninjas swarmed like locusts, their hands slicing accurately through the beasts' throats. Shadow mages at the back unleashed a rain of shadow arrows covering the entire area. Commanders specifically targeted beasts of level 3 and above to kill. Kings moved like mobile fortresses, smashing everything with a single punch. Crushing. Absolute crushing. The vanguard of the beast tide collapsed at the moment of contact. Kill level 1 being 1 Brigade 1, energy feedback 0. 1. Kill level 2 being 1 Brigade 2, energy feedback 1. Kill level 3 being 1 Brigade 10, energy feedback 10. The notifications rang out like an unending downpour. The surge of heat continued to flow and slowly pushing Su Mu's realm to rise. The barrier of the 8th level martial artist was loosening. The vanguard force 100,000 beasts was annihilated. Corpses piled high like mountains, blood flowed like rivers. The Black Shadow army suffered. 0 losses. They had no physical form, did not tire, and felt no fear. As long as Su Mu's mental energy did not deplete, they were immortal. But the real beast tide was just beginning. In the distance on the horizon, larger shadows appeared. Those were the main force of the beast tide. The number? At least 400,000. Moreover, among them were a large number of level 3, 4, and even 5 beasts. Leading them was a giant beast over 20 meters long, covered in dark golden scales. The level 6 beast, golden armored earth dragon. The pressure of a master could be felt even from several kilometers away. Finally, something decent has arrived. Su Mu licked his lips. He looked at his army. The hour of slaughter just now had added over 3,000 slots. The total number was now close to 140,000. But that was still not enough. What he wanted was a qualitative change. Merge. With a thought, 10,000 basic ninjas began to merge. 1,000 commanders appeared on the battlefield. Then merge again. 100 kings stood. Now he possessed basic ninjas, about 120,000 shadow mages, 5,000 commanders, 0, all merged into kings, 100 master level 1, 100 master level combatants. Although the consumption was terrifying, each king consumed 5 points of mental energy per minute, totaling 500 points every minute for 100 kings. But he now had a limit of 162 points, plus slaughter feedback replenishment could sustain. For 5 minutes. 5 minutes should be enough. The whole army charge. Su Mu commanded. 100 kings charged into the beast tide like 100 moving mountains. Wherever they passed, beasts fell in swathes like wheat being harvested by a scythe. The golden armored earth dragon let out an angry roar and charged at one of the kings. The king did not dodge, delivering a punch. Boom! The punch and claw collided, creating a shockwave. The king stepped back 3 paces, and the earth dragon retreated 5. Evenly matched. No. Because there were still 99 kings slaughtering its kin. The golden armored earth dragon went mad. It attacked desperately, trying to break through the encirclement of the kings to kill Su Mu. But besides Su Mu, 10 kings stood guard, specifically protecting him. Moreover, Su Mu himself was not a soft persimmon. He drew out a dagger, his form flickering, disappearing from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already atop a level 4 beast. The dagger stabbed down shadows, coalescing, easily breaking through the scales and piercing the skull. Kill level 4 being 1 Brigade 100, energy feedback 100. A surge of heat flowed in. The barrier of the 8th level martial artist finally broke. The 9th level martial artist. And it was still increasing. Initial, mid, and finally it stopped at the peak of the 9th level. Only one step away from becoming a martial master. But that step was difficult. The leap from martial artist to martial master was a qualitative transformation. It required converting vitality into true essence, opening up all meridians, and establishing a Danteon energy sea. Simply relying on slaughter feedback was not enough. He needed a larger energy source. For example, that golden armored earth dragon. Su Mu looked towards the center of the battlefield. The golden armored earth dragon was already surrounded by 10 kings covered in injuries, its dark golden scales shattered in many places, bleeding profusely. But it was still struggling, still roaring. After all, it was a level 6 beast with tenacious vitality. Step aside. Su Mu approached. The kings opened a path automatically. He walked up to the golden armored earth dragon, looking up at the massive creature. The earth dragon lowered its head, its dark golden eyes filled with rage and unwillingness. Submit or die, Su Mu said. The earth dragon roared, opening its mouth to spew a stream of golden flames. Su Mu did not dodge. He merely raised his right hand. In his palm, shadows gathered, forming a black shield that blocked the flames. Then he stepped forward and his figure vanished. When he reappeared, he was already above the earth dragon's head. Clenching his fist, shadows entwined around it. With a punch, he struck down. Bang! The skull exploded. The massive body of the earth dragon crashed to the ground. Kill level 6 being 1 Brigade 10,000 life, energy feedback 100,000, achievement unlock Dragon Slayer 2, reward mental energy 100, unlock new ability. Dragon soul possession can temporarily gain partial abilities of dragon-like creatures. The surge of heat flowed in like a tsunami, more intense than any time before. Su Mu groaned, kneeling on one knee, fully absorbing it. The barrier of the peak 9th level martial artist shattered under the impact of this energy. Vitality began to transform, meridians started to connect, and deep within the Dantian a trace of true essence was quietly birthed. Martial Master 1st level, and it was still increasing. Initial, mid, late. Finally, it stopped at the peak of the 2nd level, just one step away from the 3rd level, and his mental energy surged to 262 points due to the achievement reward. Sumu stood up, feeling the surging power within him. True essence flowed through his meridians like rivers. His strength, speed, and reflexes were at least 3 times stronger than during his martial artist phase. Now, with just his physical body, he could stand against a martial master of the 5th level, if combined with the Black Shadow Army. Below the 5th level of master, he was invincible. The battlefield was nearing its end. The 400,000 beasts tied under the slaughter of 100 kings was left with less than 50,000 remnants scattering to flee. Sumu did not pursue. He recalled all his army and began to tally the gains. Total kills this time approximately 450,000. Brigade slots increased approximately 50,000, including bonuses from high-level beasts. Current summoning limit 141264. Total life energy feedback approximately 60,000, equivalent to 600 level 1 beings. Very good. The total number of the brigade surpassed 140,000. He himself broke through to the 2nd level of Martial Master. The gains from this time far exceeded expectations. In the distance, the main force of the 7th Brigade finally arrived. Lin Zhan stood on the command vehicle looking at the ground full of beast corpses, then at Su Mu standing amidst the mountain of corpses and sea of blood, and fell silent. After a while he turned to Zhou Kai and said, "From now on, whatever this kid wants to do, don't stop him. If he wants to kill, let him kill. If he wants to exterminate a clan, let him exterminate. Our 7th Brigade will support him." Sumu walked over. "Team leader, the beast tide has been dealt with." Lin Zhan nodded. "Thank you for your hard work." It was nothing hard. Sumu wiped the blood off his face, just a bit tired. He paused. "By the way, the registration for the youth championship." "It's already done," Zhou Kai quickly said. "In 3 days at Jianwu City, I'll accompany you." "Good." Sumu nodded and turned to leave, leaving behind a field of corpses and a group of stunned soldiers. Back at the military camp, Sumu took a shower and changed into clean clothes. Then he sat on the bed and opened the system. Next extraction, cooldown 17 days. In 17 days, armed color hockey. At that time, his strength would be able to rise another level. Now he needed to prepare for the championship. The 2nd level of Martial Master could only be considered above average among participants. To secure the championship, he would need at least the 5th level of Martial Master. There are 3 days left. 3 days to break through 3 levels. Difficult, but not impossible. 3 days later in Jianwu City. This city, located in the heart of the Eastern War Zone, is home to the command headquarters and is the most prosperous military stronghold in the entire East. The towering alloy city walls gleamed coldly under the sunlight, with densely installed energy turrets atop the walls. Soldiers and military vehicles patrolled the streets. The air was thick with a mixed scent of machine oil, steel, and blood, an aroma unique to frontline cities. Today, Jianwu City was particularly lively. This was due to the upcoming Eastern War Zone Youth Championship. Young geniuses from various martial arts academies, families, and even hidden sects gathered here to compete for the championship throne, representing unparalleled glory. At the center of the city stood the Jianwu Arena. This colossal structure, covering hundreds of thousands of square meters, resembled a massive steel beast lying in wait, capable of accommodating 100,000 spectators. Outside the arena, there was a sea of people. Young martial artists in various uniforms gathered in groups, sizing each other up, their eyes filled with fighting spirit and vigilance. Sumu and Zhou Kai navigated through the crowd towards the contestants' entrance. He wasn't wearing a military uniform today, but instead donned a simple black training outfit, appearing as an ordinary young martial artist. However, many around still recognized him. "Is that Sumu, the killing god from the 7th Legion, the ruthless one who wiped out the Chen family overnight? Is he here to compete too? What's the point of fighting?" Discussions erupted. Sumu ignored them and walked straight to the registration desk. Name, age, affiliated force. The person in charge of registration was a tall, thin man, wearing glasses, who asked without looking up. Sumu, 17, 7th Legion. The thin man's hand paused, and he raised his head to scrutinize Sumu. "You are Sumu. Is there a problem?" No problem." The thin man quickly lowered his head. "Here's your contestant badge. Number 077. The first elimination round is at 2 p.m. A Arena No. 3 in Area C." Sumu took the badge and turned to leave. Just a few steps out, he was stopped by several people. At the forefront was a young man in his 20s clad in a luxurious silk martial robe with a golden dragon embroidered on his chest, his gaze arrogant. Are you Sumu? The young man looked him up and down. I heard you killed Chen Tianxiong. Who are you? Sumu inquired. From the Qinglong Martial Arts Academy headquarters, an inner disciple Chu Kuanga. Last year's champion, he grinned. Chu Kuanga, a 7th-level martial artist, had won the championship at 21 last year and was one of the leading figures of the younger generation in the Eastern War Zone. Is something the matter? Sumu replied calmly. I heard you were quite arrogant. Chu Kuanga stepped closer, looking down at Sumu. You wiped out the Chun family, surrounded the academy, and killed a master. Not bad, quite interesting. He patted Sumu on the shoulder. I hope you can last until the finals, don't make it too boring for me. With that he turned and left. Zhou Kai leaned closer and whispered, Chu Kuanga is from the Chu family, one of the 3 major families in the Eastern War Zone, much stronger than the Qin family. Sumu nodded. A 7th-level martial artist is indeed impressive. Is that all? Zhou Kai sighed. He was a 7th-level martial artist last year. He might be at the 8th level now. It doesn't matter. Sumu continued walking forward. Anyway, the championship is mine. Sumu and Zhou Kai settled into a hotel near the arena. At 1 p.m., Sumu prepared to head to the arena. Just as he stepped out, he encountered a familiar face. No, it should be said, an enemy. Chen Hao. He stood at the end of the corridor, flanked by several young men in similar Qinglong Academy uniforms, his expression dark, as if it were about to rain. In 3 years, Chen Hao had changed significantly. His once boyish face now had sharp angles, his eyes were fierce, and his aura was at the peak of the 9th level of martial arts. In 3 years, going from the 3rd level to the peak of the 9th level was quite fast among ordinary martial artists. But in Sumu's eyes, he was still an ant. Sumu. Chen Hao's voice was a bit hoarse. You dare come? Why wouldn't I? Sumu stopped looking at him. But you with the Chun family gone still have the mind to compete. Chen Hao's face twisted for a moment. You killed my entire family. I will definitely take revenge. I'm always available for that. Sumu nodded. However, I suggest you wait until the competition is over. If we fight now, I'm afraid I might accidentally kill you and get disqualified. This was too arrogant. The young men behind Chen Hao were furious. You brat. You're looking for death. How dare you speak to young Master Chen like that? Sumu ignored them, just looking at Chen Hao. Control your dogs, or I won't mind sending you to reunite with them ahead of time. After saying this, he walked past Chen Hao and down the stairs. Chen Hao stood there, his fists clenched tightly. Young Master Chen, this kid is too arrogant. Should we? A young man made a gesture across his throat. No need. Chen Hao gritted his teeth. Let him be arrogant. When we get to the arena, I will personally take him down. At 2 p.m., Sumu stepped onto the stage facing a young girl in a white martial robe from a small martial arts academy at the 7th level of martial arts. Please guide me. The girl cupped her fist politely. Sumu nodded. The referee announced the start. As the girl assumed her initial stance, Sumu had already appeared in front of her. With a swift knife hand strike, he struck the side of her neck. The girl's vision darkened, and she collapsed softly. The battle ended. Time taken 1 second. Gasps erupted from the audience. So fast. I didn't even see how he moved. Sumu jumped off the arena and walked towards the resting area. On the way, he spotted Yi Qingqing, the 19-year-old, a 5th-level martial artist with battle prowess comparable to a 7th-level martial artist from Qinglong Academy. She wore a blue outfit, tall, and with a cold demeanor like an ice mountain snow lotus. At that moment, she leaned against the wall, eyes closed as if everything around her was irrelevant. As Sumu passed by, she suddenly opened her eyes. Their gazes collided in midair. Yi Qingqing's eyes were beautiful like 2 black jewels, but her expression was icy, devoid of warmth. She looked at Sumu for 2 seconds before closing her eyes again, as if he wasn't worth her attention. Sumu chuckled unfazed. He sat down in the resting area, observing other arenas. A total of 500 participants were competing. The first elimination round involved 5 rounds, eliminating over 400 people, leaving 64 to enter the main event. With his strength, he wouldn't even need to exert his full power in the early rounds. However, he needed to observe potential opponents. Chu Kuanga, 8th-level martial artist, his actual level possibly higher than rumored, the top contender from the Qinglong Academy, a favorite for the championship. Yi Qingqing, 5th-level martial artist, but with a terrifyingly solid aura, her real battle prowess, possibly nearing the 8th level. Another one caught his attention. A boy wearing a black cloak, his face obscured, who defeated his opponent with just 1 move, an eerie shadow attack. Similar to Sumu's Shadow Legion, but more sinister. A member of the Shadow Demon sect. Zhou Kai, having sat down beside him at some point, whispered, "That's a hidden sect in the Eastern War Zone skilled in shadow techniques, operating secretly, rarely appearing in public." Shadow Demon Sect. Sumu noted this down. The first elimination round concluded quickly. Sumu won all 5 matches each with a one-hit knockout without breaking a sweat. His performance attracted considerable attention. That contestant, no? 077 has some skills. I heard he's only 17, a second-level martial artist. This talent is no less than Yi Qingqing's. A second-level martial artist defeating those at the 7th and 8th levels. Fighting across levels so easily. Amidst the discussions, Sumu left the arena. He needed a place to continue his training. With 2 days left until the second elimination round, he aimed to break through one more level in that time. In Jianwu City at the military guest house, Sumu sat cross-legged on the bed and took out the breakthrough pill. This was something he purchased for 3,000 military merits, initially meant to be saved for when he broke through to master. But now he couldn't wait any longer. He needed to quickly increase his strength, win the championship, and obtain the breakthrough master pill. Then he would push towards becoming a master. As he consumed the pill, a violent surge of medicinal power erupted, flooding into his meridians like a torrent. Sumu groaned softly, exerting all his effort to guide the power against the barriers. To advance from the second to third level of martial arts, one must unblock the Ren and Du meridians connecting the true essence throughout the body. This process was incredibly painful. His meridians felt as if they were tearing apart, yet they were also being restructured under the nourishment of the medicinal power. Sweat soaked his clothes and beads of blood seeped through his skin. But he gritted his teeth and persevered. 3 hours later, a dull roar resonated within him. The Ren and Du meridians were connected. The true essence surged like a flood through all his meridians, finally converging in his dantian, forming a small sea of qi. He had reached the 3rd level of martial arts. Moreover, due to the potent power of the breakthrough pill, he had directly surged to the peak of the 3rd level. He was just 1 step away from the 4th level. Sumu opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. His aura was now 30% stronger than before. With just his physical body, he could match a 6th-level martial artist. If he added the Shadow Legion, he would be invincible against anyone below the 6th level of master. He could even contend with a 7th-level master. Still not enough. He stood up and walked to the window, gazing at the brightly lit Jianwu City. Chu Kuanga, 8th-level martial artist. Yi Qingqing, with real battle prowess, close to the 8th level. The boy from the Shadow Demon Sect had an unknown strength. There were also other hidden geniuses. To win the championship, he needed at least the battle prowess of a 5th or even 6th-level martial artist. 2 days remained. Break through 2 levels in 2 days. Difficult, but he could give it a try. He put on his coat and left the guest house. The night was deep, yet Jianwu City remained lively. Street vendors shouted there, where noise emanated from bars, and patrol teams marched in orderly fashion. Sumu wandered aimlessly down the street, contemplating his next plan. Suddenly he halted. Ahead in a dim alley, he could hear the sounds of a scuffle and a familiar dark aura. It was that boy from the Shadow Demon Sect. Sumu pondered for a moment and walked over. At the end of the alley, the boy in black was surrounded by 5 people. All 5 wore black, tight-fitting clothing, masks on their faces, and held poison daggers. "Hand over the Shadow Seed, kid from the Shadow Demon Sect," the leader said in a hoarse voice. "Otherwise you won't leave this alley today." The black-clad boy said nothing. He simply raised his head slowly. Beneath his cloak, a pair of completely black eyes appeared. There were no pupils, no whites, just pure darkness. "Want it?" He spoke, his voice like sandpaper scraping. "Come and take it yourself." In the next second, 5 shadows surged from the ground, pouncing towards the 5 black-clad assailants. Shadow attack. But the black-clad individuals seemed prepared, simultaneously scattering a handful of white powder. The powder met the shadows with a sizzling sound, instantly dissipating them. Breaking shadow powder. The black-clad boy's voice turned cold. "You are from the Shadow Killing Tower." "Correct," the leader smirked, "but unfortunately it's too late." The 5 of them lunged forward. The daggers glinted coldly, stabbing toward the boy's vital points. Just as the daggers were about to strike, a shadow appeared in front of the boy. It was Sumu. He raised his right hand, fingers spread wide. Buzz! The shadow shield unfolded, blocking all the daggers. Then with a sweep of his left hand, 5 shadow blades shot out, precisely piercing the throats of the 5 black-clad men. Ugh! The 5 widened their eyes, clutching their throats as they fell. They died with their eyes wide open. Kill level 1 entity, 5 Legion, 5 A energy feedback 0. 5 Sumu retracted his hand and looked at the boy in black, a member of the Shadow Demon Sect. The boy stared at him for a few seconds before nodding. "Why did you help me?" "Just happened to be passing by." Sumu turned to leave. "Wait." The boy called out to him. "My name is Ing, and I owe you a life. No need to repay." Sumu waved his hand and vanished at the alley's exit. Ing stood there watching the direction Su Mu had left, a hint of unusual color flashing in his pitch-black eyes. The aura of shadows, purer than mine. Interesting. The second round of elimination began in the early morning. 64 qualifiers stood in the center of the arena, awaiting the draw. Su Mu drew number 17, and his opponent was a burly bald man from a martial arts family of 4th-layer martial master. Kid, I've heard you're quite arrogant. The burly man grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Don't cry later. Su Mu ignored him and directly walked up to the stage. The referee announced the start. The burly man stomped the ground, his figure swelling as his muscles bulged, resembling a human-shaped violent bear. Mighty bull charge. He lowered his head, thrusting his shoulder forward, rushing in with a terrifying force. This was a low-grade, profound martial skill, and combined with his 4th-layer martial master strength, it was sufficient to shatter steel plates. Gasps erupted from the crowd, but Su Mu stood still, motionless. It was only when the burly man was 3 feet away that he raised his right hand, making a fist. Then he threw a punch. It was a simple punch. There were no frills, and he didn't even use any true essence. It was purely the strength of his physical body. Bang! The fist struck the burly man's shoulder. The man's forward momentum came to an abrupt halt. Then he flew backward like a rag doll, crashing into the protective barrier at the edge of the stage. Crack! The protective barrier cracked, spiderwebbing with lines. The burly man fell to the ground, his shoulders shattered, and he fainted. The battle was over. Time taken 2 seconds. The arena fell into silence. Even the referee was momentarily stunned before announcing the winner, number 077, Su Mu. Su Mu jumped off the stage and walked toward the resting area. As he passed by Chu Kuanga opened his eyes and glanced at him. Not bad strength. But relying solely on strength won't get you far. Su Mu did not stop his footsteps. Whether I can go far or not is not for you to decide. In the resting area, Yi Qingqiang had returned. She had just finished her battle, defeating a 3rd-layer martial master with a single move, the ice sealing palm, turning him into an ice sculpture. At this moment, she was meditating with her eyes closed, emanating a chilling aura. Su Mu sat down in the empty space next to her. Yi Qingqiang frowned slightly, but did not open her eyes. The subsequent matches were uneventful. Chu Kuanga took the stage, facing a 5th-layer martial master from a hidden sect. Chu Kuanga used only one move, Azure Dragon's Claw. True essence transformed into a blue dragon claw, sweeping through the air, and his opponent was sent flying off the stage, spitting blood and fainting. It was a complete domination. Ing also took the stage, and his opponent, a speed-oriented martial artist, was caught off guard, ensnared by the shadow, and dragged into darkness, reappearing unconscious on the ground. The 64-32 round quickly concluded. Su Mu returned to the guest house to continue his training. He took out several bottles of blood key pills and swallowed them all. The medicinal power transformed into a warm current, nourishing his meridians and dantian. To advance from 3rd-layer martial master to 4th-layer, one needed to open the dantian sea of qi, allowing true essence to condense from a gaseous to a liquid state. This was a transformative process. Many martial artists get stuck at this step, unable to break through for their entire lives. However, with the energy feedback from the system and the assistance of the pills, Su Mu's progress was rapid. A night passed. In the morning, Su Mu opened his eyes. Deep in his dantian, that sea of qi had expanded to twice its size, and the true essence was even more solid. He was only a step away from the 4th layer. In the 3rd round, 32-16, Su Mu's opponent was a sword-wielding girl from a swordsmanship family, a 3rd-layer martial master. Please give me guidance, the girl said, hugging her sword and bowing. Su Mu nodded. A flash of sword light, and the girl moved. Her sword was swift like a silver lightning bolt, aimed straight at Su Mu's throat. On the tip of the sword, true essence surged, exuding a sharp edge. Su Mu did not evade. He extended 2 fingers. Clang! He precisely pinched the sword tip. The girl's expression changed as she attempted to withdraw her sword, but it was as if it was clamped in an iron vise, unmoving. Su Mu twisted his fingers. Crack! The steel sword snapped in 2. Then he stepped forward, gently patting the girl's shoulder with his left hand. The girl groaned and flew off the stage. The battle was over. The crowd below buzzed with discussions. Another single move. How strong is his physical body? He's a 3rd-layer martial master. He didn't even touch the hem of his clothes. Su Mu paid no mind to these remarks. He looked at the big screen. The next match was Chu Kuanga against a 6th-layer martial master swordsman. The swordsman was powerful, his sword techniques violent, capable of cleaving the stage with each strike. Yet Chu Kuanga still used only one move. Azure Dragon's Tail Sweep. True essence transformed into a dragon's tail and swept out. The swordsman, along with his sword, was sent flying off the stage, breaking 7 or 8 ribs. Total domination. The top 16 were born. Su Mu, Chu Kuanga, Yi Qingqing Ing, and 12 other geniuses from various factions. In the afternoon, it was the 16-8 round. Su Mu drew Ing. On the stage, the two stood facing each other. Ing had removed his cloak, revealing a pale and handsome face, his eyes as dark as ink. "We meet again," Ing spoke. Su Mu nodded. "Thank you for last time," Ing said, "but on the stage, I won't hold back." "No need to hold back," Su Mu replied calmly. The referee announced the start. Ing moved. His figure flickered, transforming into 3 afterimages, charging at Su Mu from different directions. Shadow clones. Each clone possessed 70% of the main body strength. Gasps erupted from the crowd. But Su Mu remained still. It was only when the 3 afterimages were upon him that he raised his right foot and lightly stomped. Boom! The ground erupted. The power of shadow exploded from his center like a black shockwave, instantly dispersing the 3 afterimages. Ying's true form appeared behind Su Mu, his hands morphing into pitch-black claws, stabbing towards Su Mu's back. Su Mu turned around and threw a punch. Fist and claw collided. Bang! Ing was sent flying, flipping through the air before landing steadily. But his hands trembled. That punch had nearly shattered his finger bones. Such powerful strength. Ing shook his hand. "It seems I need to get serious." He took a deep breath and his eyes turned completely black. Darkness enveloped him. Shadow domain. Centered on him, a 10-meter radius transformed into absolute darkness. Light was swallowed and sound was cut off. The people below could only see a pitch-black void, unable to perceive anything. Is this the prototype of a domain? Isn't he just a 4th-layer martial master? How could he execute a domain? The Shadow Demon sect. Truly terrifying. In the darkness, Ing disappeared. He merged with the shadows, becoming omnipresent. Su Mu stood in the center of the darkness, closing his eyes. The shadow domain expanded. Although it only had a 10-meter radius, it was enough. He saw Ying's location, 3 meters to his left, quietly approaching. Su Mu did not move. He was waiting for the moment Ing would strike. Ing moved. He erupted from the darkness, his hands morphing into pitch-black spears, stabbing towards Su Mu's heart. This strike condensed all his strength and true essence. It was enough to pierce the defenses of a 6th-layer martial master. But Su Mu simply raised his left hand. His fingers spread apart. Clang! The pitch-black spear struck his palm, producing a metallic clash. Then it came to a halt. What? Ying's pupils constricted. A faint layer of black light appeared on Su Mu's palm. It was a shield formed from condensed shadow power, 100 times harder than steel. Now it's my turn. Su Mu clenched his right fist and hurled a punch. Black light coiled around his fist. Boom! The shadow domain was shattered by a single blow. Ing spat blood as he was sent flying, crashing against the protective barrier, sliding to the ground and fainting. The battle was over. The crowd was in an uproar. One punch shattered the shadow domain. But that was a prototype of a domain. A monster. Su Mu jumped off the stage and walked toward the resting area. Chu Kuanga looked at him, his expression grave. Yi Qingqing also opened her eyes, looking at him for the first time with genuine attention. The top 8 were born. Su Mu, Chu Kuanga, Yi Qingqing, and 5 other geniuses above the 5th layer. Tomorrow's semifinals would determine the final spots. Su Mu returned to the guest house to continue his training. The battle with Ing had consumed a significant amount of his shadow power. But the gains were substantial. Ying's shadow domain had inspired him. His own shadow domain, currently with only a 10-meter radius, could potentially expand to 100 or even 1,000 meters. That would be a terrifying area of lethal power. Late at night, Su Mu sat cross-legged on his bed, operating his cultivation method. The Dantian Sea of Qi had expanded to its limit. True essence began to liquefy, 1 drop, 2 drops. When the 9th drop of liquid true essence took shape, boom! The Dantian trembled. The Sea of Qi completely solidified, and all true essence liquefied. He became a 4th-layer martial master. Moreover, due to his solid foundation, he directly advanced to the mid-stage of the 4th layer. Now, with just his physical body, he could contend against a 7th-layer martial master. If he added the Shadow Troop, he would be invincible against anyone below the 8th-layer martial master. In the early morning, the battle arena was filled to capacity. The top 8 competitors stood around the main stage awaiting the draw. Su Mu drew number 3, while Yi Qingqing drew number 4. The two would face off in the second match. The first match was between Chu Kuanga and a 6th-level martial master, a genius of the spear technique. The battle commenced with spear shadows darting like dragons and true essence erupting. However, Chu Kuanga merely stood with one hand behind his back, casually striking with the other. Bang! 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 Each palm strike precisely hit the side of the spear point, causing the opponent's hands to crack. After 30 moves, Chu Kuanga lost patience. Azure Dragon's Claw. A giant claw of true essence swiped through the air. The spear shattered, and the opponent spat blood flying off the stage. It was swift and decisive. The second match, Su Mu versus Yi Qingcheng, the referee shouted. The audience erupted in excitement. On one side was the unexpected dark horse, a monster who broke through realms with a single punch. On the other side stood the ice-type genius of the Qinglong Academy, a rare talent in 100 years whose combat power was comparable to that of an 8th-level martial master. A clash of titans. Yi Qingcheng donned a blue outfit, her posture upright like a green pine in the snow. She looked at Su Mu, her gaze still icy, but with a hint of seriousness. You are strong. She spoke, her voice cool as an icy spring, but I will win. Let's see, Su Mu smiled. The referee announced the start. Yi Qingcheng made her move. As she stepped forward, frost spread beneath her feet. Ice ceiling step. The temperature of the arena plummeted and fine ice crystals formed in the air. Su Mu felt a chill around him, his movements seeming to slow down for a moment. Yet he remained calm, channeling the power of shadows to dispel the cold. Yi Qingcheng had already closed and striking out. Cold ice palm. A burst of cold air surged from her palm, transforming into an ice-blue palm print aimed at Su Mu's chest. Even before the palm reached him, the cold pierced to the bone. The audience below shivered. Su Mu, however, simply raised his right hand, matching her palm strike. Black light swirled on his palm. Boom. The two palms collided. Ice shards and black light erupted. Both retreated 3 steps simultaneously, evenly matched. Yi Qingcheng's gaze sharpened. Her cold ice palm had reached great perfection. Even an ordinary 5th-level martial master would suffer injuries from it. Yet Su Mu was unscathed. Interesting. She formed seals with both hands, her cold energy surging violently. Ice ceiling domain activate. Instantly, a 20-meter radius around her transformed into a world of ice and snow. The arena was covered in a thick layer of ice with snowflakes falling in the air. The temperature dropped to -50 degrees. The breath of the audience formed white frost. This is the domain. It's terrifying. I can feel the cold even through the protective barrier. Su Mu is finished. In the domain, Yi Qingcheng resembled a queen of ice and snow. She waved her hand. Ice spike attack. Countless ice spikes materialized out of thin air, shooting towards Su Mu like a torrential rain. Each one was sharp as a blade capable of piercing steel. Su Mu stood his ground, not dodging or avoiding. He simply raised his right hand, fingers spread wide. Shadow shield. A black light curtain unfurled, swallowing all the ice spikes. Yi Qingcheng frowned slightly. She pressed her hands together. Absolute zero. The temperature within the domain dropped sharply, once more freezing the air and distorting the light. The shadow shield on Su Mu's surface began to freeze. Crack. Cracks appeared on the shield. The audience gasped. Yi Qingcheng's absolute zero had previously injured a 7th-level martial master. Could Su Mu withstand it? Su Mu looked down at the frozen shield, suddenly smiling. Ice ceiling domain. Not bad. He raised his right foot and lightly stomped. But it's still not enough. Boom. The shadow power erupted like a volcanic explosion. The ice layer on the shield shattered instantly. The black energy swept across the arena, forcing back the ice and snow. Yi Qingcheng's expression changed slightly. Gritting her teeth, she summoned all her true essence. Ice Phoenix soaring. Behind her, an ice-blue phoenix apparition manifested, soaring and crying to the heavens. The phoenix spread its wings and cold air surged to the sky. The temperature in the entire arena dropped. In the audience, some began to shiver. This is a high-level mystic technique. Yi Qingcheng is going all out. The ice phoenix charged towards Su Mu, freezing everything in its path. Su Mu finally moved. He stepped forward, his right fist clenched tightly. Dark light coalesced on his fist. Shadow collapsed fist. A simple yet unadorned punch. It struck the ice phoenix's head. Boom. A deafening roar erupted. The ice phoenix shattered, transforming into a flurry of ice shards. Yi Qingcheng let out a muffled groan, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. The domain shattered. She staggered back, her face pale. Su Mu withdrew his fist, watching her. Is there anything else? Yi Qingcheng gritted her teeth, forming seals with her hands once more. But Su Mu had already lost patience. His figure flickered and vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Yi Qingcheng. A light palm landed on her shoulder. Bang! Yi Qingcheng was sent flying, landing at the edge of the stage. She tried to stand up, but her true essence was in disarray and her meridians were being eroded by the shadow power, leaving her unable to move. After a brief pause, the referee finally announced, the winner is Su Mu. The arena fell into silence. Then it erupted into thunderous cheers. He won. Sumu won. Yi Qingcheng was so strong, yet she lost. What a monster. Truly a monster. Sumu jumped off the stage and walked toward the resting area. As he passed by Chu Kuanga gave him a deep look. You have hidden yourself well. Likewise, Sumu smiled lightly. Yi Qingcheng was assisted off the stage by her academy members. She looked at Su Mu's back with a complex expression. I lost, she said softly. A female student beside her comforted, Senior sister, you are already very strong. It's that guy who is too abnormal. Yi Qingcheng shook her head. Losing is losing. She closed her eyes and began to regulate her breathing. But in her heart, she had already remembered that name. Sumu. The top four were determined: Su Mu, Chu Kuanga, and two sixth-level martial master geniuses. In the afternoon, the semifinals would see Su Mu face one of the sixth-level geniuses. Chu Kuanga would face the other. During the lunch break, Zhou Kai found Su Mu. Well done, he exclaimed excitedly. The odds have changed. You and Chu Kuanga are now tied for first. Odds, eh? Su Mu raised an eyebrow. The betting odds. Zhou Kai lowered his voice. For the championship, you and Chu Kuanga are both at 5-1, while Yi Qingcheng has dropped to 3-1. Su Mu was uninterested. He was more concerned about the afternoon match. That sixth-level martial master genius came from a hidden sword sect known for a violent sword technique that had once shattered a stage with a single strike. But it was still not enough. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the semifinals began. Su Mu's opponent was a one-armed swordsman known as Broken Blade. He had only a right arm, but his grip on the sword was as steady as a rock. Please, Broken Blade said, bowing with his sword. Su Mu nodded. The referee announced the start. Broken Blade drew his sword. The blade glinted like blood, a murderous aura rising to the sky. Blood moon slash. The sword energy transformed into a blood-red crescent moon, tearing through the air towards Su Mu. This strike had the shape of a master. The audience held their breath. But Su Mu merely raised his right hand using 2 fingers. Clang. He caught the blade's edge. The blood moon's sword energy instantly dissipated. Broken Blade's pupils contracted. He wanted to withdraw his sword, but it wouldn't budge at all. Su Mu twisted his fingers. Crack. The finely crafted long sword snapped in 2. Then he delivered a punch to Broken Blade's chest. Bang! Broken Blade spat blood and flew off the stage. The battle concluded. Time taken 3 seconds. The entire arena was in an uproar. Again. Just one move. That was the Blood Moon Blade. It once injured a 7th-level martial master. What level of strength does Su Mu possess? Chu Kuang's match also ended quickly. His opponent excelled in defense, practicing the Golden Bell Shield. Chu Kuanga only used 1 punch. Azure Dragon breaks the heavens. His true essence transformed into a blue dragon shadow, shattering the Golden Bell Shield with a single blow. The opponent fell unconscious. The finals lineup was confirmed: Su Mu versus Chu Kuanga. Tomorrow the championship battle would take place. Su Mu returned to the guest house. As soon as he entered, he sensed something was off. There was a strange aura in the room. He pushed open the door. A middle-aged man in a black suit sat on the sofa. Su Mu, second lieutenant, nice to meet you. The man stood up, handing over a business card. I am the vice president of the Eastern Branch of the Imperial Martial Arts Association, Zhao. Su Mu took the card and glanced at it. What do you want? I want to invite you to join the Imperial Martial Arts Association, Vice President Zhao smiled. With your talent, it's a waste to be in the military. The association can provide you with better resources and training. Not interested, Su Mu replied, tossing the card back on the table. Vice President Zhao's smile remained unchanged. Don't be so quick to refuse. Do you know about the association's Genius program? Selected individuals can receive 10 million military merits worth of resources each year, along with direct guidance from masters. Even an opportunity to enter the sanctuary for cultivation. The sanctuary. Su Mu's eyes flickered. That was the legendary cultivation Holy Land, accessible only to those at the Martial King level. What are the conditions, he asked. The conditions are simple, Vice President Zhao replied. Win the championship and then publicly announce your joining of the association. The association will help you resolve matters with the military. Su Mu smiled. So you want to poach me? It's a collaboration, Vice President Zhao corrected. What the military can offer, the association can provide double. Su Mu shook his head. No need. He opened the door. Please leave. Vice President Zhao's expression darkened. Young man, don't be too arrogant. Offending the association will not end well for you. Is that so? Su Mu looked at him. He'll wait and see. Vice President Zhao snorted coldly and left in a huff. Su Mu closed the door, his eyes icy. The association. The military. He didn't care. He just wanted to grow stronger. Strong enough that no one would dare to provoke him. On the day of the finals, the Battle Marshal Arena was packed with people. All 100,000 seats were filled, and even the aisles were crowded. Dozens of enormous projection screens floated in the air, ensuring that every corner had a clear view. Almost all the high-ranking officials of the Eastern Battle Zone were present. The Battle Zone commander, the president of the Martial Arts Association, the heads of various martial arts academies, and family patriarchs all sat in the VIP seats. This was a battle that would determine the first of the younger generation in the Eastern Battle Zone. On the stage, Su Mu and Chu Kuanga stood facing each other. Chu Kuanga donned a blue dragon-patterned battle robe, his long hair tied back, and his gaze sharp as a blade. "I've finally waited for you," he spoke slowly. "From the very first moment I saw you, I knew the champion would be decided between us." Su Mu remained in his black training suit, his expression calm. "Let's begin." The referee took a deep breath and announced loudly, "The finals of the Eastern Battle Zone Youth Championship now commence." As soon as the words fell, Chu Kuanga moved. He stepped forward, his figure like a dragon, instantly crossing a distance of 20 meters. His right fist gathered blue true essence. Azure Dragon Prowling Claw. The enormous claw of true essence tore through the air, aiming downwards. This strike was stronger than any before. The audience below held their breath. Su Mu did not dodge. He unleashed a punch as well. Shadows coiled around him. Boom! The two fists collided. The shockwave exploded, cracking the arena floor. Both retreated simultaneously. Chu Kuanga stepped back 3 steps while Su Mu took 2. Good. Chu Kuang's fighting spirit surged. "Come again." He formed hand signs, and the blue light around him intensified. Azure Dragon Battle Body. His muscles swelled, veins bulged, and dragon scale patterns emerged on his skin. His aura surged violently. From the 8th level of Martial Master, he directly ascended to the peak of the 9th level of Martial Master. This is the Chu family's secret technique, the Azure Dragon Battle Body. It can elevate one full realm in a short period. Chu Kuanga is going all out. Chu Kuanga lunged forward again. This time his speed was faster and his strength greater. His fists and feet rained down like a storm. Su Mu remained calm, blocking each attack. Bang, 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 bang. The sounds of collision merged into one dense as hammering iron. The arena continued to shatter under their exchanges, with fragments flying everywhere. The protective shield trembled violently, as if it would shatter at any moment. 3 minutes later, Chu Kuang's offensive slowed. The Azure Dragon Battle Body consumed immense energy, and he couldn't hold on for much longer. "It's my turn." Su Mu suddenly spoke. He flickered and disappeared from his original position. When he reappeared, he was already at Chu Kuang's left side. With a punch, he struck towards the ribs. Chu Kuanga hurriedly blocked. Bang! He was pushed back 5 steps, his arm numb. Su Mu shadowed him, launching a second punch, then a third. The onslaught was like a tide, relentless. Chu Kuanga could only barely defend. The audience below was left stunned. Chu Kuanga had activated the Azure Dragon Battle Body, yet he was being suppressed. Damn it! Chu Kuanga gritted his teeth and suddenly retreated. His hands formed seals rapidly. Azure Dragon Domain open. A blue light surged skyward. Centered on him, a 30-meter radius transformed into an Azure Dragon world. Blue dragon shadows roamed the air, exuding immense pressure. Domain. A true domain. Chu Kuanga has actually mastered a domain. Now Su Mu is in trouble. Within the domain, Chu Kuanga was like a fish in water. His figure flickered each strike, carrying the might of the Azure Dragon. Azure Dragon Tail Sweep. The true essence dragon tail swept across. Su Mu raised his hand to block, but was forced back 10 steps. Azure Dragon Breath. Chu Kuanga opened his mouth and spat. A stream of blue dragon breath surged forth. Wherever it went, the arena melted. Su Mu dodged the dragon breath, just grazing him, scorching a corner of his clothing. "You are strong." Chu Kuanga hovered in midair, looking down at Su Mu. "But within the domain, I am king." Su Mu patted the scorched mark on his clothes and smiled. "Domain. I have one too." He slowly raised his hand. Shadow Domain open. Black light spread from beneath his feet. Like ink dripping into clear water, it quickly spread. 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters. Ultimately, it covered the entire arena. Black and blue stood opposed. The two domains eroded each other. Dual domains. All the dignitaries in the VIP seats. How is this possible? He is only a 4th-level martial master. How could he master a domain? And a dual domain? On the arena, Su Mu stood within the shadow domain like a king of the night. He looked at Chu Kuanga. Now it's fair. Chu Kuang's expression grew serious. He hadn't expected Su Mu to have also mastered a domain. Moreover, it was not any weaker than his Azure Dragon domain. Then, let's clash domains. He pressed his hands together. Azure Dragon Swallowing Heaven. Within the Azure domain, all dragon shadows converged, transforming into a 100-meter Azure dragon that roared towards Su Mu. This was his strongest strike. Once he had heavily injured a first-level grandmaster with this move. Su Mu raised his hand as well. Shadow Emperor. Within the shadow domain, countless shadows converged. Ultimately, they solidified into a 10-meter tall Shadow Emperor. The Emperor raised his hand and punched towards the Azure Dragon. Boom! A deafening roar. The arena completely collapsed. The protective shield shattered. A shockwave swept across the entire venue. The front row audience was blown off balance. As the dust settled, both domains had vanished from the arena. Chu Kuanga knelt on one knee, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, his face pale. Su Mu stood in place, his clothes torn, but his aura steady. I lost. Chu Kuanga forced a smile. That last strike had exhausted all his true essence. While Su Mu seemed to still have energy left, the referee stood in shock for a long time before tremblingly announcing champion. Su Mu. The entire venue fell silent, then erupted into a roar of applause like a tsunami. Su Mu, Su Mu, Su Mu. The sound waves shook the heavens. The battle zone commander slowly sat down. Notify everyone all of Su Mu's information is to be classified as top secret. Additionally, prepare him for special seed treatment. Yes. On the arena, Su Mu helped Chu Kuanga up. You are strong, he said. But not as Chu Kuanga shook his head. Next time I will win back. I'll be waiting. The awards ceremony began. The battle zone commander personally went on stage and handed the champion trophy to Su Mu, along with a dark golden pill, the breakthrough pill, and a black card engraved with dragon patterns, a certificate for entry into the battle zone armory. Congratulations, the commander patted Su Mu on the shoulder. Young man, the future is limitless. Thank you. Su Mu took the trophy and looked towards the audience. Countless gazes focused on him. Admiration, adoration, jealousy, fear. But he didn't care. This was just the beginning. That night at the celebration banquet, Su Mu did not attend. He returned to the guest house and took out the breakthrough pill. The pill felt warm in his hand, emanating a rich energy fluctuation. But he could not use it yet. From Martial Master to Grandmaster, one needed to solidify true essence and condense a true core. He was still far from it. After storing the pill, he took out the black card. Battle Zone Armory. He would go take a look tomorrow. The next morning, Su Mu, accompanied by Zhou Kai, arrived at the depths of the Battle Zone Commander's office. It was a massive alloy building, heavily guarded. After verifying identities, the doors opened. Inside were floating orbs of light. Each orb contained a treasure. Techniques, martial skills, divine weapons, pills, and rare items. A dazzling array. Su Mu browsed for an hour. Ultimately, he stopped in front of a black orb. Inside the orb was a palm-sized black crystal. Next to it was a description: Heart of Shadows, rank low, Earth grade, effect can greatly enhance the power of shadow-type martial skills and assist in cultivating the shadow domain. Exchange requirement: champion certificate, perfect. Su Mu took out the black card and inserted it into the slot beneath the orb. The orb dissipated and the black crystal fell into his hand. It felt icy with black liquid flowing inside. As he exited the armory, Zhou Kai asked, "What did you choose?" Heart of Shadows, Su Mu replied. A shadow-type treasure. Zhou Kai nodded. It suits you. Returning to the guest house, Su Mu began to refine the Heart of Shadows. He placed the crystal against his forehead and activated the shadow power. The black liquid flowed into his brow, merging with his spiritual sea. Instantly, his control over the shadow power improved a level. The range of the shadow domain expanded from 30 meters to 50 meters. The strength of the shadow shield also doubled. Not bad. Su Mu opened his eyes. This championship brought immense gains. The fame of being the champion, the breakthrough pill, the Heart of Shadows, and a wealth of battle experience. In the afternoon, Su Mu prepared to leave Battle Martial City. At the city gate, he encountered Chu Kuanga again. Heading back to the front lines, Chu Kuanga asked, "MHM, I am going to," Chu Kuanga said. "My family is sending me to the 7th Legion for training." "Welcome." The two exchanged smiles. As the vehicle drove out of the city gate, Su Mu gazed at the fading Battle Martial City in the rearview mirror, his eyes deep. The championship had ended, but the path to becoming stronger had just begun. There were still 15 days until the system cooldown ended. Armed color hockey. He was looking forward to it. By the time Jiang Chun returned to the 7th Corps garrison, dusk had already settled. The setting sun bathed the camp in a crimson hue, while soldiers still trained on the drill grounds, their thunderous roars echoing across the field. As Su Mu's vehicle came to a halt, Lei Meng and the other three immediately surrounded it. "Brother Su. Champion. Incredible." Zhao Hu's face flushed with excitement, more elated than if he himself had claimed the title. Su Mu stepped out and tossed the trophy toward him. "Here, play with it." This is the championship trophy. Zhao Hu fumbled desperately to catch it. Just a piece of metal, Sumu remarked, glancing toward Lieutenant Zhou Kai's office. Is the deputy platoon leader in? Yes, he's been waiting for you. Inside the office, Zhou Kai sat reviewing a document. Upon Sumu's entrance, Zhou Kai set aside the file and smiled. Back already. Champion. Sumu took a seat. Something urgent. Two matters. Zhou Kai's expression turned grave. First, the theater command has officially enrolled you in the Elite Seed program, allocating 5 million military merits annually for your cultivation and advancement. 5 million. Sumu arched a brow. What are the conditions? Nothing explicit, but it's implied you'll undertake missions assigned by the military at regular intervals. Zhou Kai paused. Second matter. Representatives from the Chun family of the imperial capital have arrived. Sumu's gaze turned icy. Who? Chun Tianba, the elder brother of Chun Tianxiong. Zhou Kai spoke in a low, solemn tone. He wields real authority within the imperial capital's Chun clan, a third-rank venerable master accompanied by 2 first-rank venerable masters as his personal guards. Officially, they're here to investigate the Chun clan massacre. Investigate? Sumu gave a faint, cold smile. Let them investigate. It's not that simple. Zhou Kai shook his head. Chun Tianba holds deep connections in the imperial capital, and this time he arrives bearing official documentation from the Martial Arts Association. Ostensibly, it's assisted investigation. In truth, he lowered his voice further. They intend to eliminate you. Sumu leaned back into his chair, fingers tapping lightly against the desk. Where are they now? They're lodged in the guest pavilion of the camp. Colonel Lin is currently handling them. Zhou Kai studied him intently. Sumu, third-rank venerable master, isn't a trivial matter. Shall you step away for a time? Step away. Sumu rose to his feet. Why should I? He walked to the window and gazed toward the distant guest pavilion. Let them investigate, if that is their wish. But remember, he turned eyes sharp and unyielding. This is a frontline military camp. And here, my word is law. That evening in the camp's mess hall, Sumu sat eating while Lei Meng and the others occupied the adjacent benches. Suddenly a stir rippled through the entrance. 3 figures clad in opulent flowing robes strode in. At their head stood a man in his early 50s, broad-shouldered with a face chiseled like tempered steel and eyes as piercing as an eagle's. It was Chun Tianba. Behind him trailed 2 elderly men in black robes, their auras profound and restrained, both first-rank venerable masters. Their presence instantly hushed the entire hall. Every soldier set down their bowls and chopsticks, watching the newcomers with wary vigilance. Chun Tianba's gaze swept across the hall before settling upon Sumu. He approached and seated himself directly opposite him. Lieutenant Sumu. His voice was deep, laced with quiet menace. That's me, Sumu replied without lifting his head, continuing to eat. I am Chun Tianba, elder of the Chun family of the imperial capital. His stare bore into Sumu. Regarding the massacre of the Qinglan City Chun clan, I have questions for you. Ask. 3 days ago were you in Qinglan City, and did you deploy troops to surround the Qinglong Martial Arts Academy? Yes. Did you publicly execute Chun Tianxiong, Chen Hongshan, and 35 others? Yes. Did you issue orders to eradicate the entire Chun clan? Yes. Sumu answered with unwavering candor. No hesitation, no concealment. Chun Tianba's face darkened. You admit it. Why deny it? Sumu finally raised his eyes, meeting his gaze squarely. They deserve death. Deserve death. Chun Tianba sneered. Who granted you the authority to pass judgment? Military law. Sumu set down his chopsticks. Frontline soldiers hold the right to execute traitors. Traitors. Chun Tianba slammed his palm onto the table, surging to his feet. What evidence do you possess proving the Chun clan's treason? Sumu wiped his mouth calmly and rose. I declare them traitors, and thus they are traitors. Disagree. He stepped forward until he stood face-to-face with Chun Tianba. Both men of equal height, their gazes locking like clashing blades. Then file a complaint with the theater command. But here, Sumu paused, then enunciated each word with chilling precision. My word is law. In the mess hall, every soldier rose as one. Hands rested on weapons, eyes blazing with fierce loyalty. A single command from Sumu, and they would descend like wolves. The 2 venerable masters behind Chun Tianba instantly assumed defensive stances. The air grew taut, sword-drawn breath held. Chun Tianba clenched his fists until bone cracked, but dared not strike. This was a military camp ringed by 3,000 disciplined soldiers. Even as a third-rank venerable master, he could not hope to escape unscathed. Worse still, Sumu's words unsettled him deeply. I declare them traitors, and thus they are traitors. What kind of authority permitted such absolute decree? After a long, heavy silence, Chen Tianba drew a slow, steadying breath. Very well. Excellent. He turned sharply and departed, with his two elders following in silent stride. At the threshold, he glanced back. Su Mu, this matter is far from over. I'll be waiting. Once the trio vanished, the mess hall erupted anew. Yet the soldiers' glances towards Su Mu carried deeper, awe-sharper reverence. Lei Ming edged closer, whispering, Brother Su, shall we? He mimed a swift, throat-slitting motion. No need, Su Mu said, shaking his head. He won't dare act here. And what if he strikes outside the campus? Outside the campus? Su Mu smiled faintly. Then there's even less to fear. Back in his barracks, Su Mu retrieved the shadow core. The obsidian crystal shimmered with an eerie, muted luster beneath the lamplight. Seating himself cross-legged, he began the refinement process. Shadow energies surged into the crystal, resonating, merging, awakening. Time slipped away minute by minute. Deep into the night, Su Mu opened his eyes. The shadow core had been fully refined. Raising his palm, he summoned a pool of viscous black liquid, a live fluid coiling like sentient ink. With a mere thought, it reshaped, into a dagger, then a shield, then a whip, obeying his will without resistance. Shadow shaping. A new ability granted by the shadow core. It allowed him to materialize shadow energy into any form he envisioned, the strength scaling with his own cultivation. Now his shadow constructs rivaled artifacts of the profound rank in durability and lethality. He rose and stretched, his body now firmly anchored at the midstage of the fourth realm of martial artist. His shadow domain expanded to 50 meters. His shadow shield doubled in resilience. And shadow shaping added a potent new dimension to his arsenal. Still insufficient, Su Mu gazed out the window. Chen Tianba, third-rank venerable master. To confront him, he and Su Mu would need to activate the sovereign form. Yet that power demanded immense cost, sustaining it for barely 1 minute. He required strength that endured, not fleeting but relentless. The next morning, as Su Mu stepped outside, he encountered Zhou Kai. Chen Tianba has left. But he left 2 observers stationed beyond the camp perimeter, watching us. Let them watch, Su Mu replied indifferently. Any assignments today? Indeed. Zhou Kai produced a dossier. 80 kilometers northwest of the camp, an ant colony of metal-devouring ants has been confirmed. Estimated population 200,000. Their carapaces and secretions are rare high-value materials. The military department has issued a bounty for eradication. Reward 500,000 military merits. 500,000. Su Mu's eyes gleamed. I accept. Knew you would, Zhou Kai smiled. However, Chu Kuanga will accompany you this time. Chu Kuanga. Yes. He formally applied to join the 7th Corps, and Colonel Lin approved. For now, he's been assigned to the reconnaissance company. Zhou Kai added, he said he wished to fight beside you. On the training ground, Chu Kuanga was already waiting, clad in a deep green uniform, sergeant's insignia gleaming on his shoulders. Catching sight of Su Mu, he grinned broadly. Captain Su, please guide me going forward. Su Mu nodded. Clear on the mission parameters. Crystal clear, just killing ants. Chu Kuanga flexed his wrists. Perfect chance to test my new technique. The 2 mounted military motorcycles and sped out of the camp. Behind them, Lei Ming and the others followed in a transport vehicle, tasked with retrieving harvested materials. 80 kilometers, 90 minutes. Ahead loomed a vast expanse of rust-red wasteland pockmarked with countless burrow openings, dense as a honeycomb. The air reeked of corroded metal. Metal-devouring ants, Class 1 aberrant beasts. Individually weak, yet terrifying in swarms. They fed on metal, their shells were impenetrable, their saliva capable of dissolving steel. Among frontline soldiers, they ranked among the most despised of aberrant beasts. Let's begin. Su Mu halted his bike and turned to Chu Kuanga. Race. Race? What's the wager? Who kills more? Chu Kuanga's eyes lit up. What's the prize? Win, and I'll teach you shadow shaping. Su Mu said, lose, and you'll teach me the Azure Dragon battle body. Deal. In unison, they charged into the swarm. Su Mu raised his hand, shadow energy surging. Shadow tempest. Countless obsidian spikes erupted from the earth, piercing hundreds of ants in an instant. Chu Kuanga refused to yield. Azure Dragon breath. A torrent of azure energy roared forth, incinerating a wide swath. The slaughter began. In the lair of the golden-eating ants amidst the crimson wasteland, Su Mu and Chu Kuanga tore through the ant swarm like 2 gusts of hurricane. Su Mu stepped lightly, his figure flickering as dark spikes erupted from the ground, wherever he passed, piercing through the shells of the golden-eating ants, causing them to burst and die. Chu Kuanga, on the other hand, unleashed his strength with each punch, enhanced by the Azure Dragon battle body, creating blue dragon shadows that blasted openings in the ant swarm. Kill, level 1 creature 1. Troop 1, energy feedback 0. 1. A notification sound echoed in Sumu's mind. A smirk crept onto his lips. With 200,000 golden eating ants, even if only 1/10 were level 1, it would still increase his troop quota by 20,000. Let alone the level 2, level 3 soldier ants and the ant queens. Shadow Strangle. With his hands clasped, shadows within a 10-meter radius transformed into countless black threads enveloping the area like a massive net. The threads constricted, slicing hundreds of golden eating ants into pieces. Seeing this, Chukwanga let out a long howl. Azure Dragon's Tail. True essence turned into a gigantic dragon tail sweeping across 20 meters. The ant swarm was cleared away. The two exchanged glances, both filled with battle intent. 1,000, Chukwanga spoke. 1,005, Sumu replied. Then let's continue. The massacre lasted for half an hour. The ground was already covered with the corpses of golden eating ants, their dark brown bodily fluids forming small streams, the air thick with a pungent sour stench. Sumu's troop quota increased by over 8,000. Chukwanga was slightly out of breath. The Azure Dragon battle body consumed a tremendous amount of energy, and he could no longer maintain it. His aura fell from the 9th layer, Martial Master, back to the 8th layer. What's wrong? Can't go on. Sumu teased. Stop talking nonsense. Chukwanga wiped the sweat from his brow. How much true essence did you use? About half, Sumu estimated. He mainly relied on shadow powers, so his true essence consumption was minimal. Chukwanga cursed, silently calling him a freak. At that moment, a piercing shriek came from deep within the lair. The ground trembled. Retreat. Sumu whispered sharply. The two retreated simultaneously. In the next second, 3 enormous openings over 5 meters in diameter exploded open. 3 giant ants over 10 meters long and covered in dark golden shells crawled out. Level 4 golden eating ant queens. And there are 3 of them. This is troublesome. Chukwang's expression grew serious. Level 4 exotic beasts equate to human martial masters of the 7th to 8th layers. Even 3 of them working together would make a 1st layer grandmaster retreat. Behind the queens, more than 10,000 soldier ants surged forth, their sizes double that of ordinary golden eating ants, with auras between level 2 and level 3. 1 person for 1.5. Chukwanga asked. No need. Sumu shook his head. You handle the soldier ants and leave the queens to me. Are you crazy? Those are 3 level 4. Before he could finish, Sumu had already moved. His figure melded into the shadows, and when he reappeared, he was above one of the ant queens. His right hand grasped the air, shadow energy condensing into a 3-meter-long black scythe. Shadow slashed. The scythe came down. Swoosh. The dark golden shell was cleaved, leaving a deep gash, green bodily fluid spraying out. The ant queen let out a shrill scream, thrashing her head. Sumu took advantage of the force to leap, landing on the back of another ant queen. With both hands pressed against the shell, he declared, Shadow Corrode. Black liquid surged from his palms, rapidly spreading and corroding the shell. Hiss. White smoke began to rise from the shell. The second ant queen rolled in pain. Chukwanga watched in astonishment. Was this really a 4th layer martial master? Killing a level 4 exotic beast was like killing a chicken. He gritted his teeth and charged into the soldier ant swarm. Azure Dragon's Claw. True essence formed a massive claw that shredded through a patch. The third ant queen, seeing her companion injured, angrily lunged at Sumu. Her mandibles opened wide, spewing out a dark green corrosive venom. Sumu dodged swiftly. The venom splattered on the ground, creating deep pits. He raised his hand, and a shadow shield unfolded. Bang, bang, bang. The ant queen slammed against the shield in a frenzy. Cracks began to appear on the shield. Sumu's gaze turned cold. Enough playing around. He formed hand seals. Shadow domain open. Black light radiated outward from him, transforming a 50-meter radius into a shadow realm. Within the domain, the shadow energy surged. Sumu's aura temporarily spiked to the 5th layer martial master. He raised his right hand. All the shadows in the domain began to gather. Ultimately, they condensed into 3 shadow spears, each 10 meters long. The spear tips aimed at the 3 ant queens. Go! The spears launched. Thud! 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 3 dull thumps echoed. The spears pierced through the heads of the ant queens, pinning them to the ground. They twitched a few times, then went still. Kill level 4 creature 3. Troop 300 energy feedback 300. A surge of heat flowed through him. Sumu's realm began to loosen. Mid-level 4th layer martial master advancing to latest stage. Chukwanga had also finished clearing the soldier ants. He walked over, panting, looking at the corpses of the 3 ant queens with a bitter smile. Compared to you, I feel like I've wasted my years of training. Sumu said nothing. He gazed into the depths of the lair. There a more massive aura lingered. Level 5, or even level 6. Shall we continue, he asked. Of course, Chu Kuanga grinned. Since we're here, we must go further. The two walked toward the lair. The entrance was deep and slanted downwards. The further they walked, the stronger the metallic smell became. The walls of the passageway were embedded with various metal ores glimmering faintly in the darkness. After walking about 500 meters, they entered a vast underground space. In the center of the space lay a gigantic ant queen over 20 meters long. Its shell was dark golden, adorned with natural runes. Aura, level 6, equivalent to a first-layer Grandmaster. Surrounding the queen were over 100 guardian ants, all at level 4. This is getting serious, Chu Kuanga swallowed hard. A level 6 exotic beast plus over 100 level 4s. Such a lineup would make even a second-layer Grandmaster kneel. The ant queen raised its head, its compound eyes fixating on the two. It let out a low, rumbling screech. The guardian ants immediately surged forth. Sumu took a deep breath. Chu Kuanga, fall back. What are you planning? Trying out a new move? Sumu clasped his hands together. The shadow energy surged violently. Behind him, the spectral forms of 10 Ghost King shadows materialized. But he did not summon them. Instead, he fused all their power into himself. Shadow King possession. The specters merged into his body. Sumu's aura surged wildly. 5th layer, Martial Master, 6th layer, 7th layer. Ultimately stopping at the peak of the 9th layer, Martial Master. Though not a Grandmaster, his combat strength was already comparable to a first-layer Grandmaster. Chu Kuanga stared in awe. What kind of secret technique was this? Sumu moved. He transformed into a streak of black lightning charging into the guardian ant swarm. His hands became shadow blades, and with each swing, he claimed the life of a guardian ant. Kill level 4 creature 1. Troop 100 energy feedback 100. A series of notification sounds rang out. Heat surged continuously. The barrier of latest stage 4th layer Martial Master shattered with a thunderous crash. 5th layer Martial Master. In 30 seconds, all the guardian ants were wiped out. Sumu stood before the ant queen drenched in blood, yet his eyes sparkled with brightness. The ant queen let out an enraged roar. It opened its massive jaws, unleashing a torrent of dark green corrosive fluid. Wherever the torrent passed, even rocks melted away. Sumu did not dodge. He raised his right hand. The shadow energy condensed in his palm, compressed, and finally transformed into a black orb the size of a fist. Shadow annihilation. The orb shot forth, colliding with the corrosive torrent. Boom! The underground space shook violently. The rock walls cracked and debris fell. As the dust settled, the ant queen's head was blown off halfway. Green brain fluid flowed out, but it was not dead yet. The vitality of a level 6 exotic beast was terrifyingly resilient. Sumu approached it. He lifted his foot and stomped down. Crack! The head was completely shattered. Kill level 6 creature 1. Troop 10,000 life energy feedback 100000. A massive surge of heat flooded in. Sumu grunted softly and sat cross-legged. He absorbed with all his might. His realm as a 5th layer Martial Master rapidly ascended. Mid-stage, latest stage peak. Ultimately, it stopped at early stage 6th layer, breaking through 2 layers. Chu Kuanga walked over, looking at him with a complex expression. What the hell are you? Sumu opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. Let's go clean up the battlefield. The two finished processing the corpses of the ant queens and guardian ants, collecting all the precious materials. When they returned to the surface, Lei Meng and the others had already cleaned up most of the ant corpses outside. Sugachugo, are you okay? Zhao Hu asked. I'm fine. Sumu glanced at the sky. Let's return to the camp. The convoy departed the wasteland. The setting sun stained the earth crimson. Sumu sat in the vehicle, opening the system. Current summon limit 145564. An increase of over 9,000. Not bad. When Sumu returned to the 7th Legion's garrison, night had already fallen. The camp blazed with lights, and the rhythmic tread of patrol squads echoed through the darkness. He closed the door behind him and sat cross-legged on the floor, preparing to assimilate the day's gains: 3 level 4 ant queens, 1 level 6 ant queen, over 100 level 4 guard ants, and tens of thousands of ordinary gold-devouring ants. The life energy feedback totaled over 150,000%. This immense reservoir now coiled within him like a slumbering volcano poised to erupt at any moment. He activated his cultivation technique and guided the surging heat through his meridians. His current realm, Martial Artist 6th rank initial phase, solidified at an astonishing pace. True Qi surged through his channels, scouring, expanding, and refining them with relentless force. Within his Dantian Sea liquid true chi had gathered into a small shimmering lake. At its center, a grain-o-fry-sized black phantom core slowly coalesced. That was the nascent form of a sovereign core, the hallmark of the sovereign realm. Though still faint and insubstantial, and though the true sovereign ascension remained distant, the path ahead was now unmistakably clear. 3 hours later, Sumu opened his eyes and exhaled a thick, turbid breath. His aura had grown 30% stronger. With his bare body alone, he could now withstand a direct clash against a martial artist 8th rank. If he deployed his shadow domain and sovereign embodiment, he would be invincible against all sovereigns below 2nd rank, and could even trade blows with a 3rd rank sovereign. Not enough, he murmured softly. Shun Tianba was a 3rd rank sovereign, seasoned and battle-hardened, far beyond the reach of newly ascended sovereigns. To kill him, he would need greater power. He opened the system interface. Current summoning capacity 145564. Host's realm martial artist 6th rank mid-phase. Spiritual strength 262262. Next extraction cooldown 15 days. In 15 days, armored hockey. Then his strength would ascend once more. But before that, he required external aids, armor weapons pit. At dawn the next day, Sumu visited the theater armory. Holding his champion token, he was entitled to select one additional treasure. The armory custodian, an elderly man with snow-white hair, brightened upon seeing him. Lieutenant Sumu. No, now it should be Captain Sumu. Captain, you were just promoted. The elder smiled. Commander Lin signed the order himself. As of today, you are Deputy Company Commander of the 7th Legion's Reconnaissance Company, holding the rank of Captain. Sumu nodded, unfazed. Given his strength and accomplishments, promotion had been inevitable. I wish to select a suit of battle armor, he said. Battle armor. The elder pondered, then gestured. Follow me. They entered the armory's deepest chamber, where dozens of suits gleamed, from mysterious rank low tier to earth rank high tier. Sumu swept his gaze across the array and paused at a suit of matte black armor, sleek, unadorned, its surface traced with flowing dark golden patterns. Its placard read Shadow Dragon Scale Armor. Rank Earth rank mid-tier. Materials 6th rank Shadow Dragon Scales Void Secret Silver Abyss Demon Iron. Traits 1. Shadow Affinity greatly enhances shadow-based martial techniques. 2. Physical defense capable of withstanding a full-strength strike from a 3rd rank Sovereign. 3. Energy resistance reduces elemental damage by 30%. 4. Self-repair minor damage heals automatically. Required for exchange champion token 50 military merits. Sumu's eyes lit. This armor was forged for him. Shadow Affinity would amplify his innate shadow power. Physical defense would compensate for his body's relative fragility. Energy resistance would shield him against elemental adversaries. Self-repair would spare him maintenance burdens. I'll take this one, he declared. Are you certain? Cautioned the elder. It costs 500,000 military merits. I have them, Sumu replied, producing his merit card. It held over 600,000 merits, 500,000 from the champion reward plus accumulated reserves. The elder swiped the card, deducting 500,000. Then he removed the Shadow Dragon Scale armor and handed it to Sumu. Drip blood upon it to forge the master-servant bond, and it shall be yours. Sumu accepted the armor, cold as dragon scale beneath his fingers. He pricked his fingertip and let a drop of blood fall onto its chest plate. The blood vanished instantly, and the dark golden traceries flared with radiant light. Then the armor dissolved into a stream of black luminescence and merged into his body. With a thought, viscous black fluid seeped from his skin and flowed upward, enveloping him in seconds. A complete suit of Shadow Dragon Scale armor now clad him from head to toe. Light as a second skin, it imposed no hindrance to movement. As Sumu flexed his limbs, he sensed his shadow energy circulating at least 30% faster. Impressive. He dismissed the armor, reverting to his standard uniform. Then he left the armory for the training grounds to test its defensive resilience. Chu Kuanga was practicing fist forms in the training ground when he saw Sumu approach and halted mid-motion. Heard you've been promoted to captain. Congratulations. Sumu nodded. Do me a favor. What is it? Strike me with your strongest technique. Chu Kuanga froze. Have you lost your mind? Not at all. Just testing the armor. As he spoke, the Shadow Dragon Scale armor materialized over his frame. Chu Kuanga studied it closely, expression turning grave. Earth rank armor. Yes. Very well. Be careful. Chu Kuanga stepped back 10 paces and drew a deep breath. His Azure Dragon battle body activated, his aura surging to martial artist 9th rank. Hands weaving seals, he roared. Azure Dragon piercing heaven. True Chi coalesced into a roaring Azure Dragon hurtling towards Sumu. His ultimate technique, once capable of shattering an Earth-rank low-tier defensive barrier. Sumu stood motionless, unwavering. Boom! The dragon slammed into the armor. A shockwave erupted. Sumu staggered backward 3 steps. Across the armor's surface, dark golden traceries pulsed, dispersing and absorbing the impact. Within 3 seconds, the armor stabilized flawless. Chu Kuanga stared dumbfounded. Not even a scratch. Correct, Sumu inspected the armor. Defense is exceptional. Chu Kuanga gave a wry smile. This armor can withstand a full-force blow from a third-rank sovereign. Precisely what I needed. They exchanged several more sparring strikes. Sumu observed that while wearing the armor, his shadow energy consumption decreased by 20%, and its destructive output increased by the same margin. Net effect combat efficacy rose by at least 50%. Now deploying all his hidden strengths, he could likely engage a third-rank sovereign heathen. By the way, Chu Kuanga added suddenly, Chun Tianba has made a move. What move? He spent 3 days in Qinglan City gathering so-called evidence, then returned to the imperial capital. Chu Kuanga lowered his voice. My family's informants report that the Chun clan is rallying several other clans to pressure the Martial Dao Association, demanding a full investigation into you. Investigate me for what? Abuse of military authority, wanton slaughter of innocents, cultivation of forbidden arts. Chu Kuanga frowned. A litany of fabricated charges. Sumu smiled. Let them investigate. Aren't you concerned? Concerned. He gazed into the distance. So long as I am strong enough, they dare not touch me. And if they send sovereigns to assassinate you. Sumu turned, meeting his gaze. Then let them come. 1 killed. 2 slain. His tone was calm, yet the glacial lethality in his words sent a shiver down Chu Kuanga's spine. That afternoon, Zhou Kai sought him out. A directive has arrived from Theater Command, he said, face stern. You are assigned to the Blood War Great Wall for a special mission. Blood War Great Wall. Sumu's eyes sharpened. It was the Eastern Theater's front line, the human-beast demarcation zone, where ceaseless carnage raged year after year. Deployment there carried a mortality rate exceeding 70%. What is the mission, he asked. Escort a runemaster to the wall fortress to assist in repairing the defensive formation. Zhou Kai explained, duration 1 month. A runemaster? Yes, an Earth-rank runemaster capable of erecting sovereigntier formations. A prized asset of the theater. Zhou Kai sighed. This assignment wasn't meant for you, but the Chun clan intervened behind the scenes. Sumu's lips curled into a cold smile. Trying to wield others as their blade. I accept. Are you sure? At the Blood War Great Wall, sovereigntier beasts appear regularly. I said I accept. Sumu cut him off. When do we depart? In 3 days. Understood. After Zhou Kai departed, Sumu returned to his barracks. He opened the system interface, watching the cooldown timer count down, 15 days. More than enough time to return from the Blood War Great Wall. Then armored hockey would be his. His strength would surge again. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Sumu packed his gear, Shadow Dragon scale armor, all his pills and essential supplies. Before departure, Lin Zhan came personally to see him off. Kid, come back alive, he clapped Sumu's shoulder. The Blood War Great Wall isn't a game. The people there are fiercer than the beasts. Understood. Take this. Lin Zhan handed him a black token, dense and weighty. Its front bore an embossed blood dragon, its reverse a single character Lin. Thank you. The convoy departed. Besides Sumu, it comprised 20 elite soldiers and a specially modified armored vehicle, inside which rode the runemaster. The convoy rolled out of the garrison, heading north. The Blood War Great Wall lay 500 kilometers away. Outside the vehicle windows, the landscape grew increasingly desolate. From oasis to desert, then to rust-red scorched earth. The air thickened with the scent of blood. In the distance, a towering black wall pierced the heavens. That was the Blood War Great Wall, the last bastion of humanity. 3 days later, the blood battle at the Great Wall. As the convoy approached, Sumu truly experienced the grandeur of this human defense line. The city wall soared over 100 meters high, entirely forged from black alloy, its surface marred by the scars of blades and axes, as well as dried bloodstains. Every 100 meters on the wall stood a turret with thick energy cannon barrels glinting coldly in the sunlight. The air was thick with the pungent scent of blood and gunpowder mixed with the unique stench of exotic beasts. Beyond the city wall lay an endless expanse of scorched earth, the ground cracked and devoid of any vegetation. In the distance, the shadows of wandering exotic beasts could be faintly seen. Stop the vehicle. At the city gate, a fully armed squad of soldiers halted the convoy. At the forefront was a lieutenant with a scarred face and a fierce gaze. Identification, he demanded. Sumu handed over the orders and his officer's ID. The scarred lieutenant glanced at it, his eyes lingering on Su Mu's face for a moment. Lieutenant Su Mu, the killing god of the 7th Army Corps. That's me. Humph. The scarred lieutenant sneered. The Great Wall is not your rear. Here dragons must coil and tigers must lie low. He pointed at the armored vehicle. Who is inside? A ringmaster, mister. Qin Su Mu replied calmly, sent to repair the defensive array. The scarred lieutenant frowned and walked to the armored vehicle, knocking on the window. The window rolled down, revealing an elderly but spirited face. Master Qin. The scarred lieutenant's tone became respectful. Please show your identification. Master Qin handed over a silver badge. After the scarred lieutenant examined it, he waved to let them pass. Master Qin can go to the command center. As for you. He looked at Su Mu and the 20 soldiers. Report to the 3rd defense line. They are short on manpower. The convoy entered the interior of the Great Wall. It was more crowded than imagined. The streets were narrow, lined with makeshift barracks and fortifications. The soldiers hurried past, their faces marked by fatigue and numbness. Besides the smell of blood, the air was thick with sweat and the stench of low-quality tobacco. Su Mu sent the soldiers to report to the 3rd defense line, while he escorted Master Qin to the command center. The command center was a 3-story alloy building located at the center of the Great Wall. Heavily guarded at the entrance, there were at least 10 9th-level martial artists among the soldiers, and a 1st-level grandmaster officer presided over them. Master Qin, you have finally arrived. A middle-aged man in a major's uniform welcomed them with a beaming smile. I am Zhao Qing, chief of the Great Wall garrison. Chief Zhao. Master Qin, the latter nodded. What is the situation with the defensive array? It's not good. Zhao Qing's expression turned grave. 3 days ago, an exotic beast tide struck, damaging 17 array eyes. The overall defense of the Great Wall has decreased by 40%. Take me to see it. Su Mu followed the two into the command center. Inside was quite simple, with walls adorned with maps and combat plans, and at the center was a massive sand table marking the terrain and troop deployments inside and outside the Great Wall. Zhao Cheng took Master Qin to the core of the underground array, while Su Mu was left above. A young 2nd lieutenant approached and handed him a cup of water. Lieutenant Su, I've heard much about you. The 2nd lieutenant's eyes sparkled with curiosity. I heard you wiped out the entire Chen family by yourself. Yes. Impressive. The 2nd lieutenant gave a thumbs up. Those Chen family scoundrels deserve to die. He lowered his voice. But you need to be careful. There are people from the Chen family here at the Great Wall. Who? Su Mu raised an eyebrow. The commander of the 3rd defense line, Chen Feng, the 2nd lieutenant, said, a nephew of Chen Tianba, a 9th-level martial artist, ruthless and merciless. You just arrived and he assigned you to the 3rd defense line, clearly with ill intentions. Just then an urgent alarm sounded from outside. Exotic beasts are attacking the city. The 3rd defense line is in crisis. Su Mu set down his cup and left the command center. In the distance from the direction of the 3rd defense line came thunderous roars and the sounds of explosions. Lieutenant Su. Zhao Cheng rushed out from the basement. Master Qin needs 3 hours to repair the array eyes. During this time, the defense of the Great Wall is weak, and we must hold the line. He looked at Su Mu. The 3rd defense line is currently under the command of Chen Feng, but I don't trust him. You take a team to provide support. Understood. Su Mu chose 50 elite soldiers and rushed to the 3rd defense line. The 3rd defense line was located in the middle section of the Great Wall and was under the most pressure. When Su Mu arrived, the defense line was already on the brink of collapse. Hundreds of exotic beasts were frantically attacking the fortifications, including a dozen 4th-level exotic beasts and even a 5th-level lava giant lizard. The defending troops suffered heavy casualties, with breaches appearing in multiple sections of the line. A middle-aged man in a lieutenant colonel's uniform stood at the back, coldly observing. It was Chen Feng. Commander Chen. A bloodied 2nd lieutenant rushed to Chen Feng's side. The 2nd squad has been completely wiped out. Requesting reinforcements. No reinforcements, Chen Feng replied flatly. Hold your ground or die. The 2nd lieutenant let out a desperate roar and turned back to the battlefield. Su Mu's eyes turned cold. He approached Chen Feng. Commander Chen, Chief Zhao has ordered me to provide support. Chen Feng turned his head to look at Su Mu, his gaze dark. Lieutenant Su Mu, who sent you here? Chief Zhao. I am the highest commander here. Chen Feng sneered. Send your men up to block the breach. He pointed to the most dangerous section of the defense line. There the lava giant lizard was spewing flames, reducing dozens of soldiers to charred remains. Su Mu ignored him. He turned and ordered the 50 soldiers form groups of 3 spread out to support and prioritize killing the 4th-level exotic beasts. Yes, the soldiers immediately dispersed. Chen Feng's expression darkened. Su Mu, do you dare to defy military orders? Military orders. Su Mu turned back to look at him, sending soldiers to die while hiding behind. Does that even qualify as military orders? You. Be quiet. Sumu interrupted him. If you keep talking, I'll take you out first. With that, he leaped down from the defense line, charging at the lava giant lizard. Madman. Chen Feng gritted his teeth, but dared not follow. In the center of the battlefield, Sumu landed in front of the lava giant lizard. The giant lizard was 15 meters long, covered in crimson scales, and its mouth spewed flames. A 5th-level exotic beast equivalent to the pinnacle of a 9th-level martial artist. Roar. The giant lizard spotted Sumu and opened its mouth, unleashing a pillar of fire. Sumu did not dodge. The shadow dragon scale armor enveloped him. The fire pillar crashed into the armor, absorbed and dispersed by the dark golden patterns. Sumu was unharmed. Now it's my turn. He raised his right hand. The power of shadows coalesced in his palm. Shadow piercing. 5 black spikes shot up from the ground, instantly piercing the giant lizard's abdomen. Puffed. Green blood gushed out. The giant lizard howled in pain, thrashing its tail wildly. Sumu dodged and leaped onto the giant lizard's back. With both hands pressed against the scales, he declared shadow erosion. A black liquid spread, corroding the scales. Hiss! The scales began to smoke, exposing raw flesh. The giant lizard completely went berserk. It rolled on the ground, trying to crush Sumu. Sumu used the force to leap away, landing 10 meters away. With his hands forming seals, he shouted, "Shadow domain open." A 50-meter radius transformed into a shadow world. Within the domain, all shadows morphed into chains, binding the giant lizard's limbs. The giant lizard struggled, but the chains multiplied, tightening their grip. Sumu stepped forward, raising his hand, the power of shadows coalescing into a long spear. Goodbye. The spear pierced through the giant lizard's eye socket, penetrating its brain. Kill 5th-level creature, 1 core, 500 life, energy feedback, 5,000. A surge of heat washed over him. Sumu's realm advanced towards the midstage of the 6th level. He retracted his domain, glancing at the battlefield. Other exotic beasts began to scatter upon witnessing their leader's death. The defending troops' morale soared, and they began to counterattack. Half an hour later, the battle ended. The exotic beasts were completely annihilated, and the defense line was held. However, the casualties were severe, with at least 200 dead. Sumu walked back to the defense line. Chen Feng stood on high ground, coldly watching him. Lieutenant Sumu, acting independently and defying military orders, I will file a lawsuit against you in the military court. Sumu smiled. Go ahead. He stepped forward to Chen Feng, lowering his voice. But before that, you need to survive until tomorrow. Chen Feng's pupils constricted. Are you threatening me? No. Sumu shook his head. It's a reminder. The Great Wall is very dangerous, and accidents can happen at any time. With that, he turned and left, leaving Chen Feng standing there, his face ashen. Deep night at the 3rd defense line of the Blood War Great Wall. In a makeshift barracks, Sumu sat cross-legged on his cot, refining the energy harvested from slaying a lava giant lizard earlier that day. His cultivation realm, Martial Master 6th rank midstage, had fully stabilized. The liquid true energy in his dantian grew increasingly viscous, and the black phantom core within it had solidified ever so slightly. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. His shadow domain passively sensed countless life forms approaching from beyond the wall. Their number, at least 30,000. Among them surged dozens of formidable auras, lowest at grade 4, highest possibly reaching grade 6. At last they've come. Sumu rose to his feet. Instantly, the shadow dragon scale armor enveloped his entire body. He pushed open the barracks door. Outside, darkness hung thick and heavy. Searchlights swept across scorched earth atop the wall, faintly illuminating the vast, undulating silhouette of the beast horde. The alarm had not yet sounded. The garrison appeared unaware. Then, incoming enemy. A sentinel atop the watchtower finally screamed. A piercing alarm shattered the night. The 3rd defense line erupted into chaos. Soldiers burst from barracks, scrambling frantically toward their battle stations. Chen Feng stood atop the command platform, gazing grimly at the surging tide of beasts in the distance. How could there be so many? We just repelled a wave this morning. His adjutant trembled. Commander, this assault includes at least 5 grade 5 hetero beasts and 1 grade 6 shadow demon panther. The shadow demon panther, a stealth assassin among grade 6 hetero beasts, famed for its lethal ambushes and blinding speed, even troubling 1st-rank grandmasters. Chen Feng's gaze flickered and abruptly turned towards Sumu's barracks. A venomous scheme crystallized in his mind. Order dispatched. He bellowed. Lieutenant Sumu, lead your 50 troops outside the wall to engage the enemy. Buy us time for defense. The order stunned every soldier. Counterattack outside the wall. Against 30,000 beasts, 50 men would march straight to their deaths. Upon hearing the command, Sumu smiled. A clumsy attempt at using others as a blade. Foolish indeed. He strode to the base of the command platform and looked up at Chen Feng. Commander Chen, do you truly wish to confirm this order? Military orders are as immovable as mountains. Chen Feng replied coldly. Disobedience warrants execution. Very well, Sumu nodded. I accept the order. He turned to the 50 soldiers behind him, opened the gate. Lieutenant Su, an old veteran, cried urgently, there are at least 30,000 heterobeasts out there. Will be slaughtered. Open the gate. Sumu repeated. Gritting their teeth, the soldiers hauled the winch. The massive alloy gate groaned upward, slowly rising. Beyond it, the beast tide had already closed to within 500 meters. The stench of blood flooded the air. Sumu stepped forth alone through the gate. Behind him, the gate slammed shut, locking him outside. On the wall, Chen Feng sneered. He seeks death. Sumu stood upon the scorched earth, watching the torrential beast tide surge forward. At its vanguard, a sleek ink-black panther, 8 meters long, leapt lightly from the mass, its dark gold eyes locking onto Sumu. A grade 6 shadow demon panther. Behind it marched 5 grade 5 heterobeasts. The rock-armored rhinoceros, the rot-venom spider, the twin-headed flying serpent, the blazing lion, and the frost giant bear. Beyond them stretched countless grade 3 and grade 4 heterobeasts. Then ROAR. The shadow demon panther roared low, its form dissolving into darkness, vanishing without a trace. In the next instant, it reappeared behind Sumu, claws wreathed in shadow force, slashing toward his nape with such speed that no afterimage remained. But Sumu was faster. Without turning, he struck backward with a single fist. Boom. Fist met claw. The panther was hurled 10 meters back, its claws shattered, blood spraying. Shock flickered in its eyes. This human possessed terrifying strength. Sumu granted it no time to react. Hands weaving seals, his voice resonated low and deep across the night wind. Shadow Legion, full muster, obey my command. Instantly, shadows across the scorched earth boiled and churned. 100 figures, then 1,000, then 10,000, then 100,000. From the abyssal dark, the Shadow Legion descended. Basic ninjas, shadow art practitioners, phantom generals, phantom commanders, phantom sovereigns. Dense as a living sea blanketing the land. Their crimson eyes merged into a vast scarlet ocean of light, staining the night itself red. On the wall, every defender stood frozen. Chun Feng's jaw hung, slack, his eyes bulging. Whoa! On the battlefield's heart, Sumu stood before the 100,000 legionnaires, raising a finger toward the beast tide. Kill. Leave none alive. Then, ROAR. 100,000 shadows roared as one, not with sound, but with a wave of sheer apocalyptic slaughter intent that warped heaven and earth. They surged forward like a black tsunami, crashing into the beast tide. Utter absolute annihilation. 30,000 beasts against 100,000 shadows. And the Shadow Legion bore no physical forms, immune to injury, unyielding to fatigue. Basic ninjas swarmed like locusts, cleaving throats with precise hand blades. A shadow art practitioners unleashed volleys of shadow warros, blanketing the field. Generals and commanders hunted down grade 4 and grade 5 heterobeasts. 10 sovereigns advanced like mobile abattoirs. Wherever they passed, flesh and bone exploded in crimson mist. The shadow demon panther attempted flight, but the moment it dissolved into shadow, 2 sovereigns wrenched it forth from the dark. For colossal hands seized its limbs. Rydriep. It was torn limb from limb. Grade 6 life form eliminated 1 legion strength, 1/0 life, energy feedback, 1/000. The 5 grade 5 heterobeasts tried to flee, but were surrounded by commanders and hacked to pieces. Grade 5 life form eliminated 5 legion strength, 2/500 energy feedback, 2/500. Grade 3 and Grade 4 heterobeasts fared even worse. Under the 100,000 strong legion's encirclement, they fell like wheat before the scythe. Grade 3 life form eliminated 1 legion strength, 10 energy feedback, 10 Grade 4 life form eliminated 1 legion strength, 100 energy feedback, 100. Notification chimes rang incessantly in Sumu's mind, like monsoon rain hammering iron sheets. Torrents of heat surged inward, propelling his cultivation realm skyward at breakneck speed. Martial Master 6th rank. Mid-stage. Latest-stage. Peak. Then Crockham. A barrier shattered. Martial Master 7th rank. And still ascending. 7th rank early stage. Mid-stage. Finally halting at 7th rank peak. Just 1 step shy of 8th rank. 15 minutes later, the battle ended. The 30,000-strong beast tide lay utterly annihilated. Scorched earth piled high with corpses, rivers of blood ran crimson. The 100,000 shadow legionnaires stood motionless, unscarred, untouched. Sumu recalled the legion, then turned and walked toward the gate. On the wall, defenders stared at him as though gazing upon a demon god. Slowly the gate rose. Su Mu entered striding directly to the base of the command platform. Chun Feng's face had paled to ash, his whole body trembled. What do you intend? Su Mu said nothing. With a single step, he leapt onto the platform. Commander Chun, Su Mu spoke calmly. Was using me as a sacrificial blade amusing? I don't know what you mean. Chun Feng staggered backward. I was following orders. Orders to send me to my death. Su Mu smiled. Very well, I shall grant you a chance. He pointed toward the outside. Hundreds of scattered heterobeasts remained beyond the wall, wounded, disoriented. You will lead your personal guard and cleanse them. Survive, and today's matter ends here. Die, and you simply die? Qin Feng's pupils contracted violently. You have no authority to command me. I am a lieutenant colonel. You're merely a lieutenant. Ah yes, Su Mu nodded. Your rank is higher. He raised a hand and snapped his fingers. A phantom sovereign emerged from shadow, a 5-meter colossus looming over Qin Feng. But now, I hold authority. Will you go, or not? Qin Feng stared at the towering black figure radiating Grandmaster-level pressure, and collapsed to his knees, legs buckling. I'll go. Excellent. Su Mu gestured. Open the gate. Qin Feng, trembling, led his 50 guards out the gate. Beyond it, hundreds of wounded heterobeasts indeed wandered aimlessly. At the sight of humans, they lunged instantly. Hold the line. Hold. Qin Feng screamed. His guards fought desperately, but overwhelmed, over a dozen fell, torn apart in seconds. Qin Feng tried to flee back to the gate, but it had already sealed shut. Su Mu, let me in. I was wrong. I truly was wrong. He hammered wildly at the gate. On the wall, Su Mu watched coldly. Continue. Half an hour later, silence fell beyond the wall. Qin Feng and his 50 guards, all dead. Their bodies, half consumed by heterobeasts, lay mangled and incomplete. Su Mu turned, surveying all 3,000 defenders along the third defense line. You've all seen it. This is the fate awaiting anyone who plots against me. His voice, soft, yet carrying across the entire line, held chilling finality. Henceforth, should any harbor ill intent. He pointed toward the carnage beyond the wall. That is your example. With that, he leapt from the wall and strode toward the barracks. Behind him, 3,000 soldiers stood utterly silent. No breath, no whisper, no sound. The death of Qin Feng was like a boulder thrown into the stagnant waters of the blood-soaked Great Wall, stirring up waves upon waves. The next morning, the news spread throughout the entire defense line. The lieutenant colonel commander, a direct descendant of the Qin family, was forced out of the city to feed the beasts. Yet the one who acted was merely a lieutenant. But no one dared to say anything. The lieutenant was named Su Mu, commanding an army of 100,000 shadow soldiers who crushed 30,000 beast hordes overnight, even tearing apart 6th-grade shadow demon panthers into pieces. When the Great Wall's defenders discussed in private, their voices were kept extremely low, their eyes filled with reverence and fear. In the command center, 3 levels underground, Master Qin had already repaired 12 out of the 17 array eyes, restoring the Great Wall's defense to 70%. Chief of Staff Zhao looked at the freshly received battle report, his hands trembling slightly. In one night, annihilating 30,000 beast hordes, without a single casualty. He looked up at the lieutenant, Su Mu, sitting opposite him. Lieutenant Su, what exactly are those shadows of yours? A family secret technique, Su Mu replied, lifting his teacup and taking a sip. It allows me to summon shadows to fight. Shadows? Chief of Staff Zhao smiled wryly. What kind of shadows can summon 100,000? And possess master-level combat power? Su Mu did not answer. Chief of Staff Zhao did not press further. Everyone has their secrets, especially on the front lines. Asking too much can lead to death. I've reported Qin Feng's matter to the district command. The Qin family in the capital is probably going to be furious. Let them jump around. Su Mu set down his teacup. The higher they jump, the harder they fall. Aren't you afraid of the Qin family's retaliation? Afraid? Su Mu smiled. I would welcome them to come. He stood up and walked to the wall, examining the map marked with the distribution of beasts. Chief of Staff Zhao, is the Great Wall lacking military achievements lately? Chief of Staff Zhao was taken aback. What do you mean? I need a lot of slaughter. Su Mu turned around. Beast traders, enemies. Anything will do. You? Help me arrange tasks. The more dangerous, the better. The more enemies, the better. Su Mu's gaze was cold. In exchange, I will ensure the Great Wall's defense is as solid as iron. Chief of Staff Zhao was silent for a long time before finally nodding. All right, I'll arrange it for you. He took out a classified document from his drawer. 3 days later, 200 miles north of the Great Wall, the Black Fog Canyon will experience the decadal corruption insect tide. The estimated number is over 500,000, with the possibility of 7th-grade corruption mother insects appearing. The task is extermination, but in the past we only dared to hunt on the outskirts, not deep inside. if you can deal with the mother insect and prevent the tide from forming. Chief of Staff Zhao paused. The district command will award you special merit bonus of 1 million military achievements along with a master breakthrough pill. The master breakthrough pill. It is one level higher than the breakthrough pill, allowing a master-level powerhouse to break through one realm. The market price is at least 3 million military achievements, and it is scarce. Sumu took the document and glanced at it. He'll take it. How many people are needed for cooperation? Sumu shook his head. Too many people will get in the way. That afternoon, Sumu returned to the 3rd Defense Line barracks. He sat cross-legged and opened the system. Current summon limit 156064 Night of Slaughter had increased his quota by nearly 10,000. Now the total number of troops exceeded 150,000. If fully summoned, it could form a true black ocean. Not enough, Sumu murmured to himself. 500,000 insect tied 7th grade mother insect. A 7th grade beast is equivalent to a human master at the 3rd to 4th level. With his current strength combined with 150,000 troops, he should be able to handle it. But he wanted to be more secure. It would be best to break through to the 8th level of martial masters within 3 days. Even to the 9th level. How to break through? Kill more beasts. Zhao Hu. Sumu called for his personal soldier. Brother Su, what's up? Go to the logistics section and bring all the information about the Black Fog Canyon and corruption insect horde. Yes. An hour later, the information was delivered. Sumu read it carefully. The corruption insect horde consists of level 1 to 3 basic soldier insects, level 4 are guard insects, level 5 are general insects, level 6 are king insects, and level 7 are mother insects. The mother insect itself is not strong in combat, but can produce unlimited eggs and release corruption spores that cause surrounding creatures to mutate and go insane. The last insect tide was 10 years ago, where the Great Wall's defenders suffered over 5,000 casualties, and in the end it was only due to the joint efforts of 3 masters that they barely repelled the mother insect, unable to kill it. Unlimited egg laying. Sumu's eyes lit up. If I can capture the mother insect and keep it in captivity, wouldn't that provide a continuous source of experience packs? But the mother insect is not unintelligent and can control the entire insect horde, making it quite difficult. I need to weaken the number of insects first, then decapitate them. He formulated a plan. In the following 2 days, Sumu did not take on any missions. He consolidated his realm in the barracks, familiarized himself with the Shadow Dragon scale armor, while reasonably allocating the newly increased 10,000 troops. The basic ninjas were expanded to 13,000. The Shadow Sorcerers remained at 5,000. The generals and commanders were merged into 100 kings. Now he had 100 ghostly king shadows at the 1st level of masters. If fully summoned, the energy consumption is 500 points of spiritual power per minute. His current limit is 262 points, plus the feedback from slaughter allows him to sustain for 3 minutes. 3 minutes is enough. On the 3rd morning, Sumu left the Great Wall alone, heading north. He did not ride a horse or drive a car, but instead used the shadow step to rush across the scorched earth. His figure moved like a ghost, covering 10 meters with each step. 200 miles is not far for a 7th level martial master. 2 hours later, the Black Fog Canyon appeared in his line of sight. It was a massive chasm shrouded in gray-black mist stretching for dozens of miles. Within the canyon, a dense rustling sound could be heard, like millions of insects crawling. The air was thick with a pungent sour odor. Sumu stood at the canyon's entrance, closing his eyes. The shadow domain unfolded, extending into the canyon. 50 meters, 100 meters, 200 meters. He saw it. At the bottom of the canyon, countless corruption insects like a black tide covered the entire ground. The number far exceeds 500,000, at least 800,000. And in the deepest part of the tide, there was a massive meat nest with a diameter of over 100 meters. In the center of the nest was a giant meat insect 30 meters long, covered in pus-filled blisters and tentacles slowly wriggling. A 7th grade corruption mother insect. Around it, over 100 6th grade king insects and thousands of 5th grade general insects were swimming. Now this looks promising. Sumu licked his lips. He retreated to a high point, forming seals with his hands. Shadow soldiers. All troops heed my command. This time it was not just 100,000. It was 156,000. All troops fully summoned. Centered around Sumu, a black tide surged forth from the shadows, quickly covering the high ground. The dark red eyes merged into one, staining the gray-black mist red. Target Black Fog Canyon. Sumu raised his hand, pointing towards the canyon entrance. All troops, charge. Roar. The silent roar resonated on a spiritual level. 156,000 shadow soldiers surged into the canyon like a torrent of black steel. The corruption insect horde within the canyon was instantly stirred. They emitted piercing shrieks, surging madly forward. Two waves collided violently at the canyon's entrance. But this time it was not evenly matched. It was a crushing defeat. 150,000 against 800,000, a numerical disadvantage. But in terms of quality, it was a world apart. The weakest basic ninjas of the Shadow Soldiers already possessed the strength of third-level martial apprentices, and since they had no physical form, they were immune to the corrosive fluids and bites of the insect horde. Meanwhile, the corruption insects were mostly first- and second-level soldier insects, weaker than even first-level martial apprentices. Slaughter commenced. Kill level 1 creature, 1 troop, 1, energy feedback 0. 1. The notification sounds rang out in succession. Sumu stood on the high ground, closing his eyes and absorbing the feedback's warmth with all his might. The barrier at the peak of 7th-level martial masters was loosening. An hour later, at the canyon's entrance, a 10-meter-high pile of insect corpses had accumulated. The insect horde had been reduced by 1/5, but the mother insect seemed to sense the threat. It emitted a sharp shriek. All the king insects and general insects began to gather at the canyon's entrance. Hundreds of 6th grade and thousands of 5th grade insects. This force was enough to sweep through a small city. Sumu opened his eyes. Finally willing to come out, he raised his hand. King Legion. Advance. 105 maternal ghostly kings leaped out simultaneously. They charged into the ranks of the king insects and general insects like 100 heavy tanks, where their fists and feet landed, blood and flesh flew everywhere. Kill level 6 creature, 1 troop, 1,000 energy feedback, 10,000 kill. Level 5 creature, 1 troop, 500 energy feedback, 5,000. The warm feedback surged like a tsunami. Sumu let out a muffled groan and sat cross-legged, absorbed with all his might. The barrier at the peak of 7th-level martial masters crashed down. He had reached the 8th level, and it was still rising. Early 8th level, mid-8th level. Finally, it stopped at the peak of the 8th level, just one step away from the 9th level. Meanwhile, the troop quota was rapidly increasing. An hour later, all king insects and general insects were annihilated. 100 kings lost 12, not truly dead, but had dissipated due to excessive consumption. But Sumu did not care. He stood up and looked deep into the canyon. Now only the mother insect remained. Deep within the canyon, the corrupt mother insect let out a piercing wail. Its subjects were being slaughtered, with over 100 king worms and thousands of soldier worms turning to mush under the onslaught of those black giants. Fear seeped into its simple mind like cold poison. It began to retreat, its bloated body writhing within the flesh nest, attempting to burrow deep into the ground. But Sumu would not give it a chance. Surrounded, 100 ghostly figures of kings leaped simultaneously, landing around the flesh nest like 100 black iron stakes, trapping the mother insect in the center. The mother insect struggled frantically, its tentacles flailing, abscesses bursting and spraying out dark green corrosive venom. The venom splashed onto the kings, hissing, yet could not corrode their pitch-black bodies. Shadow creatures are inherently immune to most elemental attacks. Sumu leaped down from a high ground, landing at the edge of the flesh nest. He looked down at the 30-meter-long giant flesh worm, his gaze as cold as if he were staring at a pile of rotten meat. A level 7 mother insect. Should be worth quite a bit of military merit. The mother insect seemed to understand, letting out a low, pleading hum. It extended several thin tentacles, gently touching Sumu's boot, as if begging for mercy. Interesting, Sumu smiled. Are you begging for mercy? The mother insect continued its low humming, its tentacles lightly wrapping around his ankle. At the same time, a seam quietly opened on its back, covered in abscesses. A fist-sized dark purple egg began to rise slowly. The eggshell was transparent, revealing a tiny mother insect embryo curled up inside. Offer your offspring in exchange for your life. Sumu raised an eyebrow. The mother insect swayed its body as if nodding. The egg floated in front of Sumu, emanating pure life energy. Sumu took the egg and weighed it in his hand. Not bad, it's a treasure. Hope flickered in the mother insect's eyes. But the next moment, Sumu tightened his grip. Pop! The egg was crushed. Thick liquid flowed from his fingers. The mother insect froze, then let out a desperate shriek. It thrashed wildly, all abscesses bursting simultaneously, spraying a deluge of venom. The entire flesh nest was submerged in dark green. A death struggle. Sumu raised his hand. Shadow dragon scale armor covered his body. The venom poured onto his battle armor, absorbed and dispersed by the dark golden patterns. He remained unscathed. Enough of this. Sumu leaped up, landing atop the mother insect. His right hand grasped the air, and the power of shadows coalesced into a 10-meter-long black giant blade. Shadow decapitation. The giant blade swung down. Sizzle. The blade sliced into the mother insect's head, cutting down along its spine. The 30-meter-long body was cleaved in two. Green blood gushed forth like a waterfall, staining the entire flesh nest green. The mother insect's shriek abruptly ceased. The two halves of its body twitched a few times, then lay still. Kill level 7 being 1 military merit, 10,000 life, energy feedback, 100,000. A massive surge of heat flowed in. More violent than ever before. Sumu let out a muffled groan, kneeling on one knee, absorbing with all his might. The barrier of the 8th level martial artist crumbled like paper under this wave of energy. 9th level martial artist. And still rising. Early and mid stages of the 9th level. Finally, he reached the pinnacle of the 9th level. Just a step away from becoming a master. His spiritual power surged to 300 points under the nurturing of massive feedback. Sumu stood up, feeling the surging power within him. His true essence flowed like a rushing river, his meridians as tough as iron, and the black phantom core in his dantian had already solidified more than half. Now he could compete with a first-level master purely with his physical body, if he employed Shadow Domain and the King's Possession. Below the 3rd level of master, he would be invincible. He could even contend with a 4th-level master. He recalled all his troops. The canyon fell into a deathly silence. 800,000 corrupted insects were completely wiped out. Corpses piled up like mountains, green blood forming streams, the air thick with a pungent sour odor. Sumu walked to the remains of the mother insect, cleaved open its head, and extracted a fist-sized dark purple crystal core. A level 7 crystal core worth at least 500,000 military merit. After collecting some precious insect shells and venom glands, he turned to leave. As he exited the canyon, evening had already fallen, the sunset like blood dyeing the scorched earth crimson. Sumu glanced back at the Black Mist Canyon. From now on, there would be no more insect tides here. On the return journey, he walked slowly. As he walked, he consolidated his realm, familiarizing himself with the surging power. 2 hours later, the Blood War Great Wall appeared in his sight. The walls were brightly lit. Deputy Zhao had already brought a group of officers waiting at the city gate. Seeing Sumu return alone, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Lieutenant Su. Deputy Zhao hurried forward. What is the situation? Sumu took the dark purple crystal core from his backpack and tossed it to him. The mother insect is dead. The insect tide has been eradicated. Deputy Zhao took the crystal core, his hands trembling. A level 7 crystal core. The mother insect is really dead. The officers behind him all gasped in shock. One person annihilating 500,000 insects. No, according to the reconnaissance report, it was at least 800,000. Is this still a human? Mission accomplished, Sumu said flatly. When will the reward be issued? Right away. Deputy Zhao quickly responded. I will report to the theater command immediately. The reward will be delivered by tomorrow at the latest. Sumu nodded. I'm tired. I'll head back to rest first. He bypassed everyone, heading toward the 3rd defense line barracks. Wherever he passed, soldiers automatically cleared a path, their eyes filled with awe. The next morning, the commendation order and rewards from the theater command were delivered together. Lieutenant Sumu, you successfully eradicated the corrupted insect tide in Black Mist Canyon and killed the level 7 mother insect, earning outstanding merit. You are awarded special merit, once promoted to captain, rewarded with 1 million military merit and a master breakthrough pill. The commendation order was read and the audience was in an uproar. A captain under 20 and special merit. This promotion speed is unprecedented. Sumu calmly accepted the rewards. He stored away the master breakthrough pill, planning to use it upon breaking through to master. With 1 million military merit combined with previous savings, his total military merit exceeded 1,500,000. Enough to buy many good things. Captain Su. Deputy Zhao leaned over and whispered, there has been a reaction from the capital. The Chun family. Not just them, Deputy Zhao said gravely. The Martial Arts Association, the Military Inspection Department, even the royal family. All have their eyes on you. Oh. Sumu raised an eyebrow. Because I wiped out the Chen family. Because of your strength and those shadows. Deputy Zhao sighed. 100,000 shadow soldiers with master-level combat power. This kind of strength can already influence a regional situation. They want to recruit me. Or eliminate you. Deputy Zhao looked at him. When a tree stands out in the forest, the wind will surely fell it. Sumu smiled. Then let them come. One comes, I kill one. A group comes, I wipe out a group. His tone was calm, but the overbearing killing intent made Deputy Zhao shiver. 3 days later, Master Qin repaired all the array nodes, and the Great Wall's defenses were restored to full strength. Su Mu's escort mission was complete. Deputy Zhao personally saw him off from the city. Captain Su, if you ever need anything from the Great Wall, just speak up at any time. As Su Mu got into the vehicle, he looked at Deputy Zhao. If the Chun family sends anyone again, just kill them. What? Just say it's what I said. The Great Wall defense line, I have the final say. After saying that, the vehicle started heading towards the 7th Legion. Deputy Zhao stood there watching the vehicle disappear with a bitter smile. This kid truly intends to act without restraint. At the camp of the 7th Legion, the training ground, 3,000 soldiers stood in formation, silent as a grave. All eyes were focused on the entrance of the training ground. A military off-road vehicle slowly drove in and came to a stop. The door opened and Su Mu stepped out. He was still wearing his black training uniform, and his shoulder insignia had been changed to the golden double stars of a captain. His expression was calm, but as his gaze swept across, an invisible pressure caused the soldiers in the front row to hold their breath. Lin Zhan stood on the observation platform, watching Su Mu walk step by step towards him. Behind him stood Zhou Kai Chu Kuanga and other officers. "Salute!" shouted the duty officer hoarsely. 3,000 soldiers raised their arms simultaneously, their movements perfectly synchronized. Su Mu reached the bottom of the observation platform, stood at attention, and raised his hand to return the salute. Reporting to the commander, Su Mu has returned to the team. Lin Zhan descended from the platform and approached Su Mu, scrutinizing him closely. Peak of the 9th level martial master. Yes. Good. Lin Zhan patted his shoulder heavily. A 9th level martial master under 20 years old, the first in the history of the 7th Legion. Listen up. He turned to face the entire army. His voice, infused with true essence, resonated throughout the training ground. Captain Su Mu has made extraordinary contributions in the blood battle at the Great Wall. He single-handedly annihilated 800,000 insect tides, killed a level 7 mother bug. From today onward, he is not only the deputy commander of the reconnaissance company, but also the commander of our 7th Legion's Special Operations Team. He possesses independent command authority and can directly mobilize any unit within the Legion. As his words fell, the training ground erupted in an uproar. A Special Operations Team, independent command authority. This level of authority was nearly equivalent to that of a deputy commander, but no one dared to question it, because it was Su Mu, the one-man army crushing everything in his path. After the ceremony, the soldiers dispersed. Su Mu was called into the office by Lin Zhan. As the door closed, Lin Zhan's expression grew serious. There are significant movements from the capital. He handed over a confidential document. The Chun family has allied with the Zhao and Wang families, as well as the conservative faction of the Martial Arts Association, pressuring the military to thoroughly investigate the source of your abilities. The reason is suspected forbidden dark arts. Su Mu flipped through the document, scanned it briefly, and smiled. Dark arts. Yes. Lin Zhan furrowed his brow. They say those shadows you summon might be powers exchanged for sacrificing living beings, violating the human martial artist convention. Who proposed this? Chun Tianba, Lin Zhan said. After returning to the capital, he has been active, rallying a lot of people. A clown. Su Mu closed the document. What's the military's stance? The commander-in-chief has suppressed it, Lin Zhan replied. But he asked me to convey to you. Be low-key lately, don't cause any more major incidents. Low-key. Su Mu shook his head. If I lay low, will they let me go? Lin Zhan fell silent. No, he sighed. They will only become more aggressive. Then there's no need to lay low. Su Mu stood up. If they want to investigate, let them investigate. But, Commander. Su Mu interrupted him. My people, my soldiers, whoever moves against them shall die. My abilities, my secrets, whoever covets them, I will annihilate their entire clan. This is my bottom line. His tone was calm, but every word was like a poisoned dagger, exuding a chilling aura. Lin Zhan looked at him for a long time before nodding. I understand. The 7th Legion will always be your backing. After leaving the office, Chu Kuanga was waiting outside. Finished talking. The two walked side by side towards the training ground. I've heard about the Chun family situation, Chu Kuanga said. Do you need help? The Chu family still holds some influence in the capital. No need, Su Mu shook his head. I'll handle my own matters. I knew you'd say that. Chu Kuanga laughed. However, the Zhao and Wang families are also involved. You need to be careful. Zhao family, Wang family. The three major families in the Eastern Theater are Chun, Zhao, and Wang. The Chu family primarily engages in mining, the Zhao family controls trade, and the Wang family monopolizes medicinal materials. The three families are interconnected, thriving together and suffering together. If you annihilate the Chun family, it would be like slapping the other two families in the face. Su Mu stopped in his tracks. So they will come looking for trouble with me. They're already on their way. Chu Kuanga lowered his voice. The Zhao family sent Zhao Wuhan, and the Wang family sent Wang Pejuan. Both are first-level masters bringing elite troops arriving at Qinglan City in 3 days. On the surface, it's to investigate the Chun family massacre, but in reality, it's to kill me, Su Mu interjected. Exactly. The two walked to the edge of the training ground. In the center, soldiers were practicing with shouts echoing through the air. Su Mu watched those sweat-drenched figures and suddenly spoke up. Chu Kuanga, what do you think will happen if I kill both Zhao Wuhan and Wang Pejuan? How would the Zhao and Wang families react? They would go crazy. And after going crazy, they would do everything in their power to take and then. Chu Kuanga thought for a moment. Either you die or they get exterminated. Su Mu laughed. Then let them come. No matter how many come, I will kill as many as they send. I will kill until they fear me, kill until they kneel. Kill until no one dares to provoke me again. After saying this, he jumped down into the training ground. The soldiers practicing stopped and looked at him. Su Mu walked to the center and scanned the surroundings. Everyone retreat to the edges. The soldiers, though confused, complied. Su Mu took a deep breath and slowly raised his hands. Today I will show you something. As his words fell, shadows began to seethe. 100, 1,000, 10,000. Finally, a battalion of 50,000 shadow soldiers descended upon the training ground. The basic ninja formation, shadow masters with bows, the king standing tall. Dark red eyes formed a mass, the terrifying pressure solidifying the air. All soldiers were dumbfounded. They had heard of Su Mu's ability to summon shadows, but seeing it with their own eyes was still shocking enough to render them speechless. This is my power. Su Mu's voice was calm, yet it resonated throughout the entire area. The Zhao family is coming, the Wang family is coming, all the monsters from the capital are coming. I am not afraid. Because I have them. He raised his hand, pointing to the shadow soldiers. Whoever dares to move against me, whoever dares to touch my people, they will be torn apart by them. After finishing, he recalled the battalion. The training ground returned to its emptiness. But the terrifying pressure still lingered in everyone's hearts. Su Mu turned and left the training ground. Behind him, 3,000 soldiers stood in silence. Only heavy breaths and rapid heartbeats remained. That night, Su Mu was in the barracks taking out the master breakthrough pill. The pill was dark gold, its surface adorned with flowing dragon patterns emanating a wave of immense energy. But he did not consume it. It was not the right time yet. From martial master to master requires solidifying true essence and condensing the true pill. He was still one step away. In Qinglan City, at the Zhao family's villa in the east of the city, Zhao Wuhan stood in the courtyard dressed in white with his hands clasped behind his back. He appeared to be in his 30s, his face stern and his aura deep as an abyss. Beside him, Wang Pejuan was polishing a blood-colored battle knife. He looked even more rugged than Zhao Wuhan, his body muscular and his gaze fierce like a wolf. Behind the 220 elite warriors stood, each at least at the 3rd level of martial master, with the strongest reaching the 6th level. Chen Tianxiong is truly useless. Wang Pejuan spat, a dignified 3rd-level master forced to flee the city by a mere young lad to feed a beast. That kid is not simple. Zhao Wuhan replied indifferently. To summon 100,000 shadow soldiers, he must be at least a 9th-level martial master. So what if he's a 9th-level martial master? Wang Pejuan sneered. Both you and I are merely 1st-level masters, plus these 20 skilled fighters along with the Zhao family's shadow-breaking talismans, which specifically counter shadow abilities. What can he use to fight us? Zhao Wuhan nodded. The shadow-breaking talismans, low-grade, earth-level talismans, can emit a bright light that counters all shadow-type abilities. For this operation, the Zhao family prepared 10, while the Wang family prepared 5. A total of 15 shadow-breaking talismans, enough to render Su Mu's shadow army ineffective. The intelligence shows that Su Mu will come to Qinglan City today to procure supplies. Zhao Wuhan looked toward the direction outside the city. We will ambush him halfway, swift and decisive. That suits me just fine. Wang Pejuan grinned. Kill Su Mu, seize his opportunities. My Wang family wants that shadow secret technique. At noon, on the dirt road leading from Qinglan City to the 7th Legion, a military off-road vehicle sped along. Inside the vehicle, Su Mu was resting with his eyes closed. In the passenger seat, Lei Meng was reporting, Su Ge, Zhao Wuhan and Wang Pejuan are lying in ambush with 20 men at Soul-Breaking Valley. It looks like they want to ambush us. Got it. Su Mu opened his eyes. Drive faster, don't let them get anxious. Yes. The vehicle accelerated, kicking up clouds of dust. In Soul-Breaking Valley, steep cliffs lined both sides with only a narrow passage in the middle. Zhao Wuhan and Wang Pejuan lay in ambush on either side of the cliffs with 20 warriors dispersed and hidden. "They're coming," Zhao Wuhan said softly. In the distance, the silhouette of the off-road vehicle appeared. "Prepare." Everyone gripped their weapons, holding their breath. The vehicle entered the valley. "Attack!" Zhao Wuhan shouted. 20 warriors leapt out simultaneously, blocking the way. Wang Pejuan pounced down from the left cliff, his blood-colored battle knife emitting a piercing scream as it slashed toward the top of the vehicle. Zhao Wuhan floated down from the right cliff, his white clothes fluttering, striking toward the car window. Both of them were first-level masters. A full-powered strike was enough to shatter the entire vehicle. But at that moment inside the vehicle, Su Mu lifted his eyelids. Annoying. He pushed open the car door and stepped out. At the same time, he raised his right hand, fingers spread wide. Shadow shield. A black light screen unfolded, enveloping the entire vehicle. Boom. The blade light and palm print slammed into the shield simultaneously. The shockwave erupted, cracking the ground. Yet the shield remained unyielding. Zhao Wuhan and Wang Pejuan's pupils constricted. Their full-powered strike could not break through a single layer of shield. "Is this it?" Su Mu looked at the two. Zhao Wuhan. "Wang Pejuan, you know us." Zhao Wuhan landed, his expression serious. "Of course I know." Su Mu smiled slightly. "How could I not know about two dogs sent to die? Seeking death." Wang Pejuan roared in anger, swinging his knife again. The blood-colored blade energy tore through the air. Su Mu did not dodge. He merely raised his right hand and lightly tapped with his index finger. Shadow piercing. A thin black line shot out, precisely shattering the blade energy, then piercing Wang Pejuan's right shoulder. Blood splattered. Wang Pejuan groaned and staggered back, his face paling. Zhao Yuan's expression changed drastically. A single finger injuring a master. This strength. At least a second-level master. "Use the shadow-breaking talismans," he shouted. The 20 warriors simultaneously took out the talismans, infusing them with true essence. 15 shadow-breaking talismans lit up simultaneously. Blinding white light erupted like 15 small suns, illuminating the entire valley. Shadows were dispelled, darkness had no place to hide. "Huh." Wang Pejuan laughed maniacally. "Su Mu, your shadow army is finished. Let's see how arrogant you can be now." Su Mu looked at the white light and nodded. "Specifically counter shadows. Not bad." He raised his hand and snapped his fingers. "Then, let's summon more." In the shadows of the cliffs on both sides of the valley, a black tide surged forth. Not 10,000, not 100,000, but 156,000. All shadow soldiers, all descended. Basic ninjas, shadow masters, generals, commanders, kings. Densely packed, filling the entire valley. Crimson eyes linked together, burning like hellfire. The white light of the shadow-breaking talismans in front of the 150,000 shadows was like a candle in the wind, instantly swallowed by darkness. Zhao Wuhan was dumbfounded. Wang Pejuan was dumbfounded. The 20 warriors were all dumbfounded. Wasn't it said that they specifically counter shadows? What the hell was this? "Kill!" Su Mu commanded. The shadow army moved. Like a black meat grinder, they charged at the 22 people. "Block them!" Zhao Wuhan roared, exerting all his strength to unleash the Zhao family's ultimate skill, the Wuhan sword technique. The sword lights fell like rain, but when they struck the shadows, it was like striking air. There was no substance. Damn it. He turned to flee. Yet 3 kings had already blocked his path. 6 massive hands descended simultaneously. Bang! Zhao Wuhan was smashed into the ground, his entire skeleton shattered, spitting blood and losing consciousness. Wang Pejuan fared worse. He tried to cleave a path with his blood-colored battle knife, but was surrounded by 10 commanders. Blades rained down. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. 3 seconds later, only a ground full of minced meat remained. The 20 warriors had no chance to resist. Under the crushing of the 150,000 army, they were stomped to death like ants. The battle ended. Time taken 30 seconds. Zhao Wuhan, Wang Pejuan, and 20 elite warriors all annihilated. Su Mu walked up to Zhao Wuhan and kicked him. Still alive, but not far from death. "They'll leave you one breath. Go back and tell the Zhao and Wang families." Su Mu squatted down, looking into his dazed eyes. "If you dare to provoke me again, I'll head to the imperial capital and slaughter your entire clan." Having said that, he stood up and returned to the vehicle. "Go." The vehicle drove away from the valley, leaving behind a ground full of corpses and a strong smell of blood. That afternoon, news returned to the imperial capital. The Zhao family was furious and the Wang family was in an uproar. But no one dared to mention revenge again. 150,000 shadow army in 30 seconds crushed 2 masters and 20 elite warriors. This kind of power had exceeded the family's capacity to respond. Unless they called upon a grandmaster. But a Grand Master was the family's foundation and would not act lightly unless it was a matter of life and death. Su Mu returned to the 7th Legion. Lin Zhan came to him immediately. Did you kill Zhao Wuhan and Wang Pejuan? What about the Zhao and Wang families? If they dare come, I will dare to kill. Su Mu replied calmly. They'll kill until they are afraid. Lin Zhan smiled wryly. All right, just the barracks lights were dim. Su Mu closed the system interface and rose to the window. Outside, the Di Chi Bingtuan encampment glowed with countless lamps patrols threading through the night. 13 days remained until the extraction of the armored aura. He needed to tune his condition to its peak in that time. The next morning, at the training ground, Su Mu met Lei Meng and the others. After trials of life and death and a tilt of resources in their favor, all four had broken through to the martialist rank. Lei Meng was a 3rd-level martialist, Zhao Hu 2nd level, while Lu Qing and Wang Hai were 1st-level martialists. Brother Su. The four straightened and saluted in unison as they saw Su Mu. Nearby soldiers training turned their heads, awe in their eyes. Word of yesterday's battle in Duanhuan Valley had already spread through the camp. To have crushed 2 masters in 30 seconds, such a deed had elevated Su Mu's prestige in the Di Chi Bingtuan to its peak. What are we training today? Su Mu asked. Standard physical drills and tactical coordination, Lei Meng reported. There will be live combat exercises this afternoon. Su Mu nodded and walked to the center of the field. Hundreds of soldiers instinctively halted and looked toward him. Continue training, Su Mu said coolly. As if I were not here. Only then did they resume, each movement noticeably more earnest. Morning drills ran until 11. Su Mu personally stepped in to correct a few soldiers' techniques. Each correction struck directly at the weakness. The soldiers who received his guidance lit up with sudden understanding, their respect for Su Mu deepening. Captain Su may be young, but his perception is merciless, an old soldier murmured to his comrade. No kidding. Otherwise, how could he command a special operations company? I heard he's only 17. A prodigy. The murmurs were low, but they did not escape Su Mu's ears. He paid them no mind. Strength was the true foundation. At noon in the mess hall, Su Mu sat with the four at one table, a wide circle left empty around them. It was not that the soldiers wished to be distant, but an invisible aura kept them at bay. Brother Su, there's been no movement from the Zhao and Wang families. Lei Meng shoveled his food and mumbled. They're only laying low for now, Zhao Hu snorted. Those families hold grudges for a long time. Take one out for each one they send, Lu Qing said tersely. Wang Hai said nothing, eating in silence, his gaze steady. As Su Mu ate, he suddenly asked, how has Xiao Yu been lately? Xiao Yu was Xiao Dou's sister. After the vengeance in Qinglan City, Su Mu had placed her in the core family quarter and assigned someone to watch over her. She's doing well. Lei Meng smiled. The girl adapted quickly. Tests last week showed martial aptitude. She's now in the fundamentals class. Su Mu responded. Su Mu nodded. Do not skimp on her resources. Understood. After the meal, Su Mu returned to it. Was the standard captain's office. 20 square meters, simple but practical. A few military documents lay on the desk. Su Mu sat and began to review them. Most were routine patrol rosters and equipment requisitions, which he signed off quickly. The last was a transfer order issued by the theater command. By order, Captain Su Mu, commander of the Special Operations Company of the Di Chi Bingtuan, is to report to Zhanwu City by the 15th of this month to attend the Eastern Theater Youth Officers Special Training Camp for a period of 30 days. Issued by the Eastern Theater Command. The date at the bottom was 3 days prior. Su Mu checked the calendar. It was already the 12th, 3 days until the 15th. A special training camp. He recalled Chu Kuanga mentioning it. An important program the theater used to select and cultivate young officers, said to grant access to special resources and training opportunities. Fine, Su Mu murmured. It will coincide with the cooldown for the extraction. He signed his name and placed the file on the completed pile. In the afternoon came the live confrontation. Su Mu did not take part. He watched from a high platform. Lei Meng led one squad, while Zhao Hu led the other in a jungle assault and defense drill. Each side numbered 30, simulating a genuine, beast-ridden battlefield. Lu Qing and Wang Hai acted as referees. Once the exercise began, Lei Meng displayed outstanding command. He exploited the terrain, laid traps, lured the enemy, and then concentrated his superior forces to divide and annihilate them. Zhao Hu, though individually valiant, lagged behind in tactical coordination. 20 minutes later, the confrontation ended. Lei Meng's team, at the cost of 8 men, had effectively wiped out Zhao Hu's squad. Huzi, you're still too rash. Lei Meng patted Zhao Hu on the shoulder. They'll beat you next time. Zhao Hu protested. Su Mu descended from the platform. Lei Meng's command is competent, he said. He affirmed that first, then looked at Zhao Hu. Your problem is that you treat soldiers as extensions of yourself rather than independent combat units. Zhao Hu fell silent, contemplative. Each person should be a piece in the tactical chessboard. Su Mu continued, watching him. Your task is not to control how they move, but to tell them why they must move. Zhao Hu considered this. The surrounding soldiers pricked up their ears. Su Mu turned to address all who had taken part in the exercise. Today's exercise exposed several problems, he said. His voice was low but clear to every ear. First, in jungle warfare, you are not using the environment enough. Lei Meng's team set at least 7 traps, Zhao Hu's only 2. Second, long-range firepower is imbalanced. Both teams fielded only 5 marksmen, a proportion far too low in a 30-man unit. Third, and most crucial, you rely too heavily on sight. Su Mu raised his hand and snapped his fingers. A shadow domain unfurled. Within a 50-meter radius, every subtle detail lay within his perception. On a real battlefield, beasts will strike from underground, from the treetops, from the shadows. How much can your eyes truly see? The soldiers fell silent. Starting tomorrow, training will change, Su Mu announced. Mornings will be closed-eye perception drills, of afternoons will add blind combat scenarios to the live exercises. Yes, the gathered men answered in unison. In the evening, Su Mu returned to the office. On the desk lay an additional document, detailed information about the special training camp. He opened it to take a look. Eastern Theater Youth Officer Special Training Camp Session 47. Location: Eastern Military Academy in Jianwu City. Duration: 30 days. Participants: young officers selected from various corps in the Eastern Theater, a total of 120 people. Training content: tactical theory, combat command, extreme physical training, resource competition. Rewards: the top 10 in the special training points will qualify for entry into the Blood Battle Secret Realm. Blood Battle Secret Realm. Su Mu raised an eyebrow. The attached page provided a brief introduction. The Blood Battle Secret Realm is a small alternate space controlled by the military, where time flows differently than outside. The spiritual energy concentration is higher, and there are special combat puppets available for training. Interesting. Su Mu closed the document. The next day, the training adjustments proceeded as planned. In the morning, at the center of the training field, 60 Special Operations team members sat cross-legged, all with their eyes closed. Su Mu stood at the front. Martial arts cultivation begins with the 5 senses as a foundation. His voice was calm. True power requires the honing of the 6th sense. Intuition for danger, perception of energy, and the capture of murderous intent. Now I will release a hint of killing intent. As his voice fell, an invisible killing intent spread like cold needles, piercing into everyone. Perceive it located. Cold sweat beaded on the foreheads of the team members. The killing intent roamed across the training field, sometimes to the left, sometimes to the right, sometimes pressing down from above. Third row, second from the left, you turned your head. Su Mu suddenly said. The team member trembled. The killing intent is coming from directly in front of you. Your turn revealed your unease. 7th row, 5th on the right, your breathing is chaotic. 1st row, center, overly tense muscles, wasting true essence. Su Mu pointed out each issue. Half an hour later, the killing intent retracted. The team members opened their eyes, most of them pale, as if they had endured a fierce battle. This is just the beginning. Su Mu said, only when you can remain calm in my killing intent will you have truly begun. In the afternoon, the live combat exercises added a blind combat segment. Both sides donned special eye masks, relying solely on hearing and perception to fight. The results were disastrous. Many bumped into trees while walking, couldn't find targets while attacking, and misjudged directions while defending. Lei Meng and Zhao Hu as captains performed slightly better, but still made frequent mistakes. Su Mu watched the whole time, shaking his head from time to time. Stop. He called a halt halfway through the confrontation. The team members took off their masks, faces filled with frustration. Do you know where the problem lies? Su Mu asked. Not used to it, Lei Meng replied honestly. It's not just unfamiliarity. Su Mu walked to the center of the field. You rely too much on your eyes to the point where your other senses have atrophied. From today on, dedicate 2 hours each day to living blindfolded. Eating, walking, training, all blindfolded. The crowd exchanged glances. If you can't do it, you can withdraw from the Special Operations team, Su Mu said calmly. I don't need soldiers who can't endure even this little hardship. We can do it. Lei Meng was the first to shout. We can do it, the others echoed. 3 days quickly passed. During these 3 days, Su Mu trained the troops during the day and practiced alone at night. The peak of the 9th level of Martial Master has been stabilized, only a step away from becoming a Grandmaster. However, he was not in a hurry to break through. A Grandmaster requires the condensation of a true core, and he wanted to wait until the extraction of the armed color domineering to see if the two could combine, laying a more solid foundation. On the morning of the 14th day, the day to set off for Jianwu City had arrived. Sumu packed a simple bag, bringing along the bag of the greedy. Inside were the Shadow Dragon Scale Armor Dream Spirit-Breaking Realm Pill and some spare supplies. Lei Ming and the others came to see him off. Sugu, good luck in the special training camp. Zhao Hu grinned. Come back with first place, Lu Qing said. Wang Hai silently handed over a water bottle drink on the way. Sumu took it and looked at Lei Ming. You will temporarily take charge of the team, execute the training plan, as I have set. I guarantee the completion of the mission. Lei Ming stood at attention and saluted. Sumu nodded and boarded the military off-road vehicle. The vehicle started and drove out of the 7th Corps base. The road to Jianwu City was wide, a transportation passage specifically built by the military. Occasionally, military vehicle convoys could be seen transporting supplies or troops. Sumu leaned back in his seat, closing his eyes to rest. The driver was a young soldier who glanced back in the rearview mirror several times, hesitant to speak. If you have something to say, just say it. Lieutenant Su. The soldier said nervously, there are many geniuses in the special training camp. You should be cautious. Geniuses, eh? Sumu opened his eyes and looked at the scenery flying past outside. I have killed more geniuses than they have ever seen. The soldier was rendered speechless. After 4 hours of travel, they arrived at Jianwu City around noon. This was a city completely dedicated to war. The city walls soared to a height of 100 meters, constructed entirely of black steel rock, covered with runes and artillery emplacements. At the city gate, inspections were strict. Entry and exit required military identification and mission documents. Sumu's vehicle was stopped. After the guard verified the documents, he saluted and let them through. Once inside the city, the streets were wide, the buildings were square, exuding a military simplicity everywhere. The Eastern Military Academy was located in the city center, covering a vast area. Sumu got out of the car at the academy entrance carrying his luggage and walked toward the registration point. There were already quite a few young officers gathered there, the lowest rank being lieutenant and the highest being major. Each of them had a strong presence, with the weakest being at the 3rd level of martial master. As Sumu walked by, he felt several gazes land on him. Some curious, some scrutinizing, and some hostile. A young man in a major's uniform with an arrogant demeanor approached and looked Sumu up and down. You are Sumu, the one who relies on summoned objects to gain military merit. His voice was loud enough for those around to hear. Sumu shot him a glance. Who are you? 1st Corps Zhou Yunfei. The young man lifted his chin, Major 8th level of martial master. Oh, Sumu replied nonchalantly, bypassing him to continue walking. Zhou Yunfei's expression darkened. I'm talking to you. Sumu stopped and turned around. His gaze was calm, yet Zhou Yunfei felt an inexplicable chill. Finish talking. Sumu asked. You? If you're done, step aside, Sumu said indifferently. Good dogs don't block the way. A few suppressed laughs arose from the crowd. Zhou Yunfei's face turned crimson. True essence began to surge. But just then a commanding voice rang out. Fighting is prohibited at the registration point. A middle-aged instructor approached, wearing the insignia of a colonel. If you want to fight, wait until you enter the special training camp. There will be plenty of opportunities. Zhou Yunfei gritted his teeth, reining in his true essence, and shot a fierce glare at Sumu. Sumu ignored him and walked towards the registration desk. Registration, receiving supplies, and dorm assignment followed. His dormitory was a single room in good condition. Just after he set down his luggage, there was a knock at the door. When he opened it, a young officer wearing glasses with the rank of lieutenant stood there. Hello, Lieutenant Su. Li Ming from the 3rd Corps, also a participant in this session. He adjusted his glasses. Everyone saw what happened earlier with Zhou Yunfei. You should be careful around him. He has quite a bit of influence in the 1st Corps. And Li Ming lowered his voice. His cousin is one of the instructors in this session of the special training camp. Sumu's expression remained unchanged after hearing Li Ming's warning. Understood, he replied in a flat tone, as if he had just been told that it might rain tomorrow. Li Ming was taken aback and wanted to say something more, but seeing Sumu already preparing to close the door, he could only nod and leave. The door closed behind him. Sumu walked to the window and looked at the training ground outside. The trainees of the special training camp arrived one after another, gathering in small groups to chat. From the military uniforms, shoulder insignias, they came from various brigades, and their auras were formidable. Zhou Yunfei stood not far away, conversing with a few others, his gaze occasionally darting towards Sumu's window. The hostility was evident. Sumu pulled the curtains shut and sat cross-legged on the bed. With his mental energy introspecting, the system interface appeared. Next extraction, cooldown, 12 days, 12 more days. He closed his eyes and began to circulate the shadow true essence. His peak cultivation at the 9th level of martial master was already saturated with true essence surging through his meridians like a raging river, yet he could not break through that barrier. To reach the master realm, he needed to condense the true Dan. The quality of the true Dan determines the upper limit of future potential. Sumu was not anxious. He had ample time to refine his foundation. At 3 in the afternoon, the assembly whistle sounded. All the trainees headed to the central square. As Sumu exited the dormitory, he happened to encounter Zhou Yunfei and his group. "Get out of the way," Zhou Yunfei deliberately blocked the path. Sumu glanced at him and said nothing, simply walking around him. "Coward," Zhou Yunfei sneered. The several lackeys next to him chuckled. Sumu did not stop his pace and continued forward. However, his voice floated back. "The special training camp forbids private fights, but if you are eager to die once we enter the training ground, I can fulfill your wish." His tone was calm, yet carried an icy chill. Zhou Yunfei's smile froze on his face. In the central square, 120 trainees stood in formation. On the high platform ahead stood 5 instructors. In the center was a one-armed old man dressed in simple military attire with a major general insignia on his shoulder. He appeared to be in his 60s, his left sleeve hanging empty, yet his gaze was sharp as an eagle's. "My name is Tai Zhan, and I am the chief instructor of this session of the special training camp. I won't waste words. There are 3 rules in the special training camp. First, obey orders. Second, strength speaks for itself. Third, life and death are your own responsibility." He scanned the crowd, and wherever his gaze fell, the trainees felt pressure. The special training camp is not a place for idle chatter. After 30 days, no more than 100 people will walk out intact. Disability and death are the norm. Now anyone wishing to withdraw stepped forward. No one moved. Those who could come here were all elite from various brigades with high aspirations. "Good," Tai Zhan nodded. "Then let's begin the first event, the pressure test." He raised his hand and waved. The ground of the square lit up with complex runes and gravity surged. 1 times, 2 times, 3 times. Many trainees changed color and hurriedly circulated their true essence to resist. Sumu felt his body sink, but the impact was minimal. The shadow true essence circulated within him, easily countering the gravity. "If you can't hold on, kneel down," Tai Zhan said indifferently. Kneeling down counts as failure, deducting 10 points. Points are the currency of the special training camp, redeemable for resources, training time, and even individual guidance from instructors. Each person starts with 100 points. Would they deduct points right from the start? The trainees gritted their teeth and held on. Gravity continued to increase. 4 times, 5 times. Thud. Someone knelt down. It was a 4th-level martial master trainee, his face pale and sweating profusely. Soon after, a second, a third. 10 minutes later, gravity stabilized at 6 times. Over 80 people still stood on the field. Sumu stood among the crowd, breathing steadily. 6 times the gravity was nothing for his 9th-level martial master physique. He noticed Zhou Yunfei still standing. Although sweat beaded on his forehead, he clearly had some strength left. An 8th-level martial master indeed had some capital. "Not bad," Tai Zhan's voice rang out. "Next, we'll increase the pressure." He raised his left hand. For metal pillars rose around the square, and the tops began to release invisible mental shocks. Double pressure from gravity and mental force. "Oh!" Screams erupted. Another dozen knelt down, and some even fainted outright. Sumu frowned slightly. The mental shock pierced his mind like needles, but his mental strength, enhanced by the shadow mask, was several times stronger than that of others at the same level. This level of shock only slightly distracted him. He looked at the others. Most of the trainees showed pain on their faces, struggling to hold on. Zhou Yunfei's face turned white, and his body began to tremble. "Hold on. I can't lose." He gritted his teeth and roared, glancing in Sumu's direction. Upon seeing Sumu's calm demeanor, a flash of disbelief crossed Zhou Yunfei's eyes. How is this possible? 20 minutes passed. Only 50 people remained standing. Tai Zhan finally raised his hand, and both gravity and mental shock disappeared. Huff! The survivors gasped for air, many collapsing directly to the ground. Sumu rolled his shoulders and looked toward the high platform. Tai Zhan's gaze happened to fall on him, lingering for 2 seconds before moving away. "Those who are still standing each will receive an additional 20 points, Tai Zhan announced. "Those who knelt will lose 10 points. Those who fainted will lose 30 points and be eliminated immediately." Several medical personnel entered the field to carry the unconscious trainees away. This meant that nearly 10 people were lost just as the special training camp began. "Now, based on your previous performance, training groups will be assigned," Tai Zhan continued. "Group 1, Sumu Zhou Yunfei, Chu Quangalin Shui." He read off 10 names in a row. They were all the top performers just now. Su Mu turned to look when he heard Chu Kuang's name. Indeed, on the other side, that familiar figure stood there also looking at him. Chu Kuanga smiled slightly and nodded in acknowledgement. Su Mu returned the nod. Zhou Yunfei, however, looked grim. Being grouped with Su Mu meant they would have a lot of interaction in the subsequent group training and tasks. Those whose names were called gather at the first training ground, Taizhan said, and with that he and the other instructors left. The first training ground was an enclosed indoor facility spanning the area of 2 football fields, its floor paved with specially engineered energy-absorbing material. 10 trainees from Team 1 stood in formation. Besides Su Mu, Zhou Yunfei, and Chu Kuanga, there were 7 others. Lin Shui was a short-haired female officer holding the rank of lieutenant, her bearing sharp and icy. Su Mu sensed she had cultivated to the 7th realm of martial master wielding ice-aligned true energy. The other 6 were likewise formidable, none ranked below the 5th realm, and the strongest reached the 7th. Their instructor for Team 1 was a burly middle-aged man wearing the insignia of a colonel. His name was Hong Lai. I will be your direct instructor for the next 30 days. My voice is rough, so I'll spare you the rhetoric, Hong Lai declared. First we test your foundations. He gestured toward the assessment apparatus lining one side of the training ground. Strength tester, speed conveyor belt, reaction array. Each of you will undergo all 3. Results will contribute to your team's ranking. Zhou Yunfei stepped forward first. Sir, I'll go first. He approached the strength tester, drew a deep breath, and surged with true energy, the aura of an 8th realm martial master erupting fully. Boom! His fist slammed into the impact target. The digital display flickered wildly before settling at 8976 kilograms, nearly 9 tons of raw striking force. A soft collective intake of breath rippled through the onlookers. That figure ranked exceptionally high even among 8th realm cultivators. Zhou Yunfei cast a smug glance towards Su Mu. But Su Mu did not return his gaze. Instead, he exchanged quiet words with Chu Kuanga. You're here too? Chu Kuanga asked. Orders, Su Mu replied tersely. This special training camp is intriguing. I hear this cohort includes several fearsome talents, such as there's a fellow in Team 2 nicknamed Bloodhand, 9th realm martial master known to have slain a grandmaster. Chu Kuanga lowered his voice further. And in Team 4 there's a woman they call the Mad Woman. Rumor has it. His words were cut short by Hong Lai's commanding voice. Next, Lin Shui. Lin Shui stepped forward, made no preparatory stance, and struck the impact target with a light, effortless palm strike. The display read 7453 kilograms, a highly commendable result for a 7th realm practitioner. Her expression remained unchanged as she stepped aside. The remaining trainees took their turns. Their results ranged between 5000 and 8000 kilograms. Then came Chu Kuanga. He did not channel true energy, merely threw a simple unadorned punch. Thud! The reading flashed 9231 kilograms, peak 8th realm strength, slightly surpassing Zhou Yunfei's. Zhou Yunfei's face darkened faintly. Finally, it was Su Mu's turn. He walked to the tester, but paused, neither raising his fist nor gathering energy. Hurry up, no dawdling. Zhou Yunfei urged impatiently. Su Mu glanced at him once, then delivered a single casual punch, devoid of any true energy fluctuation, relying solely on physical power. Dong! A deep, resonant thud echoed from the machine. The numbers surged violently, 10000, 15000, 200, finally halting at 21357 kilograms. Over 21 tons. Silence fell across the hall. Even instructor Hong Lai arched an eyebrow in quiet astonishment. This reading, someone murmured. Can a 9th realm martial master truly possess such brute force? Surprise flickered in Lin Shui's eyes. Zhou Yunfei's face turned ashen. Su Mu withdrew his hand and returned to formation. Not bad, Hong Lai nodded. Next, speed test. The speed conveyor belt was a 100-meter-long sensor track designed to measure maximum sprint velocity. This time Zhou Yunfei had learned his lesson. He waited, declining to volunteer first. Lin Shui went first, clocking 42 meters per second. Chu Kuanga followed at 47. Zhou Yunfei, straining every fiber, erupted at full capacity, 49 meters per second, narrowly edging out Chu Kuanga. He regained a sliver of confidence. Then came Su Mu. He stepped onto the starting line, body subtly leaning forward. Begin. Su Mu moved. He did not invoke the spirit of dreamlike grace, only pure unassisted physical velocity. Like a bolt of black lightning, he crossed the 100 meters in a heartbeat. The terminal display blazed 68 meters per second. Another overwhelming triumph. That speed verges on grandmaster-level reflexes, Hong Lai remarked, glancing twice at Su Mu as he recorded the data. The reaction array was a chamber densely studded with laser emitters. Trainees had 3 minutes to evade as many beams as possible. The fewer hits, the higher the score. Lin Shui entered first. After 3 minutes, she emerged with 3 illuminated spots, 3 hits. Her evasion rate 97. Chu Kuanga sustained 2 hits, 98 evasion. Zhou Yunfei evaded all but 1, 99. As he stepped out, a rare smile touched his lips. That score bordered on perfection for a martial master. Su Mu, you're up, Hong Lai announced. Su Mu entered the array. The door sealed behind him. Monitors outside displayed the chamber in real time. Zhou Yunfei stared intently at the screen, refusing to believe Su Mu could dominate even this test. The test commenced. Lasers lanced in from every direction, blindingly fast, deceptively angled. Su Mu stood motionless at the center, making no sweeping movements. He shifted only slightly, tilting his torso, lowering his head, stepping just a fraction. Each micro-adjustment perfectly calibrated to let the lasers graze past his body. That footwork. Chu Kuanga narrowed his eyes. It's as if he anticipated every trajectory, Lin Shui murmured softly. 30 seconds, 0 hits. 1 minute, 0 hits. 2 minutes, 0 hits. Zhou Yunfei clenched his fists until his nails bit into his palms. At the 3-minute mark, the door opened. Su Mu walked out. Unmarked, untouched, not a single beam having found its mark. 100% evasion rate. A flawless performance. Hong Lai paused silent for a long moment, then wrote in his logbook, Phase 1 concluded. Su Mu ranks first overall. Now pair up. 2 per team. Rank 1 pairs with rank 10, rank 2 with rank 9, and by this arrangement Su Mu's partner would be the 10th ranked trainee, a young officer cultivating at the 5th realm. Zhou Yunfei ranked 3rd would pair with the 8th ranked officer, a 6th realm practitioner. Combat sparring rules are simple, Hong Lai said, pointing to the raised arena at the center of the training ground. Defeat your opposing team, or force them beyond the arena's boundary. Any method is permitted, so long as it is non-lethal. He paused, then added deliberately, of course, should restraint fail, an injury or disability result, that falls under life and death at one's own risk. His words tightened the air instantly. Zhou Yunfei's gaze locked onto Su Mu, cold, calculating, venomous. He exchanged a knowing look with his partner. Both nodded once, silently affirming their intent. Clearly they intended to deliver a lesson to Su Mu during sparring. Su Mu met Zhou Yunfei's stare, unmoved, unreadable, and calmly walked toward his assigned partner. The young officer appeared shy, almost nervous. His name was Chen Feng, Senior Captain Su. He stammered, my cultivation is modest. I may hold you back. It's fine, Su Mu replied, calm and measured. Just focus on protecting yourself. The arena is a circular area with a diameter of 50 meters, and the ground is covered with black energy-absorbing material. Energy barriers surround it, preventing the aftermath of the battle from leaking out. The first match is between Su Mu's team and Zhou Yunfei's team. The other students in the viewing area are focused intently on the scene. This is their first opportunity to witness Su Mu's strength in person, rumored to be capable of summoning 100,000 troops and crushing 2 masters in 30 seconds. Su Mu can't summon the Shadow Legion, right? Someone whispered. In the arena battle, that's definitely not allowed. It's a test of individual combat ability. Then Zhou Yunfei has a chance. He's a martial master of the 8th level and his teammate is a martial master of the 6th level. It's 2 against 1. Let's see how it goes. Su Mu and Chen Feng stand on one side. Zhou Yunfei and his teammate Zhang Meng stand on the other side. Zhang Meng is a sturdy man wielding twin hammers, exuding a powerful aura of a 6th level martial master. Chen Feng moved to the edge, Su Mu instructed. Understood, Chen Feng obediently stepped back to the very edge of the arena. Arrogant. Zhou Yunfei sneered, thinking you can take on 2. Do you think this is child's play, eh? Su Mu ignored him and looked at Instructor Hong Lai. Can we begin? Instructor Hong Lai nodded. The match begins. The moment he finished speaking, Zhou Yunfei and Zhang Meng moved simultaneously. The 2 clearly had a pre-arranged plan, attacking from left and right. Zhou Yunfei drew his sword, the sword light, like a rainbow, piercing directly at Su Mu's throat. His strike was lethal. Zhang Meng swung his twin hammers towards Su Mu's legs, targeting his lower body. Their coordination was perfect, sealing off all of Su Mu's escape routes. Gasps erupted from the viewing area. Yet Su Mu stood still, not moving. It was only when the sword tip was half a meter from his throat and the hammer wind was already brushing against his pant leg that he finally moved. His figure became blurry. It wasn't the ghostly steps of the spirit of dream, but pure speed. Afterimage. Someone gasped. Zhou Yunfei's sword pierced through the afterimage. Zhang Meng's twin hammers struck empty air. Alarm bells rang in their minds, and they immediately changed their tactics, defending back-to-back. But it was too late. Sumu appeared on Zhou Yunfei's left side, his right hand with fingers extended, like a blade, lightly slashing toward his wrist. This slash looked slow, yet Zhou Yunfei realized he couldn't dodge at all. Bang! The hand blade struck against Zhou Yunfei's protective true essence. The true essence of an 8th-level martial master was torn apart, like paper. Crack! The sound of shattered wrist bones was clearly audible. Ah! Zhou Yunfei screamed in agony as his sword slipped from his grip. Sumu caught the falling sword with his left hand and swung it back. The sword hilt struck heavily against Zhou Yunfei's chest. Puff! Zhou Yunfei spat blood and was sent flying, crashing against the energy barrier and sliding to the ground. The entire process took less than 2 seconds. Zhang Meng had yet to react when his teammate was severely injured. He let out a roar, swinging his twin hammers with all his might towards Sumu's back. Sumu did not turn around. He simply reached back with his right hand, fingers splayed. Dark true essence surged, condensing into a small black shield in his palm. Boom! The twin hammer struck the shield, producing a dull thud. The shield remained unmoved. Zhang Meng's tiger's mouth split open, and he nearly lost grip of the hammers. A look of horror flashed in his eyes as he attempted to retreat. But Sumu turned around. With that same sword, he swung the blade flat against Zhang Meng's face. Slap! The crisp sound of a slap echoed. Zhang Meng was spun around midair 3 times before crashing heavily to the ground, half of his face swollen and several teeth lost. He fainted. The battle ended. Time taken 5 seconds. The entire arena fell silent. In the viewing area, the students gaped, unable to speak. Lin Shue's pupils contracted as she murmured to herself, "This power has definitely reached the threshold of a master." Chu Kuanga smiled wryly and shook his head. This guy has gotten stronger again. On the arena, Su Mu tossed the long sword beside Zhou Yunfei and looked toward instructor Hong Lai. "Is it over?" Hong Lai snapped back to reality from his astonishment and coughed. Su Mu's team wins. Chen Feng did not make a move. Su Mu single-handedly defeated both opponents, earning an additional 20 points. The energy barrier descended. Medical personnel rushed in to carry Zhou Yunfei and Zhang Meng away. Zhou Yunfei was not unconscious yet. He stared fiercely at Su Mu, his eyes filled with resentment. Su Mu didn't even glance at him and walked straight off the arena. Chen Feng followed behind, his face full of admiration. "Lieutenant Su, you're amazing." "Just performing normally," Su Mu replied flatly. The subsequent matches continued. Chu Kuanga and Lin Shui teamed up and easily defeated their opponents. Other matches had their winners and losers. Yet everyone's attention involuntarily drifted to Su Mu, who sat in the corner. That battle was simply too shocking. The collaboration of an 8th level and a 6th level martial master crushed within 5 seconds. What does this signify? His true combat power has definitely reached the level of a master. During the break, several students whispered to each other, "No wonder he can kill masters. Zhou Yunfei has really kicked a hard rock this time. His cousin is an instructor, will he? Shall lower your voice." At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, all matches concluded. Hong Lai announced the results and changes in points. Sumu ranked first overall, earning 150 points, starting with 130 points for being first in the test and 20 points for winning the match. Chu Kuanga was second with 130 points. Lin Shui was third with 120 points. Zhou Yunfei was deducted 20 points for his defeat, leaving him with only 80 points. "That's all for today," Hong Lai said. "Formal training projects will begin tomorrow. Disperse." The students gradually left the training field. As Sumu was about to leave, Hong Lai called out to him, "Sumu, stay for a moment." After everyone else had left, Hong Lai approached and examined him from head to toe. "Your strength is more than just the 9th level of martial master, isn't it?" "Instructor, you have a keen eye." Sumu did not deny it. "Can you tell me your true combat power?" Hong Lai asked. "I need to understand the foundation of my students to arrange appropriate training intensity." Sumu thought for a moment. "In normal condition, I can fight against a 2nd level master. If I reveal all my cards, I can kill a 3rd level master." Hong Lai's pupils contracted. This answer was even more exaggerated than he had anticipated. "All right, I understand." He looked at Sumu deeply. "You can go rest. But I must remind you, Zhou Yunfei's cousin Zhou Kuan is the instructor of the 2nd group. You crippled Zhou Yunfei's wrist today. He may come looking for trouble with you." "Thank you for the reminder, instructor," Sumu nodded. But there was no trace of fear in his eyes. Hong Lai waved his hand, signaling that he could leave. Back in the dormitory, Sumu closed the door and sat cross-legged. He turned his spiritual energy inward, and the system interface appeared. Next extraction, cooldown 11 days, 1 day less. In today's battle, he hadn't even used 1/10 of his strength. Against someone of Zhou Yunfei's caliber, he didn't even have to take it seriously. Special training camp. Sumu murmured, I hope it can be interesting later. He closed his eyes and began to cultivate. The dark, true essence flowed within him, constantly polishing and refining. The barrier from martial master to master became increasingly clear. But he was still waiting. Waiting for the armed color domineering. Waiting for the perfect moment to break through. Meanwhile, in the medical room of the special training camp, Zhou Yunfei lay on the hospital bed, his right wrist wrapped in thick bandages. The doctor had already reset the bone, but it would take at least half a month to fully recover. This meant that his early training in the special training camp was basically ruined. Cousin, seeing the person who walked in, Zhou Yunfei gritted his teeth and shouted. The newcomer was a middle-aged officer in his 30s with a stern face and the rank of major. He was Zhou Kuan, the instructor of the second group. What happened? Zhou Kuan looked at Zhou Yunfei's injury, his expression darkening. It was Sumu, Zhou Yunfei said with hatred. He was too ruthless and directly crippled my wrist. Cousin, you have to take revenge for me. Zhou Kuan fell silent for a moment. Is his strength really as strong as the rumors say? Very strong. Zhou Yunfei hated him, but had to admit, I couldn't withstand even one of his moves. His speed, strength, and reaction completely exceed the realm of a martial master. Zhou Kuan frowned. He had heard of Sumu's reputation, but didn't expect it to be so exaggerated. Cousin, aren't you responsible for tomorrow's extreme weight training? Zhou Yunfei's eyes flashed with malice. Let's give him a little extra pressure. At 6 a.m, a sharp whistle echoed through the training camp. All trainees must gather at the central square within 3 minutes. Sumu opened his eyes, concluding a night of cultivation. He changed into his training uniform and walked out of the dormitory at a leisurely pace. Most trainees had already rushed towards the square, still bearing traces of sleep. Sumu was the last to arrive, just making it within the 3-minute limit. The chief instructor Tai Zhan stood on a platform with one arm behind his back. Today's training mission: extreme weight endurance running. His voice was hoarse. Each person will receive a weight vest. Depart from the camp and circle around the outer defense line of Zhanwu City, a total distance of 120 kilometers. Return by noon. Those who fail to complete it will lose 50 points. The trainees' expressions changed. 120 kilometers to complete in 6 hours while carrying weight. The intensity was overwhelming. The weight gear is over there. Choose for yourselves. Tai Zhan pointed to one side of the square. There were 3 types of metal vests piled up: black, gray, and silver. The black vest weighs 50 kilograms, the gray vest 100 kilograms, and the silver vest 200 kilograms. Tai Zhan added, those who choose the silver vest and complete the task will receive an additional reward of 100 points. 100 points. Many trainees' eyes lit up. Yet glancing at the heavy silver vest, they hesitated. 200 kilograms was equivalent to carrying the weight of 3 adults running 120 kilometers. Although a martial artist's physique was robust, this was too extreme. Now choose. The trainees stepped forward one by one. Most selected the gray vest weighing 100 kilograms, while a few below the 5th level of martial arts chose the black vest weighing 50 kilograms. Lin Shui chose gray. Chu Kuanga hesitated for a moment before reaching for the silver vest. But another hand was quicker, grabbing the silver vest first. It was Sumu. Chu Kuanga was taken aback and laughed. You're still so quick. You can also choose silver, Sumu replied. Of course. Chu Kuanga also picked up a silver vest. The two exchanged glances and put them on. The metal vests conformed to their bodies, automatically adjusting the straps for even weight distribution. Yet for martial artists, 200 kilograms still felt significant. Sumu moved his shoulders to adapt to the weight. Zhou Yunfei, despite a wrist injury, had come to train today and chose a black vest. He stood among the crowd, glaring at Sumu with a cold expression. Leading the group was the second instructor, Zhou Kuan. Zhou Kuan scanned the crowd, his gaze lingering on Sumu for a moment before moving away. Set off. Over 100 trainees burst out of the camp, beginning their run along the designated route. The outer defense line of Zhanwu City comprised rolling hills and wilderness with a rugged path. During the first 10 kilometers, the trainees maintained their formation, but soon began to diverge. Those who chose the black vest fell to the back. The gray vests were in the middle, while the silver vests were led by Sumu and Chu Kuanga running at the front. Instructor Zhou Kuan rode alongside on a military motorcycle, supervising the group. You're too slow. Are you all walking like grandmas? He scolded sternly. The last 10 will face an additional penalty of 20 kilometers upon arrival. The trainees gritted their teeth and accelerated. Sumu and Chu Kuanga ran side by side, their speed steady and measured. The 200 kilograms of weight affected them, but they could still endure it. Do you think Zhou Kuan will come after you? Chu Kuanga asked. Yes, Sumu replied calmly. How will you respond? With strength against strength. Chu Kuanga chuckled and fell silent. After 30 kilometers, the distance between them and the main group had widened to nearly 10 kilometers. Zhou Kuan rode up next to them on the motorcycle. Su Mu Chu Kuanga, he said, your weight is too light, increase it. Saying this, he retrieved 2 metal rings from the motorcycle's back seat and tossed them to the two. These ankle weights are 50 kilograms each, put them on. Chu Kuanga caught the ankle weights, frowning. Instructor, isn't this against the rules? The weight gear is only the vest. I'm the instructor. If I say it's allowed, it's allowed. Zhou Kuan replied coldly. You can choose not to wear them, but you can also withdraw from training now. Su Mu glanced at the ankle weights in his hands, and then at Zhou Kuan. I can do it. He bent down to put on the ankle weights. Seeing this, Chu Kuanga also put them on. Now the two had a total weight of 300 kilograms. Zhou Kuan's eyes flickered with satisfaction. Keep running, ew, I will supervise you throughout. The motorcycle sped off ahead. Clearly targeting us, Chu Kuanga murmured. Yes, Su Mu replied without changing his expression, but he underestimates us. 300 kilograms of weight is a tremendous burden for an ordinary 9th-level martial artist, but Su Mu's physique had been enhanced by shadow energy, far surpassing his peers. Chu Kuanga, as a genius from Qinglong Academy, also had his own trump cards. The two maintained their speed and continued forward. At the 50-kilometer mark, there was a rocky slope. The ground was covered with sharp stones, making it difficult to find footing. Zhou Kuan was already waiting at the top of the slope. On this section, you cannot use your true energy to protect your feet. He announced, you must endure with your physical body. The trainees' faces turned pale. The sharp stones would cut their feet if they did not use true energy for protection. But the instructor's orders were absolute. Su Mu and Chu Kuanga stepped onto the rocky slope first. The sharp pain in their feet was bearable. Su Mu's shadow dragon scale armor covered his entire body, including the soles of his feet. Though it was in training uniform mode, the basic defense remained. Chu Kuanga also had protective treasures. The two passed through smoothly. The trainees behind them, however, were in dire straits. Cries of agony echoed as many had bloody feet, drastically slowing their pace. Zhou Kuan watched expressionlessly, his gaze fixed on Su Mu. After 80 kilometers, 4 hours had passed. Most trainees were exhausted, relying solely on willpower to persist. Su Mu and Chu Kuanga still led, but the 300 kilograms of weight combined with the long-distance run had indeed taken a toll. Chu Kuanga breathed heavily, sweat appearing on his forehead. Su Mu was slightly better off, but beads of sweat were also forming on his brow. 40 kilometers remaining. Chu Kuanga said between breaths, at this speed we can finish an hour early. Yes, Su Mu nodded. At this moment, Zhou Kuan appeared again. He rode up from the side, holding 2 water bottles. Drink water. He tossed the bottles to the two. Su Mu caught one, opened it, and sniffed. The water seemed fine, but he sensed a faint energy fluctuation within the bottle. Drink up, Zhou Kuan urged. Just as Chu Kuanga was about to drink, Su Mu reached out to stop him. Let the instructor drink first. Su Mu handed his water bottle back. Zhou Kuan's expression darkened. What do you mean? No special meaning, instructor. This water is for you after your hard work. Su Mu replied calmly. I command you to drink. Su Mu looked at Zhou Kuan and suddenly smiled. He opened the water bottle and tilted his head as if to drink. But at the moment his lips touched the bottle, he twisted his wrist. The water spilled entirely on the ground. You, Zhou Kuan exploded with rage. My hand slipped. Su Mu tossed the empty bottle back to him. Apologies. Seeing this, Chu Kuanga also poured out his water. Zhou Kuan's face turned ashen, but under everyone's watchful eyes, he could not explode with anger. Keep running, he shouted. Su Mu and Chu Kuanga turned and continued forward. After running a distance, Chu Kuanga whispered, what was in the water? A weakening agent, low concentration, but drinking it would cause true energy stagnation and a significant decrease in speed, Su Mu replied indifferently. That's quite sinister. Chu Kuang's gaze turned icy. He's determined to make you fail the training. It doesn't matter, Su Mu looked ahead. The more he does this, the more I want to succeed beautifully. The two accelerated. In the final 20 kilometers, Su Mu and Chu Kuanga began to sprint. The 300 kilograms felt almost non-existent as their speed increased. The sentinels along the way were dumbfounded. Are those two monsters? They're running this fast with silver weight. They're almost at the finish line. At 1140 a.m., Su Mu and Chu Kuanga crossed the finish line. They finished 20 minutes ahead of the required time. Moreover, they carried a total weight of 300 kilograms throughout. Chief Instructor Tai Zhan stood at the finish line, observing the timer with a slight tremor in his one arm. Zhou Kuan approached, his face dark. Report to the Chief Instructor. Trainees Su Mu and Chu Kuanga have completed the training. Su Mu stood at attention and saluted. Taijian looked at the two, and then at the silver vests and ankle weights they wore. Instructor Zhou, he turned to Zhou Kun. Did you add the ankle weights? Yes. It was to increase the training intensity, Zhou Kun answered, forcing himself. Very well, Taijian nodded. Starting tomorrow, all trainees will wear ankle weights. Zhou Kun opened his mouth, but could not find the words. Taijian looked at Su Mu. You two have exceeded the training requirements, each receiving a reward of 150 points. Now go rest. Yes. Su Mu and Chu Kuanga removed their weights and walked towards the camp. Behind them, Zhou Kun stared at Su Mu's back, his eyes flashing with cold light. At lunch, Su Mu encountered Zhou Kun again in the cafeteria. Zhou Kun sat down across from Su Mu with a tray. Su Mu, you have guts, he said in a low voice. Thank you for the compliment, instructor. Su Mu continued eating. But the training camp lasts 30 days, Zhou Kun sneered. We'll take our time. I'm ready for you anytime. Zhou Kun stood up and left. Chu Kuanga approached with his tray and sat down. Did he threaten you again? Yes. Be careful. He's an instructor and has many ways to deal with you. I know. Su Mu put down his chopsticks. But he won't be able to take me down. After finishing lunch, Su Mu returned to the dormitory. He focused his spiritual power inward. Next extraction, cooldown 10 days remaining. He looked out the window. On the training grounds, other trainees were still returning one after another. In the afternoon, there should be more training. But Su Mu had no intention of attending. Taijian had said that after completing the extreme weight endurance, he could rest. He sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. Shadow true energy surged within him, rapidly restoring the stamina he had expended in the morning. At the same time, he sensed that after the extreme weight and long distance running, his physical body seemed to have become slightly more refined. Indeed, high-pressure training aids in breakthroughs. Su Mu closed his eyes and continued to refine himself. Outside, the afternoon sun poured into the room. The first day of training in the special training camp had only just passed halfway. At 2 in the afternoon, the assembly whistle sounded again. Su Mu finished his cultivation and stepped out of the dormitory. His shadow true chi had fully recovered, and after the relentless training, his body looked leaner and more honed. On the training ground, the cadets were already in formation. Many faces were drawn with fatigue. This morning's weighted endurance run had taken a toll. A few cadets limped, their feet still raw from the exertion. Zhou Kun stood before the ranks, his expression sullen. As Su Mu approached, cold light flickered in his eyes. He announced the afternoon exercise combat techniques. He raised his voice and said he would demonstrate personally before they paired off for sparring. Pausing, he swept his gaze across everyone and added that given some cadets were unusually strong, he would first give a demonstration. Su Mu, step out. Su Mu stepped calmly from the line. Zhou Kun moved to the center of the field and instructed him to attack with his best move so the class could see what true combat technique looked like. Though spoken politely, the words carried a palpable threat. Chu Kuanga frowned and tried to speak, but a single look from Su Mu silenced him. The instructor asked if Su Mu was certain. When Zhou Kun sneered and taunted him, Su Mu replied that he was not afraid of injury. Rather, he feared he would be unable to hold back and might hurt the instructor. A suppressed gasp swept through the crowd. The remark was unbearably arrogant. Zhou Kun's face darkened as he barked that he was a zongsher of the second tier and would not be told to hold back. Su Mu stepped to stand opposite him at a distance of 10 meters. Zhou Kun shouted for them to begin, and before the echo faded, he had already moved. The aura of a second-tier zongsher erupted. He launched like a cannonball, his right fist slicing the air with a whistling rush aimed straight for Su Mu's face. The blow was unreserved, aimed to maim. The cadet's eyes widened, but Su Mu did not flinch. Only when the fist was scant inches from his face did he shift his body, a simple sidestep executed with millimetric precision. Zhou Kun's fist grazed past Su Mu's nose, the gust rustled his training coat. Alarmed, Zhou Kun changed tactics and swung his left elbow towards Su Mu's temple. Su Mu bowed his head, the elbow found only empty air. Zhou Kun spun his right leg, whipping like a whip to sweep at Su Mu's waist. Su Mu merely retreated a half step. The leg breeze missed by a hair. 3 consecutive moves all landed on nothing. Zhou Kun's face soured. How could a second-tier zongsher fail to even brush his opponent's sleeve? He roared that Su Mu only knew how to dodge. Calmly, Su Mu replied that he was simply studying the instructor's so-called technique, the words laced with biting irony. Fury consumed Zhou Kun, and his chi flared. He unleashed the earth-shaking palm in full, a double palm barrage whose gusts surged like a tide, sealing off every retreat. This was an intermediate Xian rank martial art, Zhou Kun's signature technique, the same palm he once used to shatter the skull of a third-tier beast. At last, Su Mu moved, but he did not fall back. He stepped forward into the palm wind. Shadow true chi surged, condensing in his right fist. There were no flashy flourishes, only the pure, simple power of a single punch. The straight punch met the palm with a thunderous collision. A shockwave detonated and cracked the training ground. Zhou Kuan felt a terrifying force pour through the impact, his arm numb, as he was driven back 3 steps. Sumu stood unmoved. He retracted his fist and remarked with cool detachment that the instructor's palm force felt hollow. A stunned silence fell across the field. The cadets were dumbstruck. Chu Kuang's mouth twitched, Lin Shui's eyes shone with a strange light. Zhou Kuan braced himself, his complexion a furious mix of blue and red. He had been shoved back by a mere cadet, an unbearable humiliation. Ripping off all restraint, Zhou Kuan drew a military short knife from his waist and warned that real combat could wound, advising Su Mu to be careful. The blade flashed cold. It was a low-grade, earthly weapon. He lunged with the knife, its light forming a net as he sought to overwhelm Su Mu and strike at vital points. This time he truly meant to kill. Su Mu's gaze chilled. He had intended only to chastise Zhou Kuan, but once the instructor drew a weapon with murderous intent, politeness would no longer be offered. He murmured, "Shadowmorph." With a hollow grip, his shadow true chi condensed into a black long sword, slender and matte, as if it swallowed the very light around it. The knife and sword met with a ringing clash. Pain flared in Zhou Kuan's hand. His knife nearly slipped free. Su Mu's blade felt absurdly heavy. Before Zhou Kuan could recover, the second sword strike was upon him. The moves came like lightning. Zhou Kuan scrambled to block as blade met blade in rapid succession, clang after clang. 10 strikes in succession, each landing with greater weight. He was driven back, his arm numb and blood at the corner of his mouth. Horrified, he realized the force before him might already reach Zhongshe 3rd tier. Sumu spoke softly that it was time to end it, sheathed briefly, and then executed a single thrust. The thrust was unassuming, yet Zhou Kuan found he could not evade. All avenues of escape had been sealed. The sword seemed to lock onto every possibility. He snarled and swung his knife in a desperate block, but it was too slow. The black tip touched his chest. No penetration, only a faint, deliberate point. With a sickening impact, Zhou Kuan was hurled through the air, spitting blood as he flew and crashed to the ground 20 meters away. His short knife fell and stuck in the earth nearby. The training ground held its breath. Su Mu dispersed the shadow sword and looked down at the fallen instructor, remarking that the instructor was injured. He repeated Zhou Kuan's own earlier admonition about the risks of real combat. Zhou Kuan tried to rise, but agony clenched his chest. At least 3 ribs had been broken. Medics rushed forward to carry him away. Sumu stopped them and crouched by Zhou Kuan's side. The instructor's eyes were full of dread as he demanded what Su Mu intended to do. Su Mu said he meant nothing ill and reached into Zhou Kuan's jacket pocket, producing a small vial, the same weakening potion used that morning. He asked aloud who the instructor carried such a vial for, and then tossed it to the approaching chief instructor Taijan. Zhou Kuan's face went ashen. Taijan caught the vial, uncorked it, and smelled it. His expression darkened. He demanded an explanation. Zhou Kuan fumbled for words and could not speak. Taijan declared that private possession of forbidden agents and malicious harm to cadets were grounds for punishment. From that moment, Zhou Kuan was stripped of his instructor post, confined, and to await military justice. 2 guards seized Zhou Kuan and hauled him away as he glared at Su Mu with venom in his eyes. Su Mu turned and said almost casually that Zhou Kuan's nephew Zhou Yunfei's injured hand had been deliberate. If the boy ever looked at him like that again, next time it would not be only a wrist. Zhou Kuan trembled as he was dragged off. Taijan looked at Su Mu and his single arm trembled, not with anger, but with a kind of excitement. He grinned and praised the boy, saying he had the spirit of his younger days. Su Mu snapped to attention and reported to Chief Instructor Taijan that trainee Su Mu requested to return to the formation. Taijan approved and added that although the instructor had erred, Su Mu's strength was worthy of recognition. He awarded 100 points. Su Mu returned to the ranks. The cadets' gazes toward him had shifted from mere respect to something colder, awestruck as if facing a monster. Chu Kuanga murmured that Su Mu had been ruthless. Su Mu replied that the instructor had drawn to kill. Chu Kuanga agreed and noted that Su Mu's reputation in the special training camp had just been made. It mattered little to Su Mu. Afternoon, training continued under another instructor, and thereafter no one dared to provoke him. After training, he went to the mess hall to eat. The cadets made way without being asked. By the time he returned to the dormitory, the sky had already darkened. Su Mu sat cross-legged and turned his spiritual sense inward. Another day had been shaved from his cooldown. The day's battle had cost him little, yet it confirmed one fact: his ordinary combat prowess truly reached Zhongshe 3rd tier. If he called upon his Shadow Legion or assumed his Emperor form, the outcome would be decisive, but the special training camp forbade summons. Perhaps that was a blessing. He could better refine his own strength. He closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. Shadow true chi flowed within him, each thread growing purer. Outside, the night deepened. Thus passed the second day of the special training camp. Far away in the confinement cell, Zhou Kuan ground his teeth and scribbled a complaint vowing to make Sumu pay. The night was deep and somber. The confinement room was located in the northeastern corner of the camp, a row of low concrete buildings with doors and windows forged from fine steel. Zhou Kuan sat on a simple army cot, bandages wrapped around his chest. The fracture in his ribs still ached faintly, but stronger than the pain was the humiliation and hatred. In front of him lay a sheet of letter paper, the pen tip hovering above it. Big brother Sumu must not be left alive. His strength is growing too rapidly, and today he can overpower a second-level grandmaster. Given time, he will become a significant threat. I cannot escape from the confinement room. Please report to the family urgently using all means. The pen paused. It was not enough. Zhou Kuan wrote again. Sumu must possess a high-level secret technique, inheritance at least of royal grade. If we can seize it, the Zhou family can rise and stand equal to the top families of the imperial capital. After finishing, he read through it carefully, confirmed it was correct, folded the letter, and took out a dark golden token from his chest pocket. This was the Zhou family's unique communication token of low Earth grade, capable of transmitting messages across cities. The energy shielding of the confinement room could not stop it. Zhou Kuan pressed the letter against the token and infused it with his genuine energy. The token began to glow. Within 3 breaths, the message could be sent out. Knock, knock, knock. A knocking sound. Zhou Kuan's hand trembled, and the token's light instantly retracted. He quickly stuffed the letter and the token under the bedding. Who? The door was not locked. It was pushed open. Moonlight surged in, illuminating the silhouette of the person who entered. Zhou Kuan's pupils constricted. Sumu. How? How did you get in? Zhou Kuan instinctively shrank back. There were guards outside the confinement room, and without the command of the chief instructor, no one was allowed to approach. Sumu calmly replied, I walked in. He took a step forward. Zhou Kuan's perception as a second-level grandmaster was fully activated, but he was horrified to discover that he could not sense Sumu's presence at all. It was as if he was facing not a living person, but a moving shadow of darkness. This is the confinement room. What do you want? Zhou Kuan shouted, but the tremor in his voice betrayed his fear. Sumu did not answer. He walked to the bed and reached out. Zhou Kuan attempted to block him, but as soon as he raised his hand, he was seized by the wrist, right where his bone had broken during the day. Crack. A fine cracking sound. Zhou Kuan groaned quietly, cold sweat rolling down his forehead. Sumu pulled back the bedding and took out the still slightly warm token and the folded letter. He unfolded it. Using the moonlight, he scanned through the contents of the letter. Zhou family. Sumu read out the 2 words, his tone flat, as if stating the weather was nice. Zhou Kuan gritted his teeth. Sumu, this is a military camp. You trespassed into the confinement room and harmed an instructor. Military law does not allow it. Sumu ignored him. He put away the letter and the token, looking at Zhou Kuan. There was no anger in his gaze, no killing intent, not even a hint of emotional fluctuation. But Zhou Kuan felt a chill run down his spine. He suddenly recalled the words Sumu had said in the afternoon. Next time it won't just be your wrist that's broken. Sumu, listen to me. Zhou Kuan's voice was hoarse. I only wanted to scare you. I never intended to harm you. The letter hasn't been sent yet. We can talk. Talk about what? Sumu asked. Talk about cooperation. Zhou Kuan urged. The Zhou family is not a top family in the imperial capital. There's no need to fight you to the death. If you let me go, I promise the Zhou family won't trouble you again. Sumu looked at him. Do you believe what you just said? Zhou Kuan was left speechless. Sumu shook his head. He raised his right hand, and shadowy, genuine energy condensed into a fine needle at his fingertips. Your nephew Zhou Yunfei tried to kill me the first day we met. Sumu stated calmly, as if stating a fact. You poisoned me in the water and attacked me on the training ground. After the matter was exposed, your first thought was to write to your family, wanting to seize my inheritance and take my life. From start to finish, the only path the Zhou family has given me is... The shadow needle pierced Zhou Kuan's forehead. A dead end. Zhou Kuan's pupils dilated, his body slumping softly onto the bed. There was no blood, no external wounds, not even a struggle. His consciousness had been completely shattered by the power of the shadows. Sumu withdrew his hand, looking at Zhou Kuan's lifeless body. The confinement room had surveillance. It could block communications, but not visuals. His entrance here could not be hidden. Sumu turned around and opened the door. Outside the door, Taijan stood with one arm resting behind him like an iron tower. The moonlight made his white hair shine bright. Chief Instructor, Sumu stood at attention. Taijan looked at Su Mu, then through the door gap at the bed, where Zhou Kun had already lost his breath. Silence. A long silence. Then Taijan spoke. He intended to transmit military intelligence to the outside and was shot dead after I discovered him, and he refused to surrender. Su Mu looked at Taijan. Taijan did not look at him. The surveillance in the confinement room malfunctioned tonight. No footage was recorded. The old general paused. The repair personnel will come tomorrow. Su Mu remained silent for 2 seconds. Yes. Taijan waved his hand. Go back and rest. There's training tomorrow. Yes. Su Mu turned around and walked into the night. Taijan stood in place until the figure of the young man completely disappeared into the darkness. Only then did he enter the confinement room and glance at Zhou Kun. He picked up the sheet of letter paper on the table. After reading its contents, Taijan let out a cold laugh. Zhou family. No wonder they could raise such a waste. He pointed his fingers like a blade, igniting the letter with a flicker of genuine fire. The flames licked the paper, reducing those densely packed lines into ashes. Su Mu returned to the dormitory. Closing the door, he opened his right hand. Zhou Kun's communication token lay quietly in his palm. He did not turn it in. Shadowy genuine energy reached into the token, revealing 2 messages that had not been sent, addressed to the recipient marked as family head. Su Mu noted down the characteristics of that mental imprint and then grasped the token. Black, genuine energy surged forth like a tide, wrapping the token layer by layer. 3 breaths later. Crack. The token shattered into powder. Su Mu blew away the ashes in his palm and walked to the window. Outside, the moonlight flowed like water. The night in the special training camp was very quiet. He glanced at the system panel. Next extraction cooldown 8 days. Another day had passed. 8 more days to go. The next morning, the special training camp's notice board posted an announcement. Instructor Zhou Kun violated military discipline attempting to leak confidential information from the special training camp. He has been executed on the spot, and all personnel are warned to take heed. The students gathered in front of the notice board whispering. Chu Kuanga, after reading, turned to look at Su Mu, who stood alone in the distance. Su Mu was stretching his wrist, preparing for today's training. Sunlight fell on him, gilding him in a faint golden hue, as if nothing had ever happened. Special Training Camp Day 3. At 6 in the morning, the whistle sounded on schedule. When Su Mu stepped out of the dormitory, the sky was just paling. The camp lay enveloped in a pale greenish morning mist. On the central square, the trainees stood in formation. Su Mu took his place. He felt a gaze. Turning, he saw Zhou Yunfei. Zhou Yunfei's wrist was still bound in bandages, his face ashen, dark rings shadowing his eyes, proof of a sleepless night. Their eyes met. Su Mu showed no expression. Zhou Yunfei, as if burned, suddenly bowed his head, his shoulders trembling slightly. He had seen that bulletin this morning. Zhou Kun, his cousin, was dead. The 4 words, executed on the spot, seared into his mind like a branding iron. He refused to believe it. His cousin had only been confined. How could he suddenly be executed? Zhou Yunfei wanted to ask, but no one dared tell him the details. Whatever had happened in the confinement cell last night seemed sealed by an invisible barrier. Only one thing was certain: his cousin was dead, and Su Mu still stood there perfectly fine. Zhou Yunfei dared not think further, but the harder he tried not to think, the less control he had. He ground his molars and forced himself not to look in Su Mu's direction. Taijan stood on the high platform, one arm folded behind his back. Today's training is tactical simulations and squad coordination. He pointed to the south side of the training ground, where 3 3-story gray-blue buildings stood. Abandoned barracks, simulated urban close-quarters combat. 3 per team for red versus blue. Laser weapons hits to vital areas count as elimination. Winners gain 50 points, losers lose 20 points. Teams may form freely now. The trainees immediately began seeking partners. Chu Kuanga came to Su Mu's side and asked, "Team up." Su Mu shook his head. "Find someone else. He'll go solo." "Solo?" Chu Kuanga blinked. "How do you fight down a man in a 3-person match?" "It's doable." Su Mu walked toward the registration desk. Chu Kuanga watched his retreating back and shook his head ruefully. Lin Shui came over and asked, "He want team with you. He says he can manage on his own." Lin Shui was silent for a moment. "If he says so, then he truly can." Chu Kuanga: "Thanks, I know." The first round began. Su Mu alone against a full 3-man team of martialists at the 6th tier. Inside the abandoned barracks, the 3 worked in tacit coordination. 1 feigned a frontal assault, while 2 moved to flank. 30 seconds later, 3 light points flashed on their chests. Eliminated. Su Mu stepped out from the 2nd-floor shadow and set down his laser rifle. Time used 30 seconds. 0 injuries. Second round, opponents at 7th, 6th, and 5th tiers. 40 seconds. All down. Third round, a trio ranked near the top of the camp, including a martialist at the 8th tier. 50 seconds. All down. Zhou Yunfei stood in the observation zone, watching the monitor. He watched every match. The more he watched, the more his hand trembled. On the screen, Sumu moved between buildings like a specter. Laser beams skimmed past his side. He did not so much as blink. He spun, and with a return shot took a man down. Cold and composed as if firing at targets. Is he even human? Someone murmured nearby. Zhou Yunfei turned and walked away. He entered the restroom, closed the door, and leaned against the cold ceramic tiles. His heart pounded. He drew deep breaths and took from his chest a dark gold communication token. Every core scion of the Zhou family carried one. He poured true qi into it. The token flared. Yunfei, what's the matter? Came a middle-aged voice, the third elder of the Zhou family. Third uncle. Zhou Yunfei's voice was hoarse. My cousin is dead. Silence. I know, the third elder said gravely. The family has received word about Zhou Kuan. The military's report says he leaked secrets and was executed, but your uncle does not believe it. Zhou Yunfei clenched the token. Sumu killed him. It must be him. Where is the evidence? None. Zhou Yunfei ground his teeth. But it's him. Yunfei. The third elder's tone turned stern. Do not make such claims without proof. The military is not foolish, and neither is Taizhan. If your cousin truly died because of illegal conduct, Taizhan would not let it pass in vain. But your task now is to finish the training and secure a recommendation slot. The third elder cut him off. The matter of Su Mu will be handled by the family. It is not for you to worry about. The token's light faded. Zhou Yunfei shoved it back into his chest and rubbed his face hard. He looked at his pale reflection in the mirror and suddenly recalled the first day of registration when he had blocked Su Mu and sneered. You are the one who pads your military merit with summoned creatures. At the time, Su Mu had simply stepped aside and said a good dog does not block the path. Now he understood. It was not fear. It was disdain. An ant taunts an elephant. The elephant does not grow angry, it merely ignores. Zhou Yunfei bent over, hands on the sink. A wave of belated terror washed over him. How had he survived back then? By 4 in the afternoon, the confrontation training ended. Sumu had a perfect record and took first in his group, his cumulative points reaching 430, nearly 100 ahead of second-place Chu Kuanga. Taizhan stood on the high platform announcing the next day's training. Sumu did not listen closely. He leaned against a pillar at the edge of the field and closed his eyes to rest. He turned his spiritual gaze inward and scanned his energy. Next extraction, cool down 7 days. Soon, he opened his eyes and saw Chu Kuanga standing nearby. Something on your mind, Oi? Did you notice Zhou Yunfei's condition today? Chu Kuanga lowered his voice. I noticed, Sumu replied. He's terrified, Chu Kuanga said. He looked at you as if seeing a ghost. Sumu remained silent. Aren't you afraid he'll act desperately? Chu Kuanga asked. After all the Zhou family. He won't, Sumu answered calmly. So certain. He has a communication token, Sumu said. He used it this afternoon. You intercepted his transmission. Chu Kuanga frowned. I guessed. Actually, it was not a guess. Last night, Su Mu had recorded the psychic imprint left on Zhou Kun's token. This afternoon, the same imprint appeared on Zhou Yunfei. The person Zhou Yunfei contacted was the third elder of the Zhou family. And the third elder's reply was that the family would handle it. It was not for him to worry about. Zhou Yunfei was indeed frightened, but his family was not. Su Mu gazed toward the darkening sky. In 7 days, he could make the trip to Daidu. At dinner, Zhou Yunfei did not appear in the mess hall. Someone said he felt unwell and had returned to the dorm to rest. Sumu sat by the window and slowly finished his meal. When he set down his chopsticks, the last thread of daylight outside had just faded. The camp lights came on one after another. He rose and left the mess. Tonight he must seize every moment for cultivation. 7 days remained. 2 o'clock in the morning. Sumu opened his eyes. In the darkness, he heard faint footsteps. They were not from the patrol team, whose steps were heavier and more regular. The footsteps were too light, as subtle as the night wind brushing against dry leaves. 3 people were approaching his dormitory from 3 directions. Sumu remained still. He maintained his cross-legged posture, breathing steadily, as if still in deep cultivation. The moonlight outside was obscured by clouds. The footsteps stopped. They halted 3 meters from the door. 3 seconds later, 3 shadowy figures simultaneously broke through the window. Their movements were synchronized, one from each window, and one crashing through the front door. Blade light. 3 blades sealed off all of Su Mu's retreat routes, striking toward the center of the bed. Puff. The quilt was shredded into pieces. But no one was there. Empty. Not good. The leading figure in black narrowed his pupils and immediately retracted his blade to defend himself. It was too late. In the dark corner, a shadow as thin as a hair silently glided by. Puff. The second figure in black had a line of blood appear in his throat and fell forward. He's in the corner. The leader hissed in a low growl, throwing 3 concealed weapons in a triangular formation toward the corner. Sumu tilted his body. The concealed weapons grazed past his ears and embedded into the wall. At the same time, the third figure in black lunged forward, aiming a short knife directly at Sumu's heart. Sumu raised his hand. 2 fingers. He pinched the tip of the knife. The figure in black, exerting all his strength, pushed forward, yet the blade remained motionless. Not bad strength, Sumu said. With a twist of his fingers, clang. The steel short knife snapped in 2. Half of the blade spun at Sumu's fingertips and flew back the way it came. The figure in black tried to dodge, but the distance was too close. The blade penetrated his forehead. He stared wide-eyed as he fell backward, his face frozen in horror. From the shattered window to the 2 deaths, only 3 seconds had passed. The leader realized he had kicked a steel plate. Instead of retreating, he advanced, slapping his left palm toward Sumu's chest while his right hand drew out a second knife from his waist, slashing horizontally at his throat. A desperate strike. Sumu did not retreat. He met the left palm with his own, clashing hard to absorb the force. Bang! The leader's entire arm erupted in a mist of blood, his wrist suffering a shattering fracture. At the same time, Sumu's right hand extended. Just before the blade touched his throat, he seized the leader's wrist that held the knife. He tightened his grip. Crack, 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 crack. The sound of bones breaking was dense like firecrackers. The leader grunted, the short knife slipping from his hand. He tried to break free, but Sumu's grip was as unyielding as iron. Who sent you here? Sumu asked. The leader clenched his teeth. Sumu lowered his head and saw something glowing in the other man's mouth. His other hand swiftly grasped the leader's jaw. Crack. The jaw dislocated. A false tooth containing a poison pouch was extracted. Sumu glanced at it and casually tossed it to the ground. Zhou family, Wang family, or Zhao family. The leader remained silent. His dislocated jaw prevented him from speaking, but the resentment in his eyes already provided the answer. Zhou family. Sumu nodded. Zhou Kuan or Zhou Yunfei. The leader still said nothing. Sumu stopped asking. He released the leader's wrist and stood up. The leader collapsed on the ground, agony twisting his face, yet he bit down on his bleeding gums in silence. A true tough man. Sumu looked down at him. Go back and tell the head of the Zhou family. His voice was calm. If they want to send someone to kill me, they need to send a grandmaster. He continued, trash below the 3rd level of grandmaster, no matter how many come, it's just sending them to their deaths. The leader struggled to stand, clutching his severed arms, staggering toward the shattered window. As he reached the window, he turned back. Sumu had his back to him, examining the concealed weapons on the wall. You won't kill me. The leader's voice was hoarse. You are already useless. Sumu did not turn around. Delivering a message does not require an intact hand. The leader fell silent. Then he jumped into the night, disappearing into the darkness. The lights in the camp turned on. A large number of footsteps approached from afar. Tai Zhan was the first to rush in, wielding a heavy sword with one arm, exuding a fierce aura. He saw the 2 corpses in the room, the blood all over the floor, and Sumu standing with his hands behind his back. Assassins? Tai Zhan asked. Sumu pulled the concealed weapon from the wall and twirled it on his fingertips. 3 rats, only the messenger escaped. Tai Zhan looked at the corpses on the ground, his brow furrowed. Zhou family. Sumu did not deny it. Tai Zhan remained silent for a few seconds. I will strengthen the camp's vigilance. No need. Sumu tossed the concealed weapon onto the table. No one below Grandmaster can enter. As for those above Grandmaster, he paused. It's just right to test my blade. 10 minutes later, the scene was cleaned up. The 2 corpses were taken away and the window was temporarily boarded up. Sumu moved to a different dormitory. The new dormitory was deeper in the camp, with Chu Kuanga living next door. Chu Kuanga leaned against the doorframe, watching Sumu pack his things. The Zhou family is getting anxious, he said. What do you plan to do? Sumu made the bed and sat down. Wait for the special training camp to end. And then go to the imperial capital. Sumu gazed out at the dark night. Send a gift back to the Zhou family. Chu Kuanga seemed to want to say something, but in the end he just nodded. If you need help, just say so. No need. Sumu closed his eyes and began to cultivate. Chu Kuanga watched him for a while, then turned back to his room. At 4 o'clock in the morning, the camp returned to silence. Sumu opened his eyes and his spiritual energy swept across the system panel. No extraction countdown. No need. The knife in his hand was already enough to kill. The moonlight outside was cold. He still had training tomorrow. Sumu closed his eyes again, the shadow true essence flowing slowly through his meridians. The 3rd night of the special training camp. He entered meditation amidst the lingering scent of blood from the assassins. In the imperial capital at the Zhou residence on the west side of the city. At a quarter past the hour of the rabbit, the sky began to brighten with a hint of gray. The meeting hall was brightly lit with 6 individuals seated on either side. The main seat at the top was empty. On the left side, the first seat was occupied by Zhou Jinyue, the eldest elder of the Zhou family, a 6th-level master with white hair and beard and bags under his eyes hanging like pendants. On the right side, the first seat was taken by Zhou Jinshan, the head of the Zhou family, a 7th-level master, whose face was gaunt, lightly tapping on the table with his fingertips once and then again. In the center of the hall knelt a leader with a severed arm. The bleeding had stopped, and the severed area was hastily bound with cloth stained a deep brown. "You're the only one who returned?" Zhou Jinshan asked. "Yes," the leader bowed his head. "What about the other 2? They are dead. What did they confess before dying?" "Nothing." The leader paused. There was no time to confess. Zhou Jinshan nodded. "Useless." His tone was flat, as if evaluating an unfit tool. The leader pressed his forehead to the ground, not daring to respond. Zhou Jinyue set down his teacup. "What is the specific strength of that Su Mu?" Replying to the elder, the leader still knelt. "My subordinate is a 2nd-level master, and the 2 others are both 1st-level masters. They attacked in tandem, breaking through a window, and my subordinate fled with a severed arm. It took less than 10 breaths. Less than 10 breaths. 3 masters, 1 dead, 2 severely injured." Zhou Jinyue lowered his eyelids, his thin, dry fingers lightly tapping the armrest. "What did he say?" The leader recounted Su Mu's words verbatim. "Go back and tell the head of the Zhou family that if he wants to send someone to kill me, he must send a Grand Master. Waste below the 3rd level of Master are only sending themselves to death." The meeting hall fell silent for a few breaths. Zhou Jinshan stopped tapping his fingers. "Arrogant and reckless," he said lightly. However, Zhou Jinyue shook his head. "Arrogance is arrogance, but his words are not false. At 17, he can kill 2 1st-level masters in 10 breaths and cripple a 2nd-level master. If this person is allowed to grow in 3 years, no one in the Zhou family will be able to contend with him. Therefore," Zhou Jinshan looked at his elder brother. "What does the elder mean?" "Kill." Zhou Jinyue picked up his teacup and blew off the floating leaves. "He killed Zhou Kuan, crippled Yun Fei's hand, and last night killed 2 of our Zhou family members. This is not just a grudge, but a root of disaster." He took a sip of tea. "A grudge can be left unavenged. The dead are worthless. But the root of disaster must be thoroughly uprooted." On the right side, the 2nd seat, 3rd elder, Zhou Junjiang spoke. He was the father of Zhou Yunfei and the uncle of Zhou Kuan. "Elder, my son Yunfei is still in the special training camp, spending day and night with Su Mu. If we act, Yunfei may be in danger." Zhou Jinyue glanced at him. "Yunfei is an 8th-level martial master, having lost his wrist, and has no hope of being in the top 10 in the special training camp. What use is there in keeping him?" Zhou Junjiang swallowed hard, but could not speak. Moreover, Zhou Jinyue set down his teacup. If Su Mu really wanted to kill Yunfei, he could have done it last night. He is keeping Yunfei alive to send messages, not as a hostage. The greatest value of your son right now is that he is still alive and has not made Su Mu feel that he must be killed." Zhou Junjiang bowed his head, his nails digging into his palm. He said nothing more. Zhou Jinshan turned to the last seat. "How many Grand Masters can the Zhou family currently mobilize?" The last seat was occupied by a middle-aged scholar responsible for the family's military resource allocation. Replying to the head of the family, the Zhou family has 3 Grand Masters. 2 of them guard the family's assets and cannot be moved easily. There is 1 left. He paused. Gu, a 1st-level Grand Master currently residing in the Imperial Capital Mansion. Invite him out of retirement. Zhou Jinshan said, "Tell him that after the matter is accomplished, the Zhou family will give him 2 shops in the North City." Understood. The scholar received the order and rose to leave. Zhou Jinyue watched the scholar's figure disappear outside the door and slowly spoke. "Is 1 Gu enough?" Zhou Jinshan frowned. Su Mu's true combat power is estimated to be at the 3rd level of Master, while Gu is a 1st-level Grand Master, a difference of 2 great realms. The intelligence reports that Su Mu has a shadow army of more than 100,000. Zhou Jinyue said, "Among them there are even Master-level royal units." Zhou Jinshan fell silent. "Let Gu take more people." He finally said, "Shadow-breaking talismans, soul-binding nails, and sealing nets. All means to counter shadow-type abilities must be prepared. Additionally, transfer all the Zhou family's personnel near Zhanwu City over. The special training camp has military law to protect it, making it inconvenient to act inside. Wait until he comes out." Zhou Jinshan set down the tea he had not touched. "We won't wait for him to come looking for the Zhou family. The Zhou family will go find him." Zhou Zhenjiang stood up. Head of the family elder, I will arrange personnel. Zhou Zhenyue nodded. Zhou Zhenjiang walked outside his steps, steady his expression calm. When he reached the threshold, he paused for a moment. Head of the family. He did not turn back. If Yunfei dies at Su Mu's hands, will the Zhou family take revenge for him? Zhou Jinyu's voice came from behind, old and indifferent. No. Once a person is dead, they have no value. The Zhou family will not waste resources on the dead. Zhou Zhenjiang stood at the threshold for 2 breaths. Then he stepped out. Understood. In the early morning at the Zhou residence, servants began to clean. Fallen leaves were swept into a long pile, placed in a bamboo basket, and carried out the back door. The lights in the meeting hall were extinguished. Zhou Zhenshan and Zhou Zhenyue were the last to exit the hall. Who will lead the operation in Zhanwu City? Zhou Zhenyue asked. Zhou Zhenjiang, Zhou Zhenshan said his son is in the special training camp, and he is familiar with the situation. Can he take action? If he can serve as an elder, he can take action. Zhou Zhenyue nodded and asked no more. 2 hours later, at the back door of the Zhou residence, an inconspicuous black carriage rolled out. Inside the carriage sat Zhou Zhenjiang. He did not bring luggage, only a rolled-up map of Zhanwu City and its surrounding terrain, along with 3 orders personally issued by the head of the family. The window curtains hung low. A ray of sunlight seeped through the gap, landing on his knees. He gazed at the light motionless until it moved away and the carriage returned to darkness. He closed his eyes. The elder's calm words echoed repeatedly in his ears. Once a person is dead, they have no value. The carriage rumbled toward the city gate. Zhou Zhenjiang never turned back. 40 miles west of Zhanwu City lies Haifeng Ridge. This is an abandoned mining site depleted over 30 years ago, leaving behind only a landscape of pits and derelict smelting facilities. The internal tunnels of the mountain crisscross like a spider's web. Zhou Zhenjiang stood atop the highest factory building overlooking the entire mining area. Behind him followed 6 individuals, all esteemed members of the Zhou family, with the lowest being a 5th-level master and the highest an 8th-level master. What do you make of this place? Zhou Zhenjiang inquired. An elderly member with gray hair stepped forward, well-versed in geomancy, having served 30 years in a military engineering unit. In response to Elder 3, the abandoned mines of Haifeng Ridge are divided into 3 levels, with the total length of the main tunnels exceeding 60 miles. The main tunnel is 3 zhang wide, while the side tunnels narrow to barely accommodate a person sideways. He unfolded a hand-drawn map, densely annotated with every side route. If we set an ambush here, we can attack when they advance and defend when they retreat. Moreover, the mountain shields our senses, making it impossible for even master-level divine senses to penetrate the rock layers. Zhou Zhenjiang nodded. How many shadow-breaking talismans have been prepared? Another middle-aged member replied, the Zhao family's stock has been exhausted, and the Wang family provided a portion. Together with Zhou family's own reserves, we have a total of 47 shadow-breaking talismans. He paused for a moment. Additionally, we acquired 120 soul restraining nails and 3 sets of spirit sealing nets from the black market, specifically designed to counter shadow-type abilities. When the soul restraining nails are driven into the rock wall, they can seal off all shadow movements within 50 meters. Under the spirit sealing nets, any summoned entities cannot maintain existence for more than 3 breaths. Zhou Zhenjiang lowered his gaze to the map. Su Mu's shadow army numbers about 150,000. The middle-aged member remarked the range of the spirit sealing nets is limited and cannot cover the entire mining area. However, we can set them up along his inevitable path. He added the tunnels are narrow, preventing his army from fully utilizing their advantage. A single king can occupy an entire side tunnel, blocking the advance of the troops behind. Zhou Zhenjiang nodded. When will Elder Gu arrive? Elder Gu has sent word that he will arrive at Zhanwu City tomorrow afternoon. He requests to first review Su Mu's complete battle records before determining the timing of the strike. Zhou Zhenjiang frowned. The Grand Master had a significant presence. He could not pressure him. Continue the preparations. He folded the map, seal all tunnel entrances where possible, and set traps where sealing is not feasible. I want Su Mu to step into Haifeng Ridge with deadly ambushes from all directions. Understood. The 6 individuals took their orders and entered the mine. Zhou Zhenjiang stood alone on the rooftop. The wind tousled the gray strands at his temples. At 53 years old, he was a 6th-level master. Without extraordinary fortune, his life would end here. Yunfei at 23 was an 8th-level martial master with hopes of reaching master status before 30. But now he intended to personally lure in his son's enemy, using all of the Zhou family's resources to trap that person in this abandoned mine. As for whether his son could survive the training camp, Zhou Zhenjiang did not ponder. The Grand Elder stated that once a person dies, they hold no value. Yunfei was still alive, so he still held some value. One aspect of his value was to remain in the training camp as bait to delay Su Mu, allowing the Zhou family to prepare. Another aspect of his value was in the event that Su Mu acted against Yunfei, the Zhou family could leverage the military to frame Su Mu, provided the evidence was sufficiently clean. Zhou Zhenjiang had contemplated all of this during his sleepless night. After understanding it all, he felt a strange calm. He descended from the factory roof and instructed the steward. All resources under the Zhou family's name in Zhanwu City are to be transported to Haifeng Ridge. Spirit talismans, elixirs, formation discs, weapons. Use everything that can be utilized. Additionally, find out Su Mu's daily schedule in the training camp. When does he rest, when does he train, and when might he go out? Once it is confirmed that he leaves the training camp, report to me immediately. The steward took his orders and left. Over the next 3 days, Haifeng Ridge worked around the clock. 47 shadow-breaking talismans were embedded in the rock walls, triggered by true essence threads capable of instantaneous activation. 120 soul-restraining nails were driven into both sides of the main tunnel, their tips tempered with secret silver specifically designed to break shadows. 3 sets of spirit sealing nets hung from the ceiling of the main tunnel, light as gauze, nearly invisible to the naked eye. With a simple pull on the mechanism, they would descend from above. Additionally, 300 pounds of explosive powder were spread across the floors of the side tunnels, igniting upon contact with true essence. 6 sets of low-tier, earth-level trapping formations sealed off all escape routes. 23 crossbowmen with arrows tempered with beast blood posed an extra threat to shadows. 2 formation masters were stationed to reinforce the sealing barriers at any time. 1 7th-level master, 2 6th-level masters, 3 5th-level masters, and 15 masters at 4th level and below, and an elder master of 1st level, Gu Qingchuan. At 63 years old, he had been renowned for 30 years, having killed 2 fellow elder masters of equal rank and countless others at master level. Upon his arrival at Haifeng Ridge, he merely inspected the layout. You all fear him. Zhou Zhenjiang remained silent. Gu Qingchuan did not wait for a response, striding into the depths of the mine, seeking an abandoned miner's break room, closing the door behind him. Call me when Su Mu exits the training camp. The 4th day arrived. Zhou Zhenjiang received a confidential report. Su Mu exhibited normal behavior in the training camp, showing no signs of leaving. He crumpled the report into a ball and tossed it into the charcoal basin. The 5th day, confidential report: Su Mu faced off against Chu Kuanga in practical combat, winning after 5 moves. Chu Kuanga remarked, "He has grown stronger." Zhou Zhenjiang pressed the report down beside him, choosing not to burn it. The 6th day, the steward reported Elder 3, the resource consumption has exceeded half. If Su Mu does not arrive within 10 days, continue to adjust. Zhou Zhenjiang interrupted him. If it's insufficient, buy more. If we cannot buy it, then borrow. The Zhou family still has 2 shops in Zhanwu City, sell them. The steward opened his mouth, then lowered his head in agreement. The 7th day, in the morning, Zhou Zhenjiang inspected the mine as usual. The shadow-breaking talismans were intact, the soul-restraining nails were intact, the spirit sealing nets were intact. The formation masters were checking the foundations of the trapping formations. The crossbowmen practiced their archery. The masters stood or sat, their breaths contained. Gu Qingchuan had still not emerged. Zhou Zhenjiang stepped out of the mine entrance. The sky outside was overcast. Suddenly, he remembered that today marked the 20th day since the training camp opened. Su Mu had been inside for a full 20 days. He looked up at the clouds. The cloud cover was thick, obscuring the sunlight. He wondered if Yunfei had eaten breakfast today in the training camp. Haifeng Ridge. The 7th day. Just past the hour of the rabbit, the mountain mist has yet to disperse. The iron framework of the abandoned smelting plant is rusted with condensation sliding down the beams, collecting into a murky drop that hangs for 3 breaths before falling into the waterlogged pit. Ripples spread out. Zhou Zhenjiang stood at the entrance of the no. 3 mine hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the ripples, unmoving for quite some time. Behind him stood the steward Zhou Fu. Zhou Fu, in his early 50s, had served the Zhou family for 37 years, rising from a mere errand boy to the steward of the 3rd branch. He had witnessed Zhou Zhenjiang's youthful vigor, as well as the moment Zhou Yunfei was born, when the 3rd elder held the swaddled infant and smiled foolishly in the corridor. At this moment, Zhou Zhenjiang's back was a sight he had never seen before. His gray hair had turned a shade whiter than 7 days prior, yet his posture remained straight. 3rd elder. Zhou Fu spoke softly. The ancient offerings request your presence. Zhou Zhenjiang did not turn. What is it? The ancient offerings said the hanging position of the Feng Yuan net needs to be adjusted. He personally examined the terrain of the main passage and believed that the spacing between the 3 secondary nets was too close. If Sumu's speed was fast enough, he might simultaneously pass through the coverage of the first 2 nets. Zhou Zhenjiang fell silent for 2 breaths. The ancient offerings are willing to personally oversee the arrangement. Yes, Zhou Fu lowered his head. The ancient offerings emerged from seclusion this morning and took a walk around the mine. Zhou Zhenjiang finally turned around. There was no expression on his face, but Zhou Fu read a sense of relief from his slightly quickened pace. Deeper in the main passage, Gu Qingchuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He wore a gray long shirt that had faded from washing with a short knife without a sheath hanging at his waist, its blade black devoid of shine or adornment. At 63, his face appeared to be in his 40s, though the fine wrinkles at the corners of his eyes and the frost in his temples revealed his true age. Zhou Zhenjiang approached and cupped his fists. Ancient offerings. Gu Qingchuan did not turn still, gazing at the dome above. The positions of the 3 secondary Fengyuan nets were originally set at 50, 80, and 110 zhang from the entrance of the main passage. Yes, too close, Gu Qingchuan said. If Sumu accelerates before the first net descends, the second and third nets will cover simultaneously. While 3 overlapping nets do cover a larger area, the interference between the nets could create gaps. He raised his hand, pointing to a certain spot on the dome. Move the first net forward to 30 zhang, place the second net at 100 zhang, and leave the third net unchanged. Zhou Zhenjiang thought rapidly. 30 zhang was too close. Sumu would face the first net the moment he entered the mine. But being closer also meant it would be harder to evade in advance. As per the ancient offerings' words, he nodded. Only then did Gu Qingchuan retract his gaze and look at Zhou Zhenjiang. You seem anxious. Zhou Zhenjiang did not deny it. Your son is still in the special training camp. Zhou Zhenjiang still did not deny it. Gu Qingchuan did not ask further. He took out a roll of yellowed beast skin parchment from his sleeve and spread it over a nearby pile of ore. The position of the breaking shadow talismans also has issues. Zhou Zhenjiang leaned down to examine the map. Gu Qingchuan's bony finger pointed to a certain area on the parchment. Here 16 talismans are concentrated on both sides of the main passage. This is meant to trigger them all after he has moved in, sealing off his escape route. Indeed, it's too greedy, Gu Qingchuan said flatly. You think of killing him, but he thinks of breaking through. When you seal off his escape, he will already be upon you, and these 16 talismans will be wasted. He moved his fingertip. Distribute 8 to the entrance of the side passage. If he intends to break through, his first choice will be to enter the side passage. Let the side passage activate first, and when he retreats, then activate the main passage's talismans. Zhou Zhenjiang was silent for a moment. I am taught. Gu Qingchuan retracted his hand. I am not a steward of the Zhou family, he said lightly. I deal with matters for money. I prefer to handle them more securely. Zhou Zhenjiang nodded, not saying anything more. Meanwhile, in Zhanwu City, the special training camp. On the 20th day, the morning mist dispersed and the sunlight slanted across the training ground. Sumu stood in a corner leaning against the trunk of a phoenix tree. The trunk was rough, and where the bark had peeled, the smooth inner bark was exposed. He unconsciously pressed his fingertip against a raised edge of bark once, then again. 50 meters in front of him, the trainees were conducting an obstacle relay under the command of instructor Hong Lai. The noise was filtered by the shade of the phoenix tree, becoming a distant background. He closed his eyes. His mental strength sank into introspection. Next extraction, cooldown 3 days, 72 hours. Sumu opened his eyes. His gaze crossed the training ground, landing on the northwest corner of the camp. There was the medical room. Zhou Yunfei's wrist injury was healing slower than expected, requiring frequent visits for dressing changes these past few days. Each time he changed his dressing, he would avoid the area where Sumu was, like avoiding a moving shadow. Sumu withdrew his gaze. The bark he pressed had broken, half of it falling into his palm. He did not throw it away, instead he held it for a moment and casually put it into the bag of the greedy. Sumu. Hong Lai's voice came from the center of the training ground. Sumu walked over. There will be free activity time in the afternoon, Hong Lai said in a lowered voice, glancing around. The camp's gate restrictions will be relaxed for 2 hours. Do you want to go out? Sumu looked at Hong Lai. Who asked the instructor to inquire? Hong Lai did not hide it. The chief instructor. Sumu nodded. Do you need me to go out? Hong Lai paused for 2 seconds. The chief instructor received news that Haifeng Ridge, 40 miles west of Zhanwu City, has been unusually active for the past 7 days. The Zhou family has mobilized a large amount of supplies and dispatched at least 20 masters. The chief instructor's exact words were, Hong Lai paused. If that kid has time, let him go out for a stroll. Don't always stay holed up in the camp. Sumu nodded again. Got it. He neither said he would go nor that he wouldn't. Hong Lai looked at him for a moment and then turned to leave. Noon. Cafeteria. Sumu sat at his usual spot by the window, able to see the main road of the camp. Chu Kuanga sat down opposite him with a tray. Zhou Yunfei didn't come to lunch. Sumu picked up a piece of braised pork. He spent 40 minutes in the medical room this morning. Chu Kuanga continued. When he came out, his eyes were red. Sumu sent the braised pork into his mouth, chewing slowly. He swallowed. His father Zhou Zhenjiang is currently at Haifeng Ridge. Chu Kuang's hand holding the chopsticks paused for a moment. What is the Zhou family planning? Wait for me to go out, Sumu interrupted him. Chu Kuanga fell silent. After a long time, he put down his chopsticks. When do you plan to go? Sumu did not answer immediately. Outside the window, a squad of patrolling soldiers passed by the main road, their footsteps in unison, the sound of leather boots echoing dully on the stone pavement. He waited until the footsteps faded. 3 days from now, Sumu said. Chu Kuanga was taken aback. Why 3 days from now? Sumu did not explain. He finished the last bite of food, set down his chopsticks, and picked up his tray to stand. Taking 2 steps, he paused. In these 3 days, keep an eye on Zhou Yunfei for me. Chu Kuanga did not ask why. Okay. Afternoon free activity time. Most trainees chose to go to the camp gym or the training room, while a few applied to go out. Sumu did not go out. He returned to the dormitory. Closing the door and drawing the curtains, the room fell into darkness. He sat cross-legged on the bed, not cultivating, just sitting quietly. The power of shadows flowed slowly within him like an undisturbed underground dark river. He closed his eyes. His perception spread like a tide passing through walls, slipping through window gaps, extending across the camp, reaching the end of his sight. 50 meters. Within the shadow domain, everything was clearly visible. The trajectory of ants carrying crumbs in the corner. The movements of Chu Kuang's fingertips as he wiped his sword next door. The slightly shaking knees of the guard standing downstairs. The wind blew through the clothesline, causing the military uniform's left sleeve to gently puff up. He retracted his perception, stopping at the nearest point to himself. The bag of the greedy lay quietly beside his pillow. The opening was slightly ajar, revealing half of a blood-red token. The token was growing hot. Since the day he left the 7th Legion, it had been getting hotter every day. Sumu did not touch it. He opened his eyes. The sky outside was darkening, the last ray of light blocked by the curtains, plunging the room completely into darkness. In the shadows, he spoke softly. Soon. Haifeng Ridge. Night. Zhou Zhenjiang stood at the entrance of the mine, gazing northward. The north was the direction of Zhanwu City. Zhou Fu held an oil lamp, standing 3 steps away, not daring to make a sound. The mountain wind swept through the abandoned factory, causing the rusty iron sheets to creak and groan. Zhou Zhenjiang suddenly spoke. When Yunfei was young, he practiced swordplay until his wrists swelled, refusing to stop. Zhou Fu tightened his grip on the lamp. At that time, I scolded him for being foolish. Zhou Zhenjiang's voice was soft. Now I think he wasn't foolish, he was just afraid of disappointing me. The wind picked up. The creaking of the rusty iron grew louder. Zhou Zhenjiang fell silent. He turned and walked into the mine. The light of the oil lamp cast a long shadow behind him. Zhou Fu followed behind. After a few steps, he looked back. The northern night sky was pitch black, devoid of stars or moon. It would rain tomorrow. He retracted his gaze and lowered his head to catch up. Deep in the mine, Gu Qingchuan sat cross-legged in the abandoned miner's rest area, the short knife resting across his knees. He did not light a lamp. In the darkness, his breathing was long, and even each inhalation and exhalation causing the surrounding air to subtly distort. A grandmaster of the first rank, his true Dan had formed, and his domain was beginning to take shape. He had not unleashed his full power in 10 years. 10 days ago, Zhou Zhanshan sent someone to invite him out. He accepted the deeds of 2 shops and agreed to this assignment. Not because of the shops, but because of that name. Sumu, 17 years old, 9th rank martial master, suspected to be capable of killing a 3rd rank grandmaster. Alone, he annihilated the entire Chen family. He crushed Zhao Wuhan, Wang Pujuan, and 20 elite warriors in 30 seconds. Gu Qingchuan opened his eyes. In the darkness, a subtle smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. It had been too long since he encountered an interesting prey. He closed his eyes again. His breathing gradually sank into silence. Special training camp. Late at night, Sumu was still sitting cross-legged. He neither cultivated nor slept. In the darkness, he was as quiet as a statue. The system interface floated in the depths of his consciousness. Next extraction, cooldown 2 days, 23 hours, 47 minutes. The numbers flickered. 1 second, 1 second. He watched the numbers flicker. It was 4:45 in the morning. The sky over Zhanwu City had not yet brightened, and the camp was shrouded in lead gray morning mist. The streetlight's glow was fragmented by the fog, transforming into hazy orange blobs floating on the damp stone path. Sumu opened his eyes. The dormitory was very quiet, so quiet that he could hear the sound of water droplets gathering and falling from the clothesline outside. Drip drop, a drop every 3 seconds. He did not immediately get up. In the darkness, he maintained a cross-legged posture, allowing his consciousness to slowly rise from the depths of meditation, like a diver swimming up from the dark sea, passing through layers of water with varying temperatures. Within his meridians, the shadow true essence continued to circulate on its own. After 21 days of extreme training and nightly polishing, the true essence had become more solid than when he first arrived. If it was once mist, it was now slowly transforming into a liquid state. The true core needed for the Master Realm's golden core is precisely this liquid true essence condensed to its utmost. Almost, but not yet. Sumu focused inwardly on the system interface. Next extraction cooldown 1 day, or 7 hours, and 23 minutes. The numbers were still fluctuating, decreasing by 1 every second. 37 hours later, he withdrew his inner gaze, lifted the thin blanket, and stepped barefoot onto the cold concrete floor. The ground was rough with tiny particles digging into the soles of his feet. He did not use true essence to protect his body, letting the slight pain travel up his nerves, making him feel more awake. He walked to the window and pulled back the curtains. A layer of mist had formed on the glass. He wiped a patch with his palm, revealing the scene outside. On the main road of the camp, early rising students were already jogging. 3 figures moved in unison, exhaling faint white breaths. Further away, the kitchen's lights were on, with the first wisp of smoke drifting from the chimney, scattered by the wind and merging into the mist. Sumu watched for a few seconds before turning to the washing area. Cold water splashed on his face, dripping down his chin. He gazed at his young face in the mirror for a moment, then picked up a towel and slowly dried himself. 17 years old. 3 years since his crossing, transitioning from a death row inmate in the suicide squad to today, 73 days. The gaze in the mirror showed no ripples. He set down the towel, put on his training outfit, and pushed the door open. The corridor was very quiet. Next door, Chu Kwang's door was tightly shut, and no light seeped through the cracks, indicating he was probably still asleep. Sumu went downstairs. The motion sensor lights on the stairs lit up 2 levels before turning off. As he stepped out of the building, the mist enveloped him, bringing the unique chill and dampness of an autumn morning. He took a deep breath. His lungs filled with the cold air, invigorating his spirit slightly. Then he began to jog. His speed was not fast, merely a warm-up. His footsteps echoed rhythmically on the stone path. He passed several dormitory buildings, the training grounds, the equipment storage, and the back door of the cafeteria. The kitchen staff were unloading vegetables. A large basket of green vegetables was being lifted from the truck, still glistening with dew. A young cook looked up upon seeing him, paused for a moment, then quickly lowered his head. Sumu continued forward. When he reached the barbed wire fence at the edge of the camp, he halted. The fence was 3 meters high, with spiraled barbed wire coiling at the top, rusted and worn. Beyond the fence was a field of wild grass stretching toward the distant forest. The mist thickened there, the forest's outline vague and shadowy, like a giant beast lying in wait. He stood before the barbed wire, hands in his pockets, quietly gazing in that direction. 40 miles away. Black Wind Ridge. Zhou Junjiang should have been waiting there for a long time. Sumu showed no expression. He simply stared like a hunter assessing his distant hunting ground. 6:20. Sumu returned to the bottom of the dormitory. Chu Kwanga happened to push the door open, holding a towel, his hair, still damp, clearly just finished showering. Upon seeing Sumu, his steps faltered. Out for a run again. How many kilometers? Didn't count. Chu Kwanga dried his hair as he walked beside Sumu, standing side by side. Zhou Yunfei went to the medical room again yesterday afternoon. Chu Kwanga lowered his voice. He stayed for almost an hour this time. When he came out, the bandage on his right hand was removed, but there was a bruise on his left wrist. Sumu turned his head. Bruise. He did it to himself. Chu Kwanga said flatly. I had someone sneak a look at the treatment record. The doctor said it was self-harm caused by neurotic anxiety, recommending 3 days of rest. Sumu remained silent. Chu Kwanga continued. He didn't return to the dormitory last night, but slept in the medical room. At 4 o'clock this morning, he sent out a message. Content. Can't find out. The medical room's equipment is rudimentary and lacks signal interception capability. But the direction is northwest. Northwest. 40 miles northwest of Zhanwu City is Black Wind Ridge. Sumu nodded. Got it. Chu Kwanga looked at him. You seem not surprised at all. His father is at Black Wind Ridge, Sumu said. What's surprising about a son sending a message to his father? Chu Kwanga fell silent for a few seconds. Are you still planning to wait 2 days? Sumu did not answer this question. He turned and walked toward the cafeteria. Time for breakfast. The cafeteria was already filled with quite a few people. The students held trays looking for places to sit, whispering among themselves. As Sumu walked in, several gazes instinctively turned towards him, then quickly averted. 21 days. Enough time for everyone to understand one principle: do not provoke this person. Sumu got his meal and sat down in his usual window seat. Braised pork, stir-fried greens, white rice, and a bowl of seaweed and egg soup. He ate slowly, chewing each bite thoroughly while his eyes gazed out the window. Outside the window, the mist began to disperse. Sunlight broke through the gaps in the clouds, streaming down in beams onto the damp training ground. Chu Kwanga sat down opposite him with his tray. What's today's training program? I don't know. Sumu picked up a piece of braised pork. The chief instructor didn't say. As soon as he finished speaking, footsteps were heard at the entrance of the cafeteria. Taijan, with one arm slung behind his back, strode in. He was not wearing the instructor's uniform, but an old military outfit that had been washed to the point of fading, with his left sleeve hanging empty, swaying gently with his steps. The cafeteria fell silent instantly. Taijan walked straight to Sumu's table and pulled out a chair to sit down. The chair scraped loudly against the floor. Finished eating. He looked at Sumu's plate. Sumu swallowed the last bite of rice and set down his chopsticks. Finished. Taijan nodded. He remained silent for 2 seconds before speaking. The Zhou family's arrangements at Black Wind Ridge were escalated again early this morning. Sumu said nothing, merely looking at him. Taijan continued. 3 trucks of supplies were sent in last night, 2 of which were military-grade explosives. They dare not use explosives in the mine for fear of a collapse burying themselves, but they can arrange them on the periphery. Additionally, the Zhou family has summoned a formation master from the imperial capital, a 9th-layer master. This person specializes in confinement formations and has previously trapped and killed grandmasters. After Taijan finished speaking, he looked into Sumu's eyes. Sumu's gaze showed no fluctuation. The chief instructor specifically came to tell me this. Does he want me to stay away? Taijan shook his head. I want to tell you that the Zhou family has invested heavily this time. 1 Grandmaster, 1 9th-layer formation master, 2 8th-layer masters, and over 20 below the 7th layer. With breaking shadow talismans, soul-settling nails, and sealing essence, nets, everything that can counter shadows has been prepared. He paused. If you insist on going, be ready to act again. Don't just rush in and end up dead inside. After listening, Sumu picked up the soup bowl and took a sip. The seaweed and egg soup had already cooled the saltiness a bit strong. He set down the bowl. Thank you, chief instructor. Taijan looked at him. After waiting a few seconds, Sumu did not say anything else. Taijan stood up and the chair scraped against the floor again. I've said all I need to say. He turned to walk out, paused after a few steps. Today's training is cancelled, free activity. Do whatever you want. After saying this, he left in large strides. The cafeteria fell silent for a long time. Chu Kwanga looked at Sumu. Sumu picked up his empty tray and stood up. I'm going to the library. The special training camp library was a 3-story gray building hidden in the deepest part of the camp. Usually there weren't many people here, as students were too exhausted from training to have time to read. When Sumu pushed open the glass door, there was only a single librarian dozing off inside. He bypassed the front desk and walked into the book collection area. The bookshelves were tall, crammed with rows of books, and the air was filled with the musty scent of paper and dust. Sumu walked slowly along the bookshelf, his fingers gliding over the spines of the books. Basic Energy Transmission Theory, Shadow Ability Practitioner's Training Guide, Golden Core Refinement Methods for Master Realm, Complete Illustrated Guide to Alien Beasts of Blue Star, Analysis of Ancient Formations. He pulled out a book, flipped through it, and put it back. He pulled out another book. Finally, he stopped in front of a shelf in the corner. The shelf was marked with confidential materials, special permission required. Sumu did not have special permission. He raised his hand, and the shadow true essence extended from his fingertips, silently infiltrating the lock of the bookshelf. Click. An extremely faint sound. The lock opened. He pulled open the cabinet door where neatly arranged were over 20 old books yellowed with age. He casually pulled one out. Genetic Mutations and Physical Enhancements, Clinical Observation Notes on the Blacklight Virus. The cover had no author or publisher, only a few handwritten words. Sumu opened it. The first page was a handwritten table of contents. Sumu turned to the 5th chapter. The 5th chapter consisted of only 3 pages written in a hasty script with many parts altered. The first line read, "The Blacklight Virus and Shadow Energy are not mutually exclusive, rather they complement each other. Shadow Energy is about concealment, infiltration, and cutting. Blacklight is about devouring, regeneration, and enhancement. The combination of the two could theoretically give rise to." The rest was obscured by ink. Below the obscured text was a line written in red ink. However, it should be noted that the blacklight virus will consume the host's emotions. If infected for more than 3 months, one will gradually lose human emotions such as fear, sadness, and joy. This process is irreversible. Sumu stared at those words, his finger lingering on the page for a long time before he turned it. The last page was blank except for a date written in the lower right corner. Year 3024 of the Blue Star calendar record of the 7th exploration of the Abyssal Corridor. 3024. Now it is 3027. 3 years ago. Sumu closed the book and put it back in its place. He took out another one. A Geography of the Abyssal Corridor Internal Edition. He opened it. The title page was stamped with a red seal, Military Top Secret Prohibited from Dissemination. He continued to flip through the pages. 2 hours later, Sumu exited the library. The sun was already bright and the fog had completely dispersed. He stored the 3 borrowed books in the bag of the greedy and headed towards the dormitory. On the way, he encountered several students who moved aside from a distance, bowing their heads and not daring to look at him. Sumu paid them no mind. He returned to his dormitory, closed the door, and sat on the bed. He took out the Geography of the Abyssal Corridor and flipped to a dog-eared page. On that page was a hand-drawn map. The center of the map was marked with the words, Altar. The area around the altar was circled in red with a note beside it stating, Only kings may enter. He stared at it for a long time before closing the book and putting it away. He sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and his consciousness sank into introspection. Next extraction, cool down 19 hours, 44 minutes. Blackwind Ridge. In the evening, Zhou Junjiang stood at the entrance of the third mine, watching the sun slowly sink behind the distant mountains. Throughout the day, he had received no news. Sumu did not leave the camp. Everything in the special training camp was normal. He stood there for a long time until the sun completely set, leaving only a hint of dark red in the sky. Zhou Fu approached with a lantern. Third elder dinner is ready. Zhou Junjiang did not move. The ancient offering asked when Sumu would come out. Zhou Junjiang finally spoke. I don't know. Zhou Fu dared not ask further. Zhou Junjiang turned around, took the lantern from his hand, and walked deeper into the mine. After taking a few steps, he suddenly stopped. Has there been any news from Yunfei today? Zhou Fu was momentarily taken aback. Replying to the third elder no. Zhou Junjiang nodded and continued to walk forward. The light flickered in the deep corridor, casting his elongated shadow. The edges of the shadow twisted into strange shapes on the rough rock wall. In the dead of night, in the special training camp dormitory, Sumu still sat cross-legged. There was no moonlight outside the window, only complete darkness. He did not turn on the light. In the darkness, there was only the faint sound of breathing. And deep within his consciousness, that constantly changing number. 8 hours 12 minutes, 8 hours 11 minutes, 8 hours 10 minutes, he closed his eyes. Waiting. The 23rd day. At 4 a.m. Zhanwu City still slumbered in the deepest veil of night. Sumu opened his eyes. The dormitory was dark, a slender thread of light slipped through the gap in the curtains, the faint diffused glow of a distant street lamp piercing the mist. That sliver of light fell upon the opposite wall, illuminating a palm-sized patch, where the fine hairline cracks in the plaster were clearly visible. He did not move. Deep within his consciousness, the system interface hovered silently. Extraction cooldown complete. Host has met all prerequisites for extraction. Available ability list refreshed. Confirm immediate extraction. Sumu gazed at the lines of text, hesitating without confirming. He closed his eyes and sank his awareness deeper. In the darkness, 3 lines emerged in his perception. Blacklight virus complete version originated from prototype. Grants full assimilation of targets, including their memories, abilities, and partial genetic traits. Features hyperregeneration, morphological adaptation, and energy perception. Warning: this ability permanently alters the host's biological nature. After 3 months of infection, emotional perception gradually degrades, eventually retaining only primal effective responses. Compatibility with shadow affinity abilities extremely high. Sharingan 3 Tomo originated from Naruto. Grants foundational mastery over perception, replication, and genjutsu, with potential for evolution. Compatibility with shadow affinity abilities moderate. Note: requires chakra or an analogous energy system. Initial integration may provoke rejection responses. Zanpakuto Asachi originated from Bleach. A growth-capable weapon. Begins as an Asachi blade, awakening its true name and powers through resonance with the wielder's soul. Compatibility with shadow affinity abilities unknown. Note: once bonded to the host, this ability cannot be severed. Should the host fall in battle, the Zanpakuto will dissipate. 3 options, 3 divergent paths. Sumu did not hesitate long. Select Blacklight virus. Confirmation received Blacklight virus complete version. Initiating extraction. Progress 1. 12. 34. A cold mechanical voice resonated deep within his consciousness. Simultaneously, Su-mu felt his body begin to change. First came a subtle pricking sensation, as if countless fine needles pierced outward from his marrow. Then the prickling flared into searing heat. His blood boiled, every cell trembling in resonance. He remained still. In the darkness, he held his cross-legged posture, allowing the inferno to spread unchecked through his veins. Beads of sweat welled upon his skin, ink-black and viscous. They traced black trails down his neck, soaking into his collar and dripping onto the bedsheets. The sheets sizzled, faintly scorched by minute holes, releasing the acrid scent of charred fabric. Progress 67. 81. 95. The heat reached its zenith. In that instant, Su-mu heard a cacophony erupt beside his ears. Screams, roars, wails, maniacal laughter, blending into an indistinguishable, deafening storm. Then, absolute silence. Extraction complete. Blacklight virus successfully integrated. Current infection stage, initial fusion phase, 7 days. Ability registry updated. Su-mu opened his eyes. Darkness was no longer dark. His vision sharpened beyond all prior measure. Every warp and weft of the curtain fibers, the subtle branching of fissures across the wall, dust motes suspended midair, all rendered with crystalline clarity. He could even trace the slow spiraling rotation of each particle. He raised his right hand. Beneath his skin, faint black traceries writhed like living things. With a thought they stilled, his flesh smoothing back to its unmarked state. Su-mu turned his gaze toward the system interface. New ability acquired. Blacklight virus initial fusion phase. Passive hyperregeneration cellular level. Recovery is assured unless total annihilation occurs instantly. Passive genetic memory. Acquire fragments of target memory via assimilation. Active morphological adaptation. Localized or full body transformation. Requires acclimation period. Active energy perception. Detects strength and affinity of surrounding life forms' energy signatures. Active assimilation requires physical contact. Targets may be living or recently deceased. Current assimilation progress 0. Warning: during the initial fusion phase, ability stability remains low. Overuse may accelerate infection progression. Su-mu read the final line and said nothing. He lowered his hand and rose. Outside the window, night was thinning, the deepest gloom receded. Dawn approached. 6 a.m. Su-mu pushed open the dormitory door. The corridor lay hushed, but to his newly awakened senses silence was merely illusion. He perceived the energy fluctuation emanating from Chu Kuanga's room next door, a pale azure sharp as a drawn blade, the hallmark of wind-aligned true qi. He perceived the patrolling sentry downstairs, a cluster of faint white points radiating the modest energy signature of a martial disciple. He even perceived the cooks bustling in the distant canteen, dozens of luminous points, bright and dim, shifting steadily within the building's walls. Energy perception, more potent than imagined. Su-mu reined in his awareness, constraining it to manageable thresholds, lest the overlapping energies of hundreds across the entire garrison flood his senses all at once. He descended the stairs, heading toward the canteen. The canteen was still quiet, sparsely populated. Su-mu collected his breakfast and sat at his usual spot. No sooner had he settled than Chu Kuanga arrived, tray in hand. He set down his tray and studied Su-mu, brows faintly furrowed. "You seem different today." Su-mu lifted a piece of fried egg with his chopsticks. "How so?" Chu Kuanga held his gaze for several seconds, then shook his head. "Hard to say. Just a sense that you're more dangerous now than before." Su-mu offered no reply. He placed the egg in his mouth and chewed slowly. Through energy perception, Chu Kuanga's aura pulsed unusually, agitated as though stirred by some unseen catalyst. "Zhou Yunfei sent another transmission last night," Chu Kuanga murmured, lowering his voice. "Direction northwest." And this time he left the infirmary after sending it, returned to his dormitory to sleep. Su-mu swallowed the egg. "Anything else?" "Well," Chu Kuanga paused, uncertain. "I got word this morning. Its veracity is unconfirmed." "Speak." "Last night something was delivered to Hafeng Ridge," Chu Kuanga whispered, lower still. "Reportedly retrieved by the Zhou family from the outer fringes of the abyssal corridor, long concealed in the imperial capital's sealed vaults. This time it was specially transported and placed at Hafeng Ridge." Su-mu set down his chopsticks. "What is it?" "Unknown," Chu Kuanga shook his head. "Only that it's small, housed in a mithril box. Escorted personally by Elder Zhou Jinyue himself, 6th rank Grandmaster leading the convoy. Has he arrived at Hafeng Ridge?" "At 3 a.m. He should still be there." Sumu remained silent. He lifted his soy milk and took a slow measured sip. It was warm, sweetness perfectly balanced. Abyssal corridor. Mithril box. Personal escort by the Zhou family's grand elder. His mind conjured the hand-drawn map from geographical treatise of the abyssal corridor, centered on a ritual altar circled in crimson ink. None but a sovereign may enter. Yet objects beneath sovereignty or potency could be removed, such as a key requiring specific conditions to activate, such as a fragment bearing the same crimson resonance as the blood token left behind by his parents. Sumu finished the last sip, set down the cup. I won't attend this morning's training. Chu Kuanga blinked in surprise. Where are you going? Sumu gave no answer. He rose, lifted his tray, and walked toward the return station. After a few paces he paused. If I'm not back by noon, don't wait for me this afternoon either. Chu Kuanga opened his mouth to speak to question, but finally only nodded. Understood. 7 a.m. Sumu stood at the garrison gate. 2 sergeants manned the post. Seeing him approach, they instinctively straightened their spines. Captain Su outbound. Yes. Just sign the register. The sergeant handed over the logbook. Sumu accepted it and inscribed his name and departure time. As he returned the book, he paused. Where is Chief Instructor Tai today? The sergeant hesitated. Chief Instructor Tai should be in his office. Sumu nodded. He stepped beyond the garrison gates, walking steadily along the road leading out of the city. After 200 meters, he veered off into the roadside woods. The woods were still, only birdsong and the rustle of leaves in the breeze. Sumu halted, turning to face the garrison's direction. Through the trees, the garrison buildings appeared only as blurred silhouettes. He raised his hand. Shadow True Chi coalesced in his palm. Black mist surged forth, swiftly enveloping his entire form. When it dispersed, his attire had transformed. Tight black combat garb, face veiled in black cloth, eyes alone exposed. Not shadow shape-shifting, merely the first application of morphological adaptation. Sumu touched the cloth over his face, verifying its integrity, then vanished into the forest's depths. 8 a.m. Hafeng Ridge. On the top floor of the abandoned smelting plant, Zhou Junjiang stood by the window, gazing down the mountain road. Zhou Fu entered, pushing the door open. 3rd Elder Scouts report Sumu departed the special training camp at 7 a.m. Heading westward. Zhou Junjiang's eyes narrowed slightly. Alone. Alone. Zhou Junjiang fell silent for several seconds. What does Elder Zhou Jinyue say? Elder Jinyue reports the artifact is secured, and the bait is laid. Now we await the catch. Zhou Junjiang nodded. He turned and strode toward the door. Pausing at the threshold, he asked, any news from Yunfei today? Zhou Fu shook his head. None. Zhou Junjiang said nothing more, opened the door, and walked out. Deep within the mine shaft, at the far end of the main tunnel, stood an abandoned miner's rest chamber. Within its 10 square meter stone confines rested a stone table. Upon it sat a palm-sized mithril box. The box gleamed silver-white, its surface etched with intricate runes that emitted a faint pulsing luminescence. Zhou Jinyue sat beside the table, eyes closed in quiet repose. His beard and eyebrows were snow-white, his face gaunt, but his aura ran deep as an abyss. 6th rank Grandmaster, just 1 step shy of Archmaster. Footsteps echoed outside the door. Gu Qingchuan entered. He glanced at the box upon the stone table, then at Zhou Jinyue. He's coming soon. Zhou Jinyue opened his eyes. Are your people ready? Gu Qingchuan nodded. The Yuan sealing net has been repositioned. Shadow-cutting talismans distributed more widely. Soul anchor spikes doubled in number. The formation master laid 3 interlocking binding arrays along the main tunnel. Once he steps foot inside the mine, he will not walk out alive. Zhou Jinyue nodded, satisfied. His gaze drifted to the mithril box, and a faint smile curved his lips. Then we wait. 9 a.m. At the periphery of Hafeng Ridge, amid wild grasses, Sumu crouched low, pressing his palm flat against the earth. Energy perception rippled outward like a tide. 10 meters, 50, 100. He saw. Within the mountain's rocky core, hundreds of luminous points clustered densely. Each at least 1st rank Grandmaster strength. E2 stood out most, one deep azure 6th rank Grandmaster, the other dark crimson 1st rank Archmaster. Beyond those, countless non-biological energy signatures flickered, spirit talismans, formation discs, crossbow bolts, strategically arrayed along both sides of the main tunnel. Sumu withdrew his perception. He rose, gazing toward Hafeng Ridge in the morning light. Its slopes glowed gray-brown. The mine entrances gaped like hollow, sightless eyes. The Zhou family had indeed invested heavily. Yet the mithril box was there, in the deepest stone chamber. His energy perception, never aired, nestled within that innermost room, pulsed a faint singular resonance. Ancient, profound, and unmistakably familiar. identical to the crimson token left by his parents. Sumu stood in silence for several breaths. Then he began to move, not toward the mine entrance, but toward the rear slopes of Hafing Ridge. 9:20 a.m. Behind the Black Wind Ridge. There are no paths here. The back mountain has not been visited since the mine was abandoned 30 years ago. Weeds have grown waist-high and thorny vines entwined into an impenetrable net. Dead trees lie scattered on the ground, their trunks covered in moss and fungi. Sumu stood on a protruding rock. From his vantage point, the entire Black Wind Ridge mining area came into view. The abandoned smelting factory, heaps of slag, numerous mine entrances, and that one dirt road leading out of the mountain. Under the sunlight, everything appeared tranquil. But beneath that tranquility, a boiling, murderous intent could be sensed. Sumu closed his eyes, letting his perception expand once more. This time it was not a rough scan, but a detailed watching. He saw two individuals lying in the rubble 30 meters to the left of the entrance to Mine No. 1. A third-level Grandmaster and a fourth-level Grandmaster, their breaths steady, completely motionless, having been there for at least 6 hours. He saw 5 people hidden in the abandoned or screening shed to the right of Mine No. 2. 3 crossbowmen and 2 observers, the arrows in the crossbowmen's hands emitting a faint spiritual glow, their tips tempered with the blood of exotic beasts. He saw that the entrance to Mine No. 3 appeared unoccupied, but 3 gossamer nets were embedded in the rock crevices above. Sealing nets, their intricate energy patterns indicating they were primed for activation. He saw 47 energy sources embedded in the rock walls on either side of the main passage. Shadow-breaking talismans, evenly distributed, extending from the entrance deep into the mine. As soon as he stepped in, these talismans would light up, simultaneously illuminating the entire main passage as bright as day. He saw the soul-settling nails at the entrance of the branch passage, dense and tightly packed, with the tips facing outward, each nail tempered with secret silver. Anyone rushing from the main passage into the branch passage would immediately be met with this blockade of nails. He saw 3 layers of confinement formations. The first layer was 50 zhang from the entrance, the second at 120 zhang, and the third at 200 zhang. Interconnected and progressive, each layer retained a life gate, but that life gate led to the next layer of traps. He saw 2 strongest light points in the deepest stone chamber. A deep blue, a 6th-level Grandmaster. A dark red, a 1st-level Grandmaster. Between them lay that secret silver box. The energy fluctuation of the box was extremely weak, yet remarkably clear in his perception. Ancient, profound, with a hint of a familiar chill. It was identical to the blood-red token left by his parents. Sumu opened his eyes. He remained still, standing on the rock as the mountain wind rustled his clothes. In his mind, a 3-dimensional image of the entire Black Wind Ridge had already formed. 137 enemies distributed across 23 locations. The trigger methods, coverage areas, and chain reactions of all traps were clearly visible. The Zhou family had indeed invested heavily. To kill him, they mobilized 30% of their family's high-end combat power, piled up resources worth millions in military merit, and even retrieved a relic related to his parents from the outskirts of the Dark Abyss corridor as bait. This sincerity warranted his serious attention. Sumu jumped down from the rock, landing in the waist-high grass. The grass brushed against his legs, producing a faint rustling sound. Several grasshoppers were startled, bouncing away into the distance. He began to move not towards the mine, but along the ridge of the back mountain, heading towards the southeastern corner of the mining area. That was the place with the weakest energy perception in the entire Black Wind Ridge, the abandoned or storage area adjacent to a cliff with a 30-meter-deep, dried riverbed below. The Zhou family had only placed 2 people there, a 3rd-level Grandmaster and a 4th-level Grandmaster. 9:40 a.m. Or storage area. This place used to be filled with mined iron or waiting to be transported to the smelting factory. 30 years later, the ore was long gone, leaving only piles of debris and rusted tracks. Weeds grew through the crevices of the rubble, reaching half a person's height. On the edge of the storage area, close to the cliff, there was an abandoned duty room. Half of the wall had collapsed, and the roof's corrugated panels were rusted with several holes, allowing sunlight to filter through and cast mottled patterns on the ground. Inside the duty room, there were 2 people. One leaned against a relatively intact corner, eyes closed in rest. The other squatted in front of a broken window, using binoculars to watch the only dirt road outside the mining area. Zhou Tong, the one squatting by the window, lowered his voice. How long until the shift change? The one against the wall did not open his eyes. For hours. Damn it. The one at the window put down the binoculars, rubbed his eyes. This lousy place doesn't even have a place to sit. Just endure it. I've been puzzled. The one at the window turned around. He was a lean man in his 30s, a 3rd-level Grandmaster. If Sumu really comes, he's sure to come from the front. What's the use of us guarding this lousy place? Zhou Tong finally opened his eyes. He was in his 40s with an ordinary appearance, but sharp eyes. The third elder ordered us to guard, so we guard. No need for so much chatter. The lean man curled his lips and raised the binoculars again. Just as he raised the binoculars, a thin black line silently pierced from behind his head, emerging from. There was no blood. The line was so fine that the wound was instantly sealed by high temperature. The lean man stared wide-eyed, his body stiffening, then slowly toppling forward. Zhou Tong sensed something was wrong and sprang up, but it was already too late. In the moment he stood, a hand had already grasped his neck. The hand was cold, devoid of warmth, like a dead person's hand. Don't make a sound. The voice was soft and calm. Zhou Tong's pupils constricted. He saw a young face. Black hair, black eyes devoid of any expression. Sumu. Zhou Tong's true essence surged wildly, attempting to break free. But just as his true essence reached halfway, he felt an even colder, more domineering force surging from that hand, instantly suppressing his true essence completely. That force rampaged through his body, and wherever it passed, his own body seemed no longer his own. You? He opened his mouth, but only a single syllable escaped. Then he felt the hand on his neck loosen. Not released. The 5 fingers of that hand had melted. The 5 fingers transformed into black liquid, seeping into the skin on his neck. He wanted to scream, but his throat felt blocked. He wanted to struggle, but his body completely disobeyed him. He could only watch helplessly as his hands began to change. Black patterns surged beneath his skin like countless tiny snakes slithering about. Then came the endless darkness. 3 seconds later, Zhou Tong opened his eyes. He looked down at his hands. The skin was normal without black patterns. He moved his fingers, bending, stretching, and making a fist. Each movement was extremely precise, indistinguishable from how it had been in life. But he knew that Zhou Tong was already dead. Now standing in this shell was another consciousness. Sumu adjusted the shoulders of this unfamiliar body. The cultivation of a 4th-level grandmaster with thick, true essence, but the method of operation was completely different from what he was accustomed to. He walked to the broken mirror. The mirror reflected a face in its 40s, ordinary in appearance with a vacant gaze. That was the most common expression of Zhou Tong in life. He adjusted his gaze to make it appear even more vacant. Then he looked at the other corpse lying on the ground. The lean man, a 3rd-level grandmaster named Zhou Yuan. Sumu approached, squatting down, placing his palm on Zhou Yuan's forehead. Black liquid surged from his palm, covering Zhou Yuan's entire face. 5 seconds later, Zhou Yuan's corpse began to dissolve. Not burning, not rotting, but melting like snow, turning into a pool of black liquid, then seeping into the ground, disappearing without a trace. Not even leaving behind the clothes. Sumu stood up and walked out of the duty room. The sunlight was blinding. He squinted, Zhou Tong's habitual action. Then he walked along the gravel path at the edge of the storage area toward the center of the mining area. 1010 a.m. Entrance of mine no. 3. Zhou Zhenjiang stood in the shadow on the left side of the entrance, watching the distant dirt road. Footsteps approached from behind. He turned to see Zhou Tong walking briskly towards him. 3rd Elder. Zhou Tong approached, lowering his voice. There has been no movement on the storage area side. Zhou Zhenjiang nodded. Continue to guard it. If there are any anomalies, report to me immediately. Yes. Zhou Tong turned and walked a few steps, then stopped. 3rd Elder, there's something. Zhou Zhenjiang frowned. What is it? Zhou Yuan said he saw a figure moving down the mountain just now and wanted me to come and ask if we should strengthen the alert. Zhou Zhenjiang's brow furrowed even tighter. A figure? From which direction? West side of the dirt road, near the riverbed. Zhou Zhenjiang was silent for 2 seconds. You go back and tell Zhou Yuan to keep a close watch over there. I'm going to find Gu Phone 1 and ask if we can add 2 alert talismans in the riverbed direction. Yes. Zhou Tong quickly left. Zhou Zhenjiang stood in place, watching his figure disappear in the direction of the storage area, then turned and walked into the mine. Storage area. Zhou Tong returned to the duty room and sat on the threshold. His face was still Zhou Tong's face, his eyes still Zhou Tong's eyes. But only he knew that those few words had already planted a seed in Zhou Zhenjiang's mind. Zhou Zhenjiang would go and ask Gu Qingchuan. Gu Qingchuan would tell him that there was no need to add alert talismans in the riverbed direction. Then Zhou Zhenjiang would be puzzled. Why did Zhou Tong go to such lengths for no reason? But this doubt would only arise after several hours. Several hours. Enough. Sumu leaned against the broken wall, closing his eyes. Energy perception expanded once more. More than 100 meters away, deep within the mine, those 2 strongest light points remained in place. The secret silver box still rested on the stone table. He opened his eyes. The corners of his mouth curved slightly. That was an expression that had never appeared on Zhou Tong's face. At 10:40 in the morning in the Black Wind Ridge mining area, the sun blazed fiercely, causing visible heat waves to rise from the slag-covered ground. A few crows perched on the iron frames of the abandoned smelting plant, their black bean-like eyes fixing on the moving shadows below, occasionally letting out a hoarse caw. At the entrance of Cave No. 3 in the shadows, Zhou Zhenjiang had been standing there for almost 2 hours. He remained still like a statue. Only his eyes occasionally blinked, proving he was still alive. He was waiting for a figure to appear at the end of the dirt road. He waited for the signal from the scout to light up. He waited for the sounds of battle to come from deep within the cave. But nothing occurred. The dirt road was empty, the signal charm lay silently in his sleeve, and only the occasional sound of footsteps could be heard from deep within the cave. That was the patrolling offerings changing shifts. Everything was normal. Too normal. Zhou Zhenjiang furrowed his brow. From dawn until now 6 hours had passed, and the news of Su Mu leaving the special training camp at 7 in the morning had reached his ears. Over 3 hours was enough time for him to walk from Zhanwu City to Black Wind Ridge. Even if he took a detour or was cautious, he should have arrived at the outskirts. But the dark sentinels on the perimeter reported nothing. The observer at Cave No. 1 said he saw no one. The crossbowman at Cave No. 2 reported no sightings. Zhou Tong and Zhou Yuan at the stacking yard also said they saw no one. Where did Su Mu go? Zhou Zhenjiang looked up at the sky. The sun was already overhead, and soon it would be time for lunch. He turned around, preparing to enter the cave to discuss matters with Gu Qingchuan. At that moment, footsteps approached from behind. Zhou Zhenjiang turned around. It was Zhou Tong, who hurried over, a hint of confusion on his face. Third elder. What is it? Zhou Tong stepped closer and lowered his voice. I just want to take a look by the riverbed. Zhou Zhenjiang frowned. Who told you to go? No one told me, Zhou Tong replied awkwardly. It's just that Zhou Yuan said he saw a shadow, and I felt uneasy, so I went to check it out myself. But I found nothing. It was a wasted trip. Zhou Zhenjiang stared at him for a few seconds. Where's Zhou Yuan? In the duty room. Zhou Tong answered. He was on guard for the first half of the night, and is extremely tired now, so I let him take a nap. Zhou Zhenjiang remained silent, looking at Zhou Tong for a few more seconds before shifting his gaze away. Return and guard the stacking yard. No one is allowed to leave their post without my command. Yes, Zhou Tong replied, and turned to leave. Zhou Zhenjiang watched his figure disappear towards the stacking yard, his brow furrowing even deeper. Zhou Tong was unusually talkative today. Moreover, when had Zhou Tong ever been this diligent? He remembered Zhou Tong as someone of above-average strength in the Zhou family offerings, but he was lazy, preferring to lie down if possible, sit if he must, and stand only when absolutely necessary. In the 7 days at Black Wind Ridge, he had spent every day either on duty or sleeping in the duty room. Yet today he took the initiative to check the riverbed. A hint of doubt flashed through Zhou Zhenjiang's mind. But after thinking it over, he felt he was being overly suspicious. Zhou Tong's face, that voice, those little gestures. They were all familiar from decades of acquaintance, and he couldn't be faking it. Perhaps it was because Su Mu was coming and the pressure was too great. Even someone as lazy as Zhou Tong was getting nervous. Zhou Zhenjiang shook his head and turned to walk into the cave. In the stacking yard's duty room, Su Mu returned to the threshold and sat down. Leaning against the crumbling wall, he closed his eyes, revealing Zhou Tong's signature, lazy expression. In his energy perception, Zhou Zhenjiang had already entered the depths of the cave, and that deep green light point was moving towards Gu Qingchuan's dark red light point. The two were conversing. The distance was too great to hear their words. But Su Mu knew that Zhou Zhenjiang had gone to inquire about the riverbed with Gu Qingchuan. Gu Qingchuan would tell him that the riverbed direction did not require additional warning charms. Then Zhou Zhenjiang would wonder why Zhou Tong had left his post to check. But this doubt would only ferment into suspicion several hours later. Several hours would be enough. Su Mu opened his eyes and glanced towards the corner of the duty room. There were a few rusted iron plates piled up behind which lay Zhou Tong and Zhou Yuan's change of clothes and food supplies from these few days. He got up and walked over, rummaging through the clothing. He found a token. The Zhou family offering token was made of bronze the size of a palm, with Zhou Tong engraved on the front and the Zhou family crest, a soaring black eagle, on the back. Su Mu tucked the token into his pocket. Then he returned to the threshold, pulled a hard biscuit capable of being lethal from the food bag, and slowly started to nibble it with the cool water from his flask. Zhou Tong liked to eat biscuits. Zhou Tong preferred to eat them with cool water. After finishing, Zhou Tong would lean against the wall and doze off until it was time to change shifts. After finishing his biscuit, Su Mu leaned against the wall and closed his eyes. Sunlight streamed in through the partially collapsed roof, warming him. Occasionally, the cawing of crows could be heard in the distance. Everything seemed normal. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, deep within the cave in an abandoned lounge, Zhou Jinyue opened his eyes. He looked towards the door as footsteps approached from outside. The door was pushed open, and Zhou Zhenjiang walked in. "Elder, what is the situation outside?" Zhou Jinyue nodded. "Nothing unusual." Zhou Zhenjiang walked to the stone table, glancing at the silver-plated box on the table. Sumu has been gone from the special training camp for 6 hours. He should have arrived by now, but the dark sentinels on the perimeter have reported nothing. Zhou Jinyue fell silent for a few seconds. Could he have already entered? Zhou Zhenjiang froze. Impossible. He shook his head. All the entrances to the mines are guarded, and all the traps in the main passage are ready to be triggered. If he had entered, there would have been some noise. Zhou Jinyue said nothing. He stood up and walked to the wall. A copper mirror was nailed to the wall, its surface polished smooth enough to reflect a person's outline. He looked at himself in the mirror, his hair and beard white, his face gaunt, but his eyes sharp. "Zhenjiang," he spoke. "Here, what kind of person do you think Sumu is?" Zhou Zhenjiang thought for a moment. "Arrogant, overbearing, decisive in killing, leaving no future troubles. What else?" "Furthermore." Zhou Zhenjiang fell silent for a few seconds. "He isn't stupid." Zhou Jinyue turned around. "He isn't stupid," he repeated these 3 words. "If he weren't stupid, he wouldn't have rushed headlong into the web of traps we set up. He isn't stupid, he would try to figure out our weaknesses first. He isn't stupid, he would." He paused. Zhou Zhenjiang's face slightly changed. "Does the elder mean that Sumu might already be inside the mining area?" Zhou Jinyue did not answer. He walked back to the stone table and sat down again. "Have everyone strengthen their vigilance. Report any abnormalities immediately." "Yes." Zhou Zhenjiang turned to leave. "Wait." Zhou Zhenjiang stopped. Zhou Jinyue looked at the silver box and said slowly, "Does this thing really relate to Sumu's parents?" "Yes." Zhou Zhenjiang replied. "Years ago, when Sumu's parents were imprisoned in the Dark Abyss corridor, they were carrying 2 tokens. One was blood red, the other black. The blood red token is now in Sumu's hands, the black token." He glanced at the silver box. "It's inside." Zhou Jinyue nodded. "He will definitely come." He paused, a hint of a smile creeping onto his lips. "Before he comes, he will first find a way to confirm whether this thing is real." Zhou Zhenjiang's expression changed again. "Elder, are you saying?" "Send the order down." Zhou Jinyue interrupted him. "From now on, without my command, no one is allowed within 100 feet of this stone chamber." "Anyone?" "Yes." Zhou Zhenjiang hurriedly left. Zhou Jinyue sat in place, staring at the silver box. "Sumu." He murmured softly to himself. "Where are you?" At 2 in the afternoon in the stacking yard duty room, Sumu leaned against the wall, sound asleep. The sunlight had shifted and the duty room had darkened. A few flies buzzed around in the corner, landing on the pile of clean clothes, then taking off to settle on the rusted iron plates. Sumu's breathing was steady, his chest rising and falling gently. Suddenly, he opened his eyes a crack. In his energy perception, a slightly weaker light point appeared next to the 2 strongest light points deep within the cave. It was Zhou Zhenjiang. Zhou Zhenjiang was reporting something to Gu Qingchuan and Zhou Jinyue. Then the 3 light points separated. Zhou Zhenjiang left, Gu Qingchuan remained, and Zhou Jinyue stayed put. After that, the light points throughout the mining area began to move. This was not a change of shifts, it was an increase in vigilance. Everyone was adding personnel to their respective areas, and the patrol frequency had noticeably increased. Sumu closed his eyes and continued to sleep. However, a barely perceptible smile curved at the corner of his mouth. The seed of suspicion began to sprout. But this seed would only make them more anxious, more focused on watching the cave entrance and the perimeter. They wouldn't notice that the lazy Zhou Tong was sound asleep against the wall of the duty room. At 4 in the afternoon, the sun began to dip in the west. Sumu woke up, stretching lazily. He stood up and walked to the duty room door, gazing toward the center of the mining area. The shadow of the smelting plant stretched long, casting the entrance of the cave in shadow. He turned around, pulled out another biscuit from the food bag, and finished it with some cool water. Then he walked back to the threshold, took Zhou Tong's token from his pocket, and began to toy with it in his hands. The bronze token gleamed a dark yellow under the setting sun. After looking at it for a few seconds, he put it away. In his energy perception, the light points in the mining area began a new round of shifts. The 2 from Cave No. 1 were rotated out, heading deeper into the cave to rest. 3 of the 5 from Cave No. 2 were replaced with 3 newcomers added. The ceiling net of Cave No. 3 was inspected and confirmed to be intact. Over at the stacking yard, someone should be coming to rotate shifts as well. Sure enough, before long, a figure approached from the center of the mining area. It was a middle-aged man in his 40s at the 3rd level of mastery with an ordinary appearance. He walked up to the duty room and glanced at Sumu. "Zhou Tong, it's time to change shifts." Sumu stood up and nodded. Where's Zhou Yuan? Still sleeping. Sumu motioned toward the inside of the duty room. That kid stayed up late last night and can't be woken up. The middle-aged man peered in and indeed saw a curled-up figure in the corner covered with an old piece of clothing sound asleep. He chuckled. All right, then you go back and rest. They'll take care of this place. Sumu nodded and walked toward the center of the mining area. After taking several steps, he turned to look back. The middle-aged man had already entered the duty room, sitting at the threshold with his back to the inside, vigilantly watching his surroundings. Sumu withdrew his gaze and continued forward. His pace was neither hurried nor slow. Zhou Tong's laziness, Zhou Tong's habits, everything about Zhou Tong was perfectly imitated. No one cast him a second glance. At 4:30 in the afternoon, deep within the cave, Sumu entered the resting area. This was a temporary base remodeled from an abandoned miner's dormitory with over 20 stone rooms lined up along the corridor. Some doors were ajar with voices coming from inside, while others were closed and dim light seeped through the cracks. Sumu approached a stone room with an open door. Inside sat 3 people playing cards. One of them looked up and called out, Zhou Tong want to join us for a couple of rounds. Sumu shook his head lazily. I'm tired going to sleep. All right, lazybones. Sumu continued walking forward. He passed by a dozen stone rooms and finally stopped in front of a tightly closed door. There was no sign on the door, but in his energy perception, there was no one behind this door. He pushed it open. Inside was an empty stone room about 10 square meters with a simple stone bed, a stone table, and an oil lamp on the table. Sumu entered and closed the door. He sat down by the stone bed and closed his eyes. His energy perception expanded to the fullest, and over 100 light points in the mining area became clearly visible. The 2 strongest light points in the deepest part remained in place. The ancient-feeling silver box was also there, but within 100 feet around there was indeed no one. Zhou Jinyu's orders were executed thoroughly. Sumu opened his eyes, a smile again curving at the corner of his mouth. Soon. At 6:20 in the evening, the Black Wind Ridge mining area sank into twilight. The last rays of the setting sun disappeared beyond the western ridge, leaving only a dark red glow on the horizon, like a wound sliced by a knife, slowly healing. Lights flickered on in the mine. They were not electric lights. This place had been abandoned for 30 years, long devoid of power. They were oil lamps hanging one by one on the rock walls on either side of the tunnel. The flames swayed in the draft, stretching shadows long against the rough rock walls, distorting them into strange shapes. Sumu walked out of the resting area. He had already slept for 2 hours. In his energy perception, over 100 light spots in the mining area remained mostly in their original positions. Some were changing shifts, some were on patrol, and some were resting. Everything was as usual. He walked deeper into the tunnel, his pace neither fast nor slow, embodying the usual lazy rhythm of Zhou Tong. When he encountered patrolling offerings, he nodded in greeting. When he saw those on guard, he waved his hand to indicate that he was just passing by. No one asked further. Zhou Tong was considered an elder among this group of offerings, having been at the Zhou family for over a decade. Who wouldn't know him? Sumu passed the location of the first confinement array. That was the first layer of a 3-layer confinement array set 50 zhang away from the main tunnel. To the naked eye, it looked like an ordinary tunnel with no abnormalities. But in his energy perception, there were extremely complex energy patterns interwoven like a spider's trap, quietly waiting for its prey to step in. He continued walking forward. The second confinement array was at 120 zhang, and the third confinement array was at 200 zhang. He carefully sensed each one, noting the operational patterns of the formations, the locations of the energy nodes, and the true locations of the entrances. The array master hired by the Zhou family indeed had some skill. These 3 layers of confinement arrays were interconnected. If someone unversed in formation stepped in, even if they could break the first layer, they would exhaust their energy in the second layer and be trapped in the third. Unfortunately, Sumu was not there to break the formations. He bypassed the coverage of the third confinement array and entered a side tunnel. The side tunnel was narrower, only 2 meters wide, with a soul-binding nail embedded in the rock walls every few steps. The pointed ends faced outward, tempered with secret silver glimmering with a cold light in the dim lamp's glow. He slowed his pace, weaving between the soul-binding nails. His energy perception was fully engaged, and the position, orientation, and triggering method of each nail clearly surfaced in his mind. 120 soul-binding nails. Not a single one was triggered. He exited the side tunnel and returned to the main passage. Ahead lay the final stretch. In his energy perception, that stone chamber was just 50 meters away. 2 of the strongest light points, deep blue and dark red, stood guard on either side of the stone chamber. The ancient vibrations of the secret silver box pulsed like a heartbeat echoing from inside the chamber. Sumu stopped in his tracks. He leaned against the rock wall, pulled out a bag of food from his pocket, and slowly began to nibble on a piece of flatbread. Zhou Tong was tired. Zhou Tong was exhausted and needed to rest for a while. No one found it strange. Inside the stone chamber, Zhou Jinyue opened his eyes. He looked towards the entrance. Zhou Zhenjiang. The door was pushed open, and Zhou Zhenjiang walked in. Elder, is there any movement outside? None. Zhou Zhenjiang shook his head. Everything is normal. Sumu has not appeared yet. Zhou Jinyue remained silent for a few seconds. Has there been any unusual behavior from Zhou Tong at the storage yard today? Zhou Zhenjiang paused. Zhou Tong. He thought for a moment. He told me this morning that he went to the riverbed to take a look, saying Zhou Yuan saw a shadow moving. I told him to go back and keep watch. Zhou Jinyu's expression tightened. He left his post. Yes, Zhou Zhenjiang nodded. But he said he felt uneasy after Zhou Yuan saw a shadow, so he went to check. But he found nothing. What about Zhou Yuan? He's in the storage yard's duty room. Zhou Jinyue stood up. He walked to the wall and looked at the copper mirror. The mirror reflected his aging face and those sharp eyes. Zhenjiang, he spoke. Yes. When was the last time you saw Zhou Tong? Zhou Zhenjiang thought for a moment. During the shift change in the afternoon, he came to the mine to rest. I happened to be coming out from this side and met him in the tunnel. What did he say to you? He didn't say anything, just nodded. Zhou Jinyue turned around. Go call Zhou. Zhou Zhenjiang was taken aback. Now. 5 minutes later, Su Mu followed Zhou Zhenjiang into the stone chamber. The stone chamber was small, less than 10 square meters, with rough rock walls on all sides. A stone table, 2 stone stools, and an oil lamp. The secret silver box lay on the stone table. Zhou Jinyue sat on a stone stool facing the entrance. Gu Qingchuan stood in the corner wearing a gray robe with a short blade hanging at his waist, his expression blank. Sumu stood at the entrance wearing Zhou Tong's usual lazy expression. Elder, he spoke, his voice also mimicking Zhou Tong's. Did you call for me? Zhou Jinyue looked at him, remaining silent. The stone chamber fell quiet for a few seconds. Only the flame of the oil lamp flickered gently. Then Zhou Jinyue spoke. Zhou Tong, how many years have you been with the Zhou family? 14 years, Sumu replied. 14 years, Zhou Jinyue nodded. I remember when you first arrived you were just over 30, now you are 44. Yes. In these 14 years, how has the Zhou family treated you? Not poorly, Su Mu stated. The offerings are distributed on time, each year resources are never lacking, and there are rewards during festivals. Zhou Jinyue nodded again. He stood up and walked in front of Su Mu 3 steps away. His aged eyes stared at Su Mu's face, examining him inch by inch. Su Mu stood still. Zhou Tong's face, Zhou Tong's gaze, every detail of Zhou Tong, he perfectly mimicked. But Zhou Jinyue suddenly smiled. That smile was faint, yet it seemed to drop the temperature in the stone chamber by several degrees. Zhou Tong, he said, why is there a scar on your tiger's mouth? Sumu looked down at his right hand. Indeed, there was a very faint scar on the tiger's mouth. That was Zhou Tong's scar. He had seen Zhou Tong's corpse and studied every detail. But Zhou Jinyu's gaze did not linger on the tiger's mouth. He was testing him. Sumu raised his head, his expression unchanged. Return, elder, that is from 3 years ago when I was practicing with Zhou Kuan and was scratched by the tip of his sword. You were also present at the time. Zhou Jinyu's smile vanished. He fell silent for 2 seconds. Then he took a step back and sat back down on the stone stool. It's nothing. You can go back now. Sumu nodded and turned to leave. Just then Gu Qingchuan, who had been silent in the corner, suddenly spoke. Wait. Sumu halted. Gu Qingchuan approached and stood in front of Sumu. The aura of a grand master, though not deliberately released, created an invisible pressure that thickened the air in the stone chamber. He looked into Sumu's eyes. Your breathing frequency today is different from Zhou Tong's. Sumu remained silent. Zhou Tong practices the thick earth technique, breathing steadily at 13 to 15 times per minute. Gu Qingchuan's voice was calm. Since you entered until now, your breathing has been at 18 times per minute. Quick but steady. It's not the rhythm of the thick earth technique. The stone chamber fell completely silent. Even the flame of the oil lamp seemed to freeze. Zhou Zhenjiang's expression changed. Zhou Jinyue slowly stood up. Sumu stood in place looking at Gu Qingchuan. Then he smiled. Not Zhou Tong's lazy smile, but his own. Grandmaster, indeed it is different. His voice also changed. No longer Zhou Tong's slightly hoarse tone, but Sumu's own voice. Young, calm, with a hint of an elusive chill. The moment his words fell, his face began to melt. It was not a terrifying kind of melting, but like a reflection on water being shattered and then reassembling. 3 seconds later, Zhou Tong's face vanished. In its place was a young face. Black hair, black eyes with no expression at all. Sumu. Zhou Zhenjiang's pupils contracted sharply, true essence surging throughout his body in an instant. Zhou Zhenyue took a step back, his right hand already resting on the hilt of his sword at his waist. Gu Qingchuan did not move. He stood before Su Mu, looking at the young face, a flicker of unusual light passing through his eyes. "Good technique," he said. Su Mu looked at him. "You're not bad either." The two locked eyes. The atmosphere in the stone chamber was tense to the extreme, like a string pulled to its limit, ready to snap at any moment. The secret silver box lay quietly on the stone table, its runes glowing faintly under the oil lamp. An ancient aura pulsed like a heartbeat, one after the other. Su Mu's peripheral vision swept over the box. Then he withdrew his gaze and looked back at Gu Qingchuan. "Shall we take action?" Gu Qingchuan paused for a second. Then he smiled. It was the kind of smile one wore when encountering an interesting opponent after a long time. "Let's take action." In the instant the words "make a move" fell, Gu Qingchuan's blade was already drawn. There was no flash of light. The unsheathed short blade was entirely pitch black, as if it could absorb all light. As it sliced through the air, it was silent, like a bolt of black lightning aimed straight for Su Mu's throat. At the level of a grandmaster with a full-powered strike. Before the blade arrived, its aura had already ripped through the air, leaving a fine hair-like blood mark on Su Mu's skin in front of his Adam's apple. At the same moment, Zhou Zhenyue drew his sword. The true essence of a sixth-level master erupted, and the sword glowed with a blue light, stabbing towards Su Mu's back. Zhou Zhenjiang's palms struck out in unison, the wind from his palms, like a tidal wave, sealing off all of Su Mu's escape routes on the left. The three of them worked together, their coordination reaching an extreme. Clearly, it was not their first time joining forces to fight. Front and back, left and right, they formed a pincer attack. To the right was a stone wall, a deadlock. But Su Mu did not retreat. He took a step forward. This step coincided perfectly with Gu Qingchuan's blade. Gu Qingchuan's pupils constricted slightly, seeking death. Then he saw Su Mu raise his left hand. His palm met the blade. The sound of metal clashing exploded. Gu Qingchuan's blade struck Su Mu's palm, sparks flying. The blade did not cut into flesh, but instead struck what felt like the hardest metal, being forcefully blocked. Gu Qingchuan's eyes widened. What kind of flesh body is this? Su Mu's left hand had changed. Black patterns surged beneath the skin, instantly covering his entire palm, making it appear as if it were carved from obsidian. Blacklight virus morphological change, local hardening. The moment it blocked the blade, Su Mu's right hand moved. No weapon, just a fist. A punch slammed toward Gu Qingchuan's chest. Gu Qingchuan withdrew his blade, retreating at an extreme speed. His grandmaster agility left an afterimage in the air. But Su Mu's fist was faster. Bang! The edge of the punch grazed Gu Qingchuan's left shoulder, not hitting directly, but tearing his gray robe, leaving a blood mark on his shoulder. Gu Qingchuan landed, retreating 3 steps. He looked down at the wound on his shoulder, then looked at Su Mu. His expression changed completely. Meanwhile, Zhou Zhenyu's sword was already upon him. The sword tip was only 3 inches from Su Mu's back. Su Mu did not turn around. He simply sidestepped. The 3-inch distance turned into 1 inch in the moment he sidestepped. The sword tip grazed his rib, tearing his clothing and leaving a white mark on his skin. Not even blood came out. Zhou Zhenyue stabbed with his sword, immediately changing his attack, sweeping horizontally at Su Mu's waist. Su Mu's left hand reached out. 2 fingers. They pinched the sword's body. Zhou Zhenyue pulled with all his might, but the sword remained unmoved. He saw Su Mu's fingers sinking into the sword's body. Not pinching, but the black substance on his fingers melted the sword's metal, embedding those 2 fingers as if they had taken root. What the hell is this?" Zhou Zhenyue exclaimed in horror. Su Mu did not respond. His right hand clawed toward Zhou Zhenyue's face. Zhou Zhenjiang lunged from the left, both palms crashing towards Su Mu's right ribs. Bang! The palm's power struck solidly against Su Mu's ribs. Zhou Zhenjiang felt joy in his heart. He had hit. But the next second his joy froze. Su Mu's ribs were not broken, nor even dented. He turned to look at Zhou Zhenjiang. There was no expression in those black eyes. Then Zhou Zhenjiang saw that where his palms made contact, countless black filaments surged from beneath Su Mu's clothing. Those filaments drilled into his palms, burrowing into the skin, entering the blood vessels, and penetrating the bones. "Ah!" Zhou Zhenjiang screamed in agony, trying to pull his hands back. But he could not withdraw. His hands felt as if they were glued. The black filaments were still wildly pouring and spreading up his arms. Where they passed, it felt as if his own body no longer belonged to him. "Help! Help me!" he hoarsely begged Zhou Zhenyue. Zhou Zhenyue could no longer pay attention to him. He saw Su Mu's fingers embedded in the sword body suddenly melt, turning into black liquid that flowed towards his right hand. He decisively abandoned his sword and retreated frantically. "Gu Gufeng!" he shouted. Gu Qingchuan had already lunged once more. This time a dark red light glowed on his blade. Grandmaster True Essence fully infused. As the blade passed, the air was torn apart, emitting a sharp, explosive sound. Sumu finally released Zhou Zhenjiang. He turned to face Gu Qingchuan. Both hands reached out simultaneously. The left hand grasped the blade's edge, while the right hand clutched Gu Qingchuan's wrist, holding the blade. Clang! The blade was once again blocked by the left hand. This time sparks were more abundant, illuminating the entire stone chamber. Gu Qingchuan felt his wrist tighten. Sumu's right hand had already gripped his wrist. That hand was icy, devoid of warmth, yet its strength was astonishing. His true essence surged as he tried to shake off that hand. But he could not. That hand clutched his wrist like an iron hoop, and he felt something seeping in through his skin from that hand. Black filaments. Exactly the same as those that had entered Zhou Zhenjiang's body. Gu Qingchuan made a decisive decision, exploding his true essence at his wrist. Boom! His wrist exploded in a burst of blood mist. With the explosion's impact, he finally broke free from Sumu's hand and retreated again. Blood gushed from the severed wrist, but he remained unfazed, using his left hand to seal acupoints and stop the bleeding. Sumu stood still, watching the blood on his right hand. The blood rapidly evaporated, turning into a faint red mist that was absorbed by his skin. He raised his eyes to look at Gu Qingchuan. Quite ruthless. Gu Qingchuan did not respond. His gaze was fixed on Sumu, a trace of fear flickering deep within his pupils. The confrontation lasted less than 10 breaths. With the three of them working together, he had severed his wrist. Zhou Zhenjiang's life or death was uncertain, and Zhou Zhenyue had abandoned his sword and fled. What kind of monster is this? Suddenly the stone chamber became brightly lit. Zhou Zhenyue retreated to the doorway, holding a spirit talisman, the Break Shadow Talisman. A blinding white light erupted instantly, filling the entire stone chamber. Gu Gufeng, now's your chance, he shouted. Gu Qingchuan gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain of his severed wrist. His left hand grasped the air, true essence coalescing into a blade shape, slashing at Sumu in the center of the white light. The white light specifically targeted shadows. Shadow-based abilities would be greatly reduced in white light, even unable to maintain shadow skills. But Sumu was no longer purely shadow-based. In the white light, he raised his right hand, blocking Gu Qingchuan's true essence blade. Clang! The true essence blade shattered. Sumu stepped out from the white light unscathed. Zhou Jinyu's eyes widened. How is this possible? The Break Shadow Talisman has no effect on you. Sumu glanced at him. Who told you I rely solely on shadows? As his words fell, his body began to change. Not local hardening, but overall expansion. Black material surged from his entire body, covering skin, muscle, and bone. 3 seconds later, a black humanoid figure 2.5 meters tall appeared in the stone chamber. Covered in pitch-black armor, its arms transformed into massive blades, grotesque bone spines protruding from its back, and its head lacked features with only 2 dark red cracks. Those were where its eyes should be. Blacklight virus complete form. Zhou Jinyu's legs went weak. He had lived for decades and had never seen such a thing. Gu Qingchuan gritted his teeth, advancing rather than retreating, with his left hand forming a blade with his fingers stabbing towards the head of that black humanoid. A full-powered strike from a grandmaster could pierce through 1/2 meter of steel. The black humanoid did not dodge. It simply raised its right arm. The massive blade swept across. Puff! Gu Qingchuan's left arm was severed at the shoulder, flying away and crashing against the wall before falling. His entire body was sent flying, crashing heavily against the stone wall, sliding down to sit on the ground. Blood gushed like a fountain from the severed arm. The black humanoid did not pursue. It stood in place, watching Gu Qingchuan. The 2 dark red cracks flickered slightly. Gu Qingchuan leaned against the stone wall, gasping heavily, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. He looked at the 2.5 meter tall black monster, suddenly smiling. A tragic smile. What a good method. He lowered his head, glancing at his broken body, then looked up. Who exactly are you? The black humanoid did not speak. It began to retract. The black material receded, the armor dissolved, and the bone spines withdrew. 3 seconds later, Sumu reappeared. He walked in front of Gu Qingchuan and squatted down. You're not bad, he said, but it's a pity you followed the wrong person. Gu Qingchuan spat out a mouthful of blood. The Zhou family paid a lot of money. Sumu nodded. Any last words? Gu Qingchuan was silent for a few seconds. Then he raised his head, looking at Sumu. The abyssal corridor. Don't go in. It's not a place for humans to enter. Sumu looked at him. My parents are inside. Gu Qingchuan was taken aback. Then he laughed again. It was a laugh even more tragic than before. No wonder. No wonder. He lowered his head and stopped speaking. Sumu stood up. He raised his hand, pressing it against Gu Qingchuan's head. Black filaments surged out, drilling into Gu Qingchuan's skull. 3 seconds later, Gu Qingchuan's body began to dissolve. Like snow melting, like ice evaporating, turning into a pool of black liquid seeping into the ground, completely disappearing. Only that gray robe soaked in blood remained lying empty there. Su Mu withdrew his hand. He turned, looking towards the doorway. Zhou Jinyue was already nowhere to be seen. He had fled. Before escaping, he triggered all the traps. Outside the stone chamber, blinding white light erupted. 47 break shadow talismans lit up simultaneously. In the alley, the ceiling net descended from above. 3 large nets layered on top of each other, sealing off all passages. The shrill cries of the soul-restraining nails echoed. 120 secret silver nails activated simultaneously, sealing off all shadows. The 3-layered confinement array fully activated. Energy patterns intertwined into a net enveloping the entire main alley. Su Mu stood at the entrance of the stone chamber, watching the alley outside bright as day. The white light was blinding. The ceiling net blocked the way. The soul-restraining nails sealed off. The confinement array strangled. Zhou Jinyu's voice came from deep within the alley, hoarse and frantic. Su Mu, you must die today. Su Mu did not respond. He stepped out of the stone chamber, stepping into the white light, stepping into the range of the ceiling net. The net fell, enveloping him. But in the next instant, the ceiling net cracked open, not torn apart, but melted. Black material surged from Su Mu's body, and the moment it touched the ceiling net, that mid-tier Earth-grade spirit tool melted like paper meeting fire, rapidly dissolving into ash. 3 ceiling nets. 3 seconds. All disappeared. In the white light, Su Mu continued forward. The soul-restraining nails shot in from both sides, dense as rain. He did not dodge. Those nails struck him, embedding themselves in his skin, then were swallowed by his skin. The black material wrapped around the nails, melting and absorbing them. 120 soul-restraining nails. 10 seconds. All disappeared. Su Mu continued forward. The white light gradually dimmed. The energy of the break shadow talismans was nearly exhausted. He walked out of the range of the white light, standing in the center of the main alley. 30 meters ahead, Zhou Jinyue stood there. Behind him were the last 30 guardians of the Zhou family. 1 7th-level master, 2 6th-level masters, 3 5th-level masters, and the rest were from the 1st to 4th levels of master. Everyone held weapons, true essence surging. But their eyes were filled with fear. They sensed the battle that had just occurred in the stone chamber. Gu Qingchuan, a 1st-level Grand Master, severed his wrist in 3 breaths, lost his arm in 5 breaths, and was completely devoured in 10 breaths. Now this monster stood before them, who would not be afraid. Zhou Jinyue gritted his teeth, raising his sword. Zhou family disciples, kill him, otherwise we will all die. The 30 guardians shouted in unison, rushing towards Su Mu. True essence erupted, the light of blades and swords filled the heavens. Su Mu stood in place. He watched the 30 people charging at him, his gaze calm. Then he raised his hand. He snapped his fingers. Snap! The crisp sound echoed in the alley. In the next instant, countless dark red eyes lit up in the darkness. Not 1 pair, not 10 pairs, not 100 pairs, but 156,000 pairs. The Shadow Legion descended. Basic ninjas swarmed in like a tide from all directions, filling the entire alley. Shadow Masters floated in the air, gathering black energy arrows in their hands. General and commander-level figures stood amidst the crowd, their presence imposing as mountains. 100 kings stood at the back, their dark red eyes fixed on the 30 guardians, as if they were looking at 30 ants. The alley was too narrow. No matter. Shadows do not need width. They can overlap, merge, drill out from rock walls, or hang upside down from ceilings. The moment the 30 guardians charged into the black tide, they were engulfed. Screams. The sounds of blades clashing. The sounds of bones breaking. The sounds of flesh and blood flying. All mixed together. 3 seconds later. Silence. The black tide receded. The 30 guardians had disappeared. Not even a corpse was left behind. All were devoured. Zhou Jinyue stood still, trembling all over. The sword in his hand fell to the ground. He looked at Su Mu, his lips trembling, unable to speak. Su Mu walked in front of him. Where is the silver box? Zhou Jinyue opened his mouth, finally finding his voice. It's in the stone chamber. Liar. Su Mu raised his hand, pressing down on his shoulder. Black filaments surged in. Zhou Jinyue's body began to tremble, his eyes rolling back. 3 seconds later, Su Mu released his hand. Zhou Jinyue collapsed to the ground, his gaze vacant, drooling from the corners of his mouth. His consciousness had been completely destroyed, but the memory was already in hand. Su Mu closed his eyes, digesting the information that surged into his mind. The contents of the silver box, a black token. It was made of the same material as the blood red token, just a different color. It came from the abyssal corridor. It was one of the two pieces that Sumu's parents had with them when they were imprisoned back then. The other piece was in his hand. Sumu opened his eyes. He turned and walked back to the stone chamber. On the stone table, the silver box lay quietly. He reached out and picked up the box. The lid opened gently. Inside was a palm-sized black token lying quietly on red velvet. It emitted the same aura as the blood red token, ancient, profound, and cold. Sumu took out the token, holding it in his palm. The token felt slightly warm, just like the blood red token in his arms. The two tokens seemed to be calling to each other. He put away the token and turned to walk out of the stone chamber. In the alley, Zhou Zhenyue was still collapsed on the ground, his gaze hollow. Sumu walked past him, not looking back even once. He exited the mine. Outside, the sky was already dark. In the night sky, stars twinkled, and the mountain breeze blew, carrying the fragrance of grass and wood. Sumu stood at the cave entrance, taking a deep breath. Then he lifted his foot, heading toward Jianwu City. Behind him, the Black Wind Ridge mining area was in complete silence. 137 people, all annihilated. At midnight, in the training camp, the dormitory, Sumu pushed open the door and walked into the room. He closed the door and drew the curtains, sitting down by the bed. He took out two tokens from the bag of the greedy. One red, one black, placing them side by side in his palm. Both tokens began to heat up simultaneously, their lights intertwining. Then, they fused. Not pieced together, but truly fused. The two tokens turned into liquid, merging, swirling, and finally condensing into a complete token. Palm-sized. One side blood red, the other pure black. In the middle was carved an ancient seal character Yuan. Sumu held this newly born token, closing his eyes. In the depths of his consciousness, the system interface appeared. Detected a special item, unlocking hidden mission, the secret of the abyss mission objective. Enter the abyssal corridor, find the altar mission, reward unknown, do you accept? Sumu stared at those lines. 3 seconds later, he chose to accept, opening his eyes. The night outside was deep. He put away the token and sat cross-legged. The blacklight virus flowed slowly within him, intertwining with the shadow true essence. The barrier of the 9th level martial artist had begun to loosen. Almost there. He closed his eyes. The 23rd day of the training camp came to an end. At 6 in the morning, in the special training camp of Jianwu City, Sumu opened his eyes. Outside the window, the sky was just beginning to brighten, with the morning mist still lingering. Through the curtains, he could hear the distant sound of a whistle. This was the signal for the cooking team to start preparing breakfast. He sat up and stretched his shoulders. His joints emitted a faint cracking sound, not from fatigue, but from the natural response of strength filling him to a certain extent. Since returning from Haifeng Ridge last night, he had slept for 4 hours, deep sleep with no dreams. This was one of the changes brought by the Heguang virus. His sleep efficiency was absurdly high. 4 hours equated to a full night's rest for an ordinary person. Sumu tossed aside the thin blanket and stepped barefoot onto the cold concrete floor. The ground was rough, the particles pressing against the soles of his feet, and that slight pain made him more alert. He walked to the window and pulled back the curtains. The morning light poured in, bringing with it the unique chill of late autumn. A fine layer of water droplets coated the window glass. He wiped a section with his palm to reveal the outside scene. On the main path of the camp, there were already early risers jogging. Groups of 2 or 3, their paces varying from quick to slow, the white breath they exhaled particularly noticeable in the cold air. Further away, the chimney of the cafeteria released the first wisp of smoke, which was blown away by the wind, merging into the still lingering morning mist. Sumu watched for a while before turning to the washroom. Cold water splashed onto his face, dripping down his chin. He raised his head and looked at the young face in the mirror. 17 years old. 3 years since his crossing from a death row inmate of the suicide squad to today, 74 days. The gaze in the mirror was calm, yet something seemed to flow deep within. That was the change brought by the Heguang virus. Not an emotion, but a deeper sense of perception. He could see the flow of energy within his body, the shadow true essence intertwined with the black virus like 2 rivers of different colors running parallel in his meridians. He raised his right hand. With a thought, black patterns surged beneath his skin, instantly covering his entire palm. Those patterns moved like living creatures under his skin, then solidified, making his palm appear as though carved from obsidian. Clenching his fist, a feeling of power surged. Releasing it, the black patterns receded and his skin returned to normal. He lowered his hand and picked up a towel to dry the droplets on his face. At 6:40, Sumu stepped out of the dormitory. There were already people in the corridor. A few students emerged from the adjacent room, noticed him, hesitated for a moment, then stepped aside, bowing their heads to walk past quickly. Sumu didn't care. He went downstairs heading towards the cafeteria. The main path of the camp was paved with blue stone slabs still a bit slippery from the dewdrops that had fallen last night. Sumu walked at a steady pace, each step allowing him to clearly sense the subtle undulations of the stone slabs beneath his feet. He passed by the training ground. Instructors were already setting up the training equipment for the day. Metal stakes, obstacle nets, and sensing targets were being taken out one by one from the equipment storage arranged in the morning light. Several responsible students were helping nearby, moving quickly and occasionally whispering to each other. When they saw Sumu pass by, their conversations ceased. A few gazes were cast his way, then quickly turned away as if burned. Sumu didn't look at them and continued walking forward. The cafeteria was already filled with people. Steam rose from the steaming baskets, and a line of 7 or 8 people stood in front of the food counter. The aroma of braised pork, the freshness of stir-fried vegetables, and the sweetness of rice mingled together, enticing appetites. Sumu stood at the back of the line. The person in front felt someone behind and turned to glance, then immediately looked back, but slightly shifted to the side to make room. Sumu did not push forward, he simply stood quietly. The line moved quickly. When it was his turn, he scooped 3 or 2 portions of rice, a serving of braised pork, a serving of stir-fried vegetables, and a bowl of seaweed egg drop soup, carrying his tray to find a seat. The old spot by the window was empty. He walked over and sat down. Just as he picked up his chopsticks, a person sat down across from him. "Chukwanga, when did you come back last night?" Chukwanga asked in a low voice, holding a tray piled with a meal similar to Sumu's. "In the early morning," Sumu replied, picking up a piece of braised pork. "Was it smooth?" Chukwanga stared at him for a few seconds. "You seem different again." Sumu didn't speak, placing the braised pork in his mouth, chewing slowly. Chukwanga didn't ask again. The two of them ate quietly. The surrounding noise felt muffled, like it was separated by a layer of film. Occasionally someone passed by, the sound of footsteps, the clinking of trays, and whispers, all filtered automatically by Sumu's perception into the background. He ate slowly, savoring each bite. Another change brought by the Hagwong virus. His sense of taste had become sharper. The ordinary braised pork he had previously eaten could now reveal the spices used, the degree of cooking, and even the texture of the meat. This was not a bad thing. At least eating had become a pleasure. At 7:30, the two finished breakfast and walked out of the cafeteria. The fog outside had cleared, and the sun rose high in the sky, casting slanted rays that bathed the entire camp in a light golden hue. "What's today's training project?" Chukwanga asked. "I don't know." Sumu glanced at the notice board. "Let's go take a look." There was a crowd gathered in front of the notice. They were all students from the special training camp. Some just finished breakfast and came over, while others passed by with trays and stopped to take a look. When they saw Sumu approaching, the crowd automatically parted to make way. Sumu walked up to the notice board. It displayed today's training schedule: morning practical combat group, round robin location, first training, ground time, and rules, 3 per group, randomly matched victory points system, afternoon, free cultivation, medical recovery. Note the top 30 in points can apply to enter the Blood Battle Secret Realms reserve list. Sumu read it and turned to leave. Chukwanga followed behind. Blood Battle Secret Realms reserve list, he murmured. The reward for this special training camp is indeed this. "Do you know about the Blood Battle Secret Realms?" Sumu asked. "I know a little," Chukwanga replied. "It's a small alternate space controlled by the military where the flow of time is different. They say 1 day outside equals 3 days inside. The concentration of spiritual energy is also higher, and there are combat puppets for practical training." "Have you been there?" "No." Chukwanga shook his head. "That's reserved for top talents. I wasn't qualified before." Sumu didn't ask further. By the time they arrived at the training ground, it was already 7:50. Nearly 100 students had gathered there, standing in small groups, whispering to each other. Seeing Sumu appear, the conversations noticeably quieted down, and many turned to look at him. Sumu stood in the corner, leaning against the metallic fence at the edge of the training ground. The fence was cold, and the fabric against his back felt slightly prickly. He placed his hands in his pockets and closed his eyes to rest his mind. It was exactly 8 o'clock. Instructor Hong Lai strode into the training ground. Today he wore a black military training uniform, a whistle, and a clipboard hanging from his waist with a serious expression. "Gather." Everyone quickly lined up. Sumu stood in his position with Chukwanga beside him and Lin Shui next to Chukwanga. "Today's training project is a group round robin," Hong Lai's voice boomed. 3 per group, randomly matched. For every match won, each member of the group earns 10 points. For every match lost, 5 points are deducted. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the entire field. "I know some of you have accumulated quite a few points, but don't think it's secure. The round robin lasts for 2 days with at least 5 matches each day. If you want to enter the reserve list for the Blood Battle Secret Realm, weigh your options. With that, he began to form groups. Sumu was assigned to Group 7 with 2 strangers as teammates. One named Wang Chuan, a martial master of the 6th level from the 3rd Corps. The other, named Li Cheng, a martial master of the 5th level from the 5th Corps. When they heard they were grouped with Sumu, their expressions went from astonishment to excitement in an instant. Su, Lieutenant. Wang Chuan approached, his voice shaking with excitement. It's great to be in the same group as you. Yes. Li Cheng nodded repeatedly, his face beaming with smiles. Sumu glanced at them. Just follow me. Of course. The first round of matching began. Sumu's group faced Group 12. Group 12 consisted of 3 martial masters of the 6th level from different corps, clearly having trained together privately. In the center of the arena, the referee raised a flag. Begin. As the flag fell, the 3 from Group 12 moved simultaneously. One charged straight ahead, while the other 2 flanked from the sides, forming a standard triangular attack formation. Wang Chuan and Li Cheng instinctively took a half step back, but Sumu remained unmoved. He stood his ground, waiting for the 3 to close in. Then he raised his right hand. There was no fluctuation of true essence, no shadow power, just pure physical strength. One punch. It slammed into the fist of the person charging at him. Bang! That person flew back as if hit by a truck, crashing into the protective railing at the edge of the arena, bouncing back and collapsing on the ground, their arm visibly deformed. The entire arena fell silent. The remaining 2 were stunned. Sumu looked at them. Continue. The 2 exchanged glances, gritted their teeth, and charged. Then bang! Bang! 2 dull thuds. The 2 flew backward, collapsing against the edge of the arena, just like the first, unable to get back up. In less than 5 seconds, the referee stood frozen for 3 full seconds before raising the flag. Group 7 wins. Wang Chuan and Li Cheng stood and placed their mouths agape, as if they could fit an egg inside. They hadn't done anything, and they had already won. At 11:30 in the morning, 5 rounds of the round robin were completed. Sumu's group won all 5 matches. Wang Chuan and Li Cheng combined had 0 attacks. Each time, it was Sumu who went in alone, resolving the fights with 3 punches and 2 kicks, while they merely followed along to share the points. After 5 rounds, the 2 were grinning from ear to ear. Su, Lieutenant, I'll treat you to lunch. Wang Chuan exclaimed excitedly at the small stir-fry window in the cafeteria. Order whatever you want. Li Cheng was nodding wildly beside him. Sumu glanced at them. No need. He turned and walked out of the training ground. Behind him, Wang Chuan and Li Cheng exchanged glances. Has he always been like this? I heard he's always been like this. Cool. During lunch hour, Sumu once again sat in his usual spot by the window. Opposite him sat Shu Kuanga. You became famous again today. Shu Kuanga mumbled through a mouthful of food. 5 matches, 1 total time spent attacking, not exceeding a minute. Now the whole camp is saying that anyone grouped with you is guaranteed a spot in the Blood Battle Secret Realm. Sumu picked up a piece of vegetable. As long as the points are sufficient. Shu Kuanga smiled. This afternoon during free cultivation, do you have any plans? Sumu thought for a moment. I'll go to the library. Going to the library again. Shu Kuanga raised an eyebrow. Have you become addicted to reading? Sumu didn't explain. He finished his meal, put down his chopsticks, and stood up with his tray. See you this afternoon. At 1 in the afternoon in the library. It was still that 3-story gray building, still that drowsy. When Sumu pushed the door open, the administrator looked up at him, recognizing him as the one who borrowed several confidential documents last time and hadn't returned them. His mouth opened as if to say something, but in the end he said nothing and lowered his head to continue dozing. Sumu walked straight into the book collection area. This time he didn't go to the confidential materials cabinet, but instead walked to the general area, finding a seat by the window in a corner. Outside the window was a small patch of woods, the leaves beginning to turn yellow with a few fluttering down occasionally. He took out the book, Geography of the Dark Abyss Corridor, from the greedy bag, flipping it open to the dog-eared page. A hand-drawn map. The location of the altar circled in red. Next to it a note. Only those of royal lineage may enter. He stared at it for a long time. Then he took out the fused token. Red and black intertwined with an ancient seal character for Abyss in the middle. The token felt slightly warm in his palm. He closed his eyes, allowing his perception to probe into the token. Inside was a chaos. In the depths of the chaos, something was faintly calling to him. That call was weak, but persistent. Like the voice of his parents. Sumu opened his eyes. He put away the token, closed the book, and placed it back in the greedy bag. Then he stood up, walked to the bookshelf, and began searching for new books. Illustrated Guide to Exotic Beasts of Blue Star Volume 3. Gene Enhancement Theory and Practice. Compilation of Exploration Records of the Dark Abyss Corridor Internal Edition. Insights on Breaking Through the Master Realm. Interviews with 30 masters, he flipped through them one by one. Time flowed slowly amidst the sound of page turning. Outside, the sunlight shifted from slanted to gentle shadows of the trees, elongated, then gradually dimmed. At 5 in the afternoon, Su-mu exited the library. The administrator glanced at him again, then looked at the 4 new books in his arms, his mouth opening once more, but ultimately, he still didn't say anything. Su-mu returned to the dormitory with the books. On the way, he encountered a few students who all actively stepped aside to make way. He returned to his dormitory, placed the books on the table, and then went to the washroom to wash his face. As he stepped out, there was a knock at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Su-mu walked over and opened the door. Chu Kwanga was standing outside. He had a serious expression. Zhou Yunfei just applied to withdraw from the special training camp. Su-mu looked at him. Was it approved day? Yes. The medical assessment said his mental state is unstable and unsuitable for continued training. The paperwork was completed by 4 in the afternoon, and he was picked up. Su-mu nodded. Who picked him up? The steward from the Zhou family. Chu Kwanga paused. However, while that steward was waiting outside the camp, he bumped into another person. That person, he lowered his voice. Wearing a black cloak, his face was not visible, but the dark red patterns embroidered on the cuffs were still clear in the photo I had someone secretly take. He took out a photo from his pocket and handed it to Su-mu. The photo was somewhat blurry, taken secretly. A black carriage was parked outside the camp, and a middle-aged man stood beside it. That was the steward from the Zhou family. Next to the steward stood a person in a black cloak. The cloak covered the face, but the dark red patterns visible on the cuffs could still be seen clearly in the photo. Those patterns, Su-mu's gaze sharpened. They were the mark of the Shadow Demon sect. He returned the photo to Chu Kwanga. Got it. Chu Kwanga looked at him. The Shadow Demon sect approaching the Zhou family can't be just for Zhou Yunfei's sake. Su-mu remained silent. He walked to the window and looked outside. The sky had darkened, and the streetlights in the camp began to light up. The Shadow Demon sect. A hidden sect of the Shadow system. They had appeared once in Qinglan City, where he killed a few, and then there had been no movement. Now they appeared again, and they had approached the Zhou family. The corner of Su-mu's mouth curled into a slight arc. Let them come. Chu Kwanga looked at him, hesitated to speak, and finally sighed. All right, as long as you know what you're doing. He turned and left. Su-mu stood by the window, watching the night gradually swallow the last light at the horizon. The Haiguang virus flowed slowly within him. The shadow true essence intertwined with it. The barrier of the martial master's 9th level had loosened to nearly transparent. A breakthrough was imminent. He turned around, walked back to the desk, turned on the desk lamp, and continued reading the compilation of exploration records of the Dark Abyss corridor. Outside the window, the night deepened. On the 24th day of the special training camp, it was about to end. At 9 in the evening, Su-mu closed the book and rubbed his temples. He had flipped through all 4 books, extracting useful information and committing it to memory. The Dark Abyss corridor, and a level relic located at the forefront of the Eastern Theater, constantly inhabited by exotic beasts. The internal spatial structure was chaotic, time flow was unstable, and the danger level was extremely high. Only those of royal lineage may enter. But on the periphery, those at the master level can explore. His parents had gone missing in the periphery back then. Su-mu put away the book into the greedy bag, stood up, and stretched his shoulders. Then he sat cross-legged on the bed and began to cultivate. The shadow true essence flowed slowly through his meridians, solidifying a bit with every complete cycle. The Haiguang virus also participated like countless tiny tendrils, helping him absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth more efficiently. The two forces ran parallel, without conflict, even subtly trending toward fusion. Su-mu immersed himself in this cultivation, losing track of time. It wasn't until the whistle sounded in the early morning that he opened his eyes. He glanced at the time. 1 o'clock in the morning. He lay down, closed his eyes. His sleep was shallow but sufficient to rest. The next morning, at 6 o'clock, Su-mu woke up on time. Washing up, going downstairs, having breakfast, heading to the training ground. Another new day. The round robin continued. Su-mu's group was facing a stronger opponent today, even facing a group with a martial master of the 8th level. But the result was no different. Su-mu went in alone, resolving the match with 3 punches and 2 kicks. Wang Chuan and Li Cheng continued to lay back, sharing points, grinning from ear to ear. At 11 in the morning, after 5 rounds, Su-mu's group had won all 10 matches, ranking first on the points board. Chu Kwang's group had 9 wins and 1 loss, ranking second. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon in Jianwu City, Su-mu stood at the entrance of the camp, holding a freshly delivered secret report. The paper was thin, folded into a square shape, sealed with the secret mark of the 7th Legion. This intelligence was passed on by Lin Zhan through military channels. He unfolded it and began reading line by line. Zhou family movements as of noon today: 1. Zhou Xinhue is not dead. He was rescued from Haifeng Ridge this morning, but has gone mad, unable to speak, and is confined in a secret room by the Zhou family. 2. Zhou Zhenjiang confirmed dead. The body has not been found, and the life plaque is shattered. 3. Gu Qingchuan's life plaque is shattered. 4. The Zhou family summoned all external offerings overnight, closed all their businesses in Zhanwu City, and withdrew personnel back to the imperial capital. 5. This morning at the hour of the Hare Zhou family head Zhou Zhinshan held a secret meeting with 3 individuals suspected to be from the Shadow Demon sect. 6. At noon, the Zhou family dispatched 7 groups of personnel to various troop locations in the Eastern War Zone. The purpose is unclear. 7. Zhou Yunfei was sent to the Zhou family's villa outside the imperial capital guarded by 2 5th-level offerings. Sumu finished reading, folded the report, and tucked it into his chest. He looked up at the sky. The sunlight was intense, dazzling to the eyes. The duty soldier at the entrance of the camp stood in the shadow of the sentry box, stealing glances at him from time to time before quickly averting his gaze. Lieutenant Su. Footsteps sounded behind him. Sumu turned around. It was Instructor Hong Lai. Hong Lai walked up to him, also looking up at the sky, casually saying, "The chief instructor asked me to convey a message." "Say it." "The rules of the special training camp require students to report when going out. However, if you have an urgent matter, you can request a long leave." Sumu looked at him. Hong Lai did not look at him, continuing to gaze at the sky. The chief instructor also said that since some people have moved, don't let them retract. A snake that retracts will bite harder next time. Sumu fell silent for 2 seconds. "I understand." He turned and walked back to the camp. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon in the dormitory, Sumu sat on the edge of the bed, spread out the map of the area surrounding Zhanwu City. The Zhou family's villa was outside the imperial capital, approximately 180 miles from Zhanwu City. If riding a horse, it would take more than half a day, if by car a whole day. But he did not need a horse or a car. His body, enhanced by the blacklight virus, could reach nearly 100 meters per second at full speed. 180 miles 90 minutes is enough. The problem is not the distance. The problem is how the Zhou family will react. He had killed 137 members of the Zhou family, including a grandmaster, a 6th-level master, and over 20 masters. The Zhou family is not foolish. They know they cannot confront him hidden. So they retracted. They withdrew to the imperial capital, into the family's defensive fortifications and under the wings of the Shadow Demon sect. A retracted snake will bite harder next time. Taijian was right. Since some people have moved, they cannot be allowed to retract. Sumu put away the map and stood up. He walked to the window, watching the training ground outside. The afternoon training had already begun, and the students were engaged in combat under Hong Lai's command. The sounds of shouts, clashing weapons, and the instructor's reprimands blended into a cacophony. He watched for a few seconds, then turned and picked up the bag of the greedy, collecting the necessary items. He donned the Shadow Dragon scale armor, equipped the Spirit of Dream, kept the 2 fused tokens close to him. Then he pushed open the door and stepped out. At 3:20 in the afternoon, Sumu knocked on the chief instructor's office door. "Come in." He pushed the door open and entered. Taijian sat behind the desk, a document spread out before him, writing with one hand. Hearing the footsteps, he glanced up, then lowered his head again. "Going out." For how long?" "Not certain." Taijian set down his pen and leaned back in his chair. He looked at Sumu, his single eye devoid of expression. "I've heard about the Zhou family situation. 137 people, including Gu Qingchuan. You're quite ruthless, kid." Sumu remained silent. Taijian continued, "But the Zhou family is not the Qin family. The Qin family is merely a local tycoon in Xinglan City, while the Zhou family is a prominent clan in the imperial capital, deeply rooted and flourishing. They have connections in the military and politics, and in the martial arts association. By killing 137 of their members, they may not dare to react openly, but secretly." He paused. "Secretly, they will use every means available to eliminate you." Sumu nodded. "I understand." Knowing that, and still going. "Precisely because I know." Sumu looked at him. "A retracted snake will bite harder next time. It's better to strangle it before it retracts completely." Taijian was silent for a few seconds. Then he smiled, a complex smile filled with appreciation and emotion. "If I had your courage when I was young, I wouldn't just be carrying the rank of a major general now." He stood up, walked to the wall, took down a token, and tossed it to Sumu. Sumu caught it. The token was made of bronze, engraved with the character Zhan on the front and the military emblem on the back. "This is the pass for Zhanwu City," Taijian said. "With this, the city defense army won't stop you. After leaving the city, head north. There is an abandoned ancient path that leads directly to the imperial capital. Though it's difficult to traverse, no one checks it." Sumu put away the token. "Thank you, chief instructor." "Don't thank me." Taijan waved his hand. I just find you pleasing to the eye and don't want you to die on the way. If you really want to thank me, come back alive and secure a spot in the Blood War's secret realm. Sumu nodded and turned to leave. Wait. He stopped. Taijan walked in front of him, staring into his eyes. The Zhou family villa is in Qingshi town, 30 miles outside the imperial capital. It appears to be the Zhou family's summer retreat, but in reality, it is a secret stronghold. Zhou Yunfei is there along with the dirty money and contraband that the Zhou family has hoarded over the years. Killing Zhou Yunfei is easy, but don't be too hasty. Taijan lowered his voice. First, familiarize yourself with the terrain and locate the supply depot. The Zhou family has offended many people over the years if you can obtain their account books. He did not finish his sentence, but the implication was clear. Sumu looked at Taijan. This one-armed old general on the surface warning him to be cautious was actually guiding him on how to uproot the Zhou family. Understood. He pushed the door and exited. At 3:40 in the afternoon, Sumu walked out of the camp gate. The soldier at the entrance glanced at him, then at the bronze token in his hand, saluted, and did not ask further. Sumu walked north along the main road. After walking 2 miles, he turned into a dense forest. The trees were thick and sunlight filtered through the branches, casting mottled shadows on the ground. The sound of birds chirping echoed, and occasionally a squirrel jumped down from a tree, startling a few dry leaves to fall. Sumu walked deep into the forest and stopped. He closed his eyes, opening all his senses. Within a radius of 500 meters, there was no one. He took off his outer coat, revealing the shadow dragon scale armor underneath. The black scales glimmered with a cold light under the sun, each piece fitting closely like a second skin. Then he began to transform. The black light virus surged from within, covering his legs, waist, back, and arms. Muscles expanded, bones stretched, and his skin turned black. 3 seconds later, he transformed into another form. Not the complete form of a 2.5-meter monster, but a form more suited for long distance, sprinting, longer legs, more streamlined muscles, larger and wider feet, resembling the hind legs of a feline. Black light virus sprinting form. Sumu moved his legs a bit to adapt to this new body structure. Then he took off. With a push of his feet, the ground exploded with a small crater. His figure shot through the forest like black lightning, moving so fast that it was imperceptible to the naked eye. The sound of wind howled past his ears. Trees rapidly retreated behind him. 100 meters per second. 110 meters per second. 120 meters per second. This was pure physical speed, consuming no true essence. At 5 o'clock in the evening, 30 miles outside the imperial capital in Qingshi town, Sumu halted. He reverted from the sprinting form to his normal body shape, standing on a small hill outside the town, overlooking the entire settlement. Qingshi town is small, built against the mountain with only 200 to 300 households. A main street runs through it from north to south, lined with shops and residences. At the deepest part of the town, near the foot of the mountain, there was a vast estate. With white walls and black tiles, flying eaves, and upturned corners, 2 stone lions stood at the entrance. The Zhou family villa. Sumu crouched down, took out a telescope from the bag of the greedy. Through the lens, the details of the estate gradually came into focus. The surrounding wall was about 3 meters high, with broken glass and iron spikes on top. There were corner towers at each corner, and faint shadows of people could be seen moving inside. The main gate was tightly closed with 4 stewards standing guard, all at the early stage of martial masters. He moved the telescope to observe closely. Behind the main gate was a screen wall. Past it lay the front yard. On both sides of the front yard were side rooms, and directly ahead was a hall. Behind the hall were additional courtyards extending all the way to the foot of the mountain. At the foot of the mountain stood an independent stone tower 3 stories high, with narrow windows resembling a stronghold. The supply depot should be located there. Sumu put away the telescope, not rushing to take action. Taijan was right. He needed to familiarize himself with the terrain first. He circled to the west side of the town, descended from an unoccupied hillside, and stealthily entered. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the sun tilted in the west. On the main street of Qingshi town, people came and went. Some farmers returned home from work, some vendors shouted as they carried their wares, children chased and frolicked, and elderly people leaned against doorways chatting. Smoke curled from the chimneys of every household, and the aroma of cooking wafted everywhere. Sumu walked among the crowd. He wore ordinary gray clothes which he had casually taken from a clothesline of a family at the town entrance. He made slight adjustments to his face, raising the brow bone a bit, flattening the nose bridge a bit, and dulling his gaze, making him look like an ordinary young passerby. No one paid him much attention. He stopped in front of a noodle shop. The shop was small, with 5 or 6 tables, half of which were occupied. Steam wafted from the kitchen, carrying a rich, meaty aroma. Sumu walked in and sat down at a table near the door. "What would you like to eat, sir?" The waiter ran over a towel draped over his shoulder, grinning broadly. A bowl of noodles with meat. Coming right up. A bowl of meat noodle. Extra meat. The waiter shouted as he dashed toward the kitchen. Sumu sat there seemingly casually surveying his surroundings. At the next table sat two middle-aged men dressed in short brown garments looking like local craftsmen. On their table were 2 bowls of noodles, a plate of pickles, and a jug of wine as they ate and chatted. Have you heard? The Zhou family sent someone again today. I've heard. Several vehicles arrived early this morning bringing in quite a few boxes. Tisk, those boxes looked heavy, even 2 strong men struggled to carry them. What do you know? That's called family wealth. The Zhou family is a prominent clan in the imperial capital. How could they be lacking in such things? True, but has something happened to them recently? I can't help but feel that those people look a bit off. Should keep it down. The middle-aged man lowered his voice. I heard from Luer, who works in the other courtyard, that a big shot from the Zhou family has died. The coffin was just delivered this morning and was taken directly to be buried in the back mountain. Is that true? Luer saw it with his own eyes. How could it be false? The two continued their hushed conversation, but the rest of their words were unclear. Sumu picked up the coarse porcelain bowl on the table and took a sip of water. The water was cool, carrying a hint of rust. Yet the information was quite useful. The Zhou family brought in boxes today and buried someone. The boxes were likely supplies, and the person should be the corpse of Zhou Zhenjiang. Although Zhou Zhenjiang had been completely devoured by him, the Zhou family still needed an explanation. What was in the coffin was most likely a burial suit. Noodles are here. The waiter approached, carrying a large bowl of noodles and placing it in front of Sumu. The noodles were handmade, chewy, the broth rich, and there was a generous amount of shredded meat topped with a sprinkle of green onions. Sumu picked up his chopsticks and began to eat slowly. The taste was good. While eating, he scanned the entire town with his energy perception. In the Zhou family's other courtyard, there were dense points of light. The 3 strongest, 2 were 5th stage masters, and 1 was a 4th stage master. They should be the offerings guarding Zhou Yunfei. Below the 3rd stage master, there were 17 others. About 50 ordinary servants and guards. The supply store was underground beneath the stone building and had a separate shielding formation that prevented perception. However, there were 3 people guarding the surface of the stone building, all 2nd stage masters. Zhou Yunfei's position was in the main room of the 3rd courtyard. The energy fluctuations were very weak, likely from an 8th stage martial master, but his aura was unstable and his injuries hadn't healed. Sumu finished his noodles, drinking the broth completely. He fished out a few copper coins from his pocket and placed them on the table. Thank you for your patronage, the waiter called out. Sumu walked out of the noodle shop, blending into the twilight. By 8 o'clock, the sky was completely dark. The streets of Qingshi town were devoid of pedestrians, and all the shops had closed with only the occasional distant barking of dogs. The moon had not yet risen, and the night was as thick as ink. Outside the Zhou family's other courtyard, Sumu stood close to the wall, merging with the darkness. The night vision ability brought by the blacklight virus allowed him to see the texture of every brick on the wall clearly and every point that could be used for leverage. He did not rush to climb over the wall. First, he walked around the wall to confirm the guard rotation pattern in the corner tower. They changed shifts every 15 minutes, with 2 people exchanging duties in the tower. During the shift change, there would be a 5-second gap when the guards in the 2 corner towers faced away from the wall simultaneously. 5 seconds was enough. Sumu returned to his chosen position and waited quietly. Footsteps approached from a distance. In the corner tower, 2 figures emerged and walked along the wall towards another corner tower. In that corner tower, 2 more figures also stepped out, preparing to change shifts. Now was the time. Sumu's toes touched the ground, and his body leaped into the air. He cleared the 3-meter-high wall in one bound, landing silently. He landed in the shadows of the front courtyard, pressing against the wall. There was no one in the front courtyard. A moon gate connected the main house and the back courtyard, with dim yellow lights spilling through the door. Sumu moved along the wall like a true shadow. He passed through the moon gate, entering the second courtyard. There were people here. 2 guards stood in the courtyard, speaking in low voices. Third Master, what's going on today? Why have so many boxes been suddenly brought in? Don't ask. Asking means you don't know. But what? If you want to live, ask less. Sumu passed by them 5 meters away, and the 2 remained oblivious. He entered the 3rd courtyard. The main room was lit, and a shadow was cast on the window. A person was sitting at the table, head down, shoulders slightly trembling. It was Zhou Yunfei. Sumu paused under the window. Through the glass, he could hear a faint sound coming from inside. It was soft and fragmented. It sounded like crying. Sumu did not move. He was waiting for Zhou Yunfei's emotions to completely break down. Those who are broken are the easiest to provoke. Father, uncle, are all dead. All dead. Cousin is also dead. I'm next. What? Why provoke him? What? Sumu continued to wait. 3 minutes later, the crying gradually subsided. Then Zhou Yunfei spoke a soft sentence. The voice was very faint, like self-talk or a prayer. The people from the Shadow Demon sect said they could protect me, but I have to hand over the household account book. Su Mu's eyes narrowed slightly. The account book. The account book mentioned by Tai Zhan. It turned out to be in Zhou Yunfei's hands. He smiled silently. Then he raised his hand and gently pushed the door. The door was unlocked and opened silently. Zhou Yunfei was sitting at the table facing away from the door, still talking to himself. As long as the account book is in my hands, they won't dare to kill me. Won't dare to kill me. Of course they wouldn't dare. A voice came from behind. Zhou Yunfei's body went rigid. He turned his head sharply. At the moment he saw that face, his pupils contracted to pinpoints, lips trembling violently, wanting to scream, but could not. A hand had already gripped his throat. That hand was cold, devoid of warmth. Su Mu's face was close. Where is the account book? Zhou Yunfei's eyes widened, making a choking sound from his throat. Su Mu loosened his grip a little. Where is the account book? Zhou Yunfei gasped violently, his voice hoarse. It's in the secret room. Under the bed. Su Mu nodded. He released his hand. Zhou Yunfei collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. You can't kill me. He rasped. There are 5th stage masters outside. If you kill me, you won't escape either. Su Mu looked down at him. 5th stage masters. He laughed. I just killed one while coming in. Zhou Yunfei's eye. Su Mu no longer looked at him. He walked to the side of the bed, lifted the bedding, revealing the floor beneath. There was a narrow gap in the floor. He inserted his fingers and pried it open. The floor was lifted, revealing a hidden compartment beneath. Inside the compartment was a sandalwood box. Su Mu took out the box and opened it. Inside was a thick account book filled with dense numbers and names. He flipped through a few pages, closed it, and stored it in the greedy one's bag. Then he turned and looked at Zhou Yunfei. Zhou Yunfei huddled in the corner, trembling all over. Spare me. Su Mu walked up to him and squatted down. On your first day reporting, you called me a waste who relied on summoned items for military merit. Zhou Yunfei shook his head desperately. I was wrong. Please. Su Mu looked at him. Your cousin Zhou Kuan poisoned me in the water, tried to cripple me on the training grounds. Your father Zhou Zhenjiang set up a net at Haifeng Ridge with 137 people waiting to kill me. Zhou Yunfei was already at a loss for words, trembling. Your Zhou family only wanted me dead from the beginning to the end. He raised his hand and pressed it on Zhou Yunfei's head. Then I will make your entire family die out. Black threads surged in. Zhou Yunfei's body began to tremble, his eyes rolling back, and he foamed at the mouth. 3 seconds later, he collapsed to the ground lifeless. Su Mu withdrew his hand and turned to leave the room. In the courtyard, the 2 5th stage masters lay in pools of blood, their necks twisted at unnatural angles. He stepped over the bodies and walked towards the back courtyard. Stone building. Supply store. The account book was in hand, but it was not enough. The Zhou family's dirty money and contraband were all evidence. He wanted to ensure that the Zhou family could never rise again. By 9 o'clock that night in the stone building, in the underground secret room, Su Mu stood amidst stacks of boxes, gazing at the scene before him. Gold, a full 30 boxes. Training resources, spirit herbs, spirit talismans, and pills piled up like a small mountain. Weapons, there were 20 of the earth grade. There were also account books, not just one. A full box. He randomly opened one, and it contained a list of the Zhou family's bribery records over the years. Military personnel, political figures, and members of the Martial Arts Association. Names, positions, amounts, and dates were all clear. Su Mu closed the account book. He smiled. This time it was not as simple as a few people from the Zhou family dying. He stored all the boxes and account books in the greedy one's bag, and then walked out of the stone building. Standing in the courtyard, he looked back at the manor. In the main house, Zhou Yunfei's corpse still lay there. In the courtyard, the bodies of several guards were sprawled out. In the corner tower, the guards' necks were all snapped. He withdrew his gaze, blending into the night. By 1 o'clock in the morning at Zhanwu City, Su Mu scaled the wall and entered the special training camp, returning to the dormitory. He took off his shadow dragon scale armor, stored the dream spirit, and placed the greedy one's bag by his pillow. Then he sat cross-legged on the bed, taking out the box of account books. He flipped through them one by one. The list grew longer and longer, involving more and more forces. When he reached the last book, he paused. There was a page that had been torn halfway. On the remaining half, several names were written. One of them was Tai Zhan. Su Mu stared at that name, remaining silent for a long time. Then he closed the account book, putting the whole box away. He lay down, closed his eyes. Outside the window, the night was deep. The 25th day of the special training camp was about to begin. The next morning, at 6 o'clock, Sumu woke up on time. He washed up, went downstairs, had breakfast, and headed to the training ground. Everything was as usual. Chu Kuanga sat across from him with a tray in hand. Did you go out last night? Yeah. Did it go smoothly? Yeah. Chu Kuanga looked at him, hesitating to say something. After Sumu finished his last bite of food, he put down his chopsticks. Let me show you something. He fished a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to Chu Kuanga. Chu Kuanga took it, glanced at it, and his expression changed. This? The bribery records of the Zhou family. Sumu picked up the soup bowl and took a sip. The original is in my hand. Chu Kuang's hands trembled slightly. The list contained names he recognized, names he had heard of, and high-ranking military personnel. There were also elders from the Martial Arts Association and big shots from the political world. What do you plan to do? Hand it over to the right people. Sumu set down the bowl, but not now. Chu Kuanga took a deep breath and returned the list to him. If you need help, just say the word. Sumu nodded. The two got up and left the cafeteria. Outside, the sun was shining just right. On the training ground, today's training had already started. The whistle from Hong Lai could be heard from afar. Sumu stood in the sunlight, squinting at the training ground in the distance. The matter with the Zhou family is not over yet, but it's getting close. At 9 in the morning, the training ground. The sun had completely dispelled the morning fog, illuminating the entire area. Under Hong Lai's command, the trainees were engaged in group battles with the sounds of clashing weapons and shouts echoing throughout. Sumu stood at the side of the field, leaning against the metal railing. He did not enter the fray. This morning's arrangement was for free group combat, and his group, having a significant lead in points, was given a bye for 1 round. Wang Chuan and Li Cheng were watching the battle from the other side of the field, occasionally glancing over at him, wanting to come over, but not daring to. Sumu paid no attention. He closed his eyes, appearing to bask in the sun, while in reality his consciousness was delving deep within. The dark shadow true essence flowed slowly through his meridians, having solidified a bit more than yesterday. The blacklight virus coexisted with it, with countless tiny black tendrils moving between cells, continuously strengthening his muscles, bones, and nerves. The fusion of the two forces was proceeding more smoothly than expected. There are 3 days left until the initial fusion period ends, at which point the blacklight virus will completely merge with his body, entering a stable phase. At that time, his abilities of devouring, regeneration, and transformation will be greatly enhanced. Sumu opened his eyes. The sunlight was blinding. He squinted and scanned the training ground. In the corner, Chu Kuanga had just finished a match and was wiping sweat with a towel. Upon noticing Sumu's gaze, he gave a slight nod, then continued wiping his sweat as if nothing had happened. He had only glanced at the list from that morning for less than a minute. But in that minute, Sumu observed the changes in his expression. Shock, hesitation, and then resignation. Chu Kuanga was a clever person. Clever people know what to ask and what not to. They also know who should stand together. Sumu withdrew his gaze and continued to bask in the sun. At 11:30, the morning training concluded. The trainees walked in groups towards the cafeteria, their footsteps noisy and their voices blending into a buzzing sound. Sumu walked at the back, his pace leisurely. Just as he exited the training ground, hurried footsteps approached from behind. Lieutenant Su. Sumu turned around. It was a young trainee he had never seen before, dressed in training attire, panting as he ran over. He reached Sumu and saluted. The chief instructor requests your presence. Sumu looked at him. Now, yes. The young trainee nodded. The chief instructor said to come as soon as possible. Sumu was silent for a second. Then he nodded. Lead the way. The chief instructor's office was located at the deepest part of the camp in a standalone 2-story building. 2 sycamore trees were planted in front, their leaves mostly yellow, littering the ground. The young trainee brought Sumu downstairs, saluted, and then turned to leave. Sumu ascended the steps and pushed open the door. Inside was a corridor with various awards and banners hanging on the walls. At the end of the corridor, another door was slightly ajar, light spilling out. He walked over and pushed the door open. Taijan was seated behind the desk, a document spread out before him. There was another person in the room. This person stood by the window with their back to the door, tall and dressed in a faded military uniform. Upon hearing the door open, he turned around. In his 50s, with a square face, thick eyebrows, and sharp eyes. On his shoulder insignia were 2 stars, Lieutenant General. Sumu paused for a moment and then stood at attention, saluting. Lieutenant Sumu of the 7th Army Corps, reporting to the chief. The Lieutenant General looked at him without speaking. The room fell silent for a few seconds. Then Taijan spoke. Sumu, this is Major General Zhou Zhengchuan, Deputy Commander of the Eastern Theater. Zhou Zhengchuan. The surname is Zhou. Sumu's gaze slightly narrowed, but his expression remained unchanged. Greetings, Commander. Zhou Zhengquan stared at him, his gaze sharp like a knife scraping across his face. Then he spoke, his voice deep and resonant. Do you know who I am? Major General Zhou Zhengquan, Su Mu replied, Deputy Commander of the Eastern Theater. I'm not asking about your title. Zhou Zhengquan took a step forward. I'm asking, do you know who I am? Su Mu looked at him. You are Zhou Zanshan's younger brother, the elder brother of Zhou Xingjiang and Zhou Zhengyue, the uncle of Zhou Kuan and Zhou Yunfei. Zhou Zhengquan nodded. You know quite well. He took another step forward, now only 3 steps away from Su Mu. Then do you know that Zhou Xingjiang is my biological brother? Zhou Kuan is my biological nephew. Zhou Yunfei is my biological grandson. Su Mu remained silent. Zhou Zhengquan stared at him. In his eyes there was anger, sorrow, but more so, scrutiny. You killed them. Su Mu nodded. Yes. 137 people. Yes. Including Zhou Xingjiang, Zhou Kuan, and Zhou Yunfei. Yes. Zhou Zhengquan fell silent. He stared at Su Mu for a long time. Then he turned and walked back to the window. With his back to Su Mu he spoke. Do you know why I came today? Su Mu said nothing. Zhou Zhengquan continued. The Zhou family sent me 12 messages last night. Each one stated that I should use my authority to bring you to justice. They said my brother is dead, my nephew is dead, my grandson is dead. They said you are the murderer and demanded that I take revenge. He paused. Do you know how I responded? Su Mu remained silent. Zhou Zhengquan turned around. His face showed no emotion, but his eyes were tumultuous with complex feelings. I replied with 8 words. They deserve to die. Serves them right. Get lost. The room fell silent again. Even Tai Zhan was taken aback. Su Mu looked at Zhou Zhengquan speaking for the first time. Why, oi? Zhou Zhengquan did not answer. He walked back to his desk, picked up the document, and threw it to Su Mu. Su Mu caught it and opened it. It was an investigation report. The first page contained Zhou Xingjiang's bribery records, time, place, amount, and intermediary, all clearly stated. The second page was about Zhou Kuan. He had extorted trainees using his position as an instructor, sold training camp resources, and had even caused the deaths of 2 trainees, only to be hushed up by the Zhou family with money. The third page was about Zhou Yunfei. His actions in the 1st Army Corps were abusive, taking lives recklessly, with at least 7 murder cases linked to him. The 4th page, 5th page, 6th page. A total of 20 pages. The dirty deeds of 3 generations of the Zhou family were all documented. Su Mu closed the file and looked at Zhou Zhengquan. Zhou Zhengquan sat back in his chair as if he had suddenly aged 10 years. I joined the army at 15 and am now 53. I've been in the army for 38 years, rising from a private to a lieutenant general. My voice is hoarse. Over the years, the Zhou family has done so many dirty deeds under my banner, I am not unaware. But I turned a blind eye thinking they are family and tried to protect them. And what happened? He looked at Su Mu. They have become increasingly lawless. Murdering and arson, bribery, selling military resources. Nothing is off limits. I warned them, scolded them, even physically reprimanded them. But it was of no use. They said, with you protecting them, what is there to fear? Zhou Zhengquan gave a self-deprecating smile. Protecting them? When did I ever protect them? I just never took action against them. He stood up and walked in front of Su Mu. You killed them and I hate you. But I also thank you. For all these years, the actions I could not take you took for me. He extended his hand. Su Mu looked at him and then shook his hand. It was rough, strong, and calloused. Marks left by 38 years of military service. I will handle the remaining people of the Zhou family, Zhou Zhengquan said. Those who should be arrested will be arrested, and those who should be killed will be killed. Please have someone copy your ledger for me later. Su Mu looked at him. What about Zhou Zhanshan? Zhou Zhengquan was silent for a second. My elder brother, he said, the things he has done are deserving of death 10 times over. But he is the head of the Zhou family and cannot die by my hands. Then who should he die at the hands of? Zhou Zhengquan looked at him, saying nothing. Su Mu nodded. Understood. He turned and walked toward the door. As he reached the door, he stopped. Have the ledger sent over tonight. After saying this, he pushed the door open and left. At 12:30 in the cafeteria, Su Mu held a tray and sat at his usual spot. Opposite him, Chu Kuanga was already waiting. How was it? Su Mu picked up a piece of braised pork. Zhou Zhengquan is Zhou Zanshan's younger brother. Chu Kuanga nearly dropped his chopsticks on the table. What a... He asked me to copy a ledger for him, Su Mu said, placing the meat in his mouth. He said he would handle the remaining Zhou family members. Chu Kuanga was stunned for a long time. What? What is going on? Su Mu did not explain. He finished his meal and put down his chopsticks. For the afternoon training, help me ask for leave. Chu Kuanga looked at him. Where to? To deliver the ledger. Su Mu stood up, picking up the tray. After taking 2 steps, he stopped. By the way, Zhou Zhengquan said that Zhou Zhanshan cannot die by his hands. Chu Kuanga was taken aback, then his eyes gradually brightened. So, Sumu did not turn around. He walked out of the cafeteria. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon in the dormitory, Sumu sat cross-legged on the bed. In front of him lay the box of ledgers. He flipped through them one by one, cross-referencing the investigation report given by Zhou Jingchuan, eliminating duplicate, irrelevant, and unimportant information. In the end, he selected 3 volumes. One was a record of the Zhou family's bribery of the military over the years. One was a record of bribery in the political sphere. One was a record of bribery of the Martial Arts Association. The rest were asset lists and records of contraband, which could simply be handed over to Zhou Jingchuan. Sumu took out paper and pen and began to transcribe. His writing was fast but clear. After finishing each volume, he neatly folded the copies and placed them in the greed's bag. The originals were kept. These were his own bargaining chips. At 5 in the afternoon, the transcription was complete. Sumu packed the 3 copies into a cloth bag, stood up, and stretched his shoulders. Outside the window, the sun was setting in the west. He pushed the door open and left. At 6 in the evening at the camp gate, Sumu handed the cloth bag to the duty soldier. For the chief instructor. Just say it's something Deputy Commander Zhou requested. The soldier took the cloth bag and saluted. Yes. Sumu turned around and walked back to the camp. The sunset elongated his shadow. He walked not too fast, but each step was steady. Passing by the training ground, he stopped. There were still people training on the field. Chu Kuanga, Lin Shui, and several familiar faces were engaged in combat practice under Hong Lai's guidance. Sweat glistened under the sunset and shouts echoed from afar. Sumu watched for a while and then continued on. Upon returning to the dormitory, he closed the door and sat down by the bed. He took out the 2 fused tokens from the greed's bag. Blood red and black intertwined. The character Yuan in the center glimmered faintly in the afterglow of the sunset. He held the tokens tightly and closed his eyes. Dark abyss corridor. Parents. It's coming. At 6:30 in the evening, the sun had completely sunk behind the western mountains. The training camp was enveloped in twilight, and the streetlights in the camp flickered on one by one, their warm glow diffusing in the deepening darkness. The aroma of dinner wafted from the cafeteria as groups of students came and went with their trays, the sounds of footsteps and laughter blending together. Sumu did not go to the cafeteria. He sat by the bed in his dormitory holding the fused token in his hand. The token felt slightly warm, hotter than ever before. The call coming from deep within was clearer now, like a heartbeat thumping steadily, stubbornly knocking on his perception through endless darkness and distance. Parents. The words surfaced in his mind, yet his face remained expressionless. However, the fingers gripping the token tightened slightly. A knock sounded from outside the window. Knock, knock, knock. Sumu tucked the token into his embrace and stood up to open the door. Outside stood Chu Kuanga. He was holding 2 trays piled high with food. I figured you didn't go to the cafeteria, Chu Kuanga said, so I brought you some. Sumu looked at him and stepped aside. Chu Kuanga walked in and placed the trays on the table. 2 portions of braised pork, 2 portions of stir-fried vegetables, 2 bowls of rice, and 2 bowls of seaweed and egg drop soup. The steam rose, filling the room with a delicious aroma. Eat up, Chu Kuanga said as he pulled out a chair and sat down, picking up his chopsticks. Let's talk while we eat. Sumu sat on the edge of the bed and picked up his chopsticks as well. The 2 ate quietly for a few bites. Chu Kuanga spoke first. Did you deliver the account book? Yes. What was Zhou Zengchuan's reaction? No reaction, Sumu replied, picking up a piece of braised pork. He asked for a copy, so I gave it to him. Chu Kuanga paused mid-chew. Is he really planning to act against his own family? Sumu remained silent. Chu Kuanga waited a few seconds before laughing to himself. All right, I want to ask. He continued eating. Anyway, you know what you're doing. The 2 continued to eat for a while. Chu Kuanga suddenly said, has the matter with the Zhou family come to a conclusion? Sumu shook his head. Zhou Zhengshan is not dead yet. Chu Kuanga was taken aback. Didn't Zhou Zhengchuan say? He said his elder brother cannot die by his hands. Sumu interrupted, but he never said he couldn't die by someone else's hands. Chu Kuanga fell silent for a few seconds. Then he lifted his bowl of soup and took a sip. When do you plan to take action? Sumu did not answer. He finished his meal and put down his chopsticks. What about you? He looked at Chu Kuanga. Why are the people from Qinglong Academy here at the training camp? Chu Kuanga also put down his chopsticks. Qinglong Academy has a collaboration with the military, he said. For each training camp, the academy sends a few students to participate for exchange purposes. I happen to have free time, so I came. Is that all? Chu Kuanga looked at him and smiled. What do you want to ask? Sumu remained silent. Chu Kuanga put away his smile. I have 2 reasons for coming to the training camp, he said. First, the slots for the Blood Battle Secret Realm. The academy has limited slots and the competition is fierce, so it's better to try my luck with the military. And the second? Chu Kuanga was silent for 2 seconds. Secondly, I wanted to see you. Sumu looked at him. Since that time in Qinglan City, I've wanted to see you again. Chu Kuanga said, I want to know how someone 3 years younger than me has achieved this level. Do you know? Chu Kuanga shook his head. I still don't understand. He smiled bitterly. There is something about you that I cannot see through. Sumu did not respond. He lifted his bowl of soup and slowly drank. The soup had cooled, but the flavor remained. Chu Kuanga also lifted his bowl, and the two quietly drank. Outside, the night deepened. The streetlights' glow streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting slender shadows on the wall. Chu Kuanga finished his soup and set down his bowl. There is one more thing, he said. I had someone investigate the person behind the Shadow Demon sect connected to the Zhou family. Sumu raised his eyes to look at him. Chu Kuanga pulled out a slip of paper from his pocket and handed it over. Sumu took it and unfolded. There were only a few lines of text. Shadow Demon Sect Dark Division, steward name Shadow, 13 codename, level suspected, second stage Grandmaster, last seen outside the Imperial City, Zhou family villa, characteristics, black robe, dark red patterns, wearing a ghost mask, skilled in assassination. Sumu finished reading and folded the slip, putting it in his pocket. Thanks. Chu Kuanga waved his hand. Don't thank me. When I had someone investigate, I was targeted by someone. He said, last night someone tried to sneak into my dormitory, but I caught them and they ran away. 7th stage Grandmaster using shadow-type stealth techniques. Sumu's gaze sharpened. Were they coming for you? They were coming for you, but it ended up leading back to me. Chu Kuanga said, the people from the Shadow Demon sect are very straightforward. If they want to investigate your background, they will start with the people around you. Sumu fell silent for a few seconds. Don't investigate any further for now. Chu Kuanga looked at him. Are you sure? Yes, Sumu nodded. Let them come if they are coming for me. Chu Kuanga stared at him for a few seconds before nodding. All right, I'll listen to you. He stood up and started to clear the plates from the table. As he reached the door, he paused. Sumu. Sumu looked up. Chu Kuanga had his back to him, not turning around. If one day you need help, just say the word. After saying that, he pushed the door open and left. The door closed softly. The room fell silent again. Sumu sat on the edge of the bed, looking at the closed door. After a long time, he withdrew his gaze. He took out the token from his pocket. It was still burning hot. The call was still clear. He tightened his grip on the token and closed his eyes. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Sumu stepped out of the dormitory. The camp was quiet, with only the occasional footsteps of patrol teams passing by. The streetlights cast a warm glow on the stone path, and his shadow was elongated, moving along with his steps. He walked to the entrance of the library. The door was already closed, but the lights on the second floor were still on. Sumu went around to the back of the building, his toes lightly touching the ground as he leaped into the air. The 3-meter-high outer wall was easily climbed as he grabbed the windowsill with one hand, flipping over and landing in the corridor on the second floor. The window was slightly ajar. He pushed it open and slipped inside. The second floor of the library was a materials room filled with rows of tightly packed bookshelves, the air thick with the smell of paper and dust. In the corner, there was a desk with a lamp on, and a person was sleeping with their head down on the desk. It was the librarian. Sumu did not disturb him. He walked through the shelves to the back, where the confidential materials cabinet was located. The last time he had been here, he had taken the Dark Abyss Corridor geography and a few other books. Now the cabinet door had a new lock, a more complex rune lock. Sumu squatted down, examining the lock. It was a low-grade, earth-level rune lock that required specific true essence fluctuations to open. Forcing it open would trigger an alarm, but he did not need to force it. He raised his hand and pressed it against the lock. Black threads surged from his fingertips, diving into the crevices of the lock. His perception followed the threads, slowly analyzing the structure of the runes, the flow of energy, and the triggering nodes. After 30 seconds, click, a very faint sound. The lock opened. Sumu pulled open the cabinet door. Inside, there were several new books and a few sealed file bags. He quickly flipped through them. Dark Abyss Corridor, 5th Exploration Record, Confidential Altar Research, Internal Materials, Keys, and Tokens. Research on access mechanisms for the Dark Abyss Core area. Missing person files, 302-43027. He pulled out the last book. Flipping it open, the first page was the table of contents. Arranged by year, it listed the names, basic information, and last known locations of missing persons for each year. He flipped to the year 3024. That year, there were 47 missing persons. He looked through them one by one. On the 16th page, 2 names were written side by side. Su Yunshan, male, 34 years old, Grandmaster, 9th Stage, Colonel of the 7th Brigade. Last seen outer area of the Dark Abyss Corridor, 3rd Exploration Zone. Missing since November 7th, 3024. Lin Sushin, female, 32 years old, Grandmaster 8th Stage, Lieutenant Colonel of the 7th Brigade. Last seen outer area of the Dark Abyss Corridor, 3rd Exploration Zone. Missing since November 7th, 3024. Note the two are husband and wife, both went missing at the same time. The search lasted 30 days with no results. Determined to be missing, likely deceased. Sumu stared at those two lines of text for a long time. Then he closed the file and put it back in place. He shut the cabinet door. The lock clicked back into place exactly as it had been before. He stood up and left the same way he came. He climbed out the window and landed on the ground. Standing in the shadows behind the library, he looked up at the sky. The night sky was dotted with stars, and there was no moon. He gazed at the stars for a long time. Then he turned around and walked back to the dormitory. At 10:30 in the evening in the dormitory, Sumu sat on the edge of the bed, holding the token. It was burning hot, hotter than ever before. He pressed the token against his chest. Through the skin, through flesh and bone, the heat seeped inward, as if it wanted to scorch directly into his heart. He closed his eyes. His consciousness sank deep within. In the darkness, the call echoed again. It was not a voice. It was a sensation, as if someone far, far away was calling his name over and over. Sumu, Sumu, Sumu. He opened his eyes. The token was still burning hot. He tucked it into his embrace, keeping it close. Then he lay down, closed his eyes, and his breathing gradually calmed. Outside, the night flowed quietly. The next morning, at 6 o'clock, Sumu woke up on time. He washed up, went downstairs, had breakfast, and headed to the training ground. Everything was as usual. The morning training was the final round of practical combat. Sumu's group drew the 8th group, consisting of 3 7th-stage martial masters. In 20 seconds, they were all eliminated. Wang Chuan and Li Cheng stood on the sidelines, their expressions already numb. At 11 o'clock, the round-robin competition ended. Sumu's group had won all 15 matches, ranking first on the leaderboard. Chu Kuang's group had 14 wins and 1 loss, ranking second. Lin Shui's group had 13 wins and 2 losses, ranking third. Hong Lai stood on the stage and announced the afternoon's arrangements. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the top 30 on the leaderboard gather at the first training ground. The preliminary list for the Blood Battle Secret Realm will be confirmed today. A wave of low cheers erupted from the audience. Sumu stood among the crowd, his expression unchanged. The Blood Battle Secret Realm. He needed to enter, not for the cultivation resources, nor for the battle puppets, but because the Dark Abyss Corridor 5th exploration record mentioned. Deep within the Blood Battle Secret Realm, there was a spatial rift that could lead to the outer area of the Dark Abyss Corridor. This information was only a single line in the file, but he remembered it. On the 27th day of the training camp at 6 in the morning, Sumu opened his eyes. The sky outside was just beginning to brighten, and the morning mist was thicker than yesterday. Through the curtains, a blurred halo could be seen. The camp streetlights had not yet been extinguished. A faint whistle echoed from afar. The cooking team had already begun preparing breakfast. He sat up and moved his shoulders, his joints making soft cracking sounds. After a night of deep sleep, both his spirit and stamina had returned to peak condition. He turned his gaze inward. The shadow true essence flowed slowly through his meridians, denser than yesterday. The blacklight virus ran alongside it, countless tiny black tendrils weaving between the cells, continuously strengthening his muscles, bones, and nerves. There were 2 days left in the initial fusion period. By then, the blacklight virus would completely integrate with his body, entering a stable phase. Its abilities of devouring, regeneration, and form transformation would be greatly enhanced. Sumu retracted his inner vision and tossed aside the thin blanket, stepping out of bed. His bare feet touched the cold cement floor, the rough texture digging into the soles of his feet. He walked to the window and pulled back the curtains. Morning light flooded in. The fog was thick, obscuring the distance. He could only see the outlines of a few nearby dormitory buildings. The streetlight below was still lit, casting a dim yellow glow that blurred in the mist, resembling patches of indistinct orange cotton. He gazed for a moment before turning to the washroom. Cold water splashed onto his face, dripping down his chin. The young face reflected in the mirror with black hair and black eyes bore no expression. But upon closer inspection, something flowed deep within his eyes. That was the perceptive ability brought by the blacklight virus, allowing his eyes to see more. For instance, right now he could see the energy fluctuations within the mirror. The shadow true essence was black, flowing slowly through his meridians. The blacklight virus was also black, but more active, like countless tiny tendrils darting between the cells. The two forces intertwined, faintly suggesting a trend of fusion. He looked for a while and then shifted his gaze. He picked up a towel to dry his face. At 6:40, Sumu walked out of the dormitory. There were already people in the corridor. A few trainees emerged from the adjacent room, noticed him instinctively paused their steps, then sidestepped to let him pass, lowering their heads and hastening their pace. Sumu paid no mind. He descended the stairs heading towards the cafeteria. The bluestone path of the camp was damp with mist slightly slippery underfoot. He walked at a steady pace, each step firm, feeling the subtle undulations of the stone beneath his feet as he passed the training grounds. In the distance, instructors were setting up today's equipment. Metal stakes, sensor targets, and obstacle nets were being brought out of the equipment storage one by one, arranged in the morning mist. A few responsible trainees were assisting nearby, moving swiftly and occasionally exchanging hushed words. When they saw Sumu pass by, their conversation fell silent. A few gazes were cast his way before quickly averting. Sumu did not look at them and continued forward. The cafeteria was bustling with warmth. Steam billowed from the steamer, and a line formed at the food-serving window. The aroma of braised pork, the fragrance of stir-fried vegetables, and the sweetness of rice mingled together, tempting the appetite. Sumu stood at the back of the line. The person in front sensed someone behind them, turned to glance, then quickly looked back, slightly angling their body to make room. The line moved quickly. When it was his turn, he served himself a couple of portions of rice, a serving of braised pork, a portion of stir-fried vegetables, and a bowl of seaweed egg soup, carrying the tray to find a seat. The usual spot by the window was vacant. He walked over and sat down. Just as he picked up his chopsticks, someone sat down across from him. It was Chukwanga. "Good morning," Chukwanga said, holding a tray piled with similar food. Sumu nodded and picked up a piece of braised pork. Chukwanga also began to eat. The two quietly enjoyed their meal for a few minutes before Chukwanga spoke up. "How are you preparing for the afternoon's expedition into the secret realm?" Sumu continued chewing. "There's nothing to prepare." Chukwanga chuckled. "That's true. Someone like you is always ready." He ate a few more bites before lowering his voice. "I received another message last night." Sumu looked at him. "Ingshur-san from the Shadow Demon sect appeared in Janwu City last night." His voice was low. "He stayed on the west side of the city for 2 hours before disappearing. His whereabouts are unknown." Sumu remained silent. He picked up a piece of vegetables and placed it in his mouth, chewing slowly. "Is he coming for me?" "Most likely," Chukwanga replied. "The situation with the Zhou family has created too much of a stir. The Shadow Demon sect won't let it go easily. They lost an overseer. There must be an explanation." Sumu nodded. "Got it." Chukwanga looked at him. "Aren't you worried?" "Worried about what?" "He's a second-level Grandmaster," Chukwanga said, "specializing in assassination. You can kill a first-level Grandmaster hidden, but assassination is another matter." Sumu set down his chopsticks. He picked up the soup bowl and took a sip. The seaweed egg soup was still warm, with just the right amount of saltiness. He set the bowl down. "If he dares to come, then let him come." Chukwanga stared at him for a few seconds before shaking his head and laughing. "Okay, consider my worries unfounded." The two continued their meal. At 7:30, they finished breakfast and exited the cafeteria. The mist began to disperse and sunlight streamed through gaps in the clouds, casting beams of golden light onto the damp stone path. A crowd gathered in front of the announcement board. They were all trainees from the training camp, some having just finished breakfast, while others passing by with trays stopped to take a look. When they saw Sumu approaching, the crowd automatically made way. Sumu stepped forward to the announcement board. The day schedule was posted: 2 p.m., Blood Battle Secret Realm preparation, list confirmation ceremony location, first training ground, participants top 30 trainees on the points leaderboard. 4 p.m., list of the first batch of entrants into the secret realm will be announced. Note, the first batch consists of 10 people selected by points ranking priority. Sumu read it and turned to leave. Chukwanga followed behind. "You must be in the first batch," he said. "First in points, who else would they select?" Sumu remained silent. He walked towards the training ground. At 8 in the morning at the training ground, today's training content was free combat, with no scoring or ranking. The trainees could find opponents to spar with or observe and learn. Sumu stood by the sidelines, leaning against the metal railing. He did not enter the matches. In his energy perception, the entire training ground was clearly visible. Who was fighting seriously, who was slacking off, and who was glancing in his direction. Everything was clear. Wang Chuan and Li Cheng were not far away, currently battling a 7th-level martial artist. The two worked well together. Though they were not as strong as their opponent, they managed to hold on for several rounds thanks to their synergy. Chukwanga and Lin Shui were sparring in another area, exchanging blows with flashing blades. Other trainees were scattered around, some fighting, some watching. Everything was normal. However, Sumu's perception remained slightly on the outside. Ingshur-san, a second-level Grandmaster specializing in assassination. Such a person wouldn't confront him openly, but would lurk in the shadows waiting for an opportunity. Sumu didn't mind waiting. He had plenty of patience. At 11 in the morning, training ended. The trainees walked in small groups towards the cafeteria. Sumu walked at the back. Chu Kuanga caught up to him. For the afternoon ceremony, do you want to change into something more formal? He surveyed Sumu's ordinary training attire. Sumu looked down at himself. No need. Chu Kuanga shrugged. All right, do as you wish. The two entered the cafeteria. During lunch, everything was as usual. Sumu sat in his usual spot across from Chu Kuanga. The two quietly finished their meal before returning to their dorms to rest. At 1:50 in the afternoon, Sumu stepped out of the dormitory. The sunlight was fierce, the mist had long dissipated, and the sky was a deep blue. Many trainees were walking towards the first training ground, excitement and anticipation on their faces. Sumu walked among the crowd. The people around him instinctively kept their distance, but couldn't help but steal glances at him. He paid them no mind. Upon reaching the first training ground, the area was already filled with people. It wasn't just the top 30 trainees, instructors, and other students had come to watch. Hong Lai stood in the center of the field holding a list. Taijan stood beside him, his one arm resting behind his back. Sumu stepped into the field, standing in the front row. Chu Kuanga stood beside him, and Lin Shui was not far away, nodding in greeting. At exactly 2 o'clock, Taijan stepped forward. The top 30 on the points leaderboard stepped forward. 30 people simultaneously took a step forward. Taijan scanned the crowd, his gaze lingering on Sumu for a second before moving on. You 30 have the qualification to enter the preparation list for the Blood Battle Secret Realm, he said. However, only 10 will actually enter the Secret Realm. The first batch of entrants will be selected by points ranking priority. Those with higher rankings can choose to enter today, tomorrow, or not at all. Those who choose to enter today will depart at 4 this afternoon. Those who choose to enter tomorrow will depart at the same time tomorrow. Those who choose not to enter will have their spots passed on. He paused. Is everything clear? Understood. The 30 responded in unison. Taijan nodded. Hong Lai, read the list. Hong Lai stepped forward, unfolding the list he held. First place was Sumu. 470 points. A hush fell over the crowd. 470 points. 120 points higher than the second place, Chu Kuanga. This gap left everyone speechless. Hong Lai continued reading. Second place, Chu Kuanga. 350 points. Third place, Lin Shui. 330 points. Fourth place. The list continued to be read out. After finishing, Hong Lai rolled up the list. The first to 10th places stepped forward. Sumu took a step forward. Chu Kuanga, Lin Shui, and the other 7 also stepped forward. Hong Lai looked at them. You 10 have the qualification to be the first batch to enter the Blood Battle Secret Realm. Now choose. He looked at Sumu. Sumu, do you choose today or tomorrow? Sumu did not hesitate. Today? Hong Lai nodded, marking it on the list. He looked at Chu Kuanga. Chu Kuanga, what about you? Chu Kuanga glanced at Sumu before replying. Today? Hong Lai continued asking. 9 people chose today. Only Lin Shui hesitated for 2 seconds before saying, tomorrow. Hong Lai did not inquire further, merely nodding to note it down. Taijan stepped forward. All right. The first batch of 9 entrants will depart at 4 this afternoon. The second batch will depart at 4 tomorrow afternoon. He looked at Sumu and the others. Now return and prepare. Gather at the camp gate at 4 sharp. Yes. At 3:30 in the afternoon in the dormitory, Sumu sat on the edge of the bed checking his gear. The Shadow Dragon scale armor was already on, fitted snugly against him, with training clothes over it hiding any abnormalities. The Spirit of Dream was worn at his waist, ready to be activated at any moment. The Greed's bag contained enough food and water for 3 days, along with healing potions, spiritual talismans, and spare weapons. Most importantly, there was the integrated token, blood red and black intertwined with the character Yuan in the center. He secured it close to him. Then he stood up and stretched his body. Everything was ready. At 3:50, he pushed the door open. At 4 in the afternoon at the camp gate, all 9 were present. Taijan stood at the entrance, a military truck parked beside him. Get in, he said. The 9 boarded the truck. The compartment was enclosed with a long bench on each side. The 9 squeezed in, and the doors were closed from the outside. In the darkness, the truck started. Bumpy. Shaky. No one spoke. Sumu closed his eyes, extending his perception. The truck was heading north towards Jianwu City, leaving the city, entering the mountains, driving deep inside. 40 minutes later, the truck came to a stop. The doors opened. Outside was a clearing surrounded by dense forest. In the center of the clearing stood a stone archway. The archway was 3 meters high and 2 meters wide, entirely gray-black, its surface covered in intricate runes. Inside the doorway was a distorted light curtain rippling like water. The entrance to the Blood Battle Secret Realm. Taijan stood beside the archway. Once you enter, you will be randomly transported to a location on the outskirts of the Secret Realm. Inside the Secret Realm, time flows at 3 times the rate of the outside world. 1 day outside equals 3 days inside. You will have 7 days. 7 days outside, 21 days inside. After 7 days, regardless of your gains, you must return. Those who exceed the time limit will remain inside forever. He glanced over the 9 individuals. Any questions? No one spoke. Taijan nodded. Then let's go in. Sumu was the first to approach the archway. He stood before the light curtain and paused for a second. Then he stepped in. The light curtain engulfed his figure. Chu Kuanga followed behind. One by one, all 9 disappeared. Taijan stood in place, staring at the light curtain for a long time. Then he turned and walked towards the truck. In the light, there was blinding brightness. Then came the sensation of weightlessness, as if the world was spinning. Sumu steadied himself and opened his eyes. He stood on a desolate plain. The sky was gray-white without a sun, yet the light was bright. The ground was a dark red devoid of any vegetation, with a few black hills in the distance. A faint scent of blood lingered in the air. Sumu took a deep breath. The concentration of spiritual energy was indeed higher than outside, at least 3 times as much. He fully extended his perception. Within 500 meters there were no signs of life. But beyond 500 meters, his gaze sharpened. Something was approaching. It was moving quickly. He turned to look in that direction. On the horizon, a black dot appeared. The dot grew rapidly larger. It was a strange beast. It was the size of a cow, but much larger, at least 3 meters high and 5 meters long. Its body was covered in black scales with 3 horns on its head and blood-red eyes. It charged towards Sumu, its speed increasing. Sumu stood his ground, unmoving. When the strange beast was 30 meters away, he suddenly raised his hand. Black filaments surged from his palm, instantly coalescing into a spear. He threw it. The spear transformed into black lightning, piercing through the beast's skull. Boom! The massive form of the beast fell to the ground, twitching a few times before becoming still. Sumu approached. He crouched down, placing his hand on the beast's corpse. Black filaments surged forth, burrowing into the body. After 3 seconds, the corpse of the strange beast began to dissolve. Like snow melting, like ice evaporating, it turned into a pool of black liquid seeping into the ground, leaving only a pile of scales and the 3 horns. Sumu stood up. New information flooded into his mind. Devouring successful energy gained can be converted into true essence or used for enhancement. Gene fragment obtained. Scale enhancement beginner can be fused. Gene fragment obtained. Strength amplification beginner can be fused. He closed his eyes to feel it. The energy inside him had indeed increased slightly, though it wasn't much. Little by little adds up. He opened his eyes, gazing towards the distant black hills. There were more signs of life there. Sumu lifted his foot and walked in that direction. Behind him, on the dark red wasteland, a trail of footprints was left. The wind blew quickly, covering the footprints with dust. The blood battle secret realm. The first. On the dark red wasteland, the wind swept up fine dust swirling across the ground. Sumu stood beside the remnants of a devoured beast, eyes closed as he felt the newly acquired energy within him. It was very weak. Like a drop of water falling into a dried-up pond, it was instantly absorbed completely. He opened his eyes and looked towards the distant black hills. In his perception of energy, there were dense signs of life in that direction. They varied in size and strength, but there were at least hundreds. He lifted his foot and walked towards that direction. His pace was slow, but each step was steady. The dark red sand slightly sank beneath his feet, leaving clear footprints. The wind blew quickly, erasing the edges of the footprints with dust. After walking for about 10 minutes, the black hills grew closer. They were taller than he had imagined, at least 100 meters high, completely black, with surfaces as smooth as if they had been burned. At the foot of the mountain was an open area scattered with countless white bones, some resembling cattle, some resembling horses, and some resembling humans. Sumu stopped. He crouched down to examine the nearest white bone. It was a human bone. The skeleton was intact with no fractures or signs of gnawing. However, the surface of the bone had a layer of fine black patterns, as if it had been eroded from the inside by something. He reached out to touch it. The bone instantly turned to powder scattered by the wind. Sumu stood up. He looked deep into the open area. There was a cave. The entrance was about 5 meters high and 8 meters wide, pitch black, with no visibility inside. But in his energy perception, there were extremely dense signs of life inside the cave. At least 300, varying in size, the weakest equivalent to a first-level martial artist and the strongest approaching a 5th-level master. A lair of beasts. Sumu did not rush inside. He circled the foot of the mountain, memorizing the surrounding terrain in his mind. Then he found a rock sheltered from the wind and crouched in the shadow. He closed his eyes. His spiritual power communicated with the shadow mask. Summon Shadow Legion. Current summon limit 156064 units. Please select the number of summons. Sumu did not hesitate. All of them. In the next moment, the shadows around him began to boil. Not from one place, not from 10 places, but from thousands. Every shadow of every rock, every shadow of every crack, even the shadow beneath his feet, surged violently, like boiling water. A tide of black surged forth from the shadows. Basic ninjas 1300 armed with kunai, their dark red eyes flickering in the darkness. Shadow mages 500 floating in midair, gathering black energy arrows in their hands. General level 800, their aura towering like a mountain, distinctly stronger than the basic ninjas. Commander level 300, larger in stature, wielding massive black battle blades. King level 100, standing over 3 meters tall, covered in pitch black carapace, their dark red eyes glowing like burning coals. A total of 15600 shadow soldiers descended. They densely filled the open area at the foot of the mountain. Yet they made no sound. 15,000 pairs of dark red eyes stared at Su-mu in unison. Su-mu stood up. He gazed at the black cave entrance. Go in. Kill all living things. Bring them to me. The shadows moved like a black tide, silently surging into the cave. At the forefront were the basic ninjas, the largest group, moving quickly, responsible for scouting and entangling. Closely following were the commander and general level, wielding battle blades, responsible for the main assault. The shadow mages floated in the air, trailing behind the group, ready to provide long-range support. The 100 kings stood at the back, their dark red eyes scanning every corner. Su-mu stood outside the cave, eyes closed. His consciousness was connected with every shadow. He could see everything happening inside the cave clearly. Deep inside the cave, it was a vast underground space, at least the size of 2 football fields. The cave walls were covered in glowing moss, casting an eerie green light throughout the space. The ground was densely packed with beasts of various kinds, some resembling wolves, others bears, some snakes, and others unidentifiable. But they had one thing in common: they were all covered in black scales identical to the beast that had been devoured earlier. The moment the Shadow Legion surged in, the beasts sensed it. The outermost group of wolf-like beasts lifted their heads, their blood-red eyes looking towards the cave entrance. Then they saw the wall of shadows. There were no howls, no warnings. The Shadow Legion gave them no time to react. 1300 basic ninjas surged forward like a tide, instantly overwhelming the outermost group of beasts. The sounds of kunai piercing flesh were dense as rain, and before the blood could even splash, it was trampled into the ground by the subsequent shadows. The beast group finally reacted. Roars erupted. The wolf-like beasts lunged at the shadows, their sharp claws tearing through several ninjas' bodies. But those torn ninjas dissipated into black smoke and reformed not far away. They could not be killed. They could not be extinguished. The wolf-like beasts were horrified to discover that what they faced were not living beings, but indestructible monsters. The commander and general level joined the battle. Huge black battle blades swept through, taking the lives of several beasts with each swing. The energy arrows from the shadow mages fell from the sky, accurately piercing the skulls of the beasts attempting to break through. The 100 kings did not engage. They stood at the periphery of the battlefield, their dark red eyes scanning the entire space as if watching a massacre. 5 minutes later, the battle ended. 327 beasts were completely annihilated. Blood flowed like a river, seeping down through the cracks in the ground. Limbs and severed body parts were scattered everywhere, and the air was filled with the acrid scent of blood. The Shadow Legion began to clean up the battlefield. They dragged the corpses of the beasts one by one out of the cave and piled them in the open space in front of Su-mu. Su-mu opened his eyes. In front of him, the corpses had already formed a small mountain. 327. He raised his hand and pressed it on the first corpse. Black filaments surged out, drilling into the corpse. 3 seconds later, the corpse dissolved. Successful devour. Energy gained can be converted to true essence or used for enhancement. Gene fragment acquired, scale strengthening beginner can be fused. Gene fragment acquired, night vision ability beginner can be fused. The second corpse, the third corpse, the fourth corpse. Su-mu devoured them one by one like an unwearied machine. With each devour, the energy within him increased slightly. The energies gathered within him, part absorbed by the shadow true essence and part absorbed by the blacklight virus. Both powers were growing. Half an hour later, all 327 beasts had been completely devoured. Su-mu stood up, stretching his shoulders. Within him, the energy was brimming to the point of overflowing. He closed his eyes to introspect. The shadow true essence had solidified at least 30% more than before. The activity of the blacklight virus had greatly increased, with countless black tendrils racing through the cells, as if celebrating this grand feast. He opened his eyes. He looked at the system interface. Devour progress 327. Current energy reserve sufficient for one breakthrough to the Master Realm or for enhancing existing abilities. Gene Fragment Library Scale Strengthening Beginner X 47. Power Amplification Beginner X 36. Speed Amplification Beginner X 28. Night Vision Ability Beginner X 31. Smell Enhancement Beginner X 19. Fuse genes would you like to fuse? Sumu did not hesitate. Fuse all beginner genes. Black filaments surged from within him, wrapping around his entire body. Those filaments moved across his skin, drilling in and out, as if reweaving his body. A tingling sensation. A slight burning feeling. His bones creaked slightly, and his muscles quivered. After 30 seconds, everything stopped. Sumu looked down at his hand. Beneath his skin, faint black patterns were swirling, then gradually subsiding. He clenched his fist. His sense of strength was even stronger than before. Fusion complete. Scale Strengthening Beginner Scale Strengthening Intermediate. Power Amplification Beginner Power Amplification Intermediate. Speed Amplification Beginner Speed Amplification Intermediate. Night Vision Ability Beginner Night Vision Ability Intermediate. Smell Enhancement Beginner Smell Enhancement Intermediate. Sumu lowered his hand. He looked into the distance. The Black Hills were not just this one. There were 3 more. He lifted his foot and walked towards the next hill. The 15600 Shadow Legion followed behind him like a black tide, silently sweeping across the dark red wasteland. The second hill. The scale of the lair was larger, with more than 500 beasts, the strongest reaching the 6th level of Master. Sumu stood at the cave entrance. Go in. The Shadow Legion surged in again. This time he followed inside. He stood at the edge of the battlefield, watching the shadows and beasts clash. When the giant beast at the 6th level of Master appeared, he moved. In a flash, he appeared right in front of the beast. The beast opened its massive jaws and lunged at him. Sumu raised his hand. One hand pressed against the beast's upper jaw. The other hand pressed against its lower jaw. Then he exerted force. His arm muscles bulged, and the black patterns surged wildly. Roar! The beast let out a miserable scream. Its mouth was forcefully torn open. From the corner of its mouth to its throat, blood gushed forth. Sumu released his grip, allowing the massive corpse to crash to the ground. He crouched down, pressing his hand on the corpse. Devour. Successful devour. Gained a large amount of energy. Gained Gene Fragment Power Amplification Advanced. Gained Gene Fragment Scale Strengthening Advanced. He stood up. He looked at the other beasts. Those beasts saw him, and for the first time fear appeared in their eyes. But they could not escape. The Shadow Legion had already surrounded the entire lair. 10 minutes later, 537 beasts were completely annihilated. Devour. Fusion. Energy surged again. The third hill. 422 beasts, the strongest at the 7th level of Master. Sumu did not waste words. He immediately began the slaughter. The Shadow Legion surrounded him as he personally killed the strongest among them. Then devoured. Fused. The 4th hill. 603 beasts, the strongest at the 8th level of Master. This was the largest lair among the 4 hills, and also the toughest nut to crack. The 8th level Master Beast was a giant bear over 10 meters in size, covered in pitch-black scales, capable of crushing dozens of ninjas with a single slap. Sumu personally confronted it. As the giant bear's massive paw came down, he raised his hand to meet it. Boom! The ground beneath him cracked, fissures extending for dozens of meters. Sumu's arm bent slightly, but he blocked it. He looked up at the giant bear. For the first time, confusion appeared in its blood-red eyes. Why could this tiny creature withstand its full-force strike? Sumu did not give it time to think. His other hand formed a fist and struck the giant bear's abdomen. Black light, virus complete, form partial enhancement. Black armor surged from his fist, amplifying his power to the extreme. Bang! The giant bear's massive body was sent flying, crashing into the mountain wall, shaking the entire mountain. Before it could land, Sumu was already chasing after it. In midair, he stomped down on its chest. Boom! The giant bear smashed into the mountain wall, deeply embedded, creating a depression over 10 meters in diameter. Sumu landed on the ground, watching the giant bear, still struggling. He raised his hand. The 100 kings moved simultaneously. They charged forward, dragging the giant bear out from the mountain wall and pinning it to the ground. Sumu approached it. He placed his hand on its head. Black filaments surged out. The giant bear struggled violently, but was held down firmly by the 100 kings. 3 seconds later, the struggle ceased. Successful devour. Gained a large amount of energy. Gained Gene Fragment Power Amplification Advanced X2. Gained Gene Fragment Scale Strengthening Advanced X3. Gained Gene Fragment Giantization Beginner Rare. Gained Gene Fragment Energy Resistance Intermediate. Sumu stood up. Within him, the energy was brimming to the point of explosion. He closed his eyes to introspect. The shadow true essence surged wildly. The barrier of the 9th-level martial artist was on the verge of collapse. The blacklight virus was also boiling, with countless black tendrils weaving through the cells, enhancing every single cell. He opened his eyes and looked at the system interface. Current energy reserve conditions for breakthrough met. Would you like to break through to the master realm? Sumu looked at the line of text. Then he chose no. Not now. He wanted to wait until the initial fusion period was over, until the blacklight virus was completely stabilized. He wanted to step into master realm in the most perfect state. In the evening, on the dark red wasteland, Sumu stood at the top of the 4th hill. Below, the Shadow Legion was busy cleaning up the battlefield. Throughout the day, he had devoured over 1,800 beasts. The energy reserve was sufficient for 2 breakthroughs. The gene fusion had greatly enhanced the strength of his body. He looked into the distance. There were more hills over there. More beasts. More energy. But he needed time to digest. Sumu jumped down from the hill and landed on the ground. He found a rock sheltered from the wind and sat cross-legged in the shadow. The Shadow Legion spread out, encircling the surrounding 500 meters like an iron barrel. He closed his eyes and began to digest the energy he had devoured today. The shadow true essence circulated within him once, twice, 3 times. With each cycle, it solidified further. The blacklight virus worked in parallel, thoroughly integrating those newly fused gene fragments into the cells. Time passed second by second. The sky gradually darkened. The night in the secret realm had no moon, only a sky full of pale starlight illuminating the dark red wasteland. Sumu sat in the shadows, motionless, like a statue. In the distance, the occasional roar of beasts could be heard, but none dared to approach. Within a 500-meter radius, 15,000 pairs of dark red eyes were intently fixed on. After an unknown amount of time, Sumu opened his eyes. He stood up and stretched his body. His joints made crisp popping sounds. Within him, the energy had been completely digested. The shadow true essence had solidified by 50% compared to before. The blacklight virus had completely integrated into every single cell, waiting for the initial fusion period to end before entering the stabilization phase. He looked into the distance. 3 days left. 19 days left in the secret realm. That would be enough. Sumu lifted his foot and walked further. Behind him, 156 shadows followed closely, like a silent tide sweeping across the dark red wasteland. In a certain part of the secret realm, Chu Kwanga slashed down the last beast, panting as he sat on the ground. He looked at the corpses scattered around and smiled bitterly. This place is really uninhabitable. After resting for a while, he stood up and continued forward. After taking a few steps, he suddenly stopped. Looking up at the sky, he noticed something shining in the distance. That was deep within the secret realm. It is said that there is a spatial rift that leads to. Chu Kwang's expression became serious. The abyssal corridor. He recalled the question Sumu had asked before. This guy, wouldn't he actually want to go there, right? He shook his head and continued forward. Elsewhere, Lin Shui was traversing through a forest. She moved cautiously, stepping only in the shadows. Suddenly she stopped. Ahead there was a corpse. Not a beast's corpse. A human corpse. Dressed in military uniform, lieutenant insignia. Dead for at least 3 days. Lin Shui crouched down to examine the wounds on the corpse. They were claw marks. Killed by a beast. She stood up and continued walking. After a few steps, she glanced back at the corpse. Then she withdrew her gaze and disappeared deep into the woods. Morning. The sky in the secret realm gradually brightened, unlike the clear distinction of sunrise and sunset in the outside world. The grayish-white sky transitioned from deep gray to light gray, then to gray-white, a process that lasted nearly an hour. Sumu opened his eyes. He had sat in the sheltered spot behind the 4th hill all night, maintaining a meditative posture. Within a radius of 500 meters, 156,000 shadow soldiers stood motionless like black sculptures, their dark red eyes fixated in every direction. He stood up and stretched his shoulders. A slight cracking sound echoed from his joints. Inside his body, the energy consumed last night had been completely digested. The dark shadow true essence flowed slowly through his meridians, more condensed than yesterday. The blacklight virus quietly lurked deep within every cell, awaiting the end of the initial fusion stage. He glanced at the system interface. Remaining time in initial fusion stage: 1 day tomorrow. Tomorrow he would be able to completely fuse. Sumu withdrew his inner vision and looked up at the distance. The 4 hills were cleared, but further away there were more hills and more nests. In his energy perception, stronger life signs could be sensed dozens of miles away, at least at the 9th level of master, and possibly even a half-step grandmaster. He lifted his foot and walked in that direction. The shadow soldiers surged like a tide, following behind him. After about half an hour of walking, the terrain ahead began to change. The dark red wasteland gradually disappeared, replaced by a stone forest. Countless massive stone pillars rose from the ground, some over 100 meters tall, and others around 20 to 30 meters, densely packed together like a gigantic maze. Sumu halted his steps. In his energy perception, there were life signs deep within the stone forest. Not one or two, but hundreds, and they were stronger than those from yesterday. He looked towards the entrance of the stone forest. Between two stone pillars was a narrow passage barely wide enough for two people to walk side by side. Scattered on the ground were white bones, both human and beast. Sumu did not hesitate. He stepped into the stone forest. Behind him, 156,000 shadow soldiers surged in. The stone forest was narrow, but the shadows did not require width. They could overlap, merge, and slide across the surfaces of the stone pillars. 156,000 units squeezed into this maze, yet still moved freely. Sumu walked at the front. With his energy perception fully activated, every stone pillar, every corner, and every hidden beast within a 500-meter radius was clearly visible. 50 meters ahead, behind a stone pillar on the left, lurked 3 wolf-like beasts. They were at the 3rd level of master. He continued walking without stopping as he reached the stone pillar. But the shadows stopped. 50 basic ninjas instantly pounced towards the left rear, and before the 3 beasts could react, their kunai had already pierced into their skulls. There were no screams. 3 corpses fell to the ground. Sumu did not look back and continued forward. Behind him, shadows dragged away the bodies, waiting for his return to devour them. Deep within the stone forest, the stone pillars here were thicker and taller, blocking out the sky. Looking up, one could only see a sliver of gray-white sky. There were more white bones scattered on the ground, crunching underfoot. Sumu suddenly halted. In his energy perception, there was a massive life form ahead. It was 3 times larger than the 8th level Master Bear from yesterday. At least at the peak of the 9th level of Master, nearing a half-step Grandmaster. He continued forward, circumventing a massive stone pillar, and the area ahead opened up. It was a clearing approximately 200 meters in diameter. The ground flattened, as if pressed countless times by something. In the center of the clearing lay a gigantic beast. Its size was like that of a rhinoceros, but much larger, about 8 meters tall and 15 meters long. Its entire body was covered in jet-black scales, each the size of a basin, shimmering with a cold light under the gray-white sunlight. It had a single horn on its head as thick as a barrel, and nearly 2 meters long, its tip sharp enough to pierce through the air. It lay on the ground, seemingly in a deep slumber. Its breathing was slow and heavy. With each exhale, the ground trembled slightly. Sumu stood at the edge of the clearing, watching the gigantic beast. Energy perception told him that this beast's realm was equivalent to a human martial artist at the peak of the 9th level of Master, just a step away from becoming a Grandmaster. But its physical strength far surpassed that of a human at the same level. Its scales could withstand the full force of a 1st-level Grandmaster. Sumu did not rush to act. He circled the edge of the clearing, committing the surrounding terrain to memory. The stone forest here formed a natural open area, surrounded by massive stone pillars with only 3 passages for entry and exit. He chose one of the passages and stood at its entrance. Then he raised his hand. 100 kings stepped forward, standing behind him. 3,000 leaders spread out, occupying the entrances of the other 2 passages. 8,000 general-level soldiers were distributed in the shadows along the edges of the clearing. 50,000 basic ninjas surged into the clearing silently, surrounding the slumbering giant beast. Shadow mages hovered in the air, their energy arrows aimed at the beast's head, neck, and eyes. Everything was ready. Sumu raised his right hand and gently waved it. 50,000 basic ninjas moved simultaneously. Like a black tide, they surged towards the giant beast in the center of the clearing. Just as they reached within 30 meters of the beast opened its eyes. Those dark golden eyes with slit pupils like a snake spotted the approaching black tide. It opened its mouth. Roar! The terrifying sound wave exploded. The 3,000 leading basic ninjas were instantly blown away into black smoke. The subsequent ninjas were also knocked off balance, dissipating into black smoke. The sound wave continued to expand, shaking the stone pillars at the edge of the clearing, causing small stones to rattle and fall. Sumu stood still, unmoving. He watched the giant beast. A soundwave attack, wide-ranging with tremendous power. But it lasted only a short time. 3 seconds later, the soundwave subsided. The giant beast stood up. The 8-meter-tall behemoth rose, bringing an overwhelming pressure. It lowered its head, its dark golden eyes gazing at Sumu at the edge of the clearing. It saw that small figure. It opened its mouth and charged at Sumu. With each step, the ground trembled. Its 15-meter-long body was like a moving mountain, crushing everything in its path. Sumu did not move. He simply raised his right hand. 100 kings moved. They charged out from behind, Sumu confronting the giant beast Hedon. The first 3 kings collided with the giant beast. Boom! The 3 kings were sent flying, turning into black smoke. But the giant beast's charge was also momentarily halted. Immediately after, more kings rushed in. 10, 20, 30. They clung to the giant beast's legs, climbing onto its back, tearing at its massive scales with their claws. The giant beast roared in fury, wildly thrashing its body. One by one, the kings were flung off, turning into black smoke, yet more kings continued to surge forward. Meanwhile, the leaders moved in from the sides. The enormous black blades struck at the giant beast's legs, abdomen, and neck. Sparks flew. Those scales were too thick. The blades could only leave shallow white marks. But there were too many. 3,000 leaders took turns striking, hitting the same spot, slashing 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times. Finally, crack. A faint cracking sound. A patch of scales on the giant beast's abdomen developed cracks. The leader's blades targeted that crack, striking frantically. The crack widened. Finally, that patch of scales shattered. Black blood gushed forth. The giant beast let out a pained roar. It thrashed madly, flinging off the kings on its body and crushing the leaders beneath its feet, but more and more shadows continued to swarm up. The basic ninjas crawled over it like ants. They were too small to harm it, but they could crawl into that wound. Countless basic ninjas burrowed into the shattered scales, into the flesh, into the organs. They wreaked havoc within the giant beast's body. The giant beast's roar turned into a scream. It collapsed to the ground, rolling frantically. But it was futile. Enemies within could not be killed. Enemies outside could not be eliminated. 5 minutes later, the giant beast ceased its struggles. It lay on the ground, its massive eyes still open but devoid of spirit. The dark golden pupils gradually faded. Sumu approached it. He raised his hand and pressed it on the giant beast's head. Black tendrils surged forth, burrowing into the beast's body. 3 seconds. 10 seconds. 30 seconds. The giant beast's massive body began to dissolve. Like snow melting, like ice evaporating, it turned into a large pool of black liquid, which was then absorbed by the ground. Only the giant horn remained, along with several fragments of shattered scales. Sumu closed his eyes. Successful devour, acquired massive energy, acquired gene fragment, gigantism intermediate rare, acquired gene fragment scale, reinforcement advanced 3, acquired gene fragment strength, amplification advanced 5, acquired gene fragment, soundwave attack beginner rare, acquired gene fragment energy resistance advanced 2. He opened his eyes. Within him, energy surged once more. The dark shadow true essence surged wildly. The barrier of the 9th level martial artist began to shake violently. The blacklight virus was also boiling, with countless black tendrils weaving between cells, integrating the giant beast's gene fragments into his body. He clenched his fist. His sense of strength was significantly greater than yesterday, especially that newly acquired gene, soundwave attack, although it was only at the beginner level if combined with the shadow soldiers. He looked around. In the clearing, the stone forest shadows filled the area. 156,000 units. If they all unleashed a soundwave attack simultaneously. Sumu's lips curled into a slight arc. That scene would surely be breathtaking. After devouring the giant beast, Sumu did not rush to leave. He ordered the shadow soldiers to spread out and scour the entire stone forest. There was more than one giant beast in this stone forest. There were hundreds of nests, large and small. He intended to clear the entire stone forest by the end of the day. Noon. Deep within the stone forest, Sumu stood before an 8th level master snake-like beast. It had already been pinned to the ground by the shadow soldiers, unable to move. He raised his hand and pressed it on its head. Devour. Acquired energy, acquired gene fragment stealth intermediate, acquired gene fragment venom beginner. Afternoon. On the eastern side of the stone forest. And 7th level master leopard-like beast. Devour. Acquired energy, acquired gene fragment speed, amplification advanced, acquired gene fragment night vision ability advanced. Evening. On the western side of the stone forest. A 9th level master turtle-like beast. Its defenses were stronger than that of the giant rhinoceros with absurdly thick scales. The blades of the leaders could only leave a white mark on it. The claws of the kings could only tear off a small piece. Sumu took action personally. His arms were covered in black shells, his strength amplification fully activated. He hammered down on the back of the turtle-like beast. He struck for a full 300 punches. Crack. Finally, the turtle shell cracked. He thrust his hands into the gap and exerted force. Crack, crack, crack. The turtle shell was forcibly torn apart. Black blood gushed out. He raised his hand and pressed it on the still struggling beast's head. Devour. Acquired massive energy, acquired gene fragment, absolute defense, beginner rare, acquired gene fragment, scale reinforcement, advanced 5, acquired gene fragment, energy resistance, advanced 3. Night. In the center of the stone forest clearing, Su-Mu sat cross-legged on the ground. Around him lay piles of beast corpses, a total of 423, from the 3rd level of master to the 9th level. He spent an entire day clearing the stone forest. Now he was ready to devour. He raised his hand and pressed it on the first corpse. Black tendrils surged forth. Successful devour, 2nd corpse, 3rd corpse, 4th corpse. One by one, tirelessly, the energy within him continued to grow. The dark shadow true essence was nearing saturation. The barrier of the 9th level martial artist was loosening to the point of nearly disappearing. But he continued to suppress it, waiting for tomorrow, waiting for the end of the initial fusion stage. Late at night, the last corpse was successfully devoured. Su-Mu stood up. The energy within him was brimming, almost overflowing. He looked at the system interface. Current energy reserves can break through the master realm 3 times, remaining time in initial fusion stage 3 hours, 3 hours left. He raised his head to look at the sky. The night sky in the secret realm had no moon, only the pale starlight. He looked into the distance. Outside the stone forest, there was an even larger world. Stronger beasts. More energy. But for today, this is enough. He needed to digest. Su-Mu sat down in the center of the clearing and closed his eyes. The dark shadow true essence began to operate. 1 circle, 2 circles, 3 circles. Each cycle solidified the essence further. The black light virus quietly lay in wait deep within the cells, anticipating the final fusion. Surrounding him, 156,000 shadow soldiers stood motionless, guarding this clearing, protecting their king. Meanwhile, in another part of the secret realm, Chu Kuanga leaned against a rock, gasping for breath. He bore 7 or 8 wounds, the deepest stretching from his left shoulder across to his right abdomen. Flesh rolled back, exposing the bones within. But he was still alive. Opposite him lay the corpse of a 6th-level master beast. Damn it! He cursed softly. Almost met my end here. He fished out some healing medicine from his pocket and sprinkled it on his wounds. The powder hissed as it contacted the flesh. He gritted his teeth, remaining silent. After tending to his wounds, he looked up towards the distance. Their faint light flickered. The light from deep within the secret realm. A fissure leading to the abyssal corridor. He stared for a moment before withdrawing his gaze. Then he smiled. That guy Su-Mu must be deeper inside. He stood up and continued forward. In another location, Lin Shui crouched beside a corpse. Not a beast's corpse, but a human's. The same lieutenant. She circled the area 3 times, confirming she hadn't strayed. It was indeed the same area. She had seen this corpse here yesterday, and again today. The corpse had not been, but the traces around indicated that someone had been there. Someone had dug a pit attempting to bury the corpse, but failed, because another beast had come unearthing the corpse. Lin Shui remained silent for a long time. Then she crouched down and began to dig a pit. With her sword, one strike another. After half an hour, she dug a pit large enough to hold a person. She pushed the corpse into the pit and covered it with soil. Then she stood before the small mound without a tombstone, without words, just standing there for 3 minutes. Then she turned and vanished into the darkness. The secret realm. The second day concluded. Dawn. The sky in the secret realm has yet to brighten. The grayish-white expanse is at its darkest, like a giant lead plate pressing down from above. In the clearing at the center of the stone forest, 156,000 shadow soldiers stood motionless, their dark red eyes merging into a single mass in the darkness, resembling burning coals. Su-Mu sat cross-legged in the very center of the clearing. Surrounding him were the remnants of exotic beasts, not corpses, but remains. Scales, bones, horns, and claws. Every part that could not be consumed lay scattered on the ground, glinting with a ghostly light under the pale starlight. He had devoured 423 exotic beasts. From the 3rd rank of master to the 9th, a total of 423 beasts. The energy within him surged to the brink of explosion. The shadow true essence surged wildly in his meridians, each circulation causing a slight ache in his veins. The true essence was excessively abundant. The meridians could no longer accommodate it, urgently needing to break through to a higher realm to expand capacity. The blacklight virus lurked deep within every cell, quietly waiting for the initial fusion period to end. Su-Mu closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking into the deepest part of his body. There was a barrier. The barrier from the 9th rank of martial master to the realm of master. Like a wall blocking the path for the true essence to continue condensing. For most 9th rank martial masters, it would take years, even decades of honing to break through. It required compressing the true essence to its utmost limit, compressing it into liquid form, and then condensing the core of the true Dan within the liquid true essence, an essential transformation. But for Sumu, this wall was already thin as a sheet of paper. The energy from 423 exotic beasts was used to repeatedly wash over this barrier. With each wash, the barrier grew thinner. Now it had become nearly transparent. He could see beyond the barrier. There lay an entirely different world. True essence liquefied, true Dan condensed. A leap in the essence of life. But he was still waiting for the initial fusion period to end. Time passed second by second. The night in the secret realm was long, and the grayish-white sky showed no signs of brightening. The surrounding stone forest was eerily silent without even the sound of the wind. Only the occasional distant roar of an exotic beast could be heard, but it quickly faded away. Sumu sat there unmoving. Like a statue, the shadow true essence continued to circulate within him, 1 cycle, 2 cycles, 3 cycles. Each cycle solidifying the true essence further. The blacklight virus lay dormant, its dark tendrils slightly trembling deep within the cells, as if counting down to something. Finally, in the depths of his consciousness, a system interface displayed a line of text. Initial fusion period ended. Blacklight virus fully integrated. Current status stable. Period. Overall ability enhanced. The moment those words appeared, Sumu opened his eyes. His eyes changed. The originally pitch-black pupils now had an additional ring of dark red light. That halo was faint, almost imperceptible, but upon closer inspection one could feel it was a deeper change, a transformation brought about by the complete integration of the blacklight virus. He looked down at his hands. With a thought, black patterns surged beneath his skin, denser and smoother than before. Those patterns seemed alive, flowing beneath the skin before solidifying. He clenched his fist. A feeling of strength surged, at least 3 times stronger than before. He stood up. Within him, the shadow true essence could no longer be contained. That wall, thin as paper, began to shake violently under the impact of the true essence. Sumu did not continue to suppress it. He released all restraints. Boom! Within him, the true essence surged forth like a flood, crashing against that barrier. With the first wave of impact, cracks appeared on the barrier. With the second wave, the cracks widened. With the third wave, crack. The barrier shattered. The true essence surged into a new realm. It was an entirely different space. The meridians expanded again. They were more than 3 times wider than before. The true essence flowed into the new meridians. All the previously blocked small meridians were opened. Then came the most critical step, true essence liquefaction. A massive amount of true essence surged wildly within the meridians, compressing a bit with each cycle. The gaseous true essence gradually became viscous like fog, like water vapor, and then the first droplet of liquid true essence appeared. Like a small droplet of water, it hung suspended at the dantian. Then came the second droplet, the third droplet, the fourth droplet. More and more liquid true essence condensed, converging until a small lake formed. The lake began to rotate. The faster it spun, the more urgent it became. In the center of the lake, a small whirlpool emerged. At the center of the whirlpool, something was taking shape. That was the embryo of the true Dan. Sumu's consciousness sank into the whirlpool. He saw it. It was a core the size of a grain of rice, entirely black with dark red light patterns flowing over its surface. It spun slowly at the center of the whirlpool, absorbing a bit of liquid true essence, with each rotation growing stronger. The true Dan. The hallmark of the master realm. Sumu opened his eyes. He stood in the clearing at the center of the stone forest, surrounded by 156,000 shadow soldiers with the remains of exotic beasts strewn about. He looked up at the sky. The grayish-white sky appeared completely different to him now. He could see the flowing energy in the sky, like wind, like clouds, like invisible rivers. He could see the signs of life in the distant stone forest, the exotic beasts hidden in the shadows, their breathing, their heartbeats, the sound of their blood flowing. Energy perception had evolved after the complete integration of the blacklight virus. The range expanded from 500 meters to 1,000 meters. The clarity changed from vague light points to clear images. He could even see several sleeping exotic beasts 100 meters underground. Sumu retracted his perception. He looked down at his hands. He clenched his fist. He threw a punch. Without using any true essence, it was purely physical strength. Boom! The wind from his punch tore through the air, leaving a deep dent in a stone pillar 10 meters away. That pillar was harder than steel. Earlier, the commander-level blade only left a white mark when it struck. Now just the wind from his punch could leave a dent. Sumu retracted his fist. He focused his attention on the dantian. The true Dan was still spinning, now the size of a soybean. Liquid true essence flowed slowly around it, forming a miniature nebula. First rank of master. But he felt that his current strength was beyond just the first rank of master. The enhanced physical body from the blacklight virus combined with the breakthrough of Shadow True Essence and the genetic fusion from those 423 exotic beasts. His current true combat power was something he couldn't clearly define. He needed to find something to test it. Sumu looked up, gazing deeper into the stone forest. In his energy perception, there was a stronger exotic beast in that direction. Stronger than the giant rhinoceros from yesterday. At least half a step into the Grandmaster realm. He took a step towards that direction. Behind him, the 156,000 shadow soldiers surged like a tide. Deeper in the stone forest. The stone pillars here were taller and thicker, each one like a colossal pillar reaching the heavens. Looking up, he could not see the top, only the grayish-white sky narrowing into a line far above. Sumu walked in the front. He walked steadily, not quickly, but each step was firm. After breaking through to master his perception, became sharper, able to clearly sense the texture of every stone pillar, the temperature of each stone, and the flow of every breath of air. Ahead, energy perception informed him. The target was 1,000 meters away. It was a massive life form, its energy intensity far exceeding that of yesterday's giant rhinoceros. Its breathing was slow and heavy, causing the ground to tremble slightly with each breath. Sumu continued forward. When he reached 800 meters, he stopped. Ahead lay an open space, 3 times larger than the previous clearing. In the center of the clearing lay a giant beast. Its body resembled a dragon. But it was not a true dragon. It was a type of subdragon. Over 30 meters long and about 10 meters high, its entire body was covered in jet black scales, each one the size of a grinding disc. A row of bony spikes extended from its neck to its tail, the longest exceeding 2 meters. Its head bore 3 horns, the middle horn being the longest at nearly 3 meters, entirely dark red, as if stained with blood. It lay on the ground, eyes closed. But Sumu knew it was awake. The moment he stepped within 800 meters, it had awakened. Its eyes remained closed, but its breathing rhythm changed. Sumu stood still, not moving. He was waiting. 3 seconds later, those eyes opened. The dark, golden vertical pupils were larger and colder than those of yesterday's giant rhinoceros. It stared at Sumu, fixating on the tiny creature smaller than an ant. It opened its mouth. It did not roar. A dark red light condensed deep within its throat. Sumu moved. In the moment before the light shot out, he had already vanished from his position. Boom! The dark red beam shot past where he had stood, striking the stone forest behind. 300-meter-tall stone pillars were pierced by the light beam, crashing down with a thunderous sound. Fragments of stone flew, dust rose into the sky. Sumu appeared at the edge of the clearing on the other side. He looked at the dissipating light beam. An energy attack. This subdragon could perform long-range energy attacks. Quite interesting. He raised his hand. The 156,000 shadow soldiers moved simultaneously. They did not surge forward, but spread out. They surrounded the entire area like a black tide, encircling it. The shadow mages floated in the air, energy arrows aimed at the subdragon. The king-level soldiers stood at the front, their dark red eyes fixated on the massive creature. The subdragon stood up. Its 30-meter-long body rose, blocking out the sun. It lowered its head, its dark golden eyes surveying the black ants below. It opened its mouth. Again, a dark red light beam. This time it was aimed at the gathering of shadow mages. Sumu moved. He appeared in the path of the light beam, extending his right hand. Black light, virus complete, form partial enhancement. His entire right arm was covered in black armor, 3 times thicker, and his palm morphed into a giant claw. He swiped at the energy light beam. Boom! The light beam exploded. Sumu was knocked back 3 steps, but stood steadily. He looked down at his right arm. Several fine cracks appeared on the armor, but were rapidly repairing. He looked up at the subdragon. In the subdragon's eyes, confusion appeared for the first time. This tiny creature caught its energy attack with its physical body. Sumu's lips curled into a smile. It's my turn. He vanished from his position. In the next moment, he appeared above the subdragon. His right arm transformed again, black armor covering it, and 5 fingers became 5 blades. He stabbed toward the subdragon's right eye. The subdragon closed its eye suddenly. Clang! The blade struck its eyelid, sending sparks flying. That eyelid was harder than steel. The blade only penetrated half an inch. But that was enough. Half an inch was enough to make the subdragon feel pain. It let out an enraged roar, its massive head thrashing wildly. Sumu was flung away, but he adjusted his body midair and landed steadily 30 meters away. The subdragon opened its eyes. On its right eyelid there was a thin wound, seeping dark golden blood. It glared at Sumu. For the first time there was a killing intent in those dark golden eyes. It opened its mouth. This time it was not a single light beam. It was 3 dark red light beams arranged in a triangular formation, cutting off all of Sumu's escape routes. Sumu did not retreat. He extended both hands, his arms completely covered in armor. Boom, boom, boom. 3 attacks, he blocked 2 of them. The third slammed into his chest. He was sent flying backward, crashing through a stone pillar, then another, and then another, breaking 5 stone pillars in succession before he finally came to a stop. He stood up, looking down at his chest. His training uniform had been blasted away, revealing the shadow dragon scale armor beneath. The dragon scale armor had a deep burn mark still smoking. But the dragon scale armor was not broken. He looked up at the subdragon. Not bad. He moved his shoulder. Then he vanished from his position. This time he was faster. So fast that the sound of the sonic boom only reached him afterward. The subdragon's pupils contracted sharply. It couldn't see him. It could only instinctively spray out a beam of energy forward. But it missed. Sumu was already at its side. He punched its abdomen. Bang! The terrifying force of the punch exploded, sending the subdragon's massive body sliding sideways 3 meters. It let out a pained roar. Before it could regain its balance, Sumu's second punch was already on its way. Bang! Third punch. Fourth punch. Fifth punch. 5 consecutive punches, all landing on the same spot. The scales began to crack. Crack! They shattered. Sumu's hands plunged into the broken scales, grabbing the flesh within. He exerted force. Sizzle. A large chunk of flesh was torn away by him. The subdragon let out a tragic scream. Dark, golden blood gushed forth, splattering all over Sumu. The moment the blood touched his skin, it was absorbed by the black light virus. Gained a small amount of energy, acquired gene fragment energy, attack beginner, rare. Sumu smiled. He raised his hand and continued to tear. The subdragon struggled wildly, its tail sweeping claws, striking energy, spraying everywhere. But it was useless. Sumu clung to it like a parasite, tearing its flesh bit by bit, punch by punch. Each piece of flesh torn away was devoured by the black light virus. With each swallow, he gained a bit of energy, a fragment of genes. The subdragon grew increasingly weak. Its struggles became weaker. Finally, after 10 minutes, it crashed to the ground. Its 30-meter-long body struck the ground, causing the earth to tremble. Its eyes were wide open, the dark golden pupils already unfocused. Sumu stood atop it, drenched in blood. He looked down at the massive creature. Then he crouched down, placing his hand on its head. Black tendrils surged forth, devouring. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 30 seconds. 1 minute. 3 minutes. This subdragon was too massive. The devouring took a full 5 minutes. Devouring successful, gained massive energy, acquired gene fragment energy, attack intermediate rare, acquired gene fragment giantization advanced rare, acquired gene fragment scale reinforcement advanced 5, acquired gene fragment strength enhancement advanced 5, acquired gene fragment speed enhancement advanced 5, acquired gene fragment flight ability beginner rare. Sumu closed his eyes, feeling the energy and genes flooding into his body. In the Dantian, the true Dan grew larger by a circle. It was now the size of a thumb. He opened his eyes, looking into the distance. There were even stronger exotic beasts. There was more energy. And there was that spatial rift. A rift leading to the abyssal corridor. He stepped forward, heading in that direction. Behind him, the 156,000 shadow soldiers surged like a tide. On the ground, the remains of the subdragon were left as a pile of giant scales and bones. Under the pale starlight, they shimmered with a ghostly glow. After devouring the subdragon, Sumu stood still with his eyes closed, digesting for a full 10 minutes. Inside, new gene fragments were merging. What intrigued him the most was the flying ability beginner. He opened his eyes, and with a thought, he felt an itch at the location of his shoulder blades. Then his skin split open, not in a way that indicated injury, but as if something was trying to break free from within. Black substance surged out, gathering, stretching, and taking shape behind him. 3 seconds later, a pair of wings unfurled. With a wingspan of about 4 meters, they were entirely black, with a skeleton made of black chitin, and the wing membranes were as thin as cicada wings, yet terrifyingly tough. On each wing membrane, dark red light patterns flowed densely, resembling blood vessels. Sumu moved his shoulders, and the wings flapped in response. A gust of wind whipped up, sending debris scattering across the ground. He tried to control the wings, upward, downward, folding, unfolding. It felt a bit awkward, like a child learning to walk for the first time. Yet the instincts brought by the black light virus made the process swift. After 30 seconds, he could control the wings with relative ease. He looked up at the sky. The gray-white sky held no sun, no clouds, only a dead pale stillness. He gathered strength in his legs and leaped up. At the same time, he flapped his wings vigorously. Whoosh! The howling winds surged. His body shot into the sky like a cannonball. 50 meters. 100 meters. 200 meters. He was still ascending. The wind howled past his ears, and the stone forest below shrank, those 100-meter stone pillars becoming mere needles. 300 meters. He halted, hovering in midair. The wings gradually flapped to maintain altitude. He looked down, surveying the entire stone forest. This stone forest was larger than he had imagined, spanning at least 100 miles. The area he had previously traversed was merely a small fraction. At the edge of the stone forest lay a mountain range, steep and perilous, its peaks blanketed in black snow, if that could indeed be called snow. Further into the mountains, a massive rift appeared, as if cleaved open by some force unfathomably deep. Within his energy perception, there were extremely intense energy fluctuations deep within the rift. It was far stronger than any beast he had encountered before, at least at the Grandmaster 3rd level, perhaps even higher. And not just one, many. Sumu gazed in that direction. The rift should lead deeper into the secret realm. And that spatial rift leading to the abyss corridor lay at the depths of the secret realm. He flapped his wings and flew towards that direction. Flying was infinitely faster than walking. Previously, when he moved on the ground, he had to navigate around stone pillars and avoid beast nests. No matter how fast he went, there were limits. Now in the air, he flew in a straight line, reaching nearly 200 meters per second. He covered 300 miles in just a quarter of an hour. He landed atop a peak. Below was that rift. From this vantage point, the rift appeared even more magnificent. About 10 miles wide, stretching endlessly, with nearly vertical cliff walls pitch black as ink. The valley floor was shrouded in darkness, concealing any view. But his energy perception indicated life at the bottom of the valley. Many lives. The strong and the weak mingled together, dense as a pot of boiling porridge. Sumu crouched down, placing his hand on the rock. He extended his perception downwards with all his might. 500 meters, 800 meters, 1,000 meters. He reached his limit. But he hadn't probed the bottom yet. The depth of this rift exceeded 1,000 meters. He withdrew his perception and stood up. Jump down, or fly down. He chose to fly. With his wings spread, he leaped and glided down into the depths of the rift. The deeper he went, the darker it became. The gray-white sky above transformed into a thin line, which then vanished entirely, leaving only pitch black. But Sumu could see. The night vision ability, enhanced by the blacklight virus, allowed him to perceive clearly in the darkness. The cliff walls on either side of the rift receded continuously. These walls were not ordinary rocks, but some sort of black crystalline substance, their surfaces smooth as mirrors reflecting his shadow. He continued to descend. 500 meters, 600 meters, 700 meters, 800 meters, 900 meters. Finally, he reached the bottom. He landed on the ground, retracting his wings. Beneath his feet lay a flat surface, also made of that black crystalline substance, resembling a gigantic mirror. The surroundings were spacious, like a vast underground plaza. He looked up. Above him was an unfathomable darkness. He withdrew his gaze and looked ahead. There something was glowing. A dark red light emanated from a distance, resembling flames, yet also like blood. He stepped forth, heading in that direction. After walking for about 10 minutes, a door appeared ahead. It was not a naturally formed door, but an artificially constructed one. About 20 meters tall and 10 meters wide, it was entirely black, its surface engraved with intricate runes. Those runes glimmered slightly, the dark red light, similar to the light source he had seen earlier. The door was ajar. The gap was about 1 meter wide, enough for a person to slip through sideways. Sumu stood before the door, examining the runes. Some looked familiar, resembling the altar runes depicted in the geographical record of the Abyss Corridor. But they were not identical. He raised his hand and pressed it against the door. The runes felt slightly warm. He pushed with force. The door did not budge. He used his true essence. Still nothing happened. He took a step back, observing the massive door. Then he smiled. He took out the fused token from his pocket. The intertwining of blood red and black formed the character Yuan in the center. He brought the token close to the runes on the door. Suddenly the runes blazed brightly. The dark red glow on the door surged as if it had come to life, racing along the patterns of the runes. Then, the door opened. Not pushed open. It slid automatically to the sides. Silent and seamless. Beyond the door lay a vast space. Sumu stepped inside. Behind the door was another world. No longer the monotonous realm of black crystals, but a lush forest. There were trees, grass, and flowers. There was a sky. Above him was a real sky, blue with clouds and a sun. Sumu was momentarily stunned. He turned back. Behind him the door remained, but the rift was gone, replaced by a vast grassland. He stood at the edge of the forest with the grassland behind him and the forest before him. He looked up at the sky. The sun was warm and the breeze gentle. But he knew this was still the secret realm. Just deeper within the secret realm. In his energy perception, countless signs of life were present in the forest. The strength was outrageous. Even the weakest were at the Grandmaster 5th level. The strongest, he could not sense the limit. At least above Grandmaster 5th level. He put away the token and entered the forest. The trees in the forest were thick, with the thinnest needing 2 people to embrace. Their trunks were silver white, and the leaves were light golden sunlight filtering through, casting dappled shadows on the ground. The air was filled with a faint fragrance reminiscent of flowers and some kind of spiritual herb. Sumu walked slowly, fully opening his energy perception, ensuring every step landed in the safest spot. After walking about a mile, he halted. 30 meters ahead stood a strange beast. It resembled a deer, but was much larger, standing about 5 meters tall with 12 antlers, each as transparent as crystal. It was grazing on the pale golden grass. Sensing something, it lifted its head, its crystal-like eyes locking onto Sumu. Man and beast locked eyes. 3 seconds later, it turned and ran. It dashed away swiftly, disappearing into the depths of the forest in the blink of an eye. Sumu watched the direction in which it vanished. This strange beast was at the Grandmaster 8th level. Yet it did not attack him. Not out of fear, but out of disinterest. This place was somewhat intriguing. He continued forward. After walking about 10 miles, sounds of battle reached him. Crashes of true essence, colliding roars of strange beasts, and shouts from humans. Sumu quickened his pace. Passing through a grove, he found himself in a clearing. In the center of the clearing, 3 people were engaged in combat with a giant beast. The 3 individuals wore military uniforms with shoulder insignias of Major, Lieutenant Colonel, and Colonel. Their cultivation levels ranged from Grandmaster 4th to 6th level. The giant beast they were besieging was a bear-like creature standing about 8 meters tall, covered in silver white fur, yet possessing an outrageous amount of strength. 3 Grandmasters of 4th to 6th level together were surprisingly being overwhelmed by it. Boom! The giant bear slammed down a paw, creating a huge crater in the ground. The Major was caught off guard, struck by the gust of wind, and flew backward, crashing into a large tree and spitting out blood. "Old Joe!" The Lieutenant Colonel gasped. "Don't mind me. Retreat first," the Major shouted hoarsely. But retreat was no longer an option. The giant bear had already locked onto them. It opened its mouth, a glow gathering deep within its throat. Just then, a shadow flashed by. Sumu appeared before the giant bear. He raised his hand and delivered a punch to the bear's jaw. Bang! The giant bear's massive body was sent flying into the air, spinning 3.5 times before crashing heavily to the ground. The earth trembled. The giant bear struggled to rise, but Sumu had already walked up to it. He raised his hand and pressed it onto its head. Black filaments surged out. Fear flashed in the giant bear's eyes before rapidly dissipating. 3 seconds later, the giant bear vanished, leaving only a pile of silver-white fur and several enormous bones. Sumu withdrew his hand and turned to face the 3 stunned soldiers. "What place is this?" The clearing lay in utter silence. The 3 soldiers stared wide-eyed at Sumu, then glanced at the pile of silvery fur and bones on the ground. One moment, it had been a 6th-level master bear, and the next, it was just these remains. The Major, who had been knocked away, lay on the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his eyes round with disbelief. The Lieutenant Colonel clenched the knife in his hand, his knuckles turning white. The Colonel took a deep breath and spoke first. Who are you?" Sumu looked at him. In his 30s, with a square face, thick eyebrows, and sharp eyes. With the insignia of a colonel and a cultivation level of 6th-level master, his aura was steady and his true essence profound, clearly a seasoned veteran of many battles. 7th Brigade Sumu. The colonel was taken aback. 7th Brigade. Are you a trainee from this training camp? Yes. The colonel frowned. Trainees can only reach the 9th level of martial master at most. That punch you just threw. Sumu said nothing. He turned and walked toward the Major lying on the ground. The Lieutenant Colonel instinctively raised his sword to block his path. Sumu glanced at him. That glance was calm, but the Lieutenant Colonel felt as though he had been targeted by something, his body bristling with sweat, nearly dropping his sword. Sumu sidestepped him and crouched beside the Major. He raised his hand. Black tendrils surged forth, covering the Major's chest wound. The Major shivered, attempting to struggle. "Don't move," Sumu instructed. The tendrils penetrated the wound, beginning to mend the broken bones and blood vessels. The Major was stunned. He clearly felt the piercing pain in his chest rapidly diminish, the fractured ribs rejoining and the internal bleeding stopping. 3 seconds. 10 seconds. 20 seconds. Sumu withdrew his hand. The Major sat up and looked down at his chest. His training uniform had a large hole, but the skin underneath was intact without even a scar. He looked up at Sumu as if seeing a monster. Who are you?" Sumu did not answer. He stood up, looking toward the colonel. Can we talk now? Where is this place? The colonel was silent for 2 seconds. Then he spoke. This is the core area of the secret realm. The Blood War secret realm is divided into 3 layers: outer, inner, and core. You trainees only entered the outer layer, and we did too. But 3 months ago, the entrance to the core area suddenly opened. Entrance? Sumu asked. The colonel nodded. At the deepest part of the rift, there is a door. 3 months ago, the door opened. The military sent 13 teams in to explore, and we are one of them. He paused. And as you can see, the results were dire. Sumu looked at him. How many people died? The colonel smiled bitterly. 13 teams, 5 people, each a total of 65 individuals. Now less than 20 are alive. Sumu fell silent. The colonel continued. This core area is not a place for humans. The weakest beasts here are at least 5th-level masters, and the strongest. We encountered one that was a 3rd-level grandmaster. A 5-man team was annihilated in 3 seconds. The bear you killed earlier was a 6th-level master. The 3 of us fought it for 10 minutes, nearly perishing. You resolved it with just 1 punch. So I ask again, who exactly are you? Sumu did not answer this question. He gazed at the colonel. Since you entered 3 months ago, have you discovered a spatial rift? The colonel was taken aback. Spatial rift. The rift leading to the abyss corridor. The colonel's expression changed. How do you know? Sumu fixed his gaze on him. Where is it? The colonel took a deep breath. 300 miles to the north, he said. There is a mountain, and at its peak a light column. Next to the light column is the rift. But you cannot go there. Why? Sumu asked. Because the area around that mountain is teeming with beasts, the colonel replied. At least 10 at the grandmaster level. We saw a team trying to approach, and before they even reached the foot of the mountain, they were torn to shreds. Sumu said nothing. He looked up at the northern sky. There faintly a light column pierced the heavens. He withdrew his gaze and looked at the colonel. What do you plan to do next? The colonel smiled bitterly. What can we do? Retreat. He said the exploration mission has failed, and surviving is victory. We are making our way to the exit, but then we encountered this bear. He paused. Thank you for saving old Joe. I owe you a life. Sumu shook his head. It was just a casual act. He turned to leave. Wait. The colonel called out to him. Sumu turned back. The colonel hesitated for a moment, took out a jade slip from his pocket, and threw it over. Sumu caught it. This is part of the map of the core area. We have explored this much in 3 months. Although it is not complete, at least it marks the places that should not be approached. Sumu looked at the jade slip in his hand. Thanks. Don't thank me, the colonel waved his hand. I just don't want to see you die for nothing. If you plan to go to the rift, at least take the map with you. It might help you survive a few more days. Sumu nodded, storing the jade slip in his bag. Then he turned and headed north. After a few steps, which direction are you retreating? The colonel pointed south. That way we can reach the exit in 3 days. Sumu nodded. He raised his hand. Shadows behind him began to surge. 10,000 basic ninjas poured out, standing behind him. The faces of the 3 colonels changed dramatically as they retreated, drawing their weapons. Don't be nervous, Sumu said. I am just sending you off. He looked at the 10,000 ninjas. Escort them to the exit. The 10,000 ninjas nodded in unison, their dark red eyes fixed on the 3 colonels. The colonel was stunned for a long time. What is this? My soldiers, Sumu replied. Follow them, and you will encounter far fewer beasts along the way. After saying that, he did not linger. His wings spread wide as he leaped into the air. The wind howled. He soared into the sky, flying northward. The 3 colonels stood in place, looking up at the diminishing black dot, speechless for a long time. After a while, the major murmured. The 7th Brigade. When did such a monster emerge? The lieutenant colonel shook his head. Not a monster. Perhaps a god. The colonel took a deep breath. Enough with the chatter, let's go. He looked at the 10,000 ninjas. Follow them and return alive. The 3 turned and ran south. The 10,000 ninjas surged forward like a tide, surrounding them. In the air, Sumu flew at full speed. 200 meters per second, 300 meters, 400 meters. After breaking through the master level, the black light virus completely fused with him, greatly enhancing his physical strength. His flying speed also more than doubled. The wind howled past his ears, and the forest below raced by swiftly. While flying, he examined the jade slip the colonel had given him. His spiritual sense delved in. A 3-dimensional map appeared in his mind. The terrain of the core area was quite complex. Forests, mountains, lakes, and ravines, all were present. The red markings indicated extremely dangerous areas inhabited by at least grandmaster-level beasts. The yellow markings indicated moderately dangerous areas where beasts above the 7th-level master roamed. The green markings indicated relatively safe areas below the 5th-level master. The mountain he intended to go to was marked deep red. Extremely dangerous. The map also noted suspected presence of half-step Marshal King-level beasts. Sumu put away the jade slip. Half-step martial king. Equivalent to the pinnacle of the 9th-level grandmaster in human martial artists, just one step away from entering the martial king realm. Indeed, quite powerful. But he had to go to the rift beside that light column. He accelerated his speed. After flying for about 200 miles, the terrain ahead began to change. The forest gradually thinned, replaced by bare rocky mountains. Those mountains were tall, at least 1,000 meters, entirely black, devoid of any grass. In his energy perception, there were signs of life within the mountains. Many. Incredibly strong. He lowered his altitude, flying closely along the ridge, trying not to disturb those presences. But some presences were unavoidable. As he flew past the third peak, a shadow lunged out from it. Moved extremely fast, so much so that his dynamic vision could only catch a blur. Sumu forcibly twisted his body midair. The shadow brushed past his wings, the wind it created causing his membranes to flutter. He stabilized himself and looked at the attacker. It was a bird. Its size resembled that of an eagle, but much larger, with a wingspan exceeding 20 meters. It was covered in pitch-black feathers with a bald head and 3 blood-red eyes. It hovered 100 meters away, all 3 eyes fixed on Sumu. First-level Grandmaster. Sumu retracted his wings and landed atop a peak. The bird followed, landing on another peak 50 meters away opposite him. One man and one bird staring at each other across 50 meters. 3 seconds later, the bird moved. It spread its wings wide, instantly crossing the 50-meter distance, its massive claws reaching for Sumu. Its speed was even faster than before. Sumu did not dodge. He stood firm, his right arm instantly covered in black armor, as he punched toward the giant claws. Boom! The fist and claws collided. A terrifying shockwave erupted, sending the surrounding stones tumbling down. The bird was knocked backward, flipping 3 times in the air before stabilizing itself. It hovered in the air, shock flashing in its 3 eyes. This tiny creature stronger than it. Sumu looked down at his right fist. 3 deep claw marks were on the armor, but they were rapidly healing. He looked up at the bird. Come again. The bird let out a sharp shriek and charged again. This time its speed reached an extreme, leaving countless afterimages in the air. Sumu still did not dodge. He exerted force in his legs, leaping up to meet it. Both fists struck out. Boom. 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 One man and one bird furiously exchanged blows in the air. Each collision erupted shockwaves. The peaks below trembled, stones crumbling and dust filling the air. 10 seconds. 20 seconds. 30 seconds. Sumu fought with increasing ferocity. The regeneration ability brought by the black light virus made him unafraid of injury. Each time he was scratched, the wound healed instantly. Each time he was pecked, his flesh instantly regenerated. Meanwhile, the bird began to show injuries. Its wings were torn, its claws broken, and the feathers on its chest blown away, revealing the flesh beneath. It felt fear. It wanted to escape. But Sumu would not give it the chance. He seized its right claw. With force. Rip! He forcibly tore off the entire claw. The bird emitted a piercing cry. Sumu flipped over and mounted its back, grabbing the base of its wings with both hands. With force. Rip! The left wing was torn off. The right wing was torn off. The bird fell shrieking. It crashed down onto the peak. Sumu followed and stood before it. It lay on the ground, fear in its 3 eyes. Sumu crouched down, placing a hand on its head. Black tendrils surged forth. Devouring successful, gained a large amount of energy, gained gene fragment, flight ability intermediate rare, gained gene fragment, dynamic vision advanced rare, gained gene fragment, speed amplification advanced 3. He closed his eyes to digest for 3 seconds. Then he opened his eyes. His wings spread again. This time the wingspan grew from 4 meters to 6 meters. The skeleton became thicker, the wing membranes thicker, and the dark red light patterns denser. He flapped his wings. A fierce wind surged. He soared into the sky. His speed nearly doubled compared to before. 500 meters per second. He dashed northward. This time no beast dared to block his path. Those birds sensed his aura from afar and scattered in fear. That was the lingering aura of their kind being devoured. That was the aura of a predator. After flying for about a quarter of an hour, a mountain appeared ahead. Very tall, at least 3,000 meters. At the mountain's peak was a light column piercing the heavens, emitting a faint golden glow. Beside the light column, there was a rift. A pitch-black rift, as if the sky had been torn open. The abyss corridor. Sumu landed on a lower peak, looking up at the rift. In his energy perception, there were signs of over a dozen beasts around the mountain. At the Grandmaster level. The strongest one, at the mountain's peak near the rift. Half-step Martial King. He crouched down, placing a hand on the rock, extending his perception to the fullest. The half-step Martial King was not large, only 3 meters tall. Humanoid, but covered in silvery scales with 2 curved horns on its head. It sat cross-legged beside the rift as if guarding something. Sumu retracted his perception. He stood up looking at that mountain. Half-step Martial King. Very strong. But he had to go. He took a deep breath. Spreading his wings, he flew towards the mountain. Meanwhile, at the mountain peak, the humanoid beast opened its eyes. Its silvery pupils had no irises, only a cold light. It turned its head to look down the mountain. There, a small that was rapidly approaching. It stood up. Its three-meter body exuded a terrifying aura. The surrounding air twisted. On the mountain peak, Su Muluo stood on a protruding rock 300 meters away from the humanoid beast. At this distance, he could clearly see every detail of the creature. The beast stood 3 meters tall, long, and well-proportioned, resembling a bodybuilder among humans. Its body was covered in silver scales, each no larger than a fingernail, tightly fitted together, glinting with a cold metallic sheen under the beam of light. 2 curved horns extended from its forehead to the back, each about half a meter long, dark red all over, as if soaked in blood. Its facial features were similar to those of a human, but with sharper features. A high nose, thin lips, no eyebrows, only 2 prominent bone ridges. Most terrifying were its eyes. The silver pupils had no irises, only a cold glare. It stared at Sumu. In those eyes there was no emotion, no intent to kill, not even curiosity. Only pure indifference. Like a human looking at an ant underfoot. Sumu also looked back at it. In his energy perception, the aura of this beast was as deep as the abyss. The flying beast it had previously devoured, a first-level grandmaster, was akin to a firefly compared to the bright moon when set against it. Half-step Martial King. Just half a step away from a true Martial King. In the outside world, such a being could easily wipe out a city. It spoke. Human. Its voice was hoarse like rusted metal scraping. This is not a place for you. Sumu remained silent. He looked at the beast, and then at the rift behind it. The rift was about 3 meters high and 1 meter wide, with jagged edges as if torn by something. Inside was pure darkness, so dense that even light could not penetrate. Yet occasionally a dark red light flickered deep within the darkness. That light was exactly the same as the aura emitted by the token in his arms. He withdrew his gaze and looked at the beast. Get out of the way. The beast paused for a moment. Then it smiled. The smile was faint, merely the corners of its mouth lifting slightly, but paired with those silver eyes it appeared particularly eerie. Get out of the way. It repeated, you want me to move? Sumu did not repeat himself. He merely stood there. The beast retracted its smile. Do you know who I am? Half-step Martial King, Sumu replied. You know, and yet you still dare to ask me to move. Sumu did not answer the question. He simply raised his right hand. With a thought, the shadows behind him began, not from one place, not from 10, but from thousands. Every rock shadow, every rift shadow, even the shadow beneath his feet, all surged violently, like boiling water. Black tides surged forth from the shadows. Basic ninjas 130,000. Shadow Masters 5,000. General level 8,000. Commander level 3,000. King level 100. A total of 156,000 shadow soldiers descended, densely packed, filling every inch of space on the mountain peak. Dark red eyes connected into a sea like a burning inferno, staring at the silver-white beast. Finally, a ripple appeared in the beast's eyes. Shadow creatures. It looked at the shadows, so many. It turned its gaze back to Sumu. Are you there? Sumu did not answer. He merely raised his hand, pointing at the beast. Kill. The 156,000 shadow soldiers moved simultaneously. Like a black tsunami, they surged from all directions towards the beast. The basic ninjas were the first to charge in, throwing shurikens at its eyes, throat, and joints. The beast did not move. The shurikens struck its body, making a metallic clanging sound, leaving no marks whatsoever. It raised its hand. With a gentle wave, the 3,000 basic ninjas at the front were swept away like paper, instantly turning into black smoke. But the following ones continued to surge forward. 5,000 shadow masters hovered in the air, unleashing their energy arrows. A rain of black arrows blanketed the entire area. The beast looked up for a moment. It opened its mouth. A silver-white beam of light surged from deep within its throat, then erupted. Boom! The silver-white beam swept across the sky. The shadow masters in the air were wiped out like pencil marks erased by an eraser. 5,000 shadow masters wiped out in 3 seconds. But Sumu's expression remained unchanged. 8,000 general-level soldiers had already charged forward. Huge black blades slashed at the beast's legs, waist, and neck. The beast finally moved. Its speed reached its peak, leaving an afterimage in place as its true form appeared 100 meters away. All those blades struck the afterimage. Then it reappeared, already within the ranks of the general level. A silver-white hand slapped down. One general-level soldier turned into black smoke. Another slap. Another soldier. It moved like a precise killing machine, taking down one general-level soldier with each slap. 3 seconds, 10 soldiers. 5 seconds, 30 soldiers. 10 seconds, 100 soldiers. But there were 8,000 general-level soldiers. They charged forward, fearlessly pressing on relentlessly. Meanwhile, 3,000 commander-level soldiers cut in from the sides. Huge black blades slashed at the beast's back. The beast did not turn around. It merely trembled slightly. Silver-white light erupted from its body. The 300 nearest commander-level soldiers were swept away by the light, instantly turning into black smoke. But there were too many commander-level soldiers. 300 were wiped out, but there were still 2,007 left. 2,700 blades slashed at it from all angles. The beast finally frowned. It grasped with both hands silver-white light gathering in its palms, then suddenly opened them wide. Boom! A circle of silver-white shockwaves exploded. Everything within 100 meters of it was commander-level, general-level, basic ninjas. All turned into black smoke. Within 300 meters, only a thick haze of black mist remained. But the mist quickly began to coalesce again. Those who had been obliterated reformed in the distance. They could not be killed. They could not be obliterated. The beast looked at those reforming shadows. Its expression finally changed. It turned its head, looking at Su Mu, who had remained standing in place. "Your soldiers cannot be killed." Su Mu did not answer. He merely raised his hand. 100 kings moved. They had been standing behind Su Mu without taking action. Now they finally moved. 100 kings, each 3 meters tall, their bodies covered in pitch-black armor, with dark red eyes like burning embers. Each of their auras was equivalent to a first-level grandmaster of humans. 100 first-level grandmasters simultaneously charged at the half-step martial king. The beast finally took it seriously. It grasped with both hands silver-white light, coalescing into 2 blades of light, each about 2 meters long, as thin as a cicada's wings. It faced those kings. The first king charged in. The light blade slashed through. The king's body was cut diagonally, turning into black smoke. But the second, third, and fourth kings had already leaped in. The light blade slashed again. 3 kings turned into black smoke. The 5th, 6th, 7th. Another 3. The 8th, 9th, 10th. A total of 10 were obliterated in a row. But the beast's movements slowed for an instant. Not out of exhaustion. It was stunned by the king's fearless charge. They knew they would die, yet still charged forward. Why? It looked at Su Mu. Su Mu looked back at it. In those black eyes there was no expression. The beast suddenly understood. These kings were not soldiers. They were tools. They were expendable. In the eyes of their king, 100 first-level grandmasters were merely 100 tools that could be discarded at any moment. It smiled. A somewhat complex smile. Such a ruthless heart. Su Mu did not respond. He merely continued to watch as 20 kings were obliterated. 30, 40, 50. The beast's light blades began to slow down. It was not fatigue, but rather energy consumption was too great. No matter how strong a half-step martial king was, its internal energy was not infinite. After continuously slaying 50 first-level grandmaster kings, it had consumed 30% of its energy. And the remaining 50 kings were still charging forward. The beast gritted its teeth and continued to slash. 51, 52, 53, 70, 75, 80. When the 80th king was slashed, the beast's light blades finally dissipated. It had consumed 70% of its internal energy. It stood there breathing heavily. For the first time, beads of sweat appeared on its silver-white scales. It looked at Su Mu. "Do you have more?" Su Mu raised his hand. The remaining 20 kings stopped behind him. Then he lowered his hand. Those 20 kings turned into black smoke and dissipated. The beast froze for a moment. "You stored them away." Su Mu did not answer. He merely took a step forward. The beast instinctively took half a step back. Then it stopped. It realized it was retreating. A half-step martial king was retreating before a first-level human. A disgrace. But it did not care about the disgrace. It stared at Su Mu. "Your soldiers indeed cannot be killed. But neither can you kill me," it said. "The gap between half-step martial king and first-level grandmaster cannot be bridged by numbers." Su Mu said nothing. He continued to walk forward. Step by step. The beast did not retreat. It watched Su Mu approach. 30 meters. 20 meters. 10 meters. 5 meters. Su Mu stopped. The distance between him and the beast was only 5 meters. He looked up at those silver-white eyes. "You are right," he said. "With numbers I cannot kill you." The beast looked at him. "Then why do you come?" Su Mu, he merely raised his right hand. Then he began to change. Not a partial enhancement, but a complete transformation. Black material surged from his entire body, enveloping his skin, muscles, and bones. His body began to swell. 1.8 meters, 2 meters, 2.5 meters, 3 meters. 3 seconds later, a 3-meter-tall black humanoid stood before the beast. Covered in pitch-black armor, its arms transformed into huge blades, menacing bone spikes protruding from its back, and 6-meter-wide wings unfurled from its shoulder blades. Its head had no features, only 2 dark red fissures, where the eyes would be. Black light virus complete form. The beast looked at this black monster as tall as itself. For the first time it felt threatened, not from the shadow soldiers, but from the human itself. Sumu moved. His speed was 3 times faster than before. The blade slashed at the beast's neck. The beast crossed its arms to block. Clang. Sparks flew. The beast was forced to retreat 3 steps. It looked down at its arm. A deep gash appeared on the silver-white scales. Blood oozed out. It looked up at Sumu. Fear finally appeared in its eyes. Sumu did not give it a chance to breathe. A second strike. A third strike. A fourth strike. Continuous slashes. The beast stumbled back repeatedly, the gashes on its arms increasing in number and depth. It roared. Energy surged wildly within it. Silver-white light exploded once more. Sumu was blasted back 10 meters. But he stabilized himself and lunged forward again. This time he was even faster. The blade slashed at the beast's head. The beast sidestepped to evade, but its shoulder was still cut open. Silver-white blood gushed out. Sumu's left claw reached out, grabbing hold of that wound. He exerted force. Rip! A large chunk of flesh was violently torn away. The beast let out a wail. It struggled madly, slamming a palm against Sumu's chest. Sumu was sent flying, crashing against the mountainside, shaking the entire mountain. But he quickly stood up. A large dent formed in his chest, but it was rapidly healing. He lunged forward again. The beast looked at the increasingly ferocious black monster and finally felt fear. It turned and ran towards the rift. It wanted to escape, but Sumu was faster. He appeared in front of it, blocking its path. The beast roared, making a desperate strike. A silver-white beam shot out from its palm. Sumu did not dodge. He took it heat in. The beam struck his chest, blasting a large hole. But the blade in his other hand also pierced into the beast's abdomen. Both halted simultaneously. The beast looked down at the blade in its abdomen. Then it looked up, gazing at the large hole in Sumu's chest that was rapidly healing. It smiled. A tragic smile. What kind of monster are you? Sumu remained silent. He merely pushed the blade deeper, piercing through, coming out from its back. The beast's body began to tremble. Then Sumu's other hand pressed against its head. Black filaments surged forth. The devouring began. The beast's eyes widened, its silver-white pupils trembling violently. Its body began to dissolve. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. 10 seconds later it vanished. Only a pile of silver-white scales, and those 2 curved horns remained. Sumu stood in place, eyes closed. Within him, a vast amount of energy was surging in. In his dantian, that true Dan was spinning wildly, growing larger and brighter. Mid-stage first level Grandmaster. Latest stage first level Grandmaster. Peak first level Grandmaster. Boom. He broke through. Second level Grandmaster. Energy continued to surge. Mid-stage second level Grandmaster. Latest stage second level Grandmaster. Peak second level Grandmaster. Boom. Third level Grandmaster. The influx of energy finally stopped. Sumu opened his eyes. He looked down at his hands, clenching his fist. A sense of power, more than 10 times stronger than before. The energy of the half-step Martial King combined with its genes. He looked at the system interface. Devouring successful, acquired vast amount of energy, acquired gene fragment Martial King's body pseudo-rare, acquired gene fragment silver light control intermediate rare, acquired gene fragment scaled armor enhancement perfect level, acquired gene fragment strength amplification perfect level, acquired gene fragment speed amplification perfect level perfect level. This was a rating that had never appeared before. He withdrew his gaze and looked at the rift. Inside, the darkness still seemed bottomless. Yet the flickering dark red light flashed more frequently. He lifted his foot and walked towards the rift. Standing at the edge, he took out the token. The token heated up violently, the patterns on its surface swirling wildly. The calling grew clearer. Sumu, Sumu, Sumu. He took a deep breath, stepping into the rift. Darkness engulfed him. Meanwhile, in a certain part of the secret realm, Chu Kwanga suddenly halted his steps. He looked up at the sky. In the heavens, that beam of light piercing through the world suddenly flickered violently. Then it returned to calm. He frowned. That guy wouldn't really go in, would he? He shook his head and continued forward. On the mountain peak, the beam of light stood quietly. The rift lay open. All around, silver-white scales were scattered across the ground along with the 2 curved horns. The wind blew, lifting a few scales, swirling them as they fell into the abyss. Darkness. An endless, boundless darkness. No direction. No sound. No sense of time. Sumu felt as though he were adrift upon a chaotic sea, his body unresponsive, yet his consciousness startlingly lucid. He sensed something flowing around him, not energy, but something more fundamental, fragments of time, folds of space slipping past him and stirring faint ripples in their wake. He tried to move. His body did not respond. He attempted to mobilize his true energy. It remained within him, but suppressed, sluggish, crawling through his meridians like molasses. He tried to commune with the shadow mask. The mask was still there, but his connection to the shadow legion had grown hazy, as if muffled behind a thick, viscous veil of water. Only the token, pressed against his chest, burned with searing intensity. That heat pulsed like a lifeline, drawing him forward through the formless void. How long had passed? A second? Or a year? Then suddenly a speck of light appeared ahead. A deep crimson light. Sumu drifted toward it. The speck swelled, brightened. Then he plunged into the light. Thud! Sumu struck solid ground. Hard, cold earth. He braced himself, rising onto one knee, gasping raggedly. The world spun violently, sky and earth whirling in nauseating disarray. A lingering aftereffect of traversing a spatial rift. Even his blacklight virus-enhanced physiology could not fully resist its toll. He closed his eyes and breathed deeply. After 3 breaths, the dizziness receded. After 5, he opened his eyes. After 7, he stood upright. Then he beheld his surroundings. The sky burned a deep crimson red, not the soft hue of twilight, but the dull, suffocating red of congealed blood. There was no sun, no cloud. Yet that crimson radiance poured from every corner of the heavens, staining the land in eerie, unnatural tones. Beneath his feet lay black earth, not ordinary soil, but a crystallized expanse that cracked faintly with each step. Its surface gleamed like polished obsidian, reflecting distorted, writhing silhouettes, as if something struggled restlessly beneath the mirror. In the distance rose mountains, likewise black, jagged, and endless. Their peaks were knife-edged, casting grotesque, angular shadows beneath the sanguine sky. Farther still, silhouettes of colossal structures emerged, unlike any human habitation. Too tall, too vast. Each tower soared over a kilometer high. Monolithic black spires, standing sentinel on the horizon, silent and watchful over this desolate, lifeless land. A scent hung in the air. The coppery tang of blood, the decay of rotting flesh. And something else, indescribable, unsettling. A presence one inhaled like an invisible, creeping mist. Sumu stood motionless, senses fully extended. Yet here his perception was stifled. Outside his awareness spanned 1,000 meters. Here it shrank to under 300, and the feedback arrived blurred, veiled, as though filtered through fog. He frowned. This realm was suppressing him. Not personally, not targeted at him alone, but at all outsiders. He drew a slow, deliberate breath. That strange scent flooded his lungs, carrying a faint, stinging burn. But the blacklight virus adapted instantly. The burning vanished. His breathing steadied. He withdrew the token, still scorching, nearly too hot to hold. Luminous sigils surged across its surface. The character, Yuan, blazed with unbearable brilliance. And the call, now unmistakably clear. No longer a vague impression. Now a voice. His parents' voices. Xiaomu. Xiaomu, is that you? Distant. Faint. Echoing as if filtered through countless barriers. Yet Sumu heard them perfectly. He clenched the token tightly, then stepped forward toward that sound. After roughly a quarter of an hour, ruins emerged ahead. Once a city, now only shattered walls and fallen arches. Most black stone ramparts had collapsed. Surviving fragments bore ancient, intricate runes, similar to those on the gate he'd crossed, yet older, far more complex. Human skeletons littered the streets, some intact, some broken, others gnawed by unseen jaws. Each bone bore the same inky tracery he'd seen earlier on the corpse beyond the perimeter. Sumu slowed, passing silently among the remains. His footsteps echoed hollowly down the empty avenue, one beat, then another. Suddenly he froze. His energy sense registered movement, rapid, closing fast, from deep within the ruins. He turned toward the source. 3 seconds later, a beast erupted onto the street's far end. Wolf-like in shape, but vastly larger, 3 meters tall, over 5 meters long. Its body was armored in jet-black scales. Its head bore no eyes, only a cavernous maw lined with triple rows of serrated fangs. It looked at Sumu. That eyeless face locked directly onto him. Then it lunged, blindingly fast, a bolt of living shadow. Sumu did not flinch. At the instant it reached him, he raised his hand. One palm strike squarely to its skull. Crack. Its momentum halted midair before it crashed heavily to the ground. The earth fractured beneath it. It thrashed, trying to rise. But Sumu's hand held firm, unmoving. He gazed down at the creature. Master level 5, comparable to the beasts beyond the perimeter. Yet its aura was colder, wilder, tainted as if corrupted by some malign force. He increased pressure. Black filaments surged from his palm, burrowing into its skull. Assimilation successful. Gained minor energy. Acquired genetic fragment blind sense intermediate. Acquired genetic fragment dark adaptation advanced. Warning subject carries abyssal contamination. Prolonged assimilation may induce irreversible mutation. Sumu stared at the warning. Abyssal contamination. He rose, gazing deeper into the ruins. More beasts waited there. More contamination. Yet his parents' voices grew stronger, pulling from that same direction. He tucked the token into his chest and walked onward. The ruins stretched vast. 2 hours passed before he'd crossed half their breadth. Along the way, 30-odd beasts confronted him, ranging from Master Level 3 to Master Level 7. All consumed. His energy reserves swelled once more. 7 warnings flashed, yet the blacklight virus appeared capable of metabolizing the corruption, at least for now. Beyond the ruins lay a flat black plain. Its obsidian surface stretched unervingly smooth, artificial not natural. At the horizon loomed the black towers. Up close, they dwarfed imagination. Each exceeded a kilometer in height. Their bases spanned over 100 meters. Towering monoliths of pure black etched with dense pulsing runes that glowed with faint crimson light, like veins of living flesh. Between the towers black mist coiled and roiled, thick sentient refusing to dissipate, moving with slow deliberate purpose. Sumu halted. His energy sense recoiled. Towering presences surrounded the spires. Not one, not two, many, each far stronger than the beasts he'd just faced, Master Level 5 or higher, perhaps even monarchs. He stood at the plain's edge staring at the towers. His parents' voices emanated from deeper within the towers. To reach them, he would have to cross this plain. To cross it, he would have to confront what dwelled there. Sumu remained still for a long while. Then he stepped onto the plain. Less than 100 meters in, black mist coalesced 10 meters ahead. It formed a vague humanoid silhouette, 2 meters tall, featureless except for its outline. It gazed at Sumu and spoke. Its voice rasped, a chorus of countless whispers layered into one. Outsider. This place is forbidden. Sumu studied it. His energy sense confirmed no physical form, only condensed mist. Yet its aura matched Master Level 1. He uttered no reply, merely raised his hand. A black blade erupted from his palm, cleaving the figure in two. The halves dissolved, then instantly reformed. Outsider. This place is forbidden. It repeated the words. Sumu narrowed his eyes. He switched to assimilation, pressing his palm against the mist-formed black filaments surging forth. The figure contorted violently, shrieking with piercing, unearthly agony. Then, it unraveled, dissolving into nothing. Assimilation successful. Gained trace energy. Acquired data fragment, Tower Warden Mist Puppet. Data. These towers serve as defensive nodes of the Abyssal Corridor, 9 in total. Each is guarded by a Tower Lord, Monarch-level cultivators. Mist Puppets are their dispersed avatars patrolling the plane to detect and expel intruders. Monarchs. 9 towers. 9 monarchs. Sumu looked deeper into the plane. There the mist thickened, obscuring towers, obscuring all. Yet his energy sense revealed them. Another mist puppet 300 meters ahead. 500. Dense. Unrelenting. A web of sentinels spanning the entire plane. He paused, then continued walking. At 300 meters the second puppet coalesced. Assimilated. At 500 the third. Assimilated. At 800 the fourth. Assimilated. By the 23rd something new emerged. Not a puppet. A true beast. Tiger-shaped, but colossal, 5 meters tall, over 10 meters long. Jet black scaled armor covered its frame. A single massive eye, vertical, centered on its brow, fixed upon Sumu. That solitary eye locked onto him. Master Level 5. It opened its jaws. Crimson light gathered deep within its throat. Sumu moved. An instant before the beam erupted, he vanished. Speed unleashed to its limit. Nearly a kilometer per second. He reappeared beside the beast, right arm sheathed in black chitin. Fist crashing into its abdomen. Boom. Its massive body hurled sideways 10 meters. Yet it recovered instantly, the lone eye snapping towards Sumu. Another crimson beam lanced forth. Sumu vanished again. The beam missed. He materialized atop the beast's back, hands gripping its armored hide. He wrenched. Ryup. A slab of black scale tore free. The beast screamed, thrashing wildly, desperate to throw him off. But Sumu clung like a parasite, unyielding, unshaken. One punch. Another. Another. Each landed precisely on the same spot. Flesh buckled. Cracked. Then, puffed. His fist punched clean through. He seized the bone. He pulled. Snap. Bone snapped. The scream became a dying wail. The The beast collapsed, rolling violently. But Sumu did not let go. His other hand plunged in, grasping another bone. Snap! Another fracture. Its struggles weakened, faltering. 3 minutes later, it lay still. Sumu withdrew his blood-soaked hands from its corpse. He crouched, placing his palm upon its skull. Assimilation. Assimilation successful. Gained substantial energy. Acquired genetic fragment, energy projection, advanced rare. Acquired genetic fragment, singular vision, perfect tier, rare. Acquired genetic fragment, strength amplification, perfect tier. Acquired genetic fragment, scale reinforcement, perfect tier. Acquired contamination, abyssal erosion, initial stage. He opened his eyes. He stared at the final line of the system interface, abyssal erosion, initial stage. He closed his eyes, sensing inward. Indeed, something alien stirred within him. A slender needle-like presence embedded beside his dantian. Painless, yet undeniably there. He wrapped it in shadow, true energy. It did not stir. He directed the blacklight virus to consume it. It trembled faintly, but resisted digestion. For now it could not be removed. Sumu opened his eyes. He gazed deeper into the plane. More beasts. More contamination. Yet his parents' voices, clearer now, closer, pulled him ever onward. He rose and walked forward. Across the black plain, mist flowed like slow ink. A blood-drenched figure advanced, one step at a time, into the heart of the abyss. Behind him lay the scattered carcasses of fallen beasts. Ahead, 9 black towers rose in grim silence. Beneath the crimson sky, they resembled 9 colossal fingers, pointing upward, pointing toward an unseen, unknowable horizon. Beneath the dark red sky, the black plains stretched endlessly. Sumu stood still, eyes closed. The previous encounter with the Grand Master level one-eyed beast had bestowed upon him vast amounts of energy, solidifying his third-tier master realm. But more importantly was the newly acquired gene fragment, one-eyed vision perfect level. He opened his eyes. His left eye remained the original black pupil, but his right eye had changed. The pupil had vanished, and the entire eyeball transformed into a dark red hue with a vertical golden line at its center. This was the unique visual ability of the one-eyed beast which he had fully integrated. He looked ahead. The world appeared entirely different through his eyes. The plain once shrouded in mist was now clearly visible. The black mist in his right eye turned semi-transparent, allowing him to directly see through the fog and spot objects 1,000 meters away. In the distance, 9 towering structures loomed. Each tower emitted a dark red halo pulsating like a heartbeat, one after another. Countless mist puppets wandered around them, at least 1,000 densely packed, covering the entire plain. Between the giant towers there were even more terrifying entities. These beings were not mist puppets, they were true beasts. Each one exuded an aura of at least Grandmaster level 5, with the strongest ones, he couldn't even sense their limits. Those were the Martial Kings. At least 3 Martial King level beasts were distributed deep within the plain. Sumu withdrew his gaze. He looked down at his right hand. In the palm, a subtle black pattern was spreading. This was the mark of the abyss erosion creeping from near his dantian up to his arm. Although the spread was slow, it was indeed progressing. He clenched his fist. The pattern was concealed beneath the muscle, making it undetectable. But he knew it was still there. He looked up, gazing deep into the plain. His parents' calls were still there, becoming increasingly clear. He fell silent for a few seconds. Then he raised his hand. His thoughts communicated with the Shadow Mask. Summon Shadow Legion, current summon limit 156064 units, summon all in the next instant. The shadows around him began to boil. Not just in one place, not just 10 places, but thousands. Every inch of land shadow, every stone casting a shadow, even the shadow beneath his feet, surged violently, like boiling water. A black tide surged forth from the shadows. Basic ninjas 130,000. Shadow mages 5,000. General level 8,000. Commander level 3,000. King level 100 units. 156,000 black shadow legions descended once more. They filled every inch of space around Sumu, their dark red eyes merging into a sea of flames. Sumu watched them. Spread out. Form groups of 3 covering the entire plain. Engage mist puppets, kill. Engage beasts, hold them off, wait for me. Go. 156,000 shadows moved simultaneously. Like a black tide splitting into countless streams, they spread in all directions. Groups of 3, 1 in front and 2 behind, a standard combat formation. Basic ninjas led the way, shadow mages provided support from the back, while general or commander level members coordinated in the center. The king level did not disperse. They formed 10 small teams, each with 10 units distributed throughout the plain, ready to provide support at any moment. This was Sumu's first time allowing the Shadow Legion to fight in this manner. Not a concentrated charge, but a dispersed infiltration. What he sought was not a direct assault. What he aimed for was cleansing. To eliminate every mist puppet on this plane completely. 300 meters away, the first group of shadows encountered a mist puppet. The mist puppet had just coalesced from the fog and hadn't managed to issue a warning when three shadows. The kunai of the basic ninja pierced its body, though ineffective in penetrating it successfully drew its attention. In the next second, the energy arrow from the shadow mage arrived. The black arrow pierced through the mist puppet's body. The mist puppet twisted violently. The general level shadow cut in from the side, a massive black blade slashing across its neck. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3 slashes. A series of strikes. The mist puppet's body began to disperse. It emitted a sharp shriek attempting to call for its companions, but it was already too late. The second wave of energy arrows from the shadow mage arrived. This time the arrows were infused with the shadow power that Su Mu had intentionally empowered. After breaking through to the third tier, his understanding of shadow energy deepened, allowing him to temporarily share his strength with the Shadow Legion. As the mist puppet was pierced by the arrows, those shadow powers detonated within it. Bang! The mist puppet completely dissolved. It did not recoalesce. It was dead. The three shadows did not linger and continued forward. 500 meters away, another group of shadows encountered the second mist puppet. The same situation, the same tactics. Kunai to restrain energy arrows to deplete, blades to kill. 30 seconds later, the second mist puppet dispersed. 800 meters away. Third group. 40 seconds. Fourth group. 50 seconds. Fifth group. 10 minutes later. The first round of skirmishes came to an end. 23 mist puppets, all exterminated. The Shadow Legion suffered 0 losses. Those ninjas that were shattered by the mist puppets quickly recoalesced elsewhere. They cannot be killed. They cannot be completely destroyed. This is the most terrifying aspect of the But the mist puppets were not the only threat. Deep within the plane, those grand master-level beasts began to sense something was amiss. A giant beast as large as a mountain stirred from its slumber. It stood about 20 meters tall, over 50 meters long, resembling an enormous pangolin, but its body was covered not in scales, but in dense bone spines. Each spine was 3 meters long, glinting with a faint cold light under the dark red sky. It opened its eyes. 6 eyes spread across the sides of its head, each the size of a fist, like red rubies. It looked toward the outer edge of the plane. There countless tiny black dots were moving. There were so many of those dots, densely packed like a swarm of ants. It let out a low growl. The other beasts nearby were awakened. 1, 2, 3, 7 grand master-level beasts awoke from their slumber. The strongest among them was the bone-spined giant beast, Grandmaster level 8. The other 6 ranged from Grandmaster levels 5 to 7. They charged toward the direction of the Shadow Legion. Su Mu sensed this immediately. The one-eyed vision allowed him to see through the mist, observing every move of those beasts. He saw the 7 giant beasts charging toward the Shadow Legion. He noticed that the foremost group of shadows was about to encounter them. He moved. With wings spread wide, he shot upward into the sky. Full speed. Over 1,000 meters per second. 3 seconds later, he appeared in front of that group of shadows. The 7 beasts had also arrived. Leading them was the bone-spined giant, its 20-meter-high body like a moving hill shaking the ground with every step. It spotted Su Mu. 6 eyes fixed on the small figure. It opened its mouth. Dark red light gathered deep in its throat. Su Mu didn't wait for it to unleash. He thrust both hands forward. The one-eyed vision fully activated, accurately capturing the nodes where energy was gathering deep in its throat. His left arm was covered in a black shell, and he punched it squarely on the jaw. Bang! The head of the bone-spined giant was violently thrust upward. The yetiform light column exploded in its mouth. Boom! Its mouth was blasted to a pulp. It let out a pained roar. Su Mu did not stop. He landed on the ground, then propelled himself upward with his legs. He jumped directly onto its back. Those 3-meter-long bone spines were densely packed, resembling a forest. He grasped 2 spines and exerted force. Crack! They broke under his grip. He pressed both hands onto the wound, where they snapped. Black filaments surged forth frantically. The devouring began. The bone-spined giant thrashed violently, desperately trying to shake Su Mu off. But Su Mu was as if nailed to its back, unmoving. Those black filaments burrowed into its flesh, into its bones, into its organs. It let out a thunderous scream. The surrounding 6 beasts were stunned by this anguished cry. They halted, watching the giant beast stronger than them thrashing in madness. Then they saw its body start, beginning from its back, like snow melting, like ice evaporating. It disappeared bit by bit. 3 seconds. 10 seconds. 30 seconds. 50 seconds. 1 minute. When that giant beast completely vanished, Su-mu landed on the ground, covered in blood, but his aura was stronger than before. Mid-stage of the third tier, he looked at the 6 beasts. The 6 beasts took a step back simultaneously. Su-mu raised his hand. Countless dark red eyes lit up in the surrounding mist. 156,000 shadow legions surrounded them from all directions. The 6 beasts were trapped in the center. They roared, attempting to break free, but it was futile. There were too many shadows. They cannot be killed, they cannot be completely destroyed. A 5-tier Grand Master Tiger Beast charged in one direction, shredding over 100 ninjas, but in the next second those ninjas recoalesced and continued to pounce. It was held back. Another 60-year Grand Master Snake Beast tried to escape into the air, but 5,000 shadow mages had already taken to the skies, and dense energy arrows fell like rain, forcing it back to the ground. The 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th beasts, all were held back. Su-mu approached the first one. The 5-tier Grand Master Tiger Beast was being besieged by thousands of ninjas. It was covered in wounds, its scales shattered, bloodied. Su-mu walked up to it. It looked at him, fear filling its eyes. Su-mu raised his hand, pressing it on its head. Devour. Acquire energy, acquire gene fragment, acquire contamination, the 2nd one, the 3rd one, the 4th one, the 5th one, the 6th one, all devoured. Su-mu stood still, closing his eyes and digesting for a full 5 minutes. In his dantian, that true Dan had grown a size larger. Mid-stage of the 3rd tier, nearing late stage. The contamination also deepened. The black patterns on his arms spread from his wrist to his elbow. He opened his eyes, looking at the pattern. No expression. He merely clenched his fist. Then he looked up, gazing deeper into the plain. There in the area between the 2 giant towers, 3 martial king-level beasts remained. There were also 9 towering structures, and the tower masters. He raised his foot and continued forward. Behind him, the 156,000 shadow legions followed like a tide. The black tide swept across the plain. Under the dark red sky, those dark red eyes glowed like burning coals, illuminating the path ahead. Meanwhile, within the first giant tower, a pair of eyes opened. These eyes were dark golden, without pupils, only a cold light. It gazed toward the direction of the plain. Their countless tiny light dots were moving. It spoke, its voice low, as if emanating from the depths of the earth. Interesting. After all these years, finally another outsider dares to venture this deep. It stood up. Among the 9 giant towers, 7 simultaneously illuminated with dark red light. 7 tower masters awakened simultaneously. They looked toward the direction of the plain, toward that sea of black shadows, toward the small figure at the center of the tide. Then they all laughed simultaneously. Come, let us see how far you can go. Su-mu suddenly halted. In his one-eyed vision, the 9 towers simultaneously lit up. 7 terrifying auras rose from those 7 illuminated towers. Under the dark red sky, the black plain stretched endlessly. Su-mu stood still, his right eye's unique vision piercing through the fog, fixated on the 7 illuminated giant towers. The runes on the surface of the towers danced wildly, the dark red light pulsing like a heartbeat, and with each pulse a terrifying aura spread out. 7 auras. 7 martial kings. Each one was at least 10 times stronger than the earlier bone-spiked beast. That was the essence of life's disparity. There was an insurmountable chasm between a master and a grandmaster, and between a grandmaster and a martial king lay another realm altogether. A martial king has already touched the threshold of the rules. In the outside world, a martial king could dominate a region and suppress a nation. Here there are 7. Su-mu remained silent. He simply raised his right hand. Behind him, the army of 156,000 shadow soldiers stood quietly, their dark red eyes gazing at those giant towers. 3 seconds. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. Those giant towers showed no further movement. The tower masters merely watched him like a cat watching a small mouse intruding into its territory. Su-mu withdrew his gaze. He continued to walk forward. Step by step, the black crystalline ground reflected his shadow, which twisted and deformed as if something inside was struggling. After walking about 500 meters, a light suddenly appeared ahead. Dark red light rose from the ground, coalescing into a human form before him. This time it was not a fog puppet. It was a person, a middle-aged man in a black robe with a stern expression and hollow eyes. His body was semi-transparent, revealing the flowing fog behind him, but the aura he exuded was real. Grandmaster at the 9th level. Not a martial king, but he was much stronger than those previous beasts. He looked at Su-mu and spoke. His voice was flat, as if stating a fact. The first tower master asks you, why have you come? The avatar of the tower master. Yes, the avatar of a martial king is only a grandmaster at the 9th level. To deal with you, that is sufficient. Su-mu did not speak. He simply raised his right hand. From the shadows behind him, 10 kings surged out simultaneously. They instantly crossed 100 meters, lunging towards that figure. The figure did not move. Just before the 10 kings' attack landed, he raised his hand. With a gentle wave, a dark red light swept across. The 10 kings crumbled like paper, simultaneously turning into black smoke. Then he looked at Sumu. Answer. Sumu looked at the reformed kings, then at the figure. I have come to find someone. Who? Su Yinshan. Lin Suxin. The figure fell silent for a second. Then he spoke. The prisoner of the third tower. Su Mu's gaze tightened slightly. Where are they? The figure did not reply. He simply turned, looking towards the distant third giant tower. That tower was not illuminated. However, the runes on its surface flickered slightly. If you wish to see them, you must walk over yourself, the figure said, but the prerequisite is that you can reach the base of the tower. As his voice fell, his body began to dissipate. Before vanishing completely, he left one last sentence. 7 towers, 7 tower masters. For each tower you pass, you must face the test of a tower master. If you cannot pass, you will die here. If you succeed, you can continue forward. The third tower is after the 7th tower. If you wish to see your parents, you must first pass the previous 6 towers. Good luck. The figure completely dissipated. Sumu stood still, staring at the third giant tower. The third tower. His parents were there. He withdrew his gaze and looked towards the nearest first giant tower. That tower was about 30 miles away from him. The runes on its surface kept flashing like counting down to something. He raised his foot and walked towards the first tower. 30 miles was not far for him now. Running at full speed would only take a few minutes. But he did not run. He walked step by step, each step firm. Behind him, the army of 156,000 shadow soldiers followed like a tide. The surrounding fog grew thicker. Within that fog puppets continuously formed. But this time they did not attack. They merely stood in the fog, watching him pass by, as if observing a dying man. Sumu did not care. He continued to walk. After walking about 10 miles, a chasm appeared ahead, about 100 meters wide and bottomless. On the other side of the chasm was the area where the first giant tower stood. There was no bridge over the chasm, only a thin black chain as slender as a hair connecting both sides. The chain swayed gently in the wind, looking as if it would break at any moment. Sumu stood at the edge of the chasm, looking down into the abyss. The abyss was pitch black. Even his unique vision could not penetrate it. But he could sense that there was something below. Many things were waiting for him to fall. He withdrew his gaze and looked at that chain. Then he raised his foot and stepped onto the chain. The chain shook violently. He steadied himself and walked forward step by step. After 3 steps, a roar suddenly echoed from the abyss. Countless shadows erupted from the abyss. Those shadows took various forms, some like humans, some like beasts, and some were unrecognizable. They roared as they lunged towards Sumu, intent on dragging him into the abyss. Sumu did not stop. He continued walking. Behind him, the shadow army moved. Countless basic ninjas leaped down from both sides of the chain, meeting those abyssal shadows. They clashed above the abyss. A brutal fight. Black and black intertwined, indistinguishable from each other. But there were too many abyssal shadows continuously pouring out. A dozen broke through the defense, lunging towards Sumu. Sumu did not look back. He merely raised his hand. From the shadows behind him, 10 kings surged out. They blocked behind Sumu, engaging in battle with those abyssal shadows. One king was torn apart, turning into black smoke. But it reformed 100 meters away and lunged again. Unable to kill. Unable to destroy. The 10 kings firmly blocked those dozen abyssal shadows. Sumu continued to walk forward. The chain shook more violently, but every step was steady. After 80 steps, 20 steps left. The roars from the abyss grew more frenzied. More shadows surged out. This time there were hundreds. They no longer cared about the kings and directly lunged at Sumu. Sumu finally stopped. He turned around, looking at the incoming shadows. Then he raised his hand. With a thought, the remaining 90 kings all charged out. At the same time, 3,000 leaders, 8,000 generals, and 130,000 basic ninjas all abandoned their struggle, with the fog puppets surging like a black tide towards those abyssal shadows. Both sides collided above the abyss. The sounds of battle shook the heavens. Black bodies were constantly torn apart, turning into black smoke, then reforming. But there were too many abyssal shadows. They came in unending waves, impossible to destroy. Sumu looked at those shadows and suddenly understood. This abyss was the trial of the first tower. The trial was not about strength. It was about will. It was to see if the intruder dared to walk across this chain, daring to ignore those trying to drag him into the abyss. He withdrew his gaze, continuing forward. The last 20 steps. 10 steps. 5 steps. 1 step. He stepped onto the other side. Behind him, all the abyssal shadows suddenly stopped. They looked at Sumu and then slowly retreated back into the abyss, disappearing without a trace. Sumu turned around looking at that abyss. Then he raised his head, gazing at the first giant tower before him. The tower stood 1,000 meters tall with a base diameter of 100 meters. The tower body was pitch black, covered in dense runes. Those runes flowed slowly like living beings. At the base of the tower there was a door. The door was 3 meters tall, 2 meters wide, dark red all over, as if soaked in blood. The door was closed. Sumu walked up to the door. He raised his hand and pressed it against the door. The runes on the door suddenly brightened. Dark red light surged out from the crack of the door like blood flowing. Then the door opened. Behind the door was a vast darkness. From deep within the darkness a voice came. "Come in." Sumu did not hesitate. He stepped into the darkness. Behind him the door slowly closed. In the darkness light suddenly illuminated. Dark red light shone from all directions. Sumu found himself standing in a gigantic space. This space resembled a grand hall with a ceiling so high it was unseen, surrounded by black stone walls engraved with runes. The ground was smooth black, crystal capable of reflecting shadows. In the center of the hall there was a person. A handsome middle-aged man in a dark red robe, his expression stern, but his eyes cold. He sat on a black throne, propping his chin with one hand as he watched Sumu. The first Tower Master. A martial king. Sumu stood at the edge of the hall, 300 meters away from the Tower Master. He could feel the terrifying aura pressing down on him like a mountain. But the black light virus and shadow essence operated simultaneously, offsetting most of the pressure. The Tower Master looked at him and spoke. "To walk past the soul-severing abyss proves your will is strong enough. But you are too weak. At the third level of the Master Realm, you do not even qualify to make me move." Sumu did not speak. He merely looked at the Tower Master. The Tower Master continued, "But rules are rules. Once you enter the first tower, you must accept the trial of the first tower." He stood up. In one step, he crossed the 300 meters to stand before Sumu. His speed was so fast that Sumu's unique vision could only capture an afterimage. He looked down at Sumu. In those dark golden eyes there was no killing intent, only scrutiny. "Your trial is very simple. Take one of my palm strikes. If you survive, you pass." As the words fell, he raised his hand. A palm struck down. There was no fluctuation of true energy, no energy leakage, just a pure palm strike. But in the moment that palm descended, Sumu felt as if the entire world was pressing down on him. The rules. The martial king had already touched the rules. This palm was not merely a strike, it was the power of the heavens and the earth. Sumu could not evade, nor did he wish to evade. His right arm was instantly covered in black armor, while the shadow essence poured in with all its might. He met it with a punch. Boom! The punch and palm collided. A terrifying shockwave erupted. The runes on the stone walls surrounding the hall all lit up fiercely, protecting this tower. Sumu was blasted backward, crashing against the stone wall 300 meters away. The wall caved in, the runes flickering. He slid down to the ground, kneeling on one knee, gasping for breath. On his right arm, the armor shattered, flesh and blood were mangled, even revealing the bone within. But it was already repairing. After 3 seconds, the repair was complete. He stood up, looking at the Tower Master. The Tower Master looked at his right arm, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes. Such strong recovery ability. He retracted his hand. "You have passed. Go to the second tower." Sumu looked at him. "Is it really that simple?" The Tower Master smiled. "Simple. Do you know how much power I used in that last palm? 1%. 1% of my power could kill any Grand Master below the 5th level in the outside world." He looked at Sumu. "You were able to withstand it, proving you are qualified to continue." He turned around, walking back to the throne. "Go now." The Tower Master of the second tower is not as easy to talk to as I am. As the words fell, Sumu's vision darkened. When he was able to see clearly again, he was already standing outside the first tower. Behind him, the tower door was tightly closed. Before him was the road leading to the second tower. Sumu stood still, silent for a few seconds. Then he raised his foot and continued to walk forward. Behind him, the army of 156,000 shadow soldiers followed like a tide. Under the dark red sky, that figure grew increasingly distant, walking towards the second giant tower. Meanwhile, inside the third tower, in a small stone chamber, 2 people opened their eyes simultaneously. A man and a woman, middle-aged, worn out, bound in chains. But there was light in their eyes. "He has come. He is our child. He has come." Under the dim red sky, Sumu stood on the plain between the first tower and the second tower. The first tower behind him had already vanished into the mist, while the second tower ahead became increasingly clear. This tower was slightly taller than the first tower, and its body was not pure black, but adorned with dark green patterns resembling some kind of climbing vine. Yet upon closer inspection, those were not vines. They were insects. Countless tiny insect-like beasts clung densely to the tower's surface. Each was the size of a fist, resembling beetles, but with scorpion-like stingers. They crawled slowly on the tower's body, producing faint rustling sounds that gathered together like the ebb and flow of the tide. Sumu halted his steps. With his monocular vision piercing through the mist, he discerned the situation around the second tower. At the base of the tower was a door, also dark red, just like the first tower. However, there was not an open space in front of the door, but a sea of insects. At least 100,000 insect-like beasts crowded every inch of ground before the tower. They varied in size, the smallest as big as a fist, and the largest as large as a cow. The most terrifying were the giant insect beasts measuring over 10 meters in length, their appearance resembling an enlarged centipede sporting hundreds of pairs of legs, each like a scythe. And the aura of those insect beasts. The weakest among them was at the master level, while the strongest had already reached the Grand Master level. And this was just outside the tower. What about inside the tower? Sumu withdrew his gaze. He looked at the sea of insects, the corners of his mouth curving slightly. The trial of the second tower was the swarm of insects. To others, this was a dead end. To him, this was a feast. He raised his hand. Behind him, 156,000 shadow soldiers stood silently. He gazed at them and spoke. Kill them all. Not a single one left. As his words fell, the shadow soldiers moved. The black tide collided with the dark green sea of insects. The battlefield instantly boiled over. The basic ninjas charged to the front, their kunai piercing into the bodies of the insect beasts. Those fist-sized small insects were pierced in batches, their juices splattering everywhere. But larger insect beasts charged in their massive pincers, crushing the bodies of the ninjas. The ninjas turned to black smoke only to reconstitute in the back. They couldn't be killed. The insect beasts encountered such enemies for the first time. They frantically bit and crushed wave after wave of shadows. But those shadows shattered and reformed, forever unable to be exterminated. And with every counterattack from the shadows, they harvested the lives of the insect beasts. 5,000 shadow mages hovered in the air, raining down energy arrows like a torrential downpour. Each arrow accurately pierced through the heads of the insect beasts. 8,000 generals sliced deep into the sea of insects, their massive black blades sweeping across. Those cow-sized insect beasts were severed in two, green blood gushing forth. 3,000 captains protected the flanks, preventing the swarm from surrounding the shadow mages. 100 kings stood at the back of the formation, not taking action, only staring at the giant insect beasts. Sumu did not take action either. He stood still, eyes closed, fully sensing his surroundings. He was waiting for enough insects to die. The first minute. Insect deaths, 3,700. Sumu opened his eyes. He took a step forward. Then he raised his hand. Black threads surged from his palm, not to attack, but to connect. To connect with the corpses of the freshly deceased insect beasts. Successful devour energy, acquired gene fragment, obtained insect race poison, sting beginner shadow soldier quota 1. Successful devour energy, acquired gene fragment, obtained insect race, carapace beginner shadow soldier quota 1. Successful devour energy, acquired gene fragment, obtained insect race, compound eyes beginner shadow soldier quota 1. A stream of information flooded into his mind. With every insect beast that died, he devoured one. With every one devoured, the shadow soldier quota increased by 1. This was the core mechanism of the shadow mask. Killing living beings increases the quota. 1 level beings, add 1 2 level beings, add 2 3 level beings, add 10 4 level beings, add 105 level beings, add 506 level beings, add 1,007 level beings, add 10,000. I remember writing about this conversion before, but I still see comments saying that some kills don't increase the quota because those were not of significant strength and the energy was insufficient to provide. The insect beasts here at a minimum are at the master level, 5 level beings. Killing one would add 500 to the quota. The smile on Sumu's face deepened. The second minute. Insect deaths, 8,600. Sumu devoured 6,000 of them. Some corpses were dragged away by the swarm, while others were torn apart too thoroughly by the shadows. Current shadow soldier quota 156064, 3,150,000. He raised his hand. The shadows around him began to boil. Countless new shadows surged forth from the darkness. Newly summoned ninjas, shadow mages, and generals appeared as a cohesive unit, instantly filling the battlefield. The pressure on the insect swarm suddenly increased. Those giant insect beasts could no longer remain calm. One centipede-like beast 10 meters long charged out from the depths of the insect sea. Its hundreds of scythe-like legs waved wildly, slicing through ninjas like paper. It charged toward the area where the shadow mages were located. 3,000 captains met at Hedon. The enormous black blades clashed with the scythe legs. Sparks flew. 3 captains were knocked back, but more captains took their place. The centipede beast was entangled. Meanwhile, 3 other giant insect beasts charged out from different directions. One was beetle-like, round as a ball, over 15 meters in diameter, covered in pitch-black armor. It rolled forward like a boulder, crushing ninjas into black smoke along the way. One was mantis-like, standing about 8 meters tall, with its front limbs resembling enormous scythes moving at incredible speed. It charged into the general's ranks, its scythes wildly harvesting life. One was a flying insect with a wingspan exceeding 20 meters, resembling a dragonfly, but sporting 3 pairs of enormous compound eyes. It swooped down towards the shadow mages. Sumu finally moved. He vanished from his spot. In the next moment, he appeared before the beetle-like giant beast. His right arm was covered with black armor, and he punched down onto its back. Bang! The huge beast's massive body was struck into the ground, creating a giant pit with a diameter of 30 meters. The armor shattered. Green blood gushed forth. Sumu's fist penetrated inside. He grabbed the flesh and blood inside, exerting force. Sizzle! A large chunk was torn off. The giant beast let out a miserable cry, but the scream lasted only a second, because Sumu's other hand was already pressed onto its head. Devouring commenced. Devour successful, gained massive energy, gained gene fragment carapace, defense advanced, gained gene fragment strength, amplification advanced, shadow soldier, quota 5,500 insect beasts of master level 5 or above equated to this 1 grandmaster. Sumu did not linger. He disappeared from his spot, appearing before the mantis-like giant beast. That beast's scythe legs had already killed over 100 generals, and it was in a frenzy of slaughter. Sumu appeared beside it. It sensed danger, and both scythe legs struck towards Sumu simultaneously. Sumu did not dodge. He reached out with both hands, grabbing those 2 scythes. Exerting force. Crack! The scythes were forcibly broken. The giant beast let out a painful cry. Sumu surged forward, delivering a punch into its chest. It pierced through. His other hand pressed onto its head. Devouring. Devour successful, gained massive energy, gained gene fragment speed, amplification advanced, gained gene fragment scythe edge advanced, shadow soldier, quota 5,000, the third one, that flying insect. It had already sensed something was wrong and was frantically flapping its wings to escape, but it couldn't outrun Sumu. Sumu appeared on its back, grabbing the base of its wings with both hands. Exerting force. Sizzle! Both wings were forcibly ripped off. The flying insect let out a scream as it plummeted. Before it hit the ground, Sumu had already caught up with it. His hand pressed onto its head. Devouring. Devour successful, gained massive energy, gained gene fragment flight ability advanced, gained gene fragment compound eye vision advanced, shadow soldier, quota 5,000, 3 grandmaster level giant beasts, all exterminated in 10 seconds. The battlefield fell silent for a moment. Those insect beasts stared at Sumu, fear emerging in their eyes for the first time. But fear was futile. The shadow soldiers would not know fear. They would only continue to kill. The 5th minute. Insect deaths, 36,000. Sumu's quota 156,000 transformed into 18,720,000. He raised his hand again. The shadows around him boiled furiously. 18 million shadow soldiers surged forth. Like a black tsunami, they completely submerged the insect swarm. Those insect beasts finally collapsed. They began to flee, but there was no escape. Shadows surrounded them from all sides. Above and below, dark red eyes filled the space. The 10th minute. Insect deaths, 94,000. Sumu's quota, 47 million. The insect beasts on the battlefield were now few and far between. Only a few were still struggling in their dying throes. Sumu no longer looked at them. He raised his head, gazing at the second tower. The tower door had opened. Behind the door stood a woman. To be precise, an entity resembling a woman. She stood about 2 meters tall, with a slender figure covered entirely in dark green armor. The armor was not clothing, but grew directly from her body, fitting closely and outlining perfect curves. 4 pairs of translucent wings sprouted from her back, resembling dragonfly wings shimmering under the dim red light. Her face was beautiful. Beautiful in a way that did not resemble a human. With a pointed chin, a high nose, and thin lips. Most astonishing were her eyes. Compound eyes made up of countless tiny hexagonal grids, each glowing faintly. She looked at Sumu, at the multitude of insect corpses, at the overwhelming shadow soldiers. Then she smiled. The smile was faint, but carried a certain indescribable flavor. Interesting. She spoke, her voice melodious like wind chimes. After all these years, you are the first to manage to kill all of my subjects. Sumu looked at her. Are you the master of the second tower? Yes, she nodded. I am the insect queen. You may call me Phoenix. She took a step forward. As she did, the air around her began to distort. A terrifying aura spread out. A martial king, and stronger than the master of the first tower. Sumu stood still, not moving. Phoenix looked at him, the grids in her compound eyes flickering rapidly. You killed 10,000 of my subjects, she said. According to the rules, I should kill you. But you allowed them to transform into your soldiers. She looked at the overwhelming shadow soldiers, a hint of intrigue flashing in her eyes. This ability I have never seen before. Who are you? Sumu did not answer this question. He merely gazed at Phoenix. What is the trial? Phoenix smiled. Trial? She shook her head. You have already passed the trial. Sumu was taken aback. Phoenix continued. My trial is to kill all of my subjects. If you fail to kill them all, you will die here. If you kill them all, you will meet me. You have succeeded. She stepped aside, opening the tower door. Go and pass through the second tower and head to the third tower. Sumu looked at her. Is it really that simple? Simple. Phoenix smiled. Do you know how many subjects I have? 100,000. Do you know how powerful they are? The weakest among them is at the master level. Your ability to kill them all proves your qualification to continue forward. She paused. But she fixed her gaze on Sumu. Those soldiers of yours were transformed from my subjects, right? Sumu remained silent. Phoenix nodded. As expected. She was silent for a few seconds. Then she spoke. If you can reach the seventh tower, see that person, please deliver a message for me. Sumu looked at her. What message? Phoenix looked at him, her compound eyes displaying complex emotions for the first time. Tell her I do not blame her. Sumu was silent for a second. Okay. He raised his foot and walked into the tower door. Behind him, Phoenix stood still, watching his figure disappear into the darkness. Then she looked up, gazing towards the direction of the ninth tower. Under the dim red sky, something flickered in her compound eyes. Having passed through the second tower, Sumu stood on the plain behind the tower. Behind him, the tower door closed. Before him, the path leading to the third tower. He raised his hand. With a thought, the 47 million shadow soldiers surged forth, covering the entire plain. The dark red eyes formed a vast expanse like a burning ocean. He gazed at the third tower. There his parents awaited. He stepped forward. Under the dark red sky, Sumu stood on the plain between the second and third towers. Behind him, a battalion of 47 million shadow soldiers spread across the land, their red eyes forming a burning ocean. The sight was too magnificent. Even the black mist that lingered on the plain was forced back, revealing large areas of crystallized ground. Yet Sumu remained motionless. He stood still, his brows slightly furrowed. In his mind, a system interface was flashing a line of mental load 92 warning. The current number of summoned units is approaching the host's mental limit. Continuing to increase will lead to mental exhaustion, potentially causing permanent damage. 47 million. This number was so enormous that even he overlooked the most fundamental limitation, mental strength. The fusion degree of the shadow mask was intermediate, theoretically allowing for unlimited summons. But that was only theoretically. The actual number of units that could exist simultaneously depended on his mental strength. Earlier, when he had summoned 156,000 during a large-scale battle, the summoned battalion eliminated enemies, while restoring his mental strength, and his mental load was less than 20%. Because most of those units were low-level ninjas requiring little consumption. But now 47 million. Even if most were newly summoned basic ninjas, the sheer number was overwhelming. Even without entering combat, each unit required a sliver of mental energy to maintain existence. 47 million slivers gathered together represented a terrifying load. 92%. Only 8 points remained before exhaustion. If he encountered a strong enemy, now he would have to commit all his forces to battle, and those units would be killed and reformed. Each rebirth would further consume mental energy. At that point, the load would instantly surpass 100%. Sumu fell silent for a few seconds. Then he sat cross-legged in the center of the plain and closed his eyes. His consciousness sank within. He needed to solve the problem. Within him, the shadow true essence flowed slowly through his meridians. The true essence of the late stage of the third realm was as thick as an ocean. The true core, the size of a baby's fist, rotated slowly in his dantian. The blacklight virus lurked deep within every cell, countless black tendrils weaving between cells, maintaining his extraordinary regeneration ability and physical quality. But what about mental strength? What is mental strength? It is the intensity of the soul, the extension of consciousness. In traditional martial arts training, mental strength naturally increases with the elevation of realms. Mental strength at the master level is 10 times stronger than at the warrior level. The grandmaster level is 10 times stronger than the master level. The martial king level is even stronger. But that is passive growth. Are there active methods to enhance it? Yes. Some secret techniques specializing in mental strength can refine the soul and increase its intensity. But those techniques are extremely rare, held by a few hidden sects. Sumu did not possess those secret techniques, but he had the blacklight virus. The blacklight virus can alter biological forms. It can enhance muscles, bones, nerves, and senses. Why can't it enhance the brain? Sumu opened his eyes. He raised his right hand and looked at his palm. With a thought, the skin on his palm split open and countless black filaments surged out. Those filaments moved like living creatures in the air, then slowly retracted back into his body. He closed his eyes, focusing his consciousness on his brain. There lay his center of awareness where his soul resided. Can the blacklight virus change that? He began to experiment. A strand of black filament separated from the cells, traveling up the blood vessels toward the brain. Very slowly, very carefully. The brain is the most precise and fragile organ in the human body. Any small mistake could cause irreversible damage. The filaments passed through the blood-brain barrier. They entered the cerebral cortex. At that moment, Sumu felt a sharp pain, as if countless needles were simultaneously stabbing into his mind. But he did not stop. The filaments continued to delve deeper, entering the neuronal network, entering the core of consciousness. And then he saw it. He saw his brain displayed like a three-dimensional image deep within his consciousness. The gray-white brain tissue, densely packed neurons, and countless electrical signals jumped between synapses. That was his thinking, his consciousness, the source of his mental strength. And the filaments of the blacklight virus were traversing between those neurons. They did not destroy anything. They were enhancing. The filaments secreted some substance enveloping the neurons, significantly increasing the activity of those cells. Originally capable of carrying 1 unit of mental strength, the neurons could now hold 2 units, 3 units, 5 units. And he had billions of such neurons. Sumu immersed himself in this enhancement. He forgot the time, forgot everything around him. Only in the depths of his consciousness did that three-dimensional brain image continue to change. The gray-white gradually turned into a light golden color. The enhanced neurons began to emit a faint glow. He did not know how long it had been. It could have been 1 second, or it could have been an hour. Sumu opened his eyes. He raised his hand to look at his palm. Then he smiled. Mental strength introspection. Mental strength limit originally 100, now 500. Mental load 9218. 4. It had increased 5-fold. His brain had been thoroughly enhanced by the blacklight virus. It was not a simple expansion, but an essential transformation. Those enhanced neurons could now carry far more mental strength than an ordinary person. Moreover, they were continuously optimizing, slowly, yet steadily improving. Sumu stood up. He looked at the 47 million shadow battalion. Then he raised his hand. With a thought, those shadows began to move. But not to battle. It was fusion. The most basic rule: shadow battalions can fuse to advance. Basic ninjas can fuse into upper ninjas. Upper ninjas can fuse into generals. Generals can fuse into commanders. Commanders can fuse into kings. Kings can fuse into emperors. Previously, he did not perform large-scale fusion because he needed numbers to deal with the massive enemy forces. 156,000 units each was useful. But now 47 million. Too many. So many that he could squander them freely. He began to fuse. 47 million basic ninjas began to fuse in pairs. 23 million upper ninjas were born. Fuse again. 11,500,000 general-level units were born. Fuse again. 575,000 commander-level units were born. Fuse again. 287,000 king-level units were born. Then he looked at those kings. Kings can fuse into emperors. The rule is 7 kings fuse into 1 emperor. He raised his hand. From the 287,000 kings, he separated 200,000 to begin the fusion. 7 form a group. 200,000 kings fused into 285,000 emperors. The remaining 87,000 kings remained unchanged. 285,000 emperors, 87,000 kings, 575,000 commanders all disappeared. Because the commanders had advanced into kings and emperors, the original units no longer existed. Sumu looked at the newly formed battalion. 285,000 emperors. 87,000 kings. Other units were gone. But the quality was worlds apart. What does emperor level mean? That corresponds to the existence of human martial artists at the 7th to 9th realms. 285,000 at the 7th to 9th realms. 87,000 at the 1st to 6th realms. What does this concept entail? In the outside world, this power could sweep through any empire. Sumu looked at those emperors. They stood 5 meters tall, their bodies covered in pitch-black armor, enormous wings extending from their backs, and 3 pairs of dark red eyes on their heads. Each exuded an aura as formidable as mountains or seas. He glanced at the mental load again. Mental load 285,000 emperors plus 87,000 kings, totaling 115,500. Yet the load was only 38%. Because although the emperors were powerful, their numbers were few. Moreover, his mental strength limit had increased fivefold. That was enough. Sumu retracted his gaze and looked toward the third tower. The tower was 30 miles ahead. Its body was pitch black, covered in runes identical to the first and second towers. But his heart raced a little faster. Because there were his parents. He stepped forward, walking toward the third tower. Behind him, 115,500 shadow soldiers surged like a tide. Those 5 maternal emperors were at the forefront, their dark red eyes fixed on the third tower. The 3 maternal kings flanked them, ready for battle at any moment. There were no low-level units left. Only the elite among the elite. 30 miles for him now was merely a few minutes. He stood before the third tower. The tower door was tightly shut. There were no runes on the door, only 2 characters. Trial. Sumu raised his hand and pressed against the door. The door opened. Behind the door was darkness. Deep in the darkness there was light. He stepped into the darkness. Meanwhile, inside the third tower in a stone chamber, a man and a woman opened their eyes simultaneously. The chains on them began to glow. He has come. He really has come. The woman's eyes turned red. The man tightened his grip on her hand. Don't cry. He said softly, we must show him that his parents are not weak and useless. The woman nodded, wiping away the tears from her eyes. They stood up and looked at the door of the stone chamber. Waiting for that door to open. They had waited for 3 years. Finally they waited. Darkness. Endless darkness. Sumu stood within the space of the third tower, confronted only by an impenetrable blackness. Unlike the first and second towers, there were no grand halls, no light, and no sign of the tower master. Only darkness. And in the darkness, that familiar voice. Xiaomu. It was his mother's voice. Sumu's heart skipped a beat. He stood still, not moving. His single eye opened wide, piercing through the darkness. Then he saw it. A stone chamber was visible 100 meters ahead. The door of the stone chamber was transparent, like a thin light curtain. Behind the curtain stood 2 figures. A man and a woman. Middle-aged. The man was tall, with a square face and thick eyebrows. Even in tattered prison garb, his iron-blooded military demeanor could not be concealed. Yet his complexion was pale, and he emitted a weak aura, his body bound by dark red chains. The woman was gentle and beautiful, her features still reflecting the unmatched elegance of her youth. She too was bound by chains and had a pale face, but her eyes shone remarkably bright. She looked in Sumu's direction, her eyes reddening. Xiaomu. Sumu stood still, gazing at the 2 figures. 3 seconds. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. He did not move. Then he spoke. Mom. Just one word. Very softly. But that woman's tears instantly flowed. Sumu stepped forward, heading towards the stone chamber. He took 3 steps. Suddenly a figure appeared before him. It was an old man. With white hair and beard, his face was gaunt, dressed in a gray robe. His body was semi-transparent, like a misty puppet or a clone. Yet the aura he exuded was stronger than that of the first and second tower masters. The third tower master. The martial king. He looked at Sumu and spoke. To reach here means you have passed the tests of the first 2 towers. However, the third tower is different. Sumu looked at him. What is different? The old man pointed towards the stone chamber. Those 2 people are your parents. 3 years ago, they trespassed into the dark abyss corridor and violated a taboo, thus being imprisoned here. He continued, according to the rules, no one is allowed to release prisoners. Yet since you have arrived, I will give you a chance. Sumu remained silent. The old man continued, your test is very simple. Defeat me. Even if you only harm a single hair of mine, you will be considered to have passed. Sumu looked at the old man. The martial king. Stronger than the first tower master and the insect queen. Could he harm a single hair? Impossible. Unless, Sumu smiled. He raised his hand. Countless dark red eyes lit up from the darkness behind him. 285,000 emperors. 870,000 kings. 115,500 shadow soldiers, all descended. The old man gazed at the overwhelming shadows, and a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. So many. And all hide here. He observed the 5 maternal emperors and the 3 maternal kings frowning slightly. Mastery levels 7 to 9. 285,000 of them. He looked at Sumu. Who are you? Sumu did not answer. He simply raised his hand, pointing at the old man. Kill. 115,500 shadow soldiers moved simultaneously. It was not a charge, but a surrounding encirclement. 285,000 emperors surrounded the old man from all directions, sealing all escape routes. 870,000 kings formed a circular array on the outside to prevent him from breaking through. The old man stood still, unmoving. He looked at the emperors and laughed. Indeed, there are many, he stated, but the gap between the martial king and a master cannot be bridged by numbers. He raised his hand. With a gentle wave, a dark red light swept across. The 3,000 emperors at the forefront disintegrated like paper, instantly turning into black smoke. But the next second, the black smoke reformed. 3,000 emperors restored to their original state. The old man was taken aback. Can't be killed. He waved his hand again. Another 3,000 emperors turned into black smoke. They reformed. Again he waved. Again they reformed. 5 times in succession. 15,000 emperors were annihilated and then reborn. The old man paused. He looked at the emperors and then at Su Mu. Your soldiers cannot be killed. Su Mu did not respond. He merely stared at the old man. How many times can you kill, eh? He asked. 5 times. 10 times. 100 times. 1,000 times. How much energy do you have within you to kill that many times? The old man fell silent. He was a martial king with energy as deep as an abyss. But even the greatest energy can be depleted. Killing once consumes a bit, killing 10,000 times consumes a piece. If these soldiers truly cannot be killed, then ultimately only he would be exhausted. He looked at Su Mu. Well played. Su Mu said nothing. He continued to gaze at the old man as those emperors continued to attack, wave after wave, fearless of death. The old man's counterattacks became more frequent, but the emperors shattered and reformed forever, unable to be completely annihilated. 10 minutes. 30 minutes. An hour. The old man's movements began to slow. He had consumed 30% of his energy, yet there were still 285,000 emperors. He looked at Su Mu. You win. He withdrew his hand. The emperors ceased their attacks. The old man looked at Su Mu, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. Your soldiers truly cannot be killed, he said. With them here, I cannot kill you. But if I cannot kill you, neither can you kill me. It's a tie. He regarded Su Mu. According to the rules, a tie counts as a pass. He stepped aside, clearing the way. Go see your parents. Su Mu looked at him. Thank you. He stepped forward towards the stone chamber. As he reached the light curtain, he stopped. He raised his hand and pressed it against the curtain. The curtain shimmered slightly, but did not obstruct him. His hand passed through. He stepped into the stone chamber. Inside the stone chamber, Su Yunshan and Lin Suxin stood there watching the young man who walked in. 3 years had passed. Their child had grown from 15 to 18, taller, stronger, and his gaze was colder. Yet that face remained as they remembered. Lin Suxin's tears flowed uncontrollably. She opened her arms wide. Su Mu stood still, staring at her. Then he stepped forward and gently embraced her. Mom. Lin Suxin held him tightly, unable to speak through her tears. Su Yunshan stood by, his eyes also reddened. But he held back, reaching out to pat Su Mu's shoulder. Good boy. His voice was hoarse. You've grown so tall. Su Mu released his mother and looked towards his father. Su Yunshan looked at him, his eyes filled with pride. Mastery level 3. He said, an 18-year-old at mastery level 3 is far stronger than I was at your age. Su Mu remained silent. He looked at the dark red chains binding his father. These chains were not ordinary metal engraved with runes softly glowing. They bound his father's wrist, ankles, and suppressed the true essence within him. The same went for his mother. He raised his hand, gripping one of the chains. He exerted force. The chain did not budge. Still unmoved. He mobilized his true essence. Still no movement. Su Yunshan shook his head. It's useless, he said. These are demon chains specifically designed to bind a warrior's true essence. Those beneath the level of martial king cannot break free. Su Mu said nothing. He continued to gaze at the chain before raising his hand. Black filaments surged from his palm, slipping into the crevices of the chain. These filaments weaved around inside the chain, analyzing its structure and searching for its weaknesses. Su Yunshan and Lin Suxin were stunned. What is this? They had never seen the blacklight virus. 3 years ago, Su Mu did not possess such abilities. Su Mu offered no explanation. He remained focused on analyzing the chain. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. 10 seconds later, he opened his eyes. Found it. He raised his hand, gripping a segment of the chain. There he discovered a tiny crack. It was the weakness of the demon chain. Each demon chain leaves a weakness during forging, allowing the master to unlock it at any moment. These cracks were incredibly fine and visible to the naked eye, but the blacklight virus perception could detect it. Su Mu exerted force. This time it was not brute strength, but precise power applied to that crack. Crack, a very faint sound. The crack widened slightly. He continued to exert force. Crack, crack, crack. The crack grew larger. Finally, bang. The chain broke. Su Yinshan was stunned. He looked at the broken chain, then, how did you know? Su Mu did not answer. He approached his mother, using the same method to free her, one by one then another. 5 minutes later, all the chains were undone. Su Yinshan and Lin Suxin stood in the stone chamber, experiencing the free flow of true essence in their bodies for the first time. 3 years. A full 3 years. Lin Suxin embraced Su Mu again. Xiao Mu. She cried, how did you come? How did you find this place? How did you? Su Mu gently patted her back. Mom, let's talk outside first. He supported his mother and walked out of the stone chamber. Su Yinshan followed behind. After exiting the stone chamber, he paused, glancing back at the prison that had confined them for 3 years. Then he turned and followed his son, walking towards the light. Outside the stone chamber, the old man still stood there. He saw Su Mu helping Lin Suxin out and did not obstruct them. He merely watched. You may leave now, he said. You have passed the test of the 3rd tower. Su Mu looked at him. What about the old man shook his head. You only need to pass the 3rd tower, he stated. Your parents are not challengers, they are prisoners. Rescuing prisoners is the responsibility of the guards, not the test of the challengers. He looked at Su Mu. But to exit, you will still need to pass the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th towers. The masters of the first 6 towers have already awakened, and they will not let you leave easily. Su Mu nodded. Understood. He supported his mother and continued forward. As he stepped out of the 3rd tower, he stopped. Wait. The old man looked at him. Su Mu took out the token. It was interwoven with blood, red and black, with the character Abyss in the center. He looked at the old man. What is this? The old man's face changed upon seeing the token. Abyss token. He stared at Su Mu. How do you have the Abyss token? Su Mu did not answer. He merely stared at the old man. The old man remained silent for a long time. Then he spoke. The Abyss token is the core insignia of the Dark Abyss corridor. Those who hold the token can move freely between the 7 towers unhindered by any tower master. But there is only one Abyss token held by the 7th tower master. This one of yours. He looked at the token, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. Is it a replica? Su Mu shook his head. It's a fusion, he said. One blood red, one black, fused together. The old man was stunned. Blood red. Black. He murmured. Blood Abyss token and Black Abyss token. So that's how it is. He looked at Su Mu. Did your parents bring these 2 tokens in back then? Su Mu glanced at Su Yinshan. Su Yinshan nodded. Yes, he said. We found 2 tokens at the periphery of the Dark Abyss corridor, one blood red and one black. At that time we didn't know what they were, so we kept them with us. As a result, he smiled wryly. As a result, we were treated as thieves of the Abyss token and imprisoned until now. The old man fell silent. For a long time. Then he spoke. You may leave now. He said, with the Abyss token the other tower masters will not trouble you. He looked at Su Mu. But be careful of the 7th tower master. Su Mu looked at him. Why? The old man did not answer. He merely turned and vanished into the darkness, leaving only a single sentence behind. You will understand when you meet that woman. Su Mu stood still, gazing at the token. Her. The 7th tower master is a woman. He put away the token, supported his mother, and continued forward. A headlight gradually emerged from the darkness. That was the exit. Exiting the 3rd tower, the sky outside remained dark red. Su Yinshan and Lin Suxin stood outside the tower, looking at the dark red sky and the black plain, taking a deep breath. 3 years. Finally seeing the light of day again. Then they saw the overwhelming shadow army on the plain. 285,000 emperors. 870,000 kings. Dark red eyes merged into a burning ocean. Su Yinshan was stunned. This is... Lin Suxin was also taken aback. Su Mu stood beside them, gazing at the shadows. They are my soldiers, he said. Su Yinshan looked at him, his eyes filled with shock. What? What have you been through? Su Mu did not answer. He merely stared into the distance. There stood the 4th tower. For more towers to pass. He withdrew his gaze and looked at his parents. Dad, Mom, let's go out first. After we exit, I'll tell you everything slowly. Su Yinshan and Lin Suxin exchanged glances and nodded simultaneously. The family walked towards the 4th tower. Behind them, 115,500 shadow soldiers surged like a tide, escorting them, moving forward, heading towards freedom.